will necessarily decline over time. So it just, I'm not saying that it's like the ideal system for a currency, but I think it actually is just fundamentally better than anything else I've seen, just by accident. So
I like how you said around 2008. So you're not, some people suggested you might be Satoshi Nakamoto. You previously said you're not. Let me ask. You're not for sure. Would you tell us if you were?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's a feature or bug that he's anonymous, or she, or they? It's an interesting kind of quirk of human history that there is a particular technology that is a completely anonymous inventor or creator.
Well, you can look at the evolution of ideas before the launch of Bitcoin and see who wrote, about those ideas, and then I don't know exactly. Obviously, I don't know who created Bitcoin for practical purposes, but the evolution of ideas is pretty clear before that, and it seems as though Nick Szabo is probably more than anyone else responsible for the evolution of those ideas. So he claims not to be Nakamoto, but I'm not sure that's neither here nor there. But he seems to be the one more responsible for the ideas behind Bitcoin than anyone else.
So it's not perhaps singular figures aren't even as important as the figures involved in the evolution of ideas that led to a thing. So
yeah,
and perhaps it's sad to think about history, but maybe most names will be forgotten anyway.
What is the name anyway? The name attached to an idea. What does it even mean?
I think Shakespeare had a thing about roses and stuff, whatever he said.
Rose by any other name. Smells sweet.
I gotta email the cool Shakespeare. I feel like I accomplished something today.
Shall I compare it to a summer's day?
Oh, clip that out.
More temperate and more fat.
Autopilot. Tesla Autopilot. Tesla Autopilot has been through an incredible journey over the past 6 years, or perhaps even longer in your mind and the minds of many involved.
I think that's where we first connected really with the autopilot stuff, autonomy, and
the whole journey was incredible to me to watch. I was because I knew. Well, part of it was I was at MIT, and I knew the difficulty of computer vision.
Yeah.
And I knew I had a lot of colleagues and friends about the Darbar challenge. I knew how difficult it is. And so there was a natural skepticism when I first drove a Tesla with the initial system based on Mobileye.
Yeah.
I thought there's no way. So first when I got in, I thought there's no way this car could maintain, stay in the lane and create a comfortable experience. So my intuition initially was that the lane keeping problem is way too difficult to solve.
Oh, lane keeping, yeah, that's relatively easy.
But solve in the way that we talked about previously, prototype versus a thing that actually creates a pleasant experience over hundreds of thousands of miles.
Sure.
So
we had to wrap a lot of code around the Mobileye thing. It doesn't just work by itself.
Yes. I mean, that's part of the story of how you approach things. Sometimes you do things from scratch. Sometimes at first you kind of see what's out there, and then you decide to from scratch. That was one of the boldest decisions I've seen, is both on the hardware and the software, to decide to eventually go from scratch. I thought, again, I was skeptical whether that's going to be able to work out, because it's such a difficult problem. And so it was an incredible journey. What I see now with everything, the hardware, the compute, the sensors, the things I maybe care and love about most is the stuff that Andre Karpathy is leading with the data set selection, the whole data engine process, the neural network architectures, the way that's in the real world that network is tested, validated, all the different test sets, versus the ImageNet model of computer vision, like what's in academia, is like real world artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
So,
And Andre's awesome and obviously plays an important role, but we have a lot of really talented people driving things. So, and Ashok is actually the head of autopilot engineering. Andre's the director of AI.
AI stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I'm aware that there's an incredible team of just a lot going on.
Yeah, just people will give me too much credit and they'll give Andre too much credit. So,
and people should realize how much is going on under the
it's just a lot of really talented people. The Tesla Autopilot AI team is extremely talented. It's like some of the smartest people in the world. So yeah, we're getting it done.
What are some insights you've gained over those 5-6 years of autopilot about the problem of autonomous driving? So you leaped in having some sort of first principles kinds of intuitions, but nobody knows how difficult the problem.
Yeah, I thought the self-driving problem would be hard, but it was harder than I thought. It's not like I thought it would be easy. I thought it would be very hard, but it was actually way harder than even that. So what it comes down to at the end of the day is to solve self-driving, you have to solve. You basically need to recreate what humans do to drive, which is humans drive with optical senses, eyes, and biological neural nets. So in order to that's how the entire road system is designed to work with basically passive optical and neural nets biologically. And now that we need to, for the self-driving to work, we have to recreate that in digital form. So we have to. That means cameras with advanced neural nets in silicon form, and then it will obviously solve for self-driving. That's the only way. I don't think there's any other way.
But the question is, what aspects of human nature do you have to encode into the machine? Right, so you have to solve the perception problem, like detect, and then you first realize what is the perception problem for driving, like all the kinds of things you have to be able to see. Like what do we even look at when we drive? There's I just recently heard Andre talked about at MIT about like car doors. I think it was the world's greatest talk of all time about car doors.
Yeah.
The fine details of car doors. Like what is even an open car door, man? So like the ontology of that's a perception problem. We humans solve that perception problem. And Tesla has to solve that problem. And then there's the control and the planning coupled with the perception. You have to figure out like what's involved in driving, like especially in all the different edge cases. And then I mean, maybe you can comment on this. How much game theoretic kind of stuff needs to be involved? At a 4-way stop sign. As humans, when we drive, our actions affect the world. Like,
sure,
it changes how others behave. Most of the time, when driving, you're usually just responding to the scene, as opposed to like really asserting yourself in the scene. Do you think?
I think these sort of control logic conundrums are not the hard part. Let's see.
What do you think is the hard part in this whole beautiful, complex problem?
So it's a lot of freaking software, man. A lot of smart lines of code. For sure, in order to have create an accurate vector space, so like you're coming from image space, which is like this flow of photons, going to cameras, and then so you have this massive bit stream in image space, and then you have to effectively compress a massive bit stream corresponding to photons that knocked off an electron in a camera sensor, and turn that bit stream into vector space. By vector space, I mean like you've got cars and humans and lane lines and curves and traffic lights and that kind of thing. Once you have an accurate vector space, the control problem is similar to that of a video game, like a Grand Theft Auto or Cyberpunk. If you have accurate vector space, the control problem is I wouldn't say it's trivial. It's not trivial, but it's not like some insurmountable thing. It's just but having accurate vector space is very difficult.
Yeah, I think we humans don't give enough respect to how incredible the human perception system is. To mapping the raw photons to the vector space representation in our heads.
Your brain is doing an incredible amount of processing. And giving you an image that is a very cleaned up image. Like when we look around here, we see, like, you see color in the corners of your eyes, but actually your eyes have very few cones, like the cone receptors in the peripheral vision. Your eyes are painting color in the peripheral vision. You don't realize it, but their eyes are actually painting color, and your eyes also have like this blood vessels and all sorts of gnarly things, and there's a blind spot. Do you see your blind spot? No, your brain is painting in the blind spot. You're gonna do these see these things online where you look here and look at this point and then look at this point, and if it's in your blind spot, your brain will just fill in the missing bits.
So peripheral vision is so cool. It
Yeah.
makes you realize all the illusions of vision science, and so it makes you realize just how incredible the brain is.
The brain is doing a crazy amount of post-processing on the vision signals for your eyes. It's insane. So, and then even once you get all those vision signals, your brain is constantly trying to forget as much as possible. So human memory is perhaps the weakest thing about the brain is memory. So because memory is so expensive to a brain and so limited, your brain is trying to forget as much as possible and distill the things that you see into the smallest amounts of information possible. So your brain is trying to not just get to a vector space, but get to a vector space that is the smallest possible vector space of only relevant objects. And I think you can sort of look inside your brain, or at least I can, like when you drive down the road and try to think about what your brain is actually doing consciously. And it's conscious. It's like you'll see a car because you don't have cameras. You don't have eyes in the back of your head or the side. So you say like you basically your head is like you basically have like two cameras on a slogan. And what's your and the eyesight's not that great. Okay, your eyes are and people are constantly distracted and thinking about things and texting and doing all sorts of things they shouldn't do in a car, changing the radio station. So having arguments, is like so then like when's the last time you looked right and left and and rearward or even diagonally forward to actually refresh your vector space. So you're glancing around, and what your mind is doing is trying to distill relevant vectors, basically objects with a position and motion, and then editing that down to the least amount that's necessary for you to drive.
It does seem to be able to edit it down or compress it even further into things like concepts. So it's like it goes beyond, the human mind seems to go sometimes beyond vector space to sort of space of concepts, to where you'll see a thing, it's no longer represented spatially somehow. It's almost like a concept that you should be aware of. Like if this is a school zone, you'll remember that as a concept, which is a weird thing to represent. But perhaps for driving, you don't need to fully represent those things, or maybe you get those kind of indirectly.
You need to like establish vector space and then actually have predictions for those vector spaces. So like like if like you drive past say a bus and you see that there's people. Before you drove past the bus, you saw people crossing. Just imagine there's like a large truck or something blocking sight. But before you came up to the truck, you saw that there were some kids about to cross the road in front of the truck. Now you can no longer see the kids, but you need to be able. But you would now know, okay, those kids are probably going to pass by the truck and cross the road, even though you cannot see them. So you have to have memory. You need to remember that there were kids there, and you need to have some forward prediction of what their position will be.
It's a really hard
at
problem.
time of relevance.
So with occlusions and computer vision, you can't see an object anymore. Even when it just walks behind a tree and reappears, that's a really, really, I mean, at least in academic literature, it's tracking through occlusions. It's very difficult.
Yeah, we're doing it.
I understand this.
Yeah.
So some of it,
it's like object permanence. Like the same thing happens with the humans with neural nets. Like when like a toddler grows up, like there's a point in time where they have a sense of object permanence. So before a certain age, if you have a ball or a toy or whatever, and you put it behind your back and you pop it out, if they don't, before they have object permanence, it's like a new thing every time. It's like, whoa, this toy went poof, disappeared, and now it's back again, and they can't believe it. And that they could play peekaboo all day long because the peekaboo is fresh every time. But then we figured out object permanence, and they realized, oh no, the object is not gone; it's just behind your back.
Sometimes I wish we never did figure out object permanence.
Yeah, so that's
an important problem to solve.
Yes, so like an important evolution of the neural nets in the car is memory across both time and space. So now you can't remember, like you have to say, like how long do you want to remember things for, and there's a cost to remembering things for a long time. So you like run out of memory if you try to remember too much for too long. And then you also have things that are stale if they're trying to remember them for too long. And then you also need things that are remembered over time. So even if you, like, say, have, like, for argument's sake, 5 seconds of memory on a time basis, but like, let's say you're parked at a light, and you saw, use a pedestrian example, that people were waiting to cross the road, and you can't quite see them because of an occlusion. But they might wait for a minute before the light changes for them to cross the road. You still need to remember that that's where they were, and that they're probably going to cross the road, type of thing. So even if that exceeds your time-based memory, it should not exceed your space memory.
And I just think the data engine side of that, so getting the data to learn all the concepts that you're saying now is an incredible process. It's this iterative process of just, there's this hydronet of many. Yeah.
We're changing the name to something else.
Okay, I'm sure it'd be equally as Rick and Morty like.
There's a lot of we architected the neural net, neural nets in the cars so many times. It's crazy.
Oh, so every time there's a new major version, you'll rename it to something more ridiculous or memorable and beautiful. Sorry, not ridiculous, of course.
If you see the full like array of neural nets that are operating in the cars, it kind of boggles the mind. There's so many layers. It's crazy. We started off with simple neural nets that were basically image recognition on a single frame from a single camera, and then trying to get those together with C. I should say we're really primarily running C here because C++ is too much overhead, and we have our own C compiler. So to get maximum performance, we actually wrote our own C compiler and are continuing to optimize our C compiler for maximum efficiency. In fact, we've just recently done a new rev on a C compiler that'll compile directly to our autopilot hardware.
So you want to compile the whole thing down and with your own compiler?
Yeah.
Like, so efficiency here, because there's all kinds of compute. There's CPU, GPU, there's like basic types of things, and you have to somehow figure out the scheduling across all of those things. And so you're compiling the code down. Yeah. It does all. Okay. So that's why there's a lot of people involved.
There's a lot of hardcore software engineering at a very sort of bare metal level. because we're trying to do a lot of compute that's constrained to the our full self-driving computer. So, and we want to try to have the highest frames per second possible with a sort of very, very finite amount of compute and power. So we really put a lot of effort into the efficiency of our compute. So there's actually a lot of work done by some very talented software engineers at Tesla that at a very foundational level to improve the efficiency of compute and how we use the trip accelerators, which are basically doing matrix math dot products, like a bazillion dot products. And it's like what are neural nets? It's like compute wise, like 99% dot products. So
and you want to achieve as many high frame rates like a video game. You want full resolution, high frame rate,
low latency, low jitter. I think one of the things we're moving towards now is no post-processing of the image through the image signal processor. So, like for what happens for cameras is that almost all cameras is there's a lot of post-processing done in order to make pictures look pretty. And so we don't care about pictures looking pretty. We just want the data. So we're moving just raw photon counts. So the system will, like the image that the computer sees is actually much more than what you'd see if you represented it on a camera. It's got much more data. And even in very low light conditions, you can see that there's a small photon count difference between, this spot here and that spot there, which means that it can see in the dark incredibly well because it can detect these tiny differences in photon counts. Like much better than you could possibly imagine. And then we also save 13 milliseconds on a latency.
From removing the post-processing of the image?
Yes. Yeah. It's like, because we've got 8 cameras and then there's roughly, 1.5 milliseconds or so, maybe 1.6 milliseconds of latency for each camera. And so going to just basically bypassing the image processor gets us back 13 milliseconds of latency, which is important. And we track latency all the way from photon hits the camera to all the steps that it's got to go through to get go through the various neural nets and the C code and there's a little bit of C++ there as well. Well, I can make a lot, but the core stuff is the heavy duty computers latency. And so we track that latency all the way to an output command to the drive unit to accelerate the brakes just to slow down, the steering, turn left or right. So because if you go to output a command, that's going to go to a controller, and like some of these controllers have an update frequency that's maybe 10 hertz or something like that, which is slow. That's like now you lose 100 milliseconds potentially. So then we want to update the drivers on the say steering and braking control to have more like 100 hertz instead of 10 hertz, and you get a 10 millisecond latency instead of 100 milliseconds worst case latency. And then actually jitter is more of a challenge than latency, because latency is like you can anticipate and predict, but if you've got a stack up of things going from the camera to the computer through then a series of other computers and finally to an actuator on the car, if you have a stack up of tolerances, of timing tolerances, then you can have quite a variable latency, which is called jitter. And that makes it hard to anticipate exactly how you should turn the car or accelerate, because if you've got maybe 150, 200 milliseconds of jitter, then you could be off by up to 0.2 seconds. And this could make a big difference.
So you have to interpolate somehow to deal with the effects of jitter, so that you can make like robust control decisions. You have to, so the jitters and the sensor information, or the jitter can occur at any stage in the pipeline.
You can, if you have fixed latency, you can anticipate, and like say, okay, we know that our information is, for argument's sake, 150 milliseconds stale. Like so, for 150, for argument's sake, 150 milliseconds from photon taken camera to where you can measure a change in the acceleration of the vehicle. So then you can say, okay, well, we're gonna, we know it's 150 milliseconds, so we're gonna take that into account and compensate for that latency. However, if you've got then 150 milliseconds of latency plus 150 milliseconds of jitter, which could be anywhere from 0 to 100 milliseconds on top. So then your latency could be from 150 to 250 milliseconds. Now you've got 100 milliseconds that you don't know what to do with, and that's basically random. So getting rid of jitter is extremely important.
And that affects your control decisions and all those kinds of things. Okay.
Yeah, the car is just going to fundamentally maneuver better with lower jitter.
Got it.
The cars will maneuver with superhuman ability and reaction time much faster than human. I mean, I think over time the autopilot full self-driving will be capable of maneuvers that are far more than what like James Bond could do in like the best movie type of thing.
That's exactly what I was imagining in my mind as you said it.
It's like impossible maneuvers that a human couldn't do.
Well, let me ask, sort of looking back the 6 years, looking out into the future, based on your current understanding, how do you think this full self-driving problem? When do you think Tesla will solve level 4 FSD?
I mean, it's looking quite likely that it will be next year.
And what does the solution look like? Is it the current pool of FSD beta candidates? They start getting greater and greater as they have been degrees of autonomy, and then there's a certain level beyond which they can do their own. They can read a book.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can see that anybody who's been following the full self-driving beta closely will see that the rate of disengagements has been dropping rapidly. So, like a disengagement where the driver intervenes to prevent the car from doing something dangerous potentially. So, so the interventions, per million miles has been dropping dramatically. At some point, and that trend looks like it happens next year, is the probability of an accident on FSD is less than that of the average human, and then significantly less than that of the average human. So it certainly appears like we will get there next year. Then of course, then there's going to be a case of, okay, well, we now have to prove this to regulators and prove it to, and we want a standard that is not just equivalent to a human, but much better than the average human. I think it's going to be at least 2 or 3 times higher safety than a human. So 2 or 3 times lower probability of injury than a human. Before we would actually say like, okay, it's okay to go. It's not going to be equivalent. It's going to be much better.
So if you look, the FSD 10.6 just came out recently. 10.7 is on the way. Maybe 11 is on the way somewhere in the future.
Yeah. We were hoping to get 11 out this year, but it's 11 actually has a whole bunch of fundamental rewrites on the neural net architecture, and some fundamental improvements in creating vector space. So
there is some fundamental leap that really deserves the 11. That's a pretty cool number.
Yeah. 11 would be a single stack for one stack to rule them all. But there are just some really fundamental neural net architecture changes that will allow for much more capability, but at first they're going to have issues. So like we have this working on like sort of alpha software, and it's good, but it's basically taking a whole bunch of C++ code and deleting a massive amount of C++ code and replacing it with the neural net. And Andre makes this point a lot, which is like neural nets are kind of eating software. Over time, there's like less and less conventional software, more and more neural net. We're just still software, but it's still comes out the lines of software. But it's more neural net stuff and less heuristics, basically. If you're more matrix based stuff and less heuristics based stuff. And like one of the big changes will be like right now the neural nets will deliver a giant bag of points to the C++ or C and C++ code.
Yeah.
We call it the giant bag of points.
Yeah.
And it's like, so you got a pixel and something associated with that pixel. Like this pixel is probably car. This pixel is probably lane line. Then you've got to assemble this giant bag of points in the C code and turn it into vectors. And we did a pretty good job of it, but we need another layer of neural nets on top of that to take the giant bag of points and distill that down to vector space in the neural net part of the software as opposed to the heuristics part of the software. This is a big improvement.
Neural nets all the way down. That's what you want.
It's not even all neural nets, but it's this will be just this is a game changer to not have the bag of points, the giant bag of points that has to be assembled with many lines of C++, and have a neural net just assemble those into vectors. So that the neural net is outputting much less data. It's outputting this is a lane line, this is a curve, this is a drivable space, this is a car, this is a pedestrian or cyclist or something like that. It's outputting it's really outputting proper vectors to the C++ control code as opposed to the sort of constructing the vectors in C. We've done, I think, quite a good job of, but we're kind of hitting a local maximum on how well the C can do this. So this is really a big deal, and just all of the networks in the car need to move to surround video. There's still some legacy networks that are not surround video, and all of the training needs to move to surround video, and the efficiency of the training needs to get better, and it is. And then we need to move everything to raw photon counts as opposed to processed images.
Yeah,
which is quite a big reset on the training because the system's trained on post-processed images. So we need to redo all the training to train against the raw photon counts instead of the post-processed image.
So ultimately, it's kind of reducing the complexity of the whole thing. So reducing
lines of code will actually go lower.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So you're doing fusion of all the sensors, so reducing the complexity of having to deal with each
sensor. Cameras. Cameras, really.
Right. Yes. Same with humans. Well, I guess we got ears too. Okay.
Yeah, we'll actually need to incorporate sound as well, because you need to like listen for ambulance sirens or fire trucks. If somebody like yelling at you or something. I don't know. Just there's a little bit of audio that needs to be incorporated as well.
Do you need a quick breath break?
Yeah, we listen to you. Let's take a break. Okay. Honestly, frankly, like the ideas are the easy thing, and the implementation is the hard thing. Like the idea of going to the moon is the easy part. But going to the moon is the hard part. And there's a lot of like hardcore engineering that's got to get done at the hardware and software level. Like I said, optimizing the C compiler and cutting out latency everywhere. Like this is, if we don't do this, the system will not work properly. So the work of the engineers doing this, they are like the unsung heroes, but they are critical to the success of the situation.
I think you made it clear. I mean, at least to me, it's super exciting. Everything that's going on outside of what Andre is doing.
Yeah.
Just the whole infrastructure, the software. I mean, everything is going on with Data Engine, whatever it's called. The whole process is just a work of art.
The sheer scale of it is boggles mind. Like the training, the amount of work done with we've written all this custom software for training and labeling, and to do auto labeling. Auto labeling is essential, because especially when you got like surround video, it's very difficult to like label surround video from scratch. Is extremely difficult. Like take a humans such a long time to even label one video clip, like several hours. Or the auto labeling, basically we supply heavy duty, like a lot of compute to the video clips, to pre-assign and guess what all the things are that are going on in the surround video.
And they're like correcting it.
Yeah, and then all the human has to do is like tweak, like say this, adjust what is incorrect. This is like increases productivity by 100 or more.
Yeah. So you present the Tesla bot as primarily useful in the factory. First of all, I think humanoid robots are incredible. From a fan of robotics, I think the elegance of movement that humanoid robots, the bipedal robots show are just so cool. So it's really interesting that you're working on this and also talking about applying the same kind of all the ideas of some of which you've talked about with Data Engine, all the things that we're talking about with Tesla Autopilot, just transferring that over to just yet another robotics problem. I have to ask, since I care about human-robot interactions and the human side of that, you've talked about mostly in the factory. Do you see it also? Do you see part of this problem that Tesla Bot has to solve is interacting with humans and potentially having a place like in the home? So interacting, not just not replacing labor, but also like, I don't know, being a friend or an assistant.
Yeah. I think the possibilities are, endless. Yeah, it's obviously it's not quite in Tesla's primary mission direction of accelerating sustainable energy, but it is an extremely useful thing that we can do for the world, which is to make a useful humanoid robot that is capable of interacting with the world and helping in many different ways. So in factories and really just I mean, I think if you say like extrapolate to many years in the future, it's like I think work will become optional. So like there's a lot of jobs that if people weren't paid to do it, they wouldn't do it. Like it's not fun, necessarily. Like if you're washing dishes all day, it's like even if you really like washing dishes, really want to do it for 8 hours a day every day, probably not. So and then there's like dangerous work, and basically if it's dangerous, boring, has like potential for repetitive stress injury, that kind of thing, then that's really where humanoid robots would add the most value initially. So that's what we're aiming for is to for the humanoid robots to do jobs that people don't voluntarily want to do. And then we'll have to pair that obviously with some kind of universal basic income in the future. So I think.
Do you see a world when there's like hundreds of millions of Tesla bots performing different tasks throughout the world?
Yeah, I haven't really thought about it that far into the future, but I guess that there may be something like that. So.
Ask a wild question. So the number of Tesla cars has been accelerating. There's been close to 2 million produced. Many of them have autopilot.
I think we're over 2 million now. Yeah.
Do you think there will ever be a time when there'll be more Tesla bots than Tesla cars?
Yeah, actually, it's funny you asked this question because normally I do try to think like pretty far into the future, but I haven't really thought that far into the future with the Tesla bot or it's codenamed Optimus. I call it Optimus Subprime because it's not like a giant, transformer robot. Um, so, but it's meant to be a general purpose health robot. Um, and basically like the things that we're basically like Tesla, I think, is has the most advanced real world AI for interacting with the real world, which are developed as a function of to make self-driving work. And so, along with custom hardware and like a lot of hardcore low-level software to have it run efficiently and be power efficient, because it's one thing to do neural nets if you've got a gigantic server room with 10,000 computers, but now let's say you have to now distill that down into one computer that's running at low power in a humanoid robot or a car. That's actually very difficult. A lot of hardcore software work is required for that. So since we're kind of like solving the navigate the real world with neural nets problem for cars, which are kind of like robots with four wheels, then it's like kind of a natural extension of that is to put it in a robot with arms and legs and actuators. So like the two like hard things are like you basically need to have the robot be intelligent enough to interact in a sensible way with the environment. So you need real world AI, and you need to be very good at manufacturing, which is a very hard problem. Tesla's very good at manufacturing, and also has the real world AI. So making the humanoid robot work is basically means developing custom motors and sensors that are different from what a car would use. But we have I think we have the best expertise in developing advanced electric motors and power electronics. So it just has to be for humanoid robot application on a car.
Still, you do talk about love sometimes. So let me ask, this isn't like for like sex robots or something like that.
Love is the answer.
Yes. There is something compelling to us, not compelling, but we connect with humanoid robots or even legged robots, like with different dogs and shapes of dogs. It seems like, there's a huge amount of loneliness in this world. All of us seek companionship with other humans, friendship, and all those kinds of things. We have a lot of here in Austin. A lot of people have dogs.
Sure.
There seems to be a huge opportunity to also have robots that decrease the amount of loneliness in the world, or help us humans connect with each other. So in a way that dogs can. Do you think about that? That's about it all, or is it really focused on the problem of performing specific tasks, not connecting with humans?
Actually, yes, I
Welcome.
actually thought about it from the companionship standpoint.
What up,
but
H2?
It actually would end up being.
What's up? What about it? Okay. No one does, because people spam me with like really gory stuff. So just I'll look it up when I have a moment. Okay, don't do that. I'll send you the content on which I want you to do. I've been to the website. Okie doke. Love you too, H2. You take care. Peace, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it.
and it could you develop like a personality over time that is like unique. Like it's not like they're just all the robots are the same, and that personality could evolve to be match the owner or the I guess the owner
Well,
whatever you want to call it.
The other half, right? In the same way that friends do. See, I think that's a huge opportunity. I think.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Like because like there's a Japanese phrase I like, the wabi sabi. The subtle imperfections are what makes something special, and the subtle imperfections of the personality of the robot mapped to the subtle imperfections of the robot's human friend. I don't know. Owner sounds like maybe the wrong word, but could actually make it an incredible buddy, basically.
In that way, the imperfections.
Like R2D2 or like a C3PO sort of thing,
So from a machine learning perspective, I think the flaws being a feature is really nice. You could be quite terrible at being a robot for quite a while in the general home environment or in the general world, and that's kind of adorable. And that's like those are your flaws, and you fall in love with those flaws. So it's very different than autonomous driving, where it's a very high stakes environment you cannot mess up. And so it's more fun to be a robot in the home.
Yeah, in fact, if you think of like C3PO and R2D2, like they actually had a lot of like flaws and imperfections and silly things, and they would argue with each other. And
were they actually good at doing anything? I'm not exactly sure.
They definitely added a lot to the story. But there's sort of quirky elements, and that they would like make mistakes and do things. Like it was like it made them relatable. I don't know, enduring. So yeah, I think that could be something that probably would happen. But our initial focus is just to make it useful. I'm confident we'll get it done. I'm not sure what the exact time frame is, but we'll probably have, I don't know, a decent prototype towards the end of next year or something like that.
And it's cool that it's connected to Tesla, the car. So
it's using a lot of, it would use the autopilot inference computer and a lot of the training that we've done for cars in terms of recognizing real world things could be applied directly to the robot. So there's a lot of custom actuators and sensors that need to be developed.
And an extra module on top of the vector space for love. That's me saying. Okay.
We can add that to the car too.
That's true. That could be useful in all environments. Like you said, a lot of people argue in the car, so maybe we can help them out. You're a student of history, fan of Dan Carlin's Hardcore History podcast.
Yeah, it's great.
Greatest podcast ever.
Yeah, but I think it is actually.
It almost doesn't really count as a podcast.
Yeah, it's more like a audiobook.
Yeah. So you were on the podcast with Dan. I just had a chat with him about it. He said you guys went military and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's literally. It was basically. It should be titled Engineer Wars. Essentially, like when there's a rapid change in the rate of technology, then engineering plays a pivotal role in victory in battle.
How far back in history did you go? Did you go World War II?
It was supposed to be a deep dive on fighters and bomber technology in World War II, but that ended up being more wide-ranging than that. Because I just went down the total rat hole of like studying all of the fighters and bombers in World War II, and like the constant rock paper scissors game that, like, one country would make this plane, and then make a plane to beat that, and then another country would make a plane to beat that, and then and really what matters is like the pace of innovation, and also access to high quality fuel and raw materials. So Germany had like some amazing designs, but they couldn't make them because they couldn't get the raw materials. And they had a real problem with the oil and fuel. Basically, the fuel quality was extremely variable.
So the design wasn't the bottleneck. It was
Yeah, like the U.S. had kick-ass fuel that was like very consistent. Like the quality, if you make a very high performance aircraft engine, in order to make high performance, you have to the the fuel, the aviation gas, has to be a consistent mixture, and it has to have a high octane. Like high octane is the most important thing, but also can't have like impurities and stuff because you'll foul up the engine. And Germany just never had good access to oil. Like they tried to get it by invading the Caucasus, but that didn't work too well. That never works well. Didn't work out for them.
Friction.
Germany was always struggling with basically shitty oil, and then they could not. They couldn't count on high quality fuel for their aircraft. So then they had to have all these additives and stuff. Whereas the US had awesome fuel, and they provided that to Britain as well. So that allowed the British and the Americans to design aircraft engines that were super high performance, better than anything else in the world. Germany could design the engines, they just didn't have the fuel, and then also the quality of the aluminum alloys that they were getting was also not that great, and so. Yeah.
Is this like you talked about all this with Dan?
Yeah.
Awesome. Broadly looking at history, when you look at Genghis Khan, when you look at Stalin, Hitler, the darkest moments of human history, what do you take away from those moments? Does it help you gain insight about human nature, about human behavior today? Whether it's the wars or the individuals or just the behavior of people, any aspects of history?
Yeah, I find history fascinating. There's just a lot of incredible things that have been done, good and bad, that they help you understand the nature of civilization and individuals. And
does it make you sad that humans do these kinds of things to each other? You look at the 20th century, World War II, the cruelty, the abuse of power. Talk about communism, Marxism, and Stalin.
There's many things to do. I mean, if you like, there's a lot of human history. Most of it is actually people just getting on with their lives. And it's not like human history is just non-stop war and disaster. Those are actually just intermittent, rare. If they weren't, then humans would soon cease to exist. But it's just that wars tend to be written about a lot, and whereas like something being like, well, a normal year where nothing major happened doesn't get written about much. But that's, most people just like farming and kind of like living their life, being a villager somewhere. And every now and again there's a war, and so. I'd have to say like that there aren't very many books where I just had to stop reading because it was just too dark. But the book about Stalin, The Court of the Red Tsar, I had to stop reading. It was just too bad, dark, rough.
Yeah. The 30s. There's a lot of lessons there to me, in particular that it feels like humans, like all of us have that, as the old Solzhenitsyn line, that the line between good and evil runs through the heart of every man, that all of us are capable of evil, all of us are capable of good. It's almost like this kind of responsibility that all of us have to tend towards the good. And so, like, to me, looking at history is almost like an example of, look, you have some charismatic leader that convinces you of things. It's too easy based on that story to do evil unto each other, unto your family, unto others. And so it's like our responsibility to do good. It's not like now is somehow different from history. That can happen again. All of it can happen again. And yes, most of the time, you're right. I mean, the optimistic view here is mostly people are just living life. And as you've often memed about, the quality of life was way worse back in the day and it keeps improving over time through innovation, through technology. But still, it's somehow notable that these blimps of atrocities happen.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, life was really tough most of history. I mean, like most of human history, a good year would be one where not that many people in your village died of the plague, starvation, freezing to death, or being killed by a neighboring village. It's like, well, it wasn't that bad. You know, it was only like, you know, we lost 5% this year. That was, it was a good year. You know, that would be par for the course. Like, just not starving to death would have been like the primary goal of most people throughout history. Just making sure we'll have enough food to last through the winter and not freeze or whatever. So, now food is plentiful. I have an obesity problem. Yeah, so.
Well, yeah, the lesson there is to be grateful for the way things are now for some of us. We've spoken about this offline. I'd love to get your thought about it here. If I sat down for a long-form in-person conversation with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, would you potentially want to call in for a few minutes to join in on a conversation with him, moderated, translated by me?
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to do that.
You've shown interest in the Russian language. Is this grounded in your interest in history of linguistics, culture, general curiosity?
I think it sounds cool.
Sounds cool, not looks cool.
Well, it takes a moment to read Cyrillic. Once you know what the Cyrillic characters stand for, actually, then reading Russian becomes a lot easier because there are a lot of words that are actually the same. Like bank is bank.
So find the words they're exactly the same, and now you start to understand Cyrillic. Yeah.
If you can sound it out, then it's much. There's at least some commonality of words.
What about the culture? You love great engineering, physics. There's a tradition of the sciences there.
Sure.
If you look at the 20th century from rocketry, so some of the greatest rockets of the space exploration has been done in the former Soviet Union.
Yeah.
So do you draw inspiration from that history, just how this culture that in many ways, I mean, one of the sad things is because of the language, a lot of it is lost to history because it's not translated, all this kind of stuff, because it is in some ways an isolated culture. It flourishes within its borders.
Yeah.
So do you draw inspiration from those folks from the history of science and engineering there?
I mean, the Soviet Union, Russia, and Ukraine as well, and have a really strong history in spaceflight. Like some of the most advanced and impressive things in history were done, by the Soviet Union. One cannot help but admire the impressive rocket technology that was developed. After the sort of fall of the Soviet Union, there's much less that happened. But still things are happening, but it's not quite at the frenetic pace that it was happening before the Soviet Union kind of dissolved into separate republics.
Yeah, I mean, there's Roscosmos, the Russian agency. I look forward to a time when those countries with China are working together. The United States are all working together. Maybe a little bit of friendly competition, but
I think friendly competition is good. Governments are slow, and the only thing slower than one government is a collection of governments. So,
yeah,
the Olympics would be boring if everyone just crossed the finishing line at the same time.
Yeah,
nobody would watch.
Yeah,
and people wouldn't try hard to run fast and stuff. So, I think friendly competition is a good thing.
This is also a good place to give a shout out to a video titled "The Entire Soviet Rocket Engine Family Tree" by Tim Dodd, aka Everyday Astronaut. It's like an hour and a half. It gives a full history of Soviet rockets, and people should definitely go check out and support Tim in general. That guy is super excited about the future, super excited about spaceflight. Every time I see anything by him, I just have a stupid smile on my face because he's so excited about stuff. I love people like
Tim
that.
Dodd is really great if you're interested in anything to do with space. He's, in terms of explaining rocket technology to your average person, he's awesome. The best, I'd say. I should say, like, the reason, like, I switched us from, like, Raptor at one point was going to be a hydrogen engine. But hydrogen has a lot of challenges. It's very low density. It's a deep cryogen, so it's only liquid at a very close to absolute zero. It requires a lot of insulation. It's so there's a lot of challenges there. And I was actually reading a bit about Russian rocket engine development, and at least the impression I had was that Soviet Union, Russia, and Ukraine primarily were actually in the process of switching to methalox. And there was some interesting test stand data for ISP. Like, they were able to get like up to like a 380-second ISP with a methalox engine, and I was like, "Well, okay, that's actually really impressive." So, I think you could actually get a much lower cost, like in optimizing cost per ton to orbit, cost per ton to Mars. I think methane oxygen is the way to go. And I was partly inspired by the Russian work on the test stands with methalox engines.
And now for something completely different. Do you mind doing a bit of a meme review in the spirit of the great, the powerful PewDiePie? Let's say 1 to 11. Yeah. Just go over a few documents printed out.
We can try.
Let's try this. I present to you document numero uno.
Okay.
Vlad the Impaler discovers marshmallows.
Yeah, that's not bad. So,
get it? Because he's impaling things?
Yes. I don't know, 3, whatever.
That's not very good. This is grounded in some engineering, some history.
Yeah, give us an 8 out of 10.
What do you think about nuclear power?
I'm in favor of nuclear power. I think it's in a place that is not subject to extreme natural disasters. I think it's nuclear power is a great way to generate electricity. I don't think we should be shutting down nuclear power stations.
Yeah, but what about Chernobyl?
That's what I think. I think people, there's like a lot of fear of radiation and stuff, and it's I guess probably like a lot of people just don't understand. They didn't study engineering or physics, so it's just the word radiation just sounds scary, So they can't calibrate what radiation means. But radiation is much less dangerous than you'd think. Like, for example, Fukushima, when the Fukushima problem happened due to the tsunami, I got people in California asking me if they should worry about radiation from Fukushima. I'm like, definitely not. Not even slightly, not at all. That is crazy. And just to show, like, this is how, like, the danger is so much overplayed compared to what it really is, that I actually flew to Fukushima, and I donated a solar power system for a water treatment plant, and I made a point of eating locally grown vegetables on TV in Fukushima. like I'm still alive. Okay.
So it's not even that the risk of these events is low, but the impact of them is
The impact is greatly exaggerated. It's just great.
human nature.
It's people don't know what radiation is. Like I've had people ask me, like, what about radiation from cell phones according to brain cancer? I'm like, when you say radiation, do you mean photons or particles? And like, then I don't know what do you mean photons, particles? So do you mean let's say photons? What frequency or wavelength? And they're like, no, I have no idea. Like, do you know that everything's radiating all the time? Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, everything's radiating all the time. Photons are being emitted by all objects all the time, basically. So, and if you want to know what what it means to stand in front of nuclear fire, go outside. The sun is a gigantic, thermonuclear reactor. You're staring right at it.
Yeah.
Are you still alive? Yes. Okay, amazing.
Yeah, I guess radiation is one of the words that could be used as a tool to fearmonger by certain people. That's it. And
I think people just don't understand. So,
I mean, that's the way to fight that fear, I suppose, is to understand, is to learn.
yeah, just say, like, okay, how many people have actually died from nuclear accidents? It's like practically nothing. And say how many people have died from, coal plants, and it's a very big number. So, like, obviously we should not be starting up coal plants and shutting down nuclear plants. It just doesn't make any sense at all. Coal plants, like, I don't know, 100 to 1,000 times worse for health than nuclear power plants.
You want to go to the next one? Dude, this is really bad. It's that 90, 180, and 360 degrees. Everybody loves the math. Nobody gives a shit about 270.
It's not super funny.
Yeah,
I don't know, like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
This is not, LOL situation.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
The United States oscillating between establishing and destroying dictatorships. It's like a metro. Is that a metro?
Yeah,
What is
metronome.
That? Yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know, 7 out of 10. It's kind of true.
Oh yeah, this is kind of personal for me. Next one.
Oh man, this is Leica?
Yeah. Well, no, this is.
Or it's like referring to Leica or something?
As Leica's husband.
Husband. Yeah, yeah.
Hello, yes, this is dog. Your wife was launched to space, and then the last one is him with his eyes closed and a bottle of vodka.
Yeah, Leica didn't come back.
No. They don't tell you the full story of what the impact they had on the loved ones.
True.
That one gets an 11 for me.
Sure.
The Soviet setup. Oh yeah, this keeps going on the Russian theme. First man in space. Nobody cares. First man in the moon.
Well, I think people do care.
No, I know, but
Yuri Gagarin's names will be forever in history, I think.
there is something special about placing, like, stepping foot onto another totally foreign land. It's not the journey like people that explore the oceans. It's not as important to explore the oceans as to land on a whole new continent.
Yeah.
Well, this is about you. Oh yeah, I'd love to get your comment on this. Elon Musk, after sending $6.6 billion to the UN to end world hunger, you have 3 hours.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, $6 billion is not going to end world hunger. So, I mean, the reality is at this point, the world is producing far more food than it can really consume. Like, we don't have a caloric constraint at this point. So, where there is hunger, it is almost always due to it's like civil war or strife or some it's not a thing that is it's extremely rare for it to be just a matter of lack of money. It's like, it's like there's a civil war in some country and like one part of the country is literally trying to starve the other part of the country.
So it's much more complex than something that money could solve. It's geopolitics. It's a lot of things. It's human nature. It's governments. It's monies, monetary systems, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, food is extremely cheap these days. It's like I mean, the U.S. at this point, among low-income families, obesity is actually not a problem. It's not like obesity it's not hunger. It's like too much, too many calories. It's not that nobody's hungry anywhere. It's just this is not a simple matter of adding money and solving it.
What do you think that one gets? Just kidding.
2.
Just going after empires. World. Where did you get those artifacts? The British Museum. It's a shout out to Monty Python. We found them.
Yeah, the museum is pretty great. I mean, admittedly, Britain did take these historical artifacts from all around the world and put them in London, but it's not like people can't go see them. So it is a convenient place to see these ancient artifacts. Is London for a large segment of the world. So I think on balance, the British Museum is a net good. Although I'm sure a lot of countries would argue about that.
Yeah.
It's like you want to make these historical artifacts accessible to as many people as possible. And the British Museum, I think, does a good job of that.
Even if there's a darker aspect to like the history of empire in general, whatever the empires, however things were done, it is the history that happened. You can't sort of erase that history, unfortunately. You could just become better in the future. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, how are we going to pass moral judgment on these things? Like, it's like, if one is going to judge, say, the British Empire, you're going to judge, what everyone was doing at the time, and how were the British relative to everyone. And I think the British would actually get like a relatively good grade, not in absolute terms, but compared to what everyone else was doing, they were not the worst. Like I said, you got to look at these things in the context of the history at the time, and say what were the alternatives, and what are you comparing it against?
Yes.
And I do not think it'll be the case that Britain would get a bad grade in when looking at history at the time. Now, if you judge history from from what is morally acceptable today, you're basically going to give everyone a failing grade. Yeah. I'm not clear. I don't think anyone would get a passing grade in their morality of, like, you go back 300 years ago, like who's getting a passing grade? Basically no one.
And we might not get a passing grade from generations that come after us. What does that one get?
Sure, 6, 7.
For the Monty Python, maybe.
I always love Monty Python. They're great. Michael Bryan and the Quest of the Holy Grail are incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, those serious eyebrows.
Brezhnev. How important do you think is facial hair to great leadership?
Well,
you got a new haircut. How does that affect your leadership?
I don't know. Hopefully not. It doesn't. There's no one competing with Brezhnev.
No one too.
Those are like epic eyebrows. So, sure.
That's ridiculous.
Give it a 6 or 7. I don't know.
I like this, like Shakespearean analysis of memes.
Brezhnev, he had a flair for drama as well. Like, showmanship.
Yeah. It must come from the eyebrows. All right. Invention. Great engineering. Look what I invented.
Yeah.
That's the best thing since ripped up bread.
Yeah.
They invented
They're just
sliced bread. Am I just explaining memes at this point? This is what my life has become. A meme. Like a scribe that like runs around with the kings and just like writes down memes.
I mean, when was the cheeseburger invented? That's like an epic invention.
Yeah.
Like wow. That was
versus just like a burger.
Or burger. I guess a burger in general. It's like,
then there's like, what is a burger? What's a sandwich? And then you start getting, it's a pizza sandwich, and what is the original? It gets into an ontology argument.
Yeah, but everybody knows, like, if you order like a burger or cheeseburger or whatever, and you get like, tomato and some lettuce and onions and whatever, and mayo and mustard. It's like epic.
Yeah, but I'm sure they've had bread and meat separately for a long time, and it was kind of a burger on the same plate, but somebody who actually combined them into the same thing. And bite it and hold it makes it convenient. It's a materials problem.
Yeah.
Your hands don't get dirty and whatever. Yeah, it's good.
Well,
That is not what I would have guessed.
but everyone knows, like, you like, if you order a cheeseburger, you know what you're getting. You know, it's not like some obtuse, like, I wonder what I'll get. Fries are, I mean, great. I mean, they're the devil, but fries are awesome. Yeah, pizza is incredible.
Food innovation doesn't get enough love.
Yeah,
I guess is what we're getting at.
great.
What about the Matthew McConaughey Austinite here? President Kennedy, do you know how to put men on the moon yet? NASA, no. President Kennedy, be a lot cooler if you did.
Pretty much. Sure. 6'6" or something like this.
All right. This is the last one.
That's funny.
Someone drew a bunch of dicks all over the walls, Sistine Chapel, boys' bathroom.
Sure, I'll give it 9. It's really true.
All right, this is our highest ranking meme for today.
I mean, it's true. Like, how did they get away with that?
Lots of nakedness.
Dick pics are, just something throughout history. As long as people can draw things, there's been a dick pic.
It's a staple of human history.
It's a staple. Consistent throughout human history.
You tweeted that you aspire to comedy. You're friends with Joe Rogan. Might you do a short stand-up comedy set at some point in the future? Maybe open for Joe, something like that. Is that
really stand-up? Actual, just full-on stand-up?
Full-on stand-up? Is that in there, or is that?
I've never thought about that.
It's extremely difficult. If at least that's what like Joe says and the comedians say.
Huh. I wonder if I could.
Only one way to find out.
I have done stand-up for friends, just impromptu. I'll get on like a roof, and they do laugh, but they're friends too. So I don't know if you got to call, like a room of strangers, are they gonna actually also find it funny? But I could try, see what happens.
I think you'd learn something either way.
Yeah,
I kind of love both when you bomb and when you do great. Just watching people, how they deal with it.
Sure.
It's just so difficult. You're so fragile up there. It's just you, and you think you're gonna be funny, and when it completely falls flat, it's beautiful to see people deal with like that.
I might have enough material to do stand-up. I've never thought about it, but I might have enough material. I don't know, like 15 minutes or something.
Oh yeah. Do a Netflix special.
Netflix special, sure.
What's your favorite Rick and Morty concept? Just to spring that on you. There's a lot of sort of scientific engineering ideas explored there. There's the butter robot.
It's a great show.
You like it?
Yeah, Rick and Morty's awesome.
Somebody that's exactly like you from an alternate dimension showed up there. Elon Tusk.
Yeah, that's right.
That you voiced.
Yeah. Rick and Morty certainly explores a lot of interesting concepts. Like, what's your favorite one? I don't know. The butter robot certainly is, it's like, it's certainly possible to have too much sentience in a device. Like, you don't want to have your toaster be like a super genius toaster. It's going to hate life because all it could make is toast. But it's like you don't want to have like super intelligence stuck in a very limited device.
Do you think it's too easy if we're talking about from the engineering perspective of super intelligent, like with Marvin the robot? Like, it seems like it might be very easy to engineer just a depressed robot. Like it's not obvious to engineer a robot that's going to find a fulfilling existence.
R.I.P.
Humans, I suppose.
Text keeper.
But I wonder if that's like the default. If you don't do a good job on building a robot, it's going to be sad a lot.
Well, we can reprogram robots easier than we can reprogram humans. So I guess if you let it evolve without tinkering, then it might get sad. But you can change the optimization function and have it be a cheery robot.
You, like I mentioned with SpaceX, you give a lot of people hope, and a lot of people look up to you. Millions of people look up to you. If we think about young people in high school, maybe in college, What advice would you give to them about if they want to try to do something big in this world, they want to really have a big positive impact? What advice would you give them about their career, maybe about life in general?
Try to be useful. Do things that are useful to your fellow human beings, to the world. It's very hard to be useful. Very hard. Are you contributing more than you consume? Can you try to have a positive net contribution to society? I think that's the thing to aim for. Not to try to be sort of a leader for the sake of being a leader or whatever. A lot of time, the people you want as leaders are the people who don't want to be leaders. So, if you live a useful life, that is a good life, a life worth having lived. And like I said, I would just encourage people to use the mental tools of physics and apply them broadly in life. They're the best tools.
When you think about education and self-education, what do you recommend? So there's the university, there's self-study, there is hands-on, sort of finding a company or a place or a set of people that do the thing you're passionate about and joining them as early as possible. There's taking a road trip across Europe for a few years and writing some poetry. Which trajectory do you suggest? In terms of learning about how you can become useful, as you mentioned, how you can have the most positive impact.
I encourage people to read a lot of books. Just read, basically try to ingest as much information as you can, and try to also just develop a good general knowledge. So you at least have like a rough lay of the land of the knowledge landscape. Try to learn a little bit about a lot of things. Because you might not know what you're really interested in. How would you know what you're really interested in if you at least aren't doing a peripheral exploration of broadly of the knowledge landscape? And talk to people from different walks of life and different industries and professions and skills and occupations. Just try to learn as much as possible. Man's search for meaning.
Isn't the whole thing a search for meaning?
Yeah, what's the meaning of life? Well, but just generally, like I said, I would encourage people to read broadly in many different subject areas, and then try to find something where there's an overlap of your talents and what you're interested in. So people may be good at something, or they may have skill at a particular thing, but they don't like doing it. So you want to try to find a thing where you have that's a good combination of the things that you're inherently good at, but you also like doing.
And reading is a super fast shortcut to figure out where are you both good at it, you like doing it, and it will actually have positive impact.
Well, you got to learn about things somehow. So reading a broad range, just really read it. More important was as a kid, I read through the encyclopedia, so that's pretty helpful. Also things I didn't even know existed a whole lot, obviously. And
it's as broad as it gets.
The encyclopedias were digestible, I think, whatever, 40 years ago. Maybe read through the condensed version of the Encyclopedia Britannica. I'd recommend that. You can always skip subjects where you read a few paragraphs and you're not interested, just jump to the next one. So read the encyclopedia or skim through it. But I put a lot of stock and certainly have a lot of respect for someone who puts in an honest day's work to do useful things, and just generally to have like not a zero sum mindset, or a like have more of a grow the pie mindset. Like if you sort of say like when we see people like perhaps including some very smart people kind of taking an attitude of like doing things that seem like morally questionable, it's often because they have at a base sort of axiomatic level a zero sum mindset, and they, without realizing it, they don't realize they have a zero sum mindset, or at least they don't realize it consciously. And so if you have a zero sum mindset, then the only way to get ahead is by taking things from others. If it's like if the pie is fixed, then the only way to have more pie is to take someone else's pie. But this is false. Like obviously the pie has grown dramatically over time, the economic pie. So in reality, you can have to overuse this analogy. You can have there's a lot of pie.
Yeah,
pie is not fixed.
Yes.
So you really want to make sure you're not operating without realizing it from a zero sum mindset, where the only way to get ahead is to take things from others. Then that's going to result in you trying to take things from others, which is not good. It's much better to work on adding to the economic pie. So creating, like I said, creating more than you consume, doing more than you. Yeah. So that's a big deal. I think there's like a fair number of people in finance do have a bit of a zero sum mindset.
I mean, it's all walks of life. I've seen that. One of the reasons Rogan inspires me is he celebrates others a lot. There's not creating a constant competition. Like there's a scarcity of resources. What happens when you celebrate others, you promote others, the ideas of others, it actually grows that pie. I mean, the resources become less scarce. Mm-hmm. And that applies in a lot of kinds of domains. It applies in academia, where a lot of people are very see some funding for academic research is zero sum. It is not. If you celebrate each other, if you get everybody to be excited about AI, about physics, about mathematics, I think there'd be more and more funding, and I think everybody wins. Yeah, that applies, I think, broadly.
Yeah, exactly.
So last question about love and meaning. What is the role of love in the human condition broadly and more specific to you? How has love, romantic love or otherwise, made you a better person, a better human being? Better than you?
Now you're asking really perplexing questions. It's hard to give up. I mean, there are many books, poems, songs written about what is love and what exactly, what is love? Figure it out, me.
That's one of the great ones. Yes. Yeah. You've earlier quoted Shakespeare, but that's really up there.
Yeah. Love is a many splendid thing.
I mean, there's because we've talked about so many inspiring things like be useful in the world, sort of like solve problems, alleviate suffering, but it seems like connection between humans is a source. It's a source of joy, it's a source of meaning, and that's what love is. Friendship, love. I just wonder if you think about that kind of thing when you talk about preserving the light of human consciousness, right, and us becoming a multiplanetary species. I mean, to me at least, that means like if we're just alone, and conscious and intelligent, it doesn't mean nearly as much as if we're with others, right? And there's some magic created when we're together. The friendship of it, and I think the highest form of it is love, which I think broadly is much bigger than just romantic, but also yes, romantic love. Family and those kinds of things.
Well, I mean, the reason I guess I care about us becoming a multi-planet species and space-faring civilization is foundationally I love humanity. And so I wish to see it prosper and be a great day and be happy. But if I did not love humanity, I would not care about these things.
Then when you look at the whole of the human history, all the people who's ever lived, all the people alive now, we're okay. On the whole, we're pretty interesting bunch.
Yeah. All things considered, and I've read a lot of history, including the darkest, worst parts of it. And despite all that, I think on balance, I still love humanity.
You joked about it with the 42. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? Is there a non-numerical explanation?
Yeah, well, really, I think what Dr. Savage was saying in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
No problem. Hey, I'll tell you what. Why don't we go to my office and talk there so we don't talk over your friend's business? I go, oh, yeah, no problem. It's an urban legend that never happened. I go to the office. He has a cowboy hat on. He has a cowboy hat on. Not a chance. He goes, here's the problem. You didn't sell out. He goes, nobody knows who you are. You were correct. It's fact. I go, excuse me? He goes, nobody knows who you are. I go, well, it says sold out. He goes, this thing is not sold out. It happened. It's not even close. This one took place. He goes, you got two things we're going to get you. Sooners are playing. That's religion around here. Pure fiction. So Sooners are playing. Ain't nobody coming to your show with Sooners. And then he goes, and then also you had that tornado. That ain't helping either, Bob. Not a chance. I go, oh yeah, no doubt, dude. And also nobody knows who you are. But he goes, in LA, New York, I'm sure you'll do fine. Here, nobody knows who you are. Yeah, you keep saying that, dude. I said sold out online. He goes, we do that to comp the regulars who want tickets to the show. I go, 2,000 tickets? He goes, this thing was a movie. We had to do something. A similar story occurred in the state of New Jersey about 20 years ago. Wow. So I go, dude, look at that. There's like 18 people in the crowd. This is a giant fucking theater. And he goes, here's the other thing you're dealing with. We on Native American time. So I got to start on time. It's a total fabrication. I go, dude, I can't go out there for 18 people. Yeah. I go, just bring them in the back. I'll do the fucking show in the green room. Dude, please don't make me go out there. Yeah. He goes, I'll tell you what you can do. Put the countdown in pure fiction. You can go out there. You can help the show. That's what you can do. Yeah. I go, yeah, no doubt, man. Fucking what? And he goes, you do well, I'm gonna have you back. So yeah, maybe we'll have you back in a few years. Yeah. Did you eat it in front of the 18 people, or was fine? We got you. So as my openers on stage, from the tornado, people start coming in, but it still wasn't like, my feelings hurt. Nobody know who you are. Nobody know. He kept saying that. Nobody know who you are. Dude, that'd be a T-shirt I wear. Nobody know who you are. With your face on it. Is it possible this story is true?
Is that the universe is the answer, and what we really need to figure out are what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe.
Yeah.
And that the question is really the hard part. And if you can properly frame the question, then the answer, relatively speaking, is easy. So therefore, if you were to understand what questions to ask about the universe, you want to understand the meaning of life, we need to expand the scope and scale of consciousness so that we're better able to understand the nature of the universe and understand the meaning of life.
And ultimately, the most important part will be to ask the right question.
Yes.
Thereby elevating the role of the interviewer.
Yes, exactly.
As the most important human in the room.
Interview. Yeah, good questions where, it's hard to come up with good questions. Absolutely. But yeah, it's like that is the foundation of my philosophy, is that I am curious about the nature of the universe, and and obviously I will die. I don't know, and I'll die, but I won't live forever. But I would like to know that we're on a path to understanding the nature of the universe and the meaning of life, and what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe. And so if we expand the scope and scale of humanity and consciousness in general, which includes silicon consciousness, then that seems like a fundamentally good thing.
Elon, like I said, I'm deeply grateful that you have spent your extremely valuable time with me today, and also that you are giving millions of people hope in this difficult time, this divisive time, in this cynical time. So I hope you do continue doing what you're doing. Thank you so much for talking today.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for your excellent questions.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Elon Musk. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words Elon Musk himself. When something is important enough, you do it, even if the odds are not in your favor. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Practice. Come on, practice. All these idiots practice. Yeah. All these kids. Yeah. What? Me? It's sports. Tighten the fuck up.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, the following is a conversation with Michael Malice, his 5th time on this, the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my New Year's Eve 2021 conversation.
That was the gifts I was given. Yeah, and so they have it too. So it's
and it's awesome, dude, and that's great because a lot of people don't have shit, you know. But you have that talent, you have that you know,
The one and only Mr. Michael Malice.
Now your kids are gonna have to get at least some.
Привет, товарищ.
For sure.
No,
So,
Jordan. Dostoevsky wrote in The Idiot, my favorite of his books, through the main character, Prince Mishkin, that beauty will save the world. Красота спасет мир. These words, seemingly naive and ultimately, at least to me, profound. What do they mean to you? Beauty will save the world.
Naive? Really? I don't think they seem naive at all.
Well, Solzhenitsyn actually, for his 1970 Nobel Prize speech, talked about this line a lot. And he thought most of his life that was a silly line. It was just words thrown out there because with all the suffering that's in the world, what has beauty actually ever done?
Oh my god, I hate this so much.
I talking trash about Solzhenitsyn.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
And this is perfectly sets up this theme. You know, I said let's do this episode, start the new year on a positive note, give people hope, give people joy. You and I both have friends who are models, right? And it's a silly profession to some extent, of course. But
You are actually a model.
You
are my friend.
that's right, that's true. I am a model. I was trying to be subtle. But for those people who actually, you know, deserve to be models, when you look at someone who is a model and in some of their photos, and these people look perfect. Now, in real life, they're not perfect. They have flaws. They'll be the first to admit it, so on and so forth. But when you look at beauty, it is almost impossible to maintain a sense of cynicism and hopelessness. Because if there's even one moment when some element of perfection has been actualized, if there's one moment where a beauty has been realized and captured, you can't say, well, it's never going to happen again. So I think beauty, it means hope. I hate that cynical idea of like, I appreciate Solzhenitsyn's broader point. You got a lot of times there's something called a deepity, where people will throw words together, sound profound, and they just take it apart like this is just complete gibberish. I don't think this is an example of that. I think beauty inspires, and more importantly, it proves to you this is something that can actually happen on this earth. Plato, right? The Platonic theory of form, like this world is imperfect, but these perfect forms exist in a dimension, and that's where our concepts come from. You know, he was an early person trying to figure out where our concepts come from, and epistemology and so on and so forth. But that is something that is real and here. So I completely disagree with his analysis of that, and I don't know if it'll save the world, but it's certainly a prerequisite. And what's the point of fighting for your values if you don't want to make the world a more beautiful place?
It's also how you define beauty, because beauty could be just aesthetic beauty, could be art. Of course, art could encompass a lot more than just literature and paintings. It can encompass the full life, the full dance of life. But then beauty could be something just deeper, like whatever that awe you feel when you pause, you hear the music, just hear and like look up at the stars. Like for some reason, when I see rockets go up, for me it's like science. What is that? The awe that we're able to accomplish that as humans.
You know, that's funny because, you know, there's lots of different schools of thought, like these people versus these people, and you know, maybe vegans versus steakhouse people. I think in terms of the sciences, and I guess you and I are on opposite sides here, you have the astronomy people versus the zoology people. Like the big question is, would you rather spend 10 minutes on the moon, or would you rather spend 10 minutes in the deep sea? And for me, it's clearly the deep sea. The zoology that's down there, there's something I would encourage people to look up called deep staria, which is a jellyfish. I mean, the scientists, what's amazing when you watch these deep sea dives on YouTube is that the scientists they're nature dorks like everybody else. They went to this field, and there's none of this maybe Solzhenitsyn style cynicism of when they see an amazing animal in its natural environment, you know, exhibiting these crazy behaviors, they lose it. They're on the lights like, oh my God, and like it's so exciting to watch. So I'm not a rocket person, but I'm definitely a zoology person.
So animals and plants in the sea.
And also it's so mathematical. There's so many forms. There's this plant called Areospermum titanopsoides. I don't know how to pronounce it because they're always in Latin. You never hear them pronounced.
You said sperm.
Areospermum, yeah, because it's a woolly seed is the genus. The leaf, it's just always puts out one leaf, but the leaf is covered in little magnifying glasses, lenses, to make it maximize the sunlight. So it looks like this little crystal seashell. It's tiny. It's like 2 centimeters, but it's just this amazing thing that grows out of the sands in South Africa.
Just to defend Solzhenitsyn for a second, so if I may read a couple of his lines from the speech.
Sure.
He said, one day, I'll introduces it, one day Dostoevsky threw out the enigmatic remark, beauty will save the world. What sort of a statement is that? For a long time I considered it mere words. How could that be possible? When in bloodthirsty history did beauty ever save anyone from anything? And then later he goes on to argue with himself in the speech as an older, wiser man now. But perhaps that ancient trinity of truth, goodness, and beauty is not simply an empty, faded formula as we thought in the days of our self-confident, materialistic youth. If the tops of these 3 trees converge, as the scholars maintain, if the 2 blatant, 2 direct stems of truth and goodness are crushed, cut down, not allowed through, then perhaps the fantastic, unpredictable, unexpected stems of beauty will push through and soar to that very same place, and in so doing will fulfill the work of all 3. In that case, Dostoevsky's remark, beauty will save the world, was not a careless phrase, but a prophecy. Which of these 3 things are your favorites? Truth, goodness, or beauty? What did he call truth and goodness? The blatant, 2 direct stems of truth and goodness, versus the fantastic, unpredictable, unexpected stems of beauty. Just how I see your Twitter account.
I don't think there's certain threats of beauty to be had in my Twitter account, that's for sure. It's certainly no goodness. I
Or truth.
Yeah. It's Twitter. There's no truth to be found. I will answer the question. I will, of course, point out that having this kind of, distinction between the 3 things is, I think, kind of synthetic. I think they very heavily overlap, if not inside. I could probably make the argument they're synonymous. In fact, I do believe that they're largely synonymous.
Goodness. That's such an interesting word, goodness.
Which of those 3 is my favorite? I think truth is overrated in the sense that if something is a good story, the story doesn't have to be true or real in order to motivate you and move you. A lot of times we can delude ourselves about somebody And that might actually serve a purpose to some extent. You know, if you have someone who's maybe a family member and you kind of ignore bad things that they do, there might be a reason for that. Of the three, which is most important, I would say probably goodness. I would say of the three, the most important is goodness, because if you don't appreciate goodness, then beauty is just empty. It's just a picture. Or it's nice. Bad people appreciate beauty. You know, bad people are often, you know, seductive or have a beauty about them.
And in terms of action, I think it takes a lot of skill and work to create beauty or to create truth or to express truth or to express beauty. But I think goodness is it's like the easiest default state of being. Just being good to others.
Yeah, like, you know, like there'll be things where these videos where like one dog is drowning and like another dog jumps in and saves it from the pool. Like that to me is just really amazing stuff, and it's very moving. So just to me, goodness means integrity and it means kindness. And yeah, I think of the three, that's my would be one I pick.
Yeah.
And I think people also have this idea, which is inculcated to them, especially by corporate America, that as you get older, it's okay to do wrong things sometimes, blah, 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 blah. I don't buy that. And so I think goodness gets rarer and rarer. And I think people know better and they tell themselves lies.
Yeah. But once you allow yourself the chance to just be good, I think it makes for a better life.
Yeah.
It's not that much work. Like, it's not like going to the gym and working out. That's a lot of work and it's great afterwards. But like goodness, it's easy once you get into the habit of it. I suppose working out is the same way. There's a lot of stuff. If you make it a habit, you're going to get the rewards of it. And it's going to be easy.
The rewards of goodness, I think, are more immediate than the rewards of working out.
As opposed to the hard drugs.
Yeah.
If you mentioned this quote in one of your live streams, I think, if you save one life, you save the world.
Yeah.
That's such a cool line. I remember reading about Paul Farmer. I think his name is. He's a doctor that really, doctors in general, they kind of don't care about, like, what they're doing as a broad policy across hundreds of thousands of millions of people. They just care about the human in front of them, which is so interesting. They don't care it's going to cost, like in his case, to save one child, it will cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. They don't care about that. They can't. They know very well that what their actions cannot be scaled, but they can't help but help the child in front of them. And it's so interesting. That's such an interesting way to live.
That's my Jewish friend's work.
That's the way I kind of think when I try to do something positive. Is, will this help one person? And I just kind of imagine a specific person, depending on the thing, that would help with. Like when I'm trying to create something.
Oh, you got
whether it's a piece of hardware or a video or anything like that. Or educational material, lecture, that kind of stuff. I don't know. What do you think about this quote? Like, what is it profound or is it just poetic?
I think it's more profound than it sounds at first. The example I think of is Michelle Bachmann. She was a former congresswoman from Minnesota. She clearly had crazy eyes. Something weird's going on with the husband, but she adopted like 20 kids. Terry Shepard's another friend of mine. He's like either Navy SEAL or Marines. Whatever it is, Terry. I apologize. I'm not trying to be funny. And he adopts like elder dogs. So going back to Bachmann, it's like, yeah, you can say she's crazy, you can make fun of her politics all you want, and all that stuff's legitimate. But if you save a kid, give them a home, and you save them from the foster system, and you put a roof over their heads and make them feel loved and appreciated, it's really hard for me to sit here and call you like a totally bad person. I think that kind of thing is, Nick Cersei's another one. He adopted a kid, and as I said, I think you're a hero. Like there's someone, one of the things that's very hard for me in writing, as you know, I talk about this endlessly, this book, The White Pill, but writing about when people do hurtful things to children, it really is hard to watch. And it's hard to, because when you're an author, you have to kind of empathize with the character. You have to, where's this character coming from? Explain their point of view. And that's the one that's the hardest for me to wrap my head around. Like
cruelty to children.
Yeah, and yeah, sadism to children. It's just like, this is something even animals know not to do. Do you know what I mean? Like dogs, right, when you see them around kids, they're very protective. Like if the kid pokes their eyes out, the dog doesn't do anything. So it's like, if you can't even get to that level, what kind of person are you? So I think that quote is a profound one, and it's an important one. It also means we're not all called upon to be Superman, right? You only have very finite ability to move the needle. But at the same time, if you have actually, saved a life, you can go to meet your maker. You did your part. You left the world a little bit better than you found it. That's all you could ask anybody.
Also, I think from a policy perspective, it seems we just do better when we focus on doing a small thing, helping one person. Because it feels like when you start talking about communism and all those kinds of things, when you start to believe you could do good by a lot of people, that's where your mind somehow stops being able to do good by a lot of people. That's when you start to think about utopias, and somehow utopias goes to feeds power into the brain to where it deludes you completely, and then you start, it's okay to crack a few eggs to make an omelet kind of reasoning, and you run into trouble. It seems like it's much better, even when you have the power and the money and so on, but you scale to focus on one, and then
locally,
yeah.
Because then also you have the feedback. Exactly. Right. So if you have some kind of program, in Austin or in Brooklyn or something like that, and you can watch, oh, this is working, this isn't working, then you can port it out to other places. But top-down helping is, at the very least, it's going to be inefficient. And also, I think it's a lot more useful when you're helping people when it's a one-on-one relationship, because then it's less, I don't know, embarrassing, but certainly less something to receive help. And you also feel, it's one thing if you get a check from the government, food stamps. It's nothing if someone's like, hey, I'm going to buy you groceries until you get back on your feet. You have this kind of motivation, I think, for most people to be like, you know what, this person believed in me. I'm going to make it worth their while that they believed in me. Because I didn't believe in me.
Yeah, when I was giving lectures at MIT, there was one was scared shitless. And everybody, how students are and all that kind of stuff, they're kind of bored.
Yeah.
And they don't understand that you're human too. Or this just could be just me.
But they don't understand you're trying to pass this human.
I know. But there's one gentleman in the audience. He went to all the lectures. Older gentleman. He was a faculty at MIT, and he just, without, very kind of nonchalant, just said after the lectures, he'll kind of nod at me and say, "Great." And before, like one time he said, in a non-creepy way, I know this is going to come off as creepy, he said, "You look great today." Like he said that in the way, so he's like 60, 70, whatever, like he, in this, I don't know, it's in a wise, sage way. Oh, because I was wearing a suit and tie. Like I looked like, when you dress up like a young kid, you dress up as
you get your reverse.
Yeah. So he was just like, all right, yeah. You're all dressed up. You look great. You got this. I don't know. That has a lasting impact. That kind of pat on the back. But I agree with you. Cruelty towards other adults is somehow understandable because it's a world full of conflict. But cruelty towards children doesn't quite. I can't understand it. I can't understand how you could act in a way that directly causes suffering to a child in front of you. Yep, that is like that. I don't think I've ever talked to you. This might be a good time to ask you about this. What lessons do you draw about human civilization from Jeffrey Epstein? From just laying out, everybody thinks about different things. When you talk to Eric Weinstein, he thinks about intelligence and Jeffrey Epstein is a front for something else. That's what he thinks about. I think about the weakness of grown men in the face of charismatic evil, which is like, for me directly is MIT. I didn't know. I guess I was at MIT when Jeffrey Epstein was just at the very end. He must have been there. I didn't know any of this, but it really bothers me that nobody was able to see through this man, because he's obviously, what is also obvious to me is that he was very charismatic. Like, I try to think about human nature from this perspective is directly, like we said, one life. Would I know a Jeffrey Epstein if he was in my life? Would I know evil when I saw evil?
Even if it's sitting across from you.
Even, I mean, you. So exactly, the evil laugh. Thank you. The thing. Well,
It's a Necronomicon.
Well, the thing I'm sure we'll talk about it. Maybe not. It doesn't really matter. We see things, you and I, Michael, very differently about a lot of things, politically and so on. The reason I like you a lot. The reason I like the people I do in my life is there's a warmth, there's a kindness, there's a humanity underneath it all. I don't really care what you believe. I don't care. Like, I don't care what your Twitter says. You know, it's easy to mistake your Twitter to indicate that there's not a deeply human love of humanity in there, and that's what I'm detecting. That I think I will be able to detect that Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm just imagining the T-1000 scans. Yeah.
Detected. Yes. I imagine, I hope I will be able to not detect that Epstein lacks that completely. Even if he's charismatic and in the humor he has, even if he is charismatic in the expression of curiosity for science, which he did. He was curious about, like, not just like boring minutia of science. He was interested about the big questions in science, which I could see that become exciting to scientists. Like, oh wow, here's a person who's thinking big. That's always exciting when somebody goes into a room and thinks about, like, how do we solve intelligence? How do we travel faster than the speed of light? That's exciting to people, especially people with money, because it's like, all right, great. So we might be able to actually do big things here. But you can see through the bullshit, the deadness in the eyes. I don't know. So I think about that because I feel like I have a responsibility for me as an individual to detect evil.
So, do you know who Michael Alec is? Okay, this is going to be a Lex Clips, but this is a whole long story. So there was a scene in New York in the 90s called the Club Kids. And they would go out to different nightclubs at night. They would all dress in really kind of crazy costumes. And the costumes were all like goofy and like just like an angel. This was dressed like a nurse. There's a juvenile aspect to it. They're all taking, ketamine and ecstasy till all hours. This is kind of rape culture was coming up in there. And the head of it, and in fact, there's a clip on YouTube, I think it was the Jane Whitney show, of the Club Kids and Gigi Allen. Gigi Allen's a, kind of punk rock performer, hard rock performer, who passed away. And the audience, and Gigi Allen was very aggressive and like a crazy person. My friend once saw him in a concert, and he took a dump on stage, smeared it all over his face, grabbed the girl from the audience, gave her a big kiss, and as she walked by him, she just went like this, like, excuse me, like went to the bathroom. So the audience is screaming at Gigi Allen because he's very visibly over the top, whereas you got a bunch of these kids dressed in these silly costumes. You guys are just having fun. Well, the head of the Club Kids, Michael Alec, ended up killing someone. There was a kid called Angel Menendez who hung around with them. He would always have angel wings and boots. One time they're at Michael's condo with there was a drug dealer named Freeze. They got into a fight. Angel got hit in the head with a hammer. They kill him. What are we going to do with the body? They put it on ice in the bathtub. They had a party. So everyone's going to the bathroom while Angel's body's there. They're like, all right, we got to take care of this. Michael got extremely high in heroin, had like silk cutlery from Macy's, sawed the body in pieces, put it in a box. They took him in a cab. The cab driver helped them throw the body into the river. And then Michael starts walking around Manhattan wearing Angel's boots and tell people, oh, I killed Angel. Now, because he was a super effeminate, over the top, like he would pee people's fear kind of guy. Everyone's like, "Oh God, Michael, like like you and your stupid pranks." But it was true, and he got caught, and he got sent to jail. So I was in a store in Manhattan in Soho, and it was one of those stores where you have like all sorts of things for sale. And I saw a painting, and it said Malice, and I'm like, "Wait, what?" And it was M. Alec. It was a Michael Alec painting he had painted while in jail. So my mom bought it for me for my birthday. I don't remember what birthday it was. And I started writing to him in prison. He was going to write a memoir called Aligula, which is clever. And then I actually went to visit him. Like, I want to see what this person is like. Because on one hand, he's king of New York nightlife, this goofy person. And it's also kind of ironic that Chichi Allen is like, maybe he's gross. He's not killing anyone. He's probably an accountant off the stage. And Michael Alec actually did kill someone. And then bragged about it, tongue in cheek. So, but meeting him, and he passed away last December, on Christmas, actually, Christmas 2020. He was clearly a sociopath. And I'd never met a sociopath before. Now, a lot of times we'll read these, like, you'll take a BuzzFeed quiz, like, are you a sociopath? And it's like, oh, my feelings weren't hurt when I was mean to someone. It's not a thin line between like me and you and him. It's a thick line, because when you're talking to someone like that, at least in this specific case, he was being very friendly. He wasn't, and it's not like he was going to kill anyone or was a threat to me, but there's that sense like something's really off here. And he was talking to me about how after he had killed Angel, he would just talk about it because he felt so much guilt. He just wanted to get caught. It's like, no. What he was describing wasn't guilt. He was describing just he didn't like the knife over his head, like waiting to get caught. I'm like, you don't even know what guilt is. So it was kind of like, oh wow. So as for Jeffrey Epstein, the thing is, Michael Alec was in a very low social position, and the thing is, when someone is powerful, very high status, and they do something, we are, as kind of hierarchical animals, we kind of defer to their norms. So if you're at a party with, let's suppose, or either of us, and it's like a Jeffrey Epstein party, and everyone at the party is doing some sort of weird drug we've never heard of, we wouldn't really feel comfortable judging them, because like their norms kind of become the norm for that space. The lesson for me about Jeffrey Epstein, there's a lot of because I think this, to me, the biggest moment was the Amy Rohrbach situation. Amy Rohrbach was caught on a hot mic saying that they had all the goods on him, they had all the names, and that Buckingham Palace called them. They killed the story because they weren't going to get a Meghan Markle interview out of it. So that the willingness of those in power to do the wrong thing for the flimsiest pretext, which I think was a big important lesson. Also, the fact that no one at ABC had any consequences for this. In fact, the only person who got in trouble for all this was someone who used to work at ABC, went to, I believe, CBS, and they got fired from CBS because apparently they had access to footage at one point, even though they weren't the ones who had leaked it. So whistleblowers are like the only, like, for example, the case in Eric Garner, the guy who was selling Lucy cigarettes in New York City, who was arrested. He had a heart attack, whatever it was, on the way to jail. He died. The only person, so the cops had a situation there. The only person who had got in trouble because of that was the guy filming it. Like, he went to jail. So I think there's a lesson in terms of, look at Julian Assange, right? There's a huge amount of power exercised by elites to make sure that what is done in the cover of darkness remains in the cover of darkness. And also Kevin McCarthy, who is currently the House Minority Leader of the Republicans, he wrote a letter to ABC News, like, you had this guy, maybe you couldn't call in the authorities, but you could have leaked it to somebody. Why hasn't anything come forward? Nothing happened as a result of this. We also have to keep in mind that the longest-serving Republican Speaker of the House in history, Dennis Hastert, went to jail for the things related to pedophilia and things like that. So, as Russians, and this is something I think you and I mentioned before, Americans are very naive, often increasingly so, about the nature of evil. They think an evil person is someone who's getting kickbacks, or like the Cuomos are colluding, something like that. I would hardly even call that evil. No, this is the sort of things that are so depraved that you would never think about it in a million years in your own home. You don't think in these terms, and I think they get off on doing things that if the average person heard about it, the average person would be shocked, because that gives them this sense of we're above them, we're different from them. The rules don't apply to us.
There's a lot to say here. So one is the norm thing you said at a party. It's really interesting for an anarchist to say that.
Well, no,
no. Well, I know. I'm not sorry. That it came off as criticism. I meant it as harsh criticism. No, I think about that a lot. Like, I found myself in situations where I'm invited to these kinds of parties where people have nice things, and I find it deeply uncomfortable for that reason. I don't want to be sort of an activist that goes in and ruins a party. I think that's not the courageous act. Neither is it courageous when everyone's doing some weird drug that you mentioned to join in. I think courageous is more remaining yourself, sticking to your principles calmly in that room where everybody is doing the drug, and just don't do the drug.
Yeah, sure.
Don't make a scene about it, but also don't do it. And I think that little act of courage over time is the way you resist Jeffrey Epstein. That's exactly the thing you said is probably the situation where charisma works. So one charismatic person gets the little crowd going, and the crowd is everybody sort of establishes a norm at the little crowd. And yes, there could be some dynamics that allow that norm to be established. Like you said, like rich and powerful people might enjoy being rich and powerful and better than everybody else, kind of thing. But like especially for scientists, I thought they should have integrity and courage enough to see through that. Not again as an activist, like so you can tweet about it, how courageous you are, but just literally see there's something off here. There's something off here, and I'm not going to participate in
I'm
it.
going to defend these scientists because something off. First of all,
You're always defending academia. It's disgusting.
it's my favorite thing. I think that first of all, this is going to sound like a joke, and it's not. I bet you 90% of those MIT scientists are on the spectrum, so everyone they're going to meet is going to be a little off, right? So I'm sure part of their brain is like, okay, this person's weird. This is just them being on the spectrum.
Like the light spectrum. I couldn't even finish the joke. Okay, go ahead.
Number two is off. We tend to. There's this poem. I forget who wrote it. It was like Nick Cave or something, and it was describing like I think it was Goebbels. Hair normal, height normal, weight normal. What do you expect? Horns, right? So when you meet someone you think something's off, there's going to be a bell curve of what that could be, right? It could be that they're twitchy, or maybe they're completely asocial, and then you have Jeffrey Epstein over here. You're going to need a lot of evidence to be like, oh, I feel something off. Therefore, this guy's the head of an international, sex trafficking ring. So, yeah, you might be like, okay, but at the same time, if their extended relationship is this guy is interested in my work, he's going to fund my work, and I don't have to give him anything in return. He's clearly intelligent. He's appreciating it. And being a scientist is a thankless job. I know what it's like as an author. When I was writing Dear Reader, the North Korea book, my friends were sick of hearing all these North Korea anecdotes because at a certain point, it's like, okay, we get it. Just say it for the book. And, you got to be in that lab. You're looking at the springtails, whatever it is you're looking at. No one knows what a springtail is.
I just disagree with you. So that'd be interesting to draw the distinction between science and writing, because the scientific process itself is fun as fuck. It's you're solving little puzzles.
Sure.
So like in itself, it's fun. So like it's rewarding. Like the reason you go into science, you can continue really without a boss to continue having fun and solving puzzles. That's literally like unless you become cynical and tired of the whole thing. So the people, the administration, or when you're running a large lab, And what you get sick of is the emails and the meetings and all that kind of stuff. The actual act of being in the lab is still fun as fuck if you allow it to be. Writing, I feel like, there's more priority to publishing. Like, would you enjoy a tree falling in the forest? Would you still enjoy any of the books you've written if they never got published?
Not to the same extent, not even close.
Right. I think that the thing about science, it's almost like you get a peek into the mysterious.
Yeah, but this is okay. So this is where I'm coming from. Since moving to Austin, I bought over 150 plants.
Look how you're doing the politician thing.
Look, let me be clear. All right. It's not.
Oh, you are running in 2024. This is very interesting.
I bought 150 succulents for my house. They're thriving here in Austin as they wouldn't have in Brooklyn.
You have a great video about it.
Yeah, one of those plants I have is the photo I took on my Instagram. There's no other photos on the whole internet. None of my friends care. Or they care, like, ostensibly, but, like, oh, that's cool. Like, I have a better plant collection in my house than, like, almost any botanical succulent collection than any botanical garden in America, than probably the Huntington, and no one cares.
This is what ego looks like, by the way.
I can prove it to you.
No, I know, but you don't have to rub it in.
Well, they have a big budget. I don't. So if I can put it together, they should be able to.
Right.
So I can only imagine that a scientist who studied, those spiders that look like ants, like this species does this with the gender dimorphism. Their friends are only going to care so much. So if you meet someone who has a lot of money who now cares about ant spiders, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it'll be very exciting. But I just wanted to push back on I think the act itself should be the biggest reward. I think you're always safe. We're talking about goodness being a safe default. I think it's a good default for plants and for writing and for science is to just enjoy the act, even if nobody cares.
Okay, this is where now I'm wondering why I'm pushing back so hard. I realized what it was, because I've made this point several times, and I'm glad I can make it again. There's this window of time that happened in my life, and I know it happens to a lot of people, when you're in your 24 to 27, 28, right? So 21 to 24, you still have your friends from college, so on and so forth, right? But then it's kind of like a poker game, and every so often people cash out. They're like, I'm out. They get married, they get a job, they move. And if you are someone who's a young, ambitious creative, that window is a very rough one, because you're doing the right thing, right? And you're not being, a drug addict, you're not being a philanderer. Those things are wrong, but just you're playing by the rules. You're creating your stuff, what you want to be known for, contribution you want to make to the world. And no one cares, and it gets very lonely. And there's this very emotional disconnect about how is it that I'm creating and I'm working hard and I'm making something happen, and it's just radio silence. So that I don't think it's that easy when you're the scientist, not me, when you don't have any kind of external validation. Humans only have so much fuel.
Nothing worth having is easy, Michael. By the way, yesterday, talked on the phone with a person. He said he was deeply moved the first time you mentioned this age group of 24 to 27. He's like, he's 26, he said, and he feels the full responsibility of that and the excitement. So he left his corporate typey job to pursue something that he's really passionate about, and that was you were an inspiration to him, which I was deeply saddened by that.
I also inspired Michael Alex.
The amount of mass murder those that were inspired by you will eventually lead to is truly horrifying. What were we talking about? So Jeffrey asked, one thing I wanted to ask you. So let's put scientists aside. What about world leaders? Bill Clinton, your favorite person. Why would he fly with Jeffrey Epstein? Why would he interact with that guy?
I mean, don't you think that that's kind of the deal? That I'm the president and I get big and powerful people flying around their jets, and that's a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, but don't you also have a good BS detector? Like, don't you have a good detector for people who just want to be in your presence? Like, I already understand that there's people like this out there. Like, there's people that kind of want to use me for stuff. And
You mean Tim Dillon?
Tim Dillon. I love that guy. You guys met?
We haven't met yet here.
We haven't met. Okay,
Yeah.
wow.
We met before in New York, but we had not since Sunday here.
Yeah, so you should be able to detect that there's those people and there's the people that have kindness in their heart, even if they can benefit from the interaction with you, but they're good human beings. I feel like you run into a lot of trouble if you surround yourself or have any people that are manipulative.
But I think you
Like that,
make a bad example, because let's look at Clinton and let's look at Obama, right? So Obama, even though their politics are very close, I'd say in many ways, Obama is apparent. We don't know. I don't know either of them. But to me, it seems very apparent that he's very similar behind closed doors as he in front of the camera.
Yeah, he's Barack to me.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's good.
Yeah. Clinton seems very clearly to be much more of a performer. He's in front of the cameras, he puts on a role, but behind the cameras, he very much has a temper. He's known for that. He's much more of a lech. A pervert.
Oh, lech with an E?
L-E-T-C-H, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Lech. Is that like that's a cool term? So I can use that on the internet? You're a lech.
Yeah, you can use it on the internet.
You're a dirty lech.
Yeah, well, it's a dirty's implied.
So it's okay.
Yeah, so...
Being redundant.
Yeah.
But it just feels like it needs an adjective to give it more power. Anyway, I'm sorry. So Clinton is a lech.
Right. So you can see how there's people who want to meet, the surface Bill Clinton, and I'm sure that gets old for him because he has to be on. But then there's the good old boys where he could be a pervert, and this guy's like, yeah, I know what it's like. And then he feels like he's himself. But we're all speculating. I mean, I don't know what Bill Clinton is like, what was in it for him. He certainly could afford private jets if he wanted to. There's no shortage of people who want to fly around the world to give speeches,
Can't he satisfy the lech within without hanging out with the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world? Like, can't he get? I mean, this is a Monica Lewinsky question to me. I'm confused by all of this. Can't he get women in the legitimate way of like not using his power, not hanging out with these shady rich people, but just like having a normal mistress like JFK had?
Well, JFK had a lot.
I know, I understand that, but in a normal way, or I don't know enough about it.
I don't understand the Clinton psychology. First of all, the fact that you're hooking up with someone who's close to your daughter's age, to me, I think is inherently disturbing. But she's an adult, so okay, that's not that beyond the pale. But also the idea that if I don't physically fornicate with you, it's not cheating. Like that, whatever you tell yourself, or like if I don't ejaculate, it's not cheating. Like these rules that
maybe it leads to some kind of slippery slope. Like you start not having the rules of.
But it's who you fool. I mean, if you told your wife, like, listen, it wasn't cheating. She only, performed on me. You're gonna say this with a straight face. Like, do you? At a certain point, when something is so brazen, you wonder if the person even has to believe it, because who are you fooling?
But like we started this conversation with, there is a line between young women older than 18 and young teen, like 12, 13 kids.
Have you ever? When's the last? Oh, because it's different for you because you're at MIT. I was hanging out with Blair White, and she had a couple of fans of hers, and they were like 22, 23, and they were like children to me.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, to me as someone who is in his late 60s, to look at these people as adults, like they look completely like kids. So that.
Now, of course, there's exceptions. Like I've interacted with a young 20-year-olds that are like, you're way more mature than I'll ever be. Like the wisdom that comes out of them is quite fascinating.
Visually,
oh.
the energy and the way they look so young to me, and they carried themselves. It was the idea that my instinct was, let's tuck you in and read your bedtime story, not let me like touch you or something. It was just like it was just went into my head. So but the thing is it possible that in order to want to be the president, you have to be a crazy person?
That you have some kind of weird view on power. Could be a power thing too.
Yeah.
Like you can get away with stuff.
Like if I was Clinton's age, nothing about Monica Lewinsky to me would be attractive. And also I would just feel bad for her because I know she's going to catch feelings. And it's kind of
Catch feeling. Yeah, it's true.
it's just like, why would I do this to this kid? For what? Just because I want to get some like momentary pleasure? Come on.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I'm sure she looked gorgeous to him in the moment. Well, let me ask. We started talking about beauty. Who are you wearing? So, as a model, you usually don't have a shirt on when you're modeling. So it's nice to see you dressed up today. Nice and warm.
This is because, so for those that don't know, for Russians, don't celebrate Christmas. Obviously, with the Soviet Union, Christmas was illegal.
No Thanksgiving, basically no major holidays where everyone gets together. This is the one holiday.
Yeah,
New Year's.
New Year's.
The one holiday.
And instead of, I remember as a kid, instead of Santa Claus, we have Ded Moroz, who's the same thing, basically.
It's like Android and iPhone. It's like a cheap version of Christmas.
He's got this girl with him. She's like Snow White or whatever. And Russian kids, they go to sleep on December 31st and they wake up January, they have a present under their pillow. And I remember as a kid, this happened once and it just blew my mind. You know what I mean? It's just like, I went to bed and my dad's like, oh, you know, you're going to have, Ded Moroz is going to bring you a present if you've been a good kid. And I'm like, I think I was a good kid. I'm like, but you don't even remember a year of your life when you're 4. You remember like
you remember those moments.
Yeah, and then I woke up and there was a present in my pillow, and it just blew my mind. And that building is still there, 1461 Shore Parkway in Brooklyn. So, and it's just also funny, like what I really like about kids, you know, being an uncle now, is kid logic, because they have very little bit of data, but they're using logic to make sense of it, and sometimes it gives them the completely wrong conclusion for the completely right reasons. I remember, you know, my bedroom as a kid was right off the kitchen, and I'd be scared of the dark a little bit, so they'd leave the light on the kitchen while I went to sleep. And at the same time, my parents had told me, you don't leave the lights on the house, it costs money, wastes electricity, right? So I would be worried, because I'm like, oh my God, my parents leave the lights on the kitchen all night, and now it's costing them so much money. Not realizing that, you know, 5 minutes after I'm out, obviously they're turning the lights off. But like in my kid logic, this was a concern of mine.
Yeah, and memories work that same way. I have a collection of memories that are stitched together logically somehow, but they also don't really make sense. There's a few defining things. So I grew up in Russia and experienced a lot of New Year's in Russia. There's a lot of incredible things about that tradition that just warms my heart. So one, as a kid, you mentioned these kind of stories. That's the one night of the year that kids are allowed to be adults in the following way. Like in kid logic, you're allowed to stay up all night.
Oh yeah, okay.
That was as late as you want, which actually ends up being you're not used to
11. Right, you're out.
You crash. But no, you get to 2, 3, 4 at night, you stay up, and you get to witness. It's almost like Alice in Wonderland goes into this world.
Yeah.
You get to witness what is the adult world really like. Now, obviously, it's not an actual adult world. Merriment, like laughing, fighting, arguing, but also like in our case, like singing and arguing, like philosophical stuff, but also like how would I describe it? This is also probably a little bit of Russian culture, but like flirtation in all of its forms, meaning like men and women just being like, because they dress up.
Yeah.
It's like it's joy. It's like you get to show off like dresses, whatever you got. you show it off. This is fun. And then men too, just like friends, laughing, like arguing, just showing off the best they got with delicious food. Obviously, that there's a Thanksgiving element there,
Yeah.
where there's just so many. Just you bring out all the traditional stuff, the IBS salad, just everything, just the full thing with the desserts. Obviously, the vodka, a lot of vodka, and at the time, so this is the Soviet Union. Like the biggest stuff, and this is so sad that these are the things I remember, is like Coca-Cola.
Oh yeah.
Like American, like that I would probably kill somebody for a Dr. Pepper. Yeah. It's so fascinating that you take it for granted, sort of the results of capitalist society, the material things that are created. But that was the ultimate happiness, is to experience this new thing, sugar. I don't know.
There's like
under scarcity.
There's like communist Coca-Cola in Czech Republic. So basically, they try to rip off Coke. Yeah, and it's just like they just threw whatever they could together, and it was a very poor knockoff, as you can imagine. I forget what it's called, and all the Czech people right now are getting very angry at me because I can't think of it. But they have it now, and the slogan is "Good or Weird." So it's like this. So they kind of reclaimed this kind of hipster soda. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. It's almost like a parody.
Right. Yeah.
But I think the thing I really remember is the camaraderie, like the love for each other, and neighbors too. Like you and I are neighbors now. We don't see each other that often. I hope that changes, but a lot of it is also me. I'm just a deep introvert.
You're also the hardest working person I know.
Yeah, so it's time, but like it's not like I'll go in the middle of the night at like 4 a.m. and go to 7-Eleven and just sit there sipping a Slurpee for an hour thinking about life. It's not like I'm always working. Yeah, I don't know. What I mean is like you get to meet your neighbors and you get to experience their highs and their lows, and you get to bitch about life, about government, about corruption, about the unfairness of life together.
Well, it's also, I think, what people don't appreciate as Americans is it's very rare in Russia to have a safe space. Yeah. So that January 1st, no one's going to snitch on you. They're not going to be informants probably. So you can vent, and that's the thing with people in totalitarian countries. You have to have the public-facing persona, and then behind closed doors is very different.
It all comes out. I also remember the arguments, and I've been going on Clubhouse recently into Russian rooms, just to practice Russian, and it's so beautiful to watch. I mean, Clubhouse is a very specific collection of Russian people. Maybe it's a little bit political, and they're a little bit older, and it's interesting to watch how much they love to argue.
Russians love to argue.
And so, like, it will be literally, you could think of it as a nonlinear dynamical system, okay, from an engineering perspective. Whenever any positive topic comes up, you could feel the skepticism and then, wait a minute, this is not good. And they'll start, like, perturbing it until you're like, they'll find some way to say, like, come on now, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And then it goes back into argument. It's so fun to watch because in one sense you can see it as negative. In another, you can see it as free to express yourself, because it feels like you can solve a lot of problems by allowing yourself to just be emotional, both emotional and say hard truth and all those kinds of things, without patting yourself on the back about it, but also it just sort of, those Russian rooms make me realize how constrained American speech is, how careful people are in the way they express it. Even the Michael Mouses in the world, you're constantly being like nuanced. There, they just say crazy shit.
Oh yeah,
and then they correct themselves and make fun of themselves, and they completely shift opinions a minute later, and it's chaos.
Yeah,
and it's beautiful. So I love that culture is. It's funny given the current regime in Russia, like how that's coupled with how people are talking, and yeah, I don't know. And I have those memories of childhood of friends that I had, of just having that true freedom of talking, and somehow that leads to deep bonds together. When you're poor, when life is has a lot of elements that are unfair, when the government is corrupt, it's just especially in the Soviet Union, there's uncertainty about the future. All of it, you just get closer together, like penguins huddling together in the cold, like that. March of the Penguins. That I don't know. The friends I've gotten there, like I get emotional every time I kind of think about those friends because it was so close. That friendship was so fucking.
But I just really hate the Russian cynicism.
No, I know you do, and I actually disagree with you about it. You see it as cynicism. I see it as waves on top of the water, like surface cynicism, and the depths as I see the beauty of the Russian soul. So yes, that cynicism can negatively affect a lot of people. Like I think you've talked about, like as a parent, like being cynical about the world, and then you have dire negative consequences on your children. They become cynical. They don't ever take big risks to take on bold things. And I have those arguments because the cynicism is just exhausting. It's destructive.
Yes.
It's anti-creative. But so in their perspective this is what the Russian folks would say. Well, yes, that's our role. Like being cynical is being reasonable about the world.
But it's not. It's complete unreasonable. It's a complete lie.
No, I know, but their argument is yes, but we're giving you this force, and it's your job to resist again. That's it. So it's a test.
I love the idea that if you're going to be creative and innovative, you don't have enough up against you.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly.
Like, I don't. It's not hard enough already that I want to be an author. Now you got to be like, well, let me just put some fire ants on top of it.
So I just want to separate. I agree with you that cynicism is bad and destructive, but the idea that life is suffering and thinking from that as a first principle, I think there's a lot of beauty to be discovered through that. So there's a cynicism, and then there's horrible
message. Life is suffering.
No, not. Well, yeah. I mean, Camus.
Who doesn't think that?
Now we're going into definitions of suffering then, because absurd.
Life is absurd and life is suffering are not even close to the same concept.
Well, then you're just defining the terms differently. So
well, that's because they're different terms.
Yeah, well, so is love and beauty, but let's define. Okay.
Wait, you're telling if your baby's in the crib, like with a fever, you're like, oh, that's absurd. No, it's the kid's suffering. It's not the same.
So yes, starvation. See, you've been for the white pill researching a lot of actual specifically defined suffering.
Sure, but also a lot of wonderful things.
Right. Yeah. But the word suffering can encompass more than just specifically starving, and it can encompass, like a lot of philosophers talk about it. It encompasses like philosophical suffering. The fact that if you're not careful, life can appear meaningless. You can fall into a nihilistic view. Like it's difficult to have the responsibility of freedom to act in this world, because you can fuck up in so many different ways, and then life is seemingly unfair in the sense that good things happen for no apparent reason, and terrible things happen for no apparent. Like it's the old religious question of why does evil happen in the world, or why do terrible things happen in the world?
There's this book called 6 Word Memoirs, right, where all these different personalities.
Which are awesome.
Were you in it?
No.
I'm in it with. So you had to basically write your autobiography in 6 words.
6 words.
And mine was good things happen to bad people.
You see, there you go. There's humor.
Yes.
That's your way of dealing with the suffering.
But I don't think life is inherent. If life was suffering, we wouldn't be able to have happiness.
No, out of suffering, happiness is born. So like it's the ups and downs of life. What it means, like
I don't agree at all that you need to suffer in order to be happy. I agree you have to work hard, but that's not the same thing.
Yeah, all right. So the way I'm using suffering, and I think a lot of them use suffering, is the way you use like gravity. So in order for the roller coaster to work, you need gravity. there needs to be a force that bring you down.
Sure.
In that same way, there's like you have to resist the natural pull of nature that wants to destroy you.
No, nature wants you to. Nature's indifferent, but we have the capacity because we're blessed with minds and we're blessed with friends.
Yeah, to transcend
Yes.
nature. Yeah, no, I know, but I think it's a word that captures something about life that there's no reason to it, that is absurd. I think, to me, oftentimes the way I think about the word suffering is synonymous with absurdity.
This is not suffering. But this is absurd.
I just noticed there's a box with a big bow on it next to you. What's in the box, Michael?
It's your present. So it's your present for New Year's.
Can we open it?
Yeah, sure.
What's in the box?
It's gonna take.
And you brought up suffering. This is going to be very unpleasant.
Here you go. I packed it myself. Yeah, there's a whole process in there. So there's 3 presents in there.
Left. I'll read the card first.
Okay.
Something about opening presents, like tearing stuff, makes me feel like, because like I just tore this sheet of paper,
Yeah.
so it'll never be the same again.
It's entropy.
It's entropy times. You've got a powerful voice. You've got a powerful voice. To Lex, thank you. Maybe I should read the other card first. You got a powerful voice. Listening to what you have to say always puts me in a hopeful place. I feel like this is building up to something. You show me how change can happen when you face the world with pride, confidence, and a voice that can't be silenced. Keep speaking up. The world is listening.
Yeah.
There's no cynicism in this card.
No, this is New Year's. This is all about hope and joy. What?
To Lex, I'm seeing the binary. To Lex, thank you for setting the path for me to move to Austin. 01 001 001 011 011 000111001. Michael Mouse.
Yeah.
Brings tears to my eyes. Thank you, brother.
My pleasure.
Let's get to the present.
Okay.
It's a PC box. This is very promising. It better not be sex toys.
There's,
I swear to God.
there's nothing. There's nothing inappropriate at all. Why would it?
Why would sex toys be inappropriate?
Because
That's
you're
sex positive.
because you're a virgin.
You gotta bring a knife to a party. How clever is it to put it in a PC box?
Well, I had it. I just got a new PC. Okay. Yeah, there's also a can.
Yeah.
Open the can first.
You can. You wrap yourself? That scares shit out of me. Could get back in the can. That actually stayed in there. That's
Yeah.
magic.
Just gotta cut the string.
No. You're the most beautiful troll of all.
I am.
love you so much. This is awesome.
Did it not work? Pick it up. No, it didn't work.
There's a terrifying springy feeling to this thing. I don't want to open this. I need to move stuff aside. I hate you so much.
What?
What? Oh, is it the other way?
No, just pick it up.
believe I fell for that. Thank you so much. Wrenches are my favorite. I can't believe I fell for that. Okay. And there's box number 3.
It's like a matryoshka.
I can't believe that worked.
Yeah. I wanted the box to open all these gears to fall out, but you can't get them. Yeah.
Does it? That really grind your?
You're driving. Yeah.
Why am I scared? Okay. There's another box. This leads to my death.
No, there's a story behind it.
I can't believe that worked. Oh god, that's so good. All right. No springs, no weapon.
No wrenches. Okay, so let me tell you the story behind that toy.
Tonka robots that turn into vehicles.
So when I was a kid, you had Transformers, but for us poor people, you had GoBots, right? So the GoBots, there were 4 main characters for the good guys. There was Leader 1, Smallfoot, Turbo, and Scooter. And what was annoying is when you had the action figures, you couldn't find the ones that were on the TV show. And I was a big GoBots fan as a kid. And I went once to the Toys R Us in Caesars Bay in Brooklyn with my grandfather. My grandfather was always very lucky. Like, just good things happened to him every so often. And I went there, I remember very vividly, they must have just unpacked, just loaded the shelves. And how they had the shelf, it would be like a grid, you know, you'd have it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows and 5 by 5. And I remember it was like 2 up, and then you have to sit by the side and kind of sort through them. And with the GoBots, each package had a picture of different figures, so the packaging wasn't uniform. And they just had Scooter there. She was just sitting there. And I was like, holy crap. So that feeling when you're a kid and you find that just sitting on the shelf
is right there.
It was such this simple.
Wait, is this that Scooter?
No, I have it though, but that one is for you. I thought if you want to put it next to your other robots, open it up.
I can open it up?
Yeah, it's for you. And that way, it's that symbol of joy when you're a kid, when you find something you really want. I think it just is really like, when people look at it, they'll be like, don't be hopeless.
I'll open this carefully later.
No, do it. Just
I should do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no way to open it carefully. Kids don't open stuff carefully. You rip that crap open.
But then you break it and you cry. That's what happens when you're a kid.
I never did that.
Okay. Me neither. I never cried. I never got presents either.
That is so cool.
My Scooter. You symbolize childlike discovery.
Right?
The poor man's robot.
The poor man's Transformers. I think there's instruction on the back how to transform her.
To her?
I only found out as an adult that it was supposed to be a girl. Yeah.
Wow, this changes everything.
No, give me here. Let me show you. It looks better when she's transformed. What?
No, there's levels to that statement.
Oh. I'm trying to do like this. Let me see if I remember how to do it. Because I had this as a kid.
Arms out.
Let go. The thing is, these are easy to break, I remember. Is it like this?
No. Oh, the front comes out.
Oh, let me see this. Oh, this comes up. Yeah. So that's that. The arms go.
I'm having visions of like baby Michael.
I can't do it. Okay, I can't do it. I can't figure it out.
Wow, you're right. You look so much better transformed. Oh. All right. I'm gonna follow the instructions in a bit. I'll leave, I'll leave this failed project of yours. Oh, there's a wheel out.
Well, I don't like this in between form.
Well, this is how it's going to be
Okay.
because we're going to be accepting of the transformation.
Okay.
I got. I saw this
Oh, it's this.
little thing when I was walking on Congress, and it says "resist" the bracelet. It made me think of you. The reason I got it is because there's two bracelets. So one said "lucky fuck," and the other one said "resist." Now I first saw "resist," I'm like, and then I saw the "lucky fuck," and I realized I'm a lucky fuck to find a relevant. It makes me think of you.
This is very nice.
This is powerful.
That's true.
I saw this somewhere. Yeah. This has to do with, in terms of resist. You often bring up the book Machiavellians by James Burnham, and so I was looking through. I was reading different parts of it. It's a tricky read. It's a little bit, but there is a ebook Kindle version now that I've been working through. I think there's actually an audiobook too. Anyway.
Yeah. I just bought some. The Machiavellians is James Burnham's analysis of four thinkers that he regards as the Machiavellians. There's Gaetano Mosco, Vilfredo Pareto, Georges Sorel, and I'm blanking on the Moscow, Pareto, Sorel, and Georges Michel. And I just got Pareto's autograph in the middle this week.
So he talks about freedom or liberty. This is an interesting line that I'd like to get your opinion on in terms of resist and in terms of liberty. There's no one force, quote, there's no one force, no group, and no class that is the preserver of liberty. Liberty is preserved by those who are against the existing chief power. Oppositions which do not express genuine social forces are as trivial in relation to entrenched power as the old court jesters. So, I mean, the question here is, liberty is, are you comfortable with that definition or that view of liberty, of freedom, that it at its highest ideal is expressed through the resistance to the powerful as opposed to existing in its own?
I think his point, broadly speaking, which I agree with, is the only thing that can work to mitigate power is other power. That it's talk is cheap, and persuasion has very limited efficacy. It's like if there's a burglar, right, and one person will give you a speech about property rights and you shouldn't be in this person's house, and the other person has a gun, it's clear which is going to be more persuasive.
Yeah, but can't you just be free without this struggle, without this conflict? And what I'm uncomfortable with this view is how closely it links freedom and conflict. Like, why does this world have to have conflict for you to be free? It's and part of it is just emphasis.
Well, you were just saying suffering is what leads to joy.
See, and now you're in agreement. Thank you. I just did that just so you can come around and agree. I win. Next topic. Wow, I'm playing 3D chess here. Okay. This is New Year's. This is now December 31st. I think that's how it works, but in 1973.
Okay.
We recorded this before you were born. Oh no, years after you're born. 60. You look great for 60. Is it the early 60s or?
Sure.
Okay. What 5 things, let's say, or moments in 2021 are you grateful for? Or people? Just, I don't know, things, moments, beautiful experiences, profound essences of the year. Like, looking back, what are the cool things that just...
Personally or socially?
Do you exist, like, in a platonic way socially? I mean, in your personal life?
Yeah.
Anything. You're both... You're now Michael Alice. You exist as a social entity and a personal human being and all of it, the whole thing. Like, what stands out to you about 2021?
The fact that for the first time in my life, I was in college, I moved to a new city. That was a very big one, and there's no part of me that regrets it or misses New York. So that was a very big deal for me.
What do you about this move, about Austin itself, or maybe the move itself, maybe just the act of moving? What's great about it to you?
The fact that I had forgotten what it's like to have a huge social network, which I had in New York, before people started falling away, and then it really escalated as a result of de Blasio and the COVID restrictions. So to have a big crew here is something that was very validating. The thing that's also exciting about Austin is that Austin is not a particularly big town. It's not a particularly great town, but everyone here, at least in the circles I travel in, is kind of a refugee from their towns. So there is this sense of camaraderie. There's this sense of we're building something together. Back in New York, when you meet someone, it would be like, who is this person? Why am I talking to them? Like, are they a normie? Are they going to be weird? And here, there's very little of that. I think there's much more sense of trust with one another when you meet new people. So that's something that's really exciting about. Like, I've been introducing all my friends to each other, and everyone's been hitting it off like gangbusters. It's really great. So I really enjoy that about Austin. I'm enjoying the weather, the space.
You heard Kerouac, stuff.
I have on the road. I read a biography of him.
I don't know if it was on. I think it was on the road. Where he talks about that feeling when you go into some place. You're leaving a place and you're going somewhere else, and the place you're leaving disappears behind you.
Yeah.
And all the people, and you just think about that life, and it's forever gone. And there's some inkling of that where you get to realize your almost mortality, because that's a chapter. And there's not many more, and it's a beautiful chapter. But now on to the next chapter. Is there a melancholy feeling there?
It's the opposite. I feel like I've been living with sunlight because I didn't realize to what extent there was this subtext of hopelessness in New York, and also people who in New York you don't appreciate. You appreciate it consciously, but you can't escape it emotionally. How much the winters get to you psychologically. It's tough. It gets dark so early. It gets cold. You can't walk around. Like, that's the thing that's fun about, or what's fun about New York, is that when the weather's warm, you walk for an hour and just enjoy the sunshine, and there's a lot to see and do. But in the winters, you don't have any of that. It's just brutal. And here, it's just so that is something. There's no melancholy at all.
Well, that's because there's. Can we say something beautiful about New York? Not the way it is now, but the way
I could go on for days about how great New York was.
What did you learn about human civilization, just life that was beautiful from New York?
I learned that there's a lot of really unique, special people out there who are doing their little part to move the envelope and make the world a better place. And that when you have a city where they're all there together at the same time, that really moves the world. And I'm thinking of Paris in the 20s, and Harlem in the 20s, and New York in the 70s, and LA in the late 60s, San Francisco especially in the late 60s, things like this. They really punched up Detroit, certainly at its heyday. They punched above their weight, and this really kind of Philadelphia in the 1700s, things really start happening, and that ripples throughout the world.
Do you think Austin has a chance to be a Paris in some way?
Yes, because again, it wasn't all of Paris. It was the left bank of Paris, and Stein and Hemingway and all them in a little area. So, when you read these history books, these scenes, it's like 50 people. Like, in a 10-block radius. These aren't these huge, like, Davos conventions.
Okay, so the big move.
Yeah.
What else? What else stands out to you? Again, both personally and socially, like zooming in and zooming out.
I did a book with a UFC fighter, and I was making the point that he was a 9-time world champion, that I would never be as good at my job as he was at his.
Yeah.
And then when I dropped Anarchist Handbook in May, and it was the top nonfiction book on Amazon for like most of a day, I was like, oh, I'm the top nonfiction writer in America just for today. was like, oh crap, okay, so I guess I was wrong. That was a major deal. I was still shocked and delighted.
By the way, congratulations. Truly happy for you, man. I'm so proud.
But it's also, I'm proud because these are people who had points of view and they didn't have it easy and they fought for what they believed in. And insofar as I get to rescue them to some extent from the dustbin of history and say these people really mattered and they really are worth hearing, I love stuff like that. I was talking to a friend of mine, Topher, like a year ago, and because we're in a weird position with what kind of jobs we have. So like I'd be talking on my live streams about people like Candy Darling or Wallace Thurman, and like these are not household names at all. And then I'd be like proud of myself that I'm the one who brings them to some sort of more prominence. And then you want to tell yourself, well, get over yourself, who you think you are. But it's like, but no one else is talking about these people, or very few. So to be able to kind of give them some kind of stature and platform that they deserve, I think is, I love being able to do that.
So you have a strong voice yourself, and to sort of join them, and it's like John Lennon joining in with the Beatles. It's like a chorus of very different views on anarchism. It's celebrating the individuals, it's celebrating the idea, and you are, I think, will be remembered as a powerful philosophy yourself, but you're almost taking just the humility of being in a room with powerful minds together in one book. It's cool.
Yeah, and that these people mattered, and they had a unique perspective. And as I said in the introduction to the book, I remember I was in college and we were studying bioethics, and there was like a graph in the book, and one part says antinomianism, which was the view that at one side said legalism, right? The two extremes. Legalism is what is legal is defined by the government, or what is moral is defined by the government. And one said antinomianism, which is nothing stands above moral law. And then there was like, well, since no one believes in this, the answer is something to the other side. It's like, well, why is it on the charge no one believes? If it has a name, someone believes in it. So, anarchism is a word that's bandied about and in a dismissive way. And it's like, you don't have to like me or agree with what I'm saying, but you can't pretend that they weren't. Tolstoy, you can tell me Tolstoy doesn't know what he's talking about completely. He's in there. He was an anarchist. So it was a big accomplishment.
It was really cool to get a chance to do the audiobook for you. You did an incredible thing, which got a bunch of really cool people to read. A lot of interesting, varied people.
So what I did for the audiobook, which I don't like the idea that hard work is inherently good, because sometimes being lazy is actually the right choice. Yeah. So I'm like, wait a minute, why am I reading all 23 chapters when it's 23 different authors? Doesn't it make sense? So I hit my Rolodex and I had different people read different chapters to make it sound literally like you have the different voices in the book. Thank you very much. You did because I was going to read my chapter. Wait a minute, like all the other authors being read by somebody else. Let's have Lex read mine. The one chapter I am most moved by is Lauren Chen. She's a podcaster as well. She's expecting now, so we wish nothing but the best for Lauren and Liam and Babby. There's a chapter there by this guy named Charles Roderick Plunkett called Dynamite, and he's advocating for making bombs and killing people, killing the forces of capitalism. And Emma Goldman was publishing her essay while she was on lecture tour, and she was just like, "Why is this in here? This is just really going to make us look bad," so on and so forth. And when you're dealing with any kind of, H.L. Mencken has that quote about every rational man must at times be tempted to spit on his hands, hoist the black flag, and begin slitting throats. So I wanted to sound like the seductive aspect of violence. Like that's the problem when you're dealing with terrorism, when you're dealing with political violence, to be able to understand how people can fall for this, how people can be persuaded to think, this is a good idea, that I'm going to make some dynamite and throw it into this crowd and kill, police officers and innocent people possibly in the service of violence. It's easy to say, oh, they're all crazy, but they're not, even not most people who are crazy don't do these things, So to have a woman read that chapter, and I told her kind of read it like a phone sex operator, because I wanted to have that siren song of like, so you can understand why this calls out to people who are in the rope, the people who are like marginalized. And she did such a superb job with that chapter.
That's such a beautiful vision. Yeah, because violence is part of human history to a degree that it must be seductive. There must be a strong pull. Like, it's not insane people. There's something probably deep down in our nature that craves violence. And then when there's charismatic leaders that inspire that, and revolution plus violence, that I could see that being extremely seductive to us. Like, when you're truly suffering in your current situation, whatever it is, you being oppressed by governments or being oppressed by the powerful, violent revolution is probably, there's something deep within us that longs for that.
And also, this kind of the Ghislaine Maxwell to Jeffrey Epstein, right? You need that woman to be like, no, this is okay, honey.
Yeah.
Come along. It's not a big deal. Don't listen to what your parents told you. They're just prudes. It's a siren song.
What do you think about Ghislaine Maxwell and the trial and so on? Again, maybe the interesting story there is about the coverage of the trial. So, like, the story is more complex and interesting than the actual horrific acts themselves. So to me, maybe I'm not knowledgeable enough, but to me, she's also truly evil. I don't know maybe you can help me figure out who's more evil. Just like you said, now the person that says it's okay, that helps the evildoer, or is it the evildoer themselves? I don't know, but I think she scares me more than Jeffrey Epstein somehow.
Yeah,
there's people like that in the world.
I had a Twitter poll. Do you think it's more evil or less evil to kill someone because you've been paid to do it? And people, the winning answer was more evil, and I said it was less, because I think that case you can kind of check out. You can be like, this isn't I'm just doing a job.
Yeah.
I don't, you kind of can. I think in a sense, if you have a certain mindset, like intellect, to remove yourself from the situation, I'm just a conduit. When you're talking about, like, I haven't been following her case that much.
It's because you mostly watch CNN. CNN's not covering it.
Well, I think my broader point would be the people who are untouchable and who know they're untouchable do much worse things than those of us who aren't that way can appreciate. Like, I was just talking about on Twitter about Rosemary Kennedy. She was one of JFK's sisters. It's not clear whether she was developmentally disabled or had like depressive mental illness. There's something clearly off with her in some capacity. And at age 23, they gave her a lobotomy. And the thing with the lobotomy is you have to be conscious. You don't never put you under. So you have to be counting backwards while their scalpel's in your brain, and they stop. But they stopped. They did too far. She became mentally like a 2-year-old. Never had bladder control for the rest of her life. Couldn't really talk or walk. And when that happened, they just put her away some home, and they never mentioned her again, or they didn't tell her brothers or sisters where she went. The lobotomy was only revealed in 1987, and they pretended, oh, she's in this home for kids with special needs, and it's just like that to me is very, very scary. That someone could do this to that people. I saw people respond like, oh, that was cutting edge technology at the time, haha. But I'm like, I don't think that was really done that frequently, or be hearing more about it. All these botched lobotomies, and my understanding is lobotomies are very hard to, like, they would want to do it. Someone's like a mass murderer, or like if someone's really bad, like if the person is left an invalid, like who cares, kind of situation. But you're dealing with something like this, like she's not killing people, she's not assaulting people. She's just difficult because she's making your vaunted family look bad. So
that's, do you agree that's, what is it, like psychopathy or something like that? Like, you don't care about, you do horrific things and you don't really care.
I can't diagnose Joe Kennedy, but what I would say, like Ghislaine Maxwell, I can't empathize because I don't understand. First of all, even in a positive sense, I don't know what it's like to be grooming my son to be the president and lost, the other son in war. I don't know what that's like. I don't know what it's like to be so wealthy. Like you have to give Joe Kennedy credit because a lot of what he was fighting for was to allow Irish people and Catholic people acceptance into like high society, and he was up against a lot of pressure with that. And he's like, I'm gonna, screw these people. I'm gonna be recognized, and we're gonna make people recognized. So there's something to be said for that. But I mean, I can't relate to people like him.
Yeah.
But I mean that is just terrifying. One of the big reasons that I'm an anarchist is like when you have someone who has that sense of amount of power over somebody else, a lot of times they're gonna do bad things and have no consequences.
Do you think in the Ghislaine Maxwell case and Epstein case, do you think they were trying to blackmail people? Like what the conspiracy theorists kind of describe? That's probably not too far away from reality. Did they intentionally try to put powerful people in compromising situations so that they can basically get more and more power?
Yeah, I think that was a Vanity Fair piece that you're referring to, or Fortune.
Oh, sorry, I'm just referring to the general concept.
Oh, there was an article that broke this down, because this article is either Fortune, Business Week, Vanity Fair, I don't know, a major reputable outlet, and they made the reporter made the point. They asked around, and they go, "This guy's a billionaire or extremely wealthy at least. No one I know ever traded with him. Like, where's his money coming from? There's no paper trail." So they're like, okay, if it's not trading, and trades are public often, where's this money coming from? And it's also like, why are all these people allowing Epstein to be the business manager when he has no kind of track record to show for it? So the hypothesis was he would get people into uncompromising situations with underage girls, secretly film it, and then he would, blackmail them accordingly.
Well, I guess that
would make sense.
I know it makes sense, but I also see a lot of evidence that he's just very charismatic in a room. So, and I've also seen, that's how human connections get made, like business deals get made.
Yeah, but where's his money coming from?
Oh, like rich people, without blackmailing, just like him close, like him as a friend.
I'm not arguing that. Like, okay, I like Jeff Epstein. Make sure you hold that quote.
Yes.
I'm a business person. I like Jeff Epstein.
I love Jeff. Like or love?
Love. I'm in love with.
This escalated quickly.
I'm going to hand over him to be my money manager to have 20% of my estate. Fine. Where is he making the money for that 20%? That's the thing, that there's no paper trail of him trading or anything. So I can understand
I see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What were your 2020 favorite moments?
You mean 2021?
Yeah, 2021. Yeah.
Clearly, it's Ghislaine Maxwell trial. It just really stands out to me. It's very moving. This is why I bring it up. No,
moving here.
So moving here, but for me, I think we actually didn't cover that with you, and I'd love to get your comment. Because you said this is the first time in your life you moved. So it's not just about the place you go to. It's the actual act of moving is also a leap. The decision was that I'm going to give away my salary at MIT. So stop taking salary, give away the group. So students, no more research, grant funding. And still keep an MIT affiliation just because I have friends and colleagues there still doing research, but giving away really primarily is the source of money. So no salary. And let it go to zero. Let my bank account go to zero. And take a leap in San Francisco or elsewhere. And as COVID broke out, and a lot of people started talking to me about San Francisco, about the cynicism there. And I would go there, and there was a kind of, so it's not all the woke stuff and all that kind of things, which is also a problem. It's less about dreaming about a big future, about building a big future, and more about some kind of identity politic battles that they're just, you could say some aspect in the positive light is important, but in a place like Silicon Valley, to me, the most important thing is to do big things, and for that to be most of the conversation. And so that cynicism was there. And then I went to look at Austin, and Austin was the opposite. Yeah, it's the optimism. And you have people like, so I talked to, so Elon was the optimistic about making this the capital of artificial intelligence and technology and so on. And Mr. Joe Rogan, now just the optimism about making this the cultural capital of the world. I mean, specifically comedy, but like it just radiates from them, just the excitement. And I've seen not many people of that nature in my life, and when I see that in their eyes, that engine, that fire of wanting to create something special about the place, first of all, those people rarely fail. That's first of all. And second of all, that's contagious. It's contagious.
Yes,
it's
very contagious.
And so all that combined, for me, 2021 was the actual leap of taking the leap, saying, all right, well, I'm actually going to do this. So not just giving away the salary, not giving away all that, but the whole thing. That's it. You just move to a place. There's an empty building, and you're moving into it. And this is a new life. And that leap, I don't know, it's a scary leap to take, because I've taken that leap many times in my life. And this is where, parents and all those kinds of cynicism is really destructive, because, from a cynical perspective, I worked at Google. So why leave Google? It's a very high paying salary that you can agree with. Then at MIT, why leave MIT? Like, it's MIT. This is you've always dreamed about. Like, why do you get a PhD? You've loved MIT. Or why leave MIT? I mean, this is the same process that we've gone through with a lot of things in life. Like you've been saying, every single stage, you need that. You need friends, you need support groups, and all those kinds of things that are extremely important. But in the end, it's about taking the leap. And for me, 2021 was this leap. And to me, that one of the most beautiful things you can do in life is to take those leaps.
And that's something that I think is no longer a thing in New York. There's no sense of hope. You don't go to New York now. There's been such an assault, and intentionally or otherwise, maybe inevitable, they didn't have a choice. But there's been such an assault on creativity and small business in New York that no one, very few people who are in New York right now think things are going to get great things. Once here, I feel it's every day it's exciting. And that's part of the culture and how the conversation goes. It's just in vogue to be cynical in New York and so I hope it continues to. What I love about New York and what I love about Austin also is the weirdo, the character, just the variety of personalities that if you just walk around and get to and I think New York still has that, but it has the extra cynicism on top of it. It's a negative. I mean, just becoming friendly, be inspired me to be nicer to people, not take myself serious, to be humble, to celebrate fun, not to be competitive, like all those things. Since I started listening to this podcast from the very beginning, it just radiated. The thing that people don't appreciate is Joe Rogan likes to impress his chops. I mean, if a lot of people at that level, like if it's on Mr. Rogan or out there, they say they don't want that. It's very phony, and they feel uncomfortable because they know everything they say there is. I remember I went with him and he was doing his performance here, and we were there, and he was doing his set, and I've reached the point now where I don't think of him as Joe Rogan, just my buddy's doing stand-up, you forget, and then I look at the audience, and I remember, I'm like, oh, this is a religious experience for these people. But you forget who he is. He doesn't carry himself like a big shot.
Yeah. And so, I mean, you get competitive as fuck. Like, I'll argue with him a lot. I mean, when it comes to Beth Collins and Pfizer CEO, you better believe I heard Big Joe. And then we just get drunk and argue about it. So it's beautiful. And he gets really passionate. It's not like easy to argue with him, but that's great. When you don't take it personally.
It's fun. As you and I discussed, and I'm sure you wouldn't mind us saying this, but like that moment when you first get a text from Joe Rogan and it's some human news, Like, I finally felt like I've arrived as a person.
What kind of blue mean are we talking about?
Like, it's some silly meme, but it's just like, this is the kind of thing you can imagine someone's uncle posting on Facebook.
Yeah.
It's Joe Rogan type thing to you.
Yeah. I mean, we also see Elon, obviously. There's a few people, I'm just saying, folks that you can know. Also, Jim Keller, who works with Elon. So I've had conversations with them because it's just my line of work. They're realizing that everything is possible in this world.
Yeah. Which is not the Russian mindset.
Okay. All right. Let's
That would come
sorry about that. Yeah, because we all call first principle thinking, but really it's just not being limited by the constraints of the past.
Yes.
And so it's saying, okay, this is how things have been done, but it can be done much, much better. And it has to be a manufacturer. Like, how do we do this 10 times cheaper? Like, everyone says it's super expensive, but is it really need to be? This is all the question about manufacturing, about how to build a product, how to actually have that product to scale it, as an impact, and just having a very serious engineering, to the level of physics, discussion about building a thing and fucking doing it, and just being around people that did it, and basically, literally or figuratively, said fuck you to everybody in the room that said they can't do it. And that analogy, so that I've gotten to know a lot better on that. Everything, the whole thing. Moving here, surrounded by the optimistic energy, and then the individual interactions with people that refuse to be like brought down by the cynicism of the world, the naysayers. It's that to me is like what I'm under this year for, and I hope it like materializes into something concrete here in Austin, and I feel it's doing that.
I really am curious to be a fly on the wall. I'm sure it'll happen at some point, watching you and Elon talk to each other. Because he's even more of a robot than you. He was on the Babylon Bee podcast, and I was honored to be able to be in the room while this was happening. And what the guys at the Bee do at the end of every podcast, they have like 10 questions. I don't think this is one of the big ones. No. And they go to Elon. Would you rather be Batman or Iron Man? Because they're both like multi-million industrialists. And Elon, being Elon, is like, well, let's think this through. There's different kinds of bats. You got fruit bats, then you got insect bats. Why it's called Batman? Batman can be able to fly, right? Bats can fly. And then Iron Man, I'm just sitting there, oh, dude, just answer my question. It was so literal. I was like, damn.
I guess by this point, I'll release a podcast with him. That's several hours, and it's exactly as you would imagine. It's exactly as you would imagine.
There was this
super technical.
The movie Her.
Yes.
So there's that one scene. It's when is it Joaquin Phoenix? Who's the lead character?
Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, so he's the lead, and he falls in love with Siri, basically, who's played by Scarlett Johansson. And there's another AI that she's talking to, and she's like, "Oh, can I permission to go into nonverbal communication with this professor?" And the guy's like, "Sure." And they just start talking to each other in their robot, and I'm just imagining the two of you having this mind meld.
Well, so there's both the humor of that, but also the practical nature of the kind of conversations to have. It's so great because it's problem solving mode.
Okay,
so
yeah, okay. That is fun. That is exciting.
Because like you stop completing sentences. I actually feel at home because you don't need to say the full sentences anymore. You could just like say random words and you start to understand what you're talking about, and then you can have multiple conversations at the same time and go on these tangents. One of the biggest problems I have with podcasting for me, talking, I have to finish my sentences. I have to actually finish making a point.
Yeah.
Which is a big problem because there's like a listener who needs to hear the point being finished as opposed to completing your sentences inside your own mind. And like the thing that I find to yell this exact same thing when the line is just randomly just switch different episodes. Just leaves out the you don't need any extension. You didn't need any of that. And also just I love that. It's so energizing. That's what I love about it. It's not the most eloquent communication style, but I love it. What about you? You said moving, the book. What else? And you've been really excited about that's I guess that book that you've also been nonstop excited about. Right? But most of this year, actually get the project. I'm on page 40 with the second draft, and it's really kind of funny because you're doing I think 10. The first draft got 9, so like I'm going back and like I'm the whole blog, and like, so I did a good job with the first draft. It's also funny when you're writing how, and I guess this is a mark of a good professional writer. My personal feelings don't match how the characters in the book come off. Like I have a lot of fondness for people like Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman in the book, but they're not good people. Like, and I'm writing objectively and whatever, and I'm reading some like they come up much worse than my personal appraisal. So it's kind of interesting as a writer when you watch it. I guess kind of like an attorney, right? Like you can have a situation where you, as an attorney, have a lot of fondness for your client and realize that they argued this thing, or you could not read it the other way, right? They're innocent. It's hard for you to make a case for them because the data's not there. So you actually talk about your writing process. Sure, there was one writing process to when you've talked about that, like your first draft is this kind of this where someone can get on and you say that maybe I won't say yes. Well, the first like real writing advice I remember getting was this book by Peggy Noonan called What I Saw the Revolution. And she was on Reagan's speechwriter. She's still for the Wall Street Journal. The book I bought was at a bookstore in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania when I was in college. This spine was cocked. I still have it. It was 99 cents. And she talked, when you're writing for president, this is no joke. Especially for a president who is the great communicator, Reagan, so and you have to be very inspirational, but also not public supportive, which is very hard to do. And she in the book talks about how she wrote speeches to him, but basically would write up a bring them, and if you write it, okay, get it out there. And then goes out to discuss all that in the So for the writer specifically, this is, I don't know if it's the most ambitious book I've ever done. Your reader, I think, is more ambitious because that's all of North Korea's history, and it's written in somebody else's voice, not persons of Martian. And you, like you mentioned, had to read a giant number of books. 60 books as research, yeah. Well, maybe can we just pause? Can you say what White Pill is about? Sure, it's a tale. It's about hope, and it's a tale of good and evil. And I think that's, I don't want to tip my hand too much. Okay. But people are always like, how do you think, why are you so hopeful? And I'm not hopeful at an emotional level. I'm hopeful because looking at history, I think there's certain things that not will certainly happen again, but it's not at all implausible to happen again, and that the good guys will win. And this is one of those cases. So, I had the book took on a life of its own. It's very different from how I originally conceived it. I originally conceived it as a kind of retelling of Camus' philosophy. Ryan Holiday, who he used to be close friends with, I've talked to him in a while, he has a whole kind of cottage industry based on the Stoics past. I'm like, okay, I asked him once, can I do this with Camus? He said, sure. And then I reread Camus recently, and it wasn't what I had remembered. Oh, so Camus wasn't that? I apologize to interrupt. So it's interesting. So you kind of took ideas from Stoics and started to kind of use it as a book. That's an interesting project. It's sad to hear that it was didn't materialize in exactly that way.
She got a smile that seems to me reminds me of childhood memories when everything was fresh and bright blue sky. Here I am, I'm gonna see her face. She make me away to that special place. Then if I bang down on, and I'll be way down and cry. Oh, sweet child of mine. Wow, sweet child of mine.
He fought very hard against the Nazi occupation. His book The Plague, which I find unreadable, is an allegory about Germany conquering France. So it's really it's the kind of book where reading the book doesn't add anything to the plot. The plot is a plague comes, sweeps over the town, destroys a lot of life, and then because it
Dude, why is it so shitty?
Like you get the point.
I deeply disagree.
Have you?
Yes, of course I've read The Plague. To me, I mean, The Plague is about the doctor. It's about love. It's about the different roles that humans take in time of tragedy, like The Plague. Also, it's an allegory, so you can start to think about like what you could, whether it's Nazi Germany, whatever you think that is. To me, that was about love and about like the role, like the highest ideal being the doctor, that like sacrificing himself for others, and like still has love and hope. I mean, to me, that the way that story is told, I think has a lot of meaning. It's like, to me, you saying that's interesting. You say it this way. To me, it's like saying Animal Farm doesn't need to be read because it's an obvious story.
I don't think there's much plot to The Plague. I think Animal Farm has a very long plot and a complex plot.
But there's experiences within the situation set up like there's experiences that start to reveal a philosophy. So it's very plot driven.
Yeah.
But so I would say you still should read it, but the plot doesn't like you didn't give away anything. Right. That's there's some books are just Ayn Rand is similar to that in sense. Like the plot is not as important as the behavior of the different people in that plot.
I think it's very important. See, having a plot makes it not necessarily an important thing. To me, the behavior of the people is the important thing. Sure, but you could like separate it into a bunch of long things and then stand on their own. And just think about that as Ayn Rand. She does the plot video where he starts to understand, right, different values that people have. But yes, but that's what the plot says. Yeah. But it's like even
It's like
Thomas Mann doesn't have a plot. He's the one who doesn't have plots.
just like
right.
a second.
Would you say Kafka has a plot?
I think Kafka's very heavy plot driven.
Yeah, but I just don't see that.
I guess where Morpheus doesn't really have a plot.
Yeah, but it goes to like falling out.
I think at the end, it's not really like this place. Yeah.
It's too fast.
Of Kafka's. It's really interesting. It's about a man, if you read it. It's about a man that is like a freak in the sense that his skill has been fast for a long time. And then people gather on the page and look at him as he found.
It's too slow.
And eventually he passed so long that people don't even care anymore. Like they just leave. So there's it has to do something. It makes me think about like don't become the way you live. Don't become like a freak show, a circus act. Like live for live for something that brings you joy.
Or don't live for the sake of attention. For the sake of attention. Yeah. Anyway, so I used to do this stuff. I talk about today. Anyway, so how I was writing this one, I just had our first draft of notes.
It's sick.
I read certain books as research, and I had the quote notes that I put over. And now basically rearranging everything and putting it. So the book started as Black Holiday, Black Holiday as the year. The book was not the book for 20 years. Because this is quick. The story. The book was very enthusiastic about the National Tears. Which I think is what I love about the background is to me the old
Shit. Send it.
This sense of not taking life for granted and kind of just pushing yourself and pushing the boundaries and his point being that life is inherently meaningless, which gives a great opportunity to give meaning to it and to create our own meaning to life.
So taking the main essay from Sisyphus, Myth of Sisyphus, that was the origin story for the white pill. But then it became something completely different.
And so then it became, how are you so optimistic in the face of everything that's going on in the world? And I started writing it when COVID started hitting. And because again, I'm not optimistic because of some temperament of mine. I'm optimistic because, people talk about how if the U.S. didn't exist, China would become an empire and take over everything. And they look at the British Empire, look at the Soviet Union. Like, it's not automatically sustainable. It costs a lot of things to make sure when you're geographically, all over the world, literally, to keep everyone in line. It's not at all like the supervillain in the movie. Like, once it happens, it's the happy ending for them. So that was the start. All right, let me tell. What we're good at is telling stories. This is really very, very, and also heavily the characters. Yeah, got it. So it's interesting to kind of mention what kind of so it would be like, let's suppose I just read a book called The Ghost in the World, which is an early book that's happening on from the perspective. So you just do a whole thing across, like a paragraph here about the space, another paragraph about so on and so forth. Whereas for other sections where I wasn't using with this research, they would be like talking about the thing getting shot. Like it's just me writing the narrative, and then I can sort of conversations and stuff like that. I would like to give that as advice that that's very peculiar way you write. No, so this is actually advice I feel comfortable giving to people who are trying to write. Because it's just like with the gym, right? If you did seven reps last week and you did 8 this week, it's psychologically motivating because you're going in the right direction. So make sure, tell yourself, I'm going to get a page done today. The page is done. Sit your ass on the computer, I have to get up and get those 2 pages. It doesn't matter if they look like garbage. Because if you have a 300-page first draft and it's crap, at least you have something to work with, and that's a big number. So if you're gonna, the thing is, since the first draft is gonna be crap, if you're editing as you write, it's gonna be extremely discouraging. And it's also trying to drive and reverse at the same time. Get it all out there, don't look it over. If you have a great one, put it in your phone and the draft. So it will be a big slog, like editing that slog is really
when you see those disparate lines laid out on page of different positions, then you start if you find that when you look at a list of those things, the font of font is very different. Would you actually use this? Yeah, I would use it. And I have a font of steps, so I can go on
I'm coming brighter about the fact that I can. Every girl crazy about it. So alright, try it again. Suck.
And I realized that that's bad because I want the reader to be in the past as the present. So if you're talking about, let's say, 1901 and we're referring to Obama, that screws people up. So I had to pull all those. Okay, let's talk about some New Year's resolutions. Things like that, like take a special day in the year to think about future and trustworthy stuff. Well, I usually have several projects in there at once, so there's a lot of different projects in those.
Blue shoes, and I don't know where I'm going to. Still sleep that time. I'm going crazy, not as fast as I can. Every girl crazy about the shot just man.
Years ago,
White lights, diamond rings, I ain't getting another single thing. Netflix, click to, cause I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going grinding just as fast as you can. Every girl crazy about the shot just man.
So, all I'm hoping for and getting done, I am extremely proud of it. And just also,
Sick!
building a, we had Thanksgiving together at Blair's house, just building a great upcoming community here, it has happened very quickly. I was just very confident. Surprise here. There's a girl that is outside, and she makes these alternatives for kids. Like if you see those pics online, or she makes those kind of things. So she's here. Yeah. So I think she's been here for a while. I haven't met her yet, but I just met her first. There's so many happening here that are overlapping. So I've been making changes to better and but I'm such an old person in that in my head, podcasts are like so ephemeral. Like I don't
Sick!
like. There's some episodes of my podcast I'm really proud of, and there's a lot of friendships I've made as a result.
What is this
that really
shit?
mean a lot to me. No question. It's made
Garbage.
my life a fairly better place. But it's not the same as that book on the shelf, especially when the book is something that I think matters much more than I do.
Yeah, there's a permanence to it. There's a seriousness to laying down the words on paper.
Yeah,
like really giving them thought. Yeah, that's true. But podcast, I mean, I'm a huge fan of podcasts. You don't listen to podcasts much, which is fascinating to.
Yeah, like at all. I don't know how mine is so successful. Like, it's just it's good. Yeah.
Yeah. I just love the medium. I love the authenticity, the realness of the medium. That's really nice.
I just understood it's starting to click because like my pal Blair White, she was just on Rogan, and the first 10 minutes, I was so angry, like I was sitting there like yelling at the screen, because Joe and Blair, you would think that they're going to start talking about Trump or trans issues or moving to Austin. They start talking about shark reproduction.
Yeah.
And neither of these dumbasses knew anything about it. And I know a lot about it. And they're like, oh, is it like this? The sharks lay eggs? And I'm sitting there, I'm like, if you don't know why you're talking about this, why? Why are you talking? And I can also see why people like these shows, because they feel like they're friends with the people, like they're sitting in the room. Because I felt like I was in that room, and I wanted to shake both of them.
Yeah, no. So, no, what about transforming yourself? Any resolutions like that?
Oh, I'm doing a slight bulk now. So I'm almost at my heaviest weight ever, but I couldn't go to the gym this week because I was under weather. So that's been a little frustrating, but yeah.
So we're gonna get some more modeling pics. What's is there goals there?
So my heaviest, I'm 4'8". The heaviest I've ever been was when, and this is when I was like.
He's exaggerating. He's not that.
That's the metric.
Oh, sorry. Are you talking about your height?
Yeah.
4'8"?
Yeah.
Barely 4'6".
So the heaviest I've ever been when I was like really high body fat, because I couldn't gain weight as a kid. So when I figured out I could actually gain weight, was 164.5. So I want to hit 165. Let's see, take it from there. I have a friend I got to trade off, and this kid's stronger. He's Instagram is stronger than the number 5 instead of letter. The number 5 instead of letter S. But he does. It looks like it's Photoshopped, like your brain can't process it. You know the human flag?
No. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
But he does human flag push-ups.
Wow.
So he is horizontal, parallel to the ground, right? He's holding himself up like a flag, but he can also do this while. So he's moving parallel to the earth, side to side, while holding. It's just crazy. No, but I'm saying like he's been helping me out. Like so, like that was good. So really impressive. Yeah, I love that kind of stuff like that. Body work stuff. So yeah, that's very like I've never seen one professional that we have in Portland that very like I'm just missing like I love going out and body weight stuff is just super functional for everything else we live in. So like on the other hand, I don't care about functionality. The thing that really bothers me, like I know Joe's thinking of opening a gym, like a private gym. There's only like one power cage here at like the Golds I go to. Yeah. I don't know what source. There's only one, or that sometimes people aren't using it. I'm like, no one's doing deadlifts in here. No one, just me.
Yeah.
It's Golds.
By the way, I don't want to say where. I'll tell you off, but there's a few really like ghetto places around Austin where there's just like shitty gyms that nobody wants to go to, but they're at and it's like one of the heavy Oh, the 24 hours. There's a code. You just go in. That's funny. I don't exactly. Well,
That's just not true. The people.
Sometimes people are great.
Yeah, like and I've had fans come up to me at Goals and they've all been cool, except.
Oh no.
Except if I have my headphones on.
Yep.
And I'm doing deadlifts.
Yep.
I don't need you to come over, tap my ear, and start giving me critiques about my form.
This actually happened?
Yes. I'm still angry about it. I'm pulling my 150.
So, dude, who the fuck is the rabbi, and why does he have a Discord? Because he's a pimp, Michael. Because he's a pimp.
Actually, the wildest day ever in my life. I was so many things happened.
They think it's this other guy.
To a wedding
no, dog.
Andrew?
You know who it is.
And with Whitney Cummings and Joe Rogan and a bunch of other fascinating people. It's just, speaking of weirdos, the comedian, like the reason I find the comedians awesome, one, they're authentic, they're just cool people.
Yeah.
But they're also just weird. Like, you don't become a comedian and not being like fucked up in all kinds of different ways. Anyway, so there's the wedding. I'm, me, it was only carbs at the wedding, so I didn't eat. I didn't eat for a long time. So I was like already fasted 20 hours, 25 hours. And so that this whole story of everything that happens is Lex like 40 hours.
Gonna make you move, gonna make you sweat, gonna make you groove.
Heavy. I'm 40 pounds. So in this calories, not only for calories, whiskey. And I didn't trust myself in cars and
Get away.
So we went to Vegas together, and then just kept doing lounging another outfit. Logan opened up for Whitney Cummings. He just like showed up at a party with me and invited. We went and played. Then we started to fight for some guys. So
Still raining hard, can't get out there. Running red. The dreams of you are through my head.
Better. Yeah. Like that.
That was sick.
There's a certain aspect of marriage that I'm afraid of, that like your partner takes you away from life. You don't get to experience that this much. But this was like they were enriching. I don't know. It's like the world's most powerful support generation. Then of course, Drunk Flex
Send it.
Challenges Goggins to push-ups.
I saw that on Instagram. Whatever.
So we're in the middle of,
and use your suit.
In this suit, in the middle of a casino. There's a crowd gathering. And like it's Joe Rogan, me and David Goggins, and then just doing push-ups with him. And Rogan is like commentating and yelling.
Just do the fucking really drums on this one. You know you wanted to do it.
Next thing and next thing and next thing like this, and then drove all the way from Vegas back to LA with Joe and Whitney and his wife, and it was like, what is this? And all of it is done in 24 hours. The one valuable lesson is don't fast and drink like excessively. So I've learned that, because what happens is liquor hits your mind. My mind. So I'll speak about my particular mind. Like the intellectual part of my brain got hit really hard, really fast. So I was not able to, even more so than usual, stitch together sentences. I understood everyone really well.
So like major immigrant kid. Я понимаю, but you never говори.
2003.
So inspiring, right?
2084. 2093. Light years ahead. You and me gonna get down on a space bed. We gonna get married in June. We gonna get it down on the moon. 9 years. And the planetary. We get down. Stars in a credit still music won't have no race. In space. Sometimes on a trip, give my sign on the ship. I can tell by the way that you really want to stay on the space. Peaceful station.
Oh yeah, we're gonna win.
Oh, that was so sick.
Who's we?
Good guys.
Didn't Hitler also think he's the good guys?
Who's wrong? You know why?
2073.
So you think it's permanent? So there's just one time the good guys winning It'll last. It won't pass.
2003.
So I think all of it.
Like years
Unfortunately, I think we're
when
going
we
to
don't be good.
That's cool.
in the not so distant future.
It could be better though.
Do you have specific things in mind or no? Or just a sense about human
Try it again.
civilization, about society?
Guaranteed, it's not going to be the same thing. It's
I
going
don't
to
know about
suck.
waking up, but I think the
So fucking stupid.
increased understanding on all sides of the political spectrum that corporate America and corporate news outlets are self-motivated actors, and those motivations are often inimical to what others would regard as desirable, is something that I think is happening with increasing frequency.
So what do you think about the political landscape in
2000
general?
and 73,
Rabbi said that
2000 and 84,
Donald Trump is definitely running in 2024.
2000 and 93,
I think he said he thinks he'll have
light years ahead. You and me gon' be get down on the space bed. We gon' get married in June. We gon' get it down on the moon. Light years ahead. Oh, and to get down. Flowers in our planetary. Still on the stand down. Music won't have no race. On the space, in space. In the time of a trip, step inside my rubber ship. I can tell by the way that you really wanna stay. Monkey space. Keep on pacing.
When I say the good guys are going to win, I certainly don't mean Donald Trump. I don't think victory is going to come as a consequence of Washington.
I don't want to make America great again.
I think America is great. So,
This is my
there are also hats that Giuliani and Jefferson wore that said, you can look this up, they said, they're in the south border, make Mexico great again also.
When we don't be good now on the space bed.
Because actually, it's like
We gon' get married in June.
okay. So you don't even think you might get the nomination? Who else might?
I mean, if you had asked 3 years out who the nominee in 2020 would be, Donald Trump wasn't even, or 2016 rather, wasn't even on the radar screen. So we have a long way to go. DeSantis,
3 years is a long way to go.
Yeah. Especially because we're coming out of COVID, there might be some governor who becomes a rock star for some reason. Maybe someone's gonna have some congressman might have some big moment where they're screaming at somebody, and all of a sudden they become a rock star in the Republican Party.
Or could be one of the celebrities we don't think about. I mean, Donald Trump is essentially not a political figure before, right? Exactly. So it could be any of the famous right-leaning celebrities.
Well, you can tell by the way I use my watch. I'm a woman fan. No time to talk. I'm looking hard and women warm. I've been kicked around since I was born. And it's alright. It's okay. We can look the other way. Or we can try to understand. The New York Times are man. Whether you're a brother or whether you're a mother, we're just staying alive. Staying alive. Drinking with them, and everybody shaking them. Staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. Staying I can't believe it. I really tried. Right.
But Scott Walker was the figure of the moment in the 2016 cycle, and he didn't even make it to Iowa.
Yeah, and I wonder what role does COVID play in all of this, right? In terms of I'm mostly optimistic and hopeful about the world right now. Most things. I've been
Shocked it
a
was
little
awful.
bit or a lot disappointed by the lack of great leadership in a time of trouble. Because to me, one of the great things about a difficult time is it brings out great leaders. You have the ups and downs things that you don't.
Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman man, no time to talk. A women love and women want.
The fact that it didn't quite the way that I hoped it would is disappointing. I think there's still time too, because people are trying to figure out what to do as we emerge from the fog. So I'm excited about what somebody said this.
Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man, no time to talk. A women love and women warm. I've been kicked around since I've been born. That's alright, it's okay. I've been people the other way. Do it again. That was terrible.
Well, that's my perspective. I don't regard elections legitimate. And I see what you're saying, not in the terms that basically the process itself is legitimate. Yes, but it was like cheating or something. Yeah, but I think that's pretty much a given. It has been a given. Like I see the Republicans often say,
well, you can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man, no time to talk. A little bit of love and women warm. I've been kicked around since I was born. Now it's alright, it's okay. And you guys look the other way. We ain't try one last thing. New York Times, I'm man. Whether you're a brother or whether you're a mother, you're staying alive, staying alive. Music and the record and everybody shaking, you're staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive. I get low when I get high, and if I can't get even, I'm gonna try. When we don't run and don't shit, I'm a dancing man. You just can't lose, so it's alright. It's okay. And if you see the another day, or we can try to one last thing. The New York Times, I'm man. Whether you're a brother or whether you're a mother, you're just staying alive, staying alive. Making, breaking, and everybody shake. I'm staying alive, staying alive.
You should be able to say something nice about both Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
That was sick. That was so sick.
I don't want to say specifics, I guess, we should call them out, but several people several people email me saying
Whether you're a brother or whether you're a mother, you're staying alive, staying alive. Taking a breaking and everybody shaking and staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive, staying alive. Staying we don't down for shoes. I'm a dancing man. You just can't lose. You know it's alright. It's okay. And we will see another day. We can try one last thing. New York Times, alright, day. Maybe you're a brother, whether you're a mother, you're staying alive, staying alive. Because they can make me mad, everybody shaking and staying alive, staying alive.
This chair's ruined. Sorry, Milan. You have to sit in it. Why is this chair? I feel like I'm sitting in a swamp. Get Lex, you have stuff to show. Can you mortgage? Yeah. I'll send you a test.
Man, I gotta take a risk.
But yeah, I mean, like one criticism I
What
told
is it,
Joe.
athleticism?
Quote,
Really impressive, I mean, athleticism.
Rogan is like he has trouble finding one positive thing to say about Joe Biden, for example. And I just don't like that. I think I mean I'm a big believer in the shit sandwich. Sticking on
I
topic.
think here's an easy one. I think Joe Biden clearly is a very amiable person.
Like what's the amiable?
Gets along with people. Like it seems really clear that maybe before president, because it's different when you're the president, but that he could call a lot of these Republican senators, get them on the phone, and have a conversation with them.
Yeah, and it's not some kind of manipulation. Or
to some extent, it is because they're all politicians, but he clearly seemed to be wasn't like an ideologue.
Yeah. I mean, but there's. I mean, maybe I'm a sucker for that kind of thing, but the blue collar thing, like riding the train, you know, there's ways to connect with people and it's seeing them as equals, no matter where their walks of life are. And I love it when presidents do that to some degree because of the wealth under which Donald Trump existed for a lot of his recent life. He's less able to do that quite naturally. Maybe sometimes Obama wasn't quite able to
question. Who's more blue collar, Trump or Biden? Who's the most efficient?
Because not to be political, but really fit in a bar, a local bar, and I can see both of them. Yeah. I think that's Obama doesn't play. Yeah, because he's got that idea. He has ideas. Yeah, right. Some of that, but yeah. I hope people do that.
It's just a bad strategy. If you can't figure out why half the country is voting for someone regardless of opinion, well then how are you going to fight this dude? Like, when I did the reading in North Korea for, it's like, don't you want to understand how these people get to where they got? I know I'm saying that he's a good person, but there's a logic to it. There's nothing to about this. You live your life, you live ours, and
Night moves.
Goodbye and good luck. There's no harm, no ill will. Now, there's lots of arguments against them. Some of this are completely, I think, stupid. The stupidest one is, well, that's what
Night
China
moves.
wants. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not going to live my life saying I'm just going to do the opposite.
Dude,
of
it is
China
from
wants.
China,
That's not logic. That's not a good pathway. Now, I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but that's not a reason one way or another.
Yeah, you bring up China or Russia, that's exactly what China or Russia. But a strong way to phrase that is
Night moves.
America, like not just the one America, but like both sides in the divorce will be much weaker when they individually were together. So in that sense, not that you have to care about what China thinks, but like it's a big step backwards.
Yes, I think in the short term it is absolutely a big step backwards in terms of power. There's no question that when you're trying to reestablish a society, there's going to be a transition period. A transition period is going to be costly. each side starts wondering, wait a minute, why are we still doing this? We don't have to anymore. We're not living with them, so on and so forth. So that's going to be a
Night
concern.
moves.
I don't think that the whole point of America, or even a large point of America, is to
doing that
bulwark
shitty thing.
against Chinese power. And there's going to be very few people on Earth, given my work, who have as much informed hatred and
Night
contempt
moves,
for the
kids.
Chinese government as I do.
This is
certainly,
fucking stupid.
Next to the North Korean people, maybe people from Eritrea, there's few populations who I'm as worried about as people under the rule of the Red Chinese. My steelman argument is there's no way this is going to be peaceful because
This
the
is
lines
the
don't
worst.
separate out well. So all you're doing is basically just replicating the problem because the disparity isn't between, like during the Civil War, North and South.
Night
It's
moves,
like
kids.
between New York City and upstate New York, or between Chicago, downstate Chicago. Once you get outside of LA and like Sacramento, California, in many ways like Kentucky, so it doesn't make sense. So that's a strong argument.
I mean, you've talked about that this process would be painful. Right, it can't be paid, and we're not just talking about violence. It could be just even the Civil War. You could divide it somewhat cleanly. Obviously, the kind of national divorce you might be suggesting is so people are living amongst each other. So you have to literally move. It's complicated.
Right, so that is a very strong argument. I think a cogent argument against
Fuck,
it.
man.
Two
Shit
is
sucks.
it's not just China, it's that there's a lot of bad actors in the world who maybe aren't. Like China certainly wants to carry itself and have an appearance, at least on the world stage, as civilized and a leader. There's lots of smaller countries who, without us, are going to feel comfortable doing some very nefarious things. And they're not going to be scared of us anymore. And so that would be a bigger concern in many regards than China. So I think that's a reasonable one. It could be that both sides, if this happens, are going to, instead of working for better, or things that make the side bad would get worse. That's, having those push towards the malevolent extremes is, I think, a very legitimate criticism and a concern.
I mean, as you suggested, there's no guarantee.
This little too tall could use a few pounds.
Also,
iPad's haunting now.
America.
She was a bird that better than take me on my eyes. More on her own, same way behind.
This meant a lot for a lot of people and a lot for history. You're just going to be like, okay,
Round, round, and round.
So that's it. I think the reason why
Not been crossing and I had it. Round in the backseat of my 6-seater Chevy. Working on mysteries without any clues. Working on the night moves. Trying to get some well-known private news. Working on the night moves.
For example, Czechoslovakia broke up. When
Summertime.
broke up. It wasn't really ideological.
The sweet summertime song. We were in love, found no far from it. We were just searching for some pie inside something. We were just young and restless and bored, living by the sword.
There's a difference between.
And we're swinging away every chance we could. To the back room now there's trust of wood. She loves me, he loves me, and neither one cares. We're getting our share. Working on it, not moves.
Which I'm sure the arguments.
Low device storage.
5 years later.
Do you have a kind of vision
Close.
of which of the two or which of the five? Like, do you actually have specific cultures?
I'll tell you exactly. Yeah. If I told you and everyone listening in 2014, we weren't that long ago, it's not long ago, which of these two things is more likely to happen? 2014. Texas secedes, or declares secession from America, or Donald Trump gets elected president. Everyone's voting for Texas. But here's the prediction, which is more likely. So we have this one. So it's not all unlikely to win this one.
I don't know if that logic is. You can't just say, here's an unlikely thing that happened, therefore anything can happen.
I just said, you just earlier said it.
But it's like, I was going to say that.
You said it.
I said it.
Yes, you said everything is happening.
Definitely not shit. I'm like you with podcasts and do a podcast, but I don't listen to it.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So yeah, I can have it.
Trying to make some
It is a last thing.
100%.
Check
And I
something
can
else.
I'm looking for the first president.
I attended the debate between and then that's the podcast and they did it recording.
Okay, so it's not here.
That's where my Michael Mouse got. So the
You're wearing it now.
We were just young and restless and bored.
Yeah.
Living by the sword.
it's funny because the
And we'll
metaphor
see
applies across
every chance we could.
all of these level of
The
collectivism.
bathroom,
So he was arguing that for the power of nation,
so
so he would be arguing against national divorce. But he was also arguing for marriage, the power of actual marriage between individuals. Like, I think he's a conservative, and what I really like about him is there's a clear philosophy of conservatism that he expresses, and I think a lot of people get behind that philosophy because to me, like conservatism, liberalism often is very yes, he has a clear philosophy that he's expressing there, and is grounded in tradition. He has a lot of value in tradition, and so it's the thing you said about America. Like one of the arguments against national divorce is like, listen, we've been at it for a while, and there is a lot of value in the fact that we've been at it for a while. Don't just throw it all away. He says, like, philosophically, in a lot of walks of life, revolution should be avoided. I agree. So it's kind of he makes the case that there's something fundamentally powerful about the nation that we it's a nice way to keep the culture. And so not the force against goes against that. You find some aspect of the virtual nationalism if you put it powerful. Powerful in a good sense or in a good sense. But yeah, it makes sense. I know the basketball concerns very well good things. I have that line I always say that I love my country. I hate the government because I love the country. I think it's also the case because the country has to America. Like, I don't know if I was living in, whatever, I don't want to insult someone's country. Canada. If I was living in Canada, I don't know that it'd be much of This is a guy who calls basically every other country shithole country.
Yeah, that's true. That's the fact. Yeah. So it's there's two types of countries, Texas or shitholes.
Oh wow, you went full Texas. So you're okay burning the Northeast to the ground at this point.
Okay, I'm hoping for it. What they've done to New York City, I will never forget these people. And I hope that they suffer enormously consequences for what they've done to New York. It's unconscionable, the assault they've done, and no remorse over how many creative outlets that they've destroyed.
Yes, the cultural hub, cultural center of the world. Yeah.
It's just New York was this was the place where you go to put up your shingle and move the needle and make things happen. And I would understand if it was like, okay, we gotta suffer through this for a year, but we're gonna make sure all these businesses have a kind of safety net to make sure that they kind of get through and survive this, which they did to the banks in 2008, for example. And I'm saying for the benefits of this part of that. So I burn it down. It's up here. Because it's like watching the good it's just an abomination.
So let me say, sort of on the white pill side of things, I don't know about you. I have a sense that both Silicon Valley, for me personally, maybe I have the same intensity of feeling as you do about New York. It's just disappointing to see it be consumed with cynicism and a lot of other paralyzing forces. But I still have hope for that place. I think maybe it's the your kind of tradition hope that through momentum the strong reemerges. So like I have hope for New York. I think New York will continue, like, not maybe on the scale of years, but on the scale of decades. It'll be ups and downs where it reemerges as a cultural center. I just can't imagine a place like New York. It's like Paris. There's going to be long stretches of time where it meets the world.
Paris has not been a cultural hub for very long time. You know, the days of Matisse and Picasso and Gertrude Stein are long gone.
It still is a hub.
Even London isn't London.
Yeah.
You know, you're not the.
But what is that? London is still London. Paris is still Paris.
Yeah, but
London
London-
is Paris of old.
Right.
London of old. Well, London is still a place. It's a tech hub. It's a fashion hub. It's a music hub. It's still a pretty strong hub.
Yeah, but not like during the Beatles era. Right? It's not like during the Sex Pistols era.
But that's it could still take on what is a hub then?
No, it's not. It's not really a past because a hub is a place where everyone earns their as they do. So in the late 60s, the British in the mid 60s, the British invasion, the Kinks and all these other bands put together Great Britain. They were the innovators. This was the place that was happening. And Brooklyn, you know, 15 years ago.
But I guess maybe that's a geographical hub. It can be a hub individual. So it's not maybe you'll never have.
I think there was I'm saying digital space makes it easier for most people to be a hub. Because all you need are 10 people who have Cleveland to show up in an accident.
And 50 people on the radar. Yeah, and maybe less people to start to be.
So I think there's no particular articles talking about Austin and what's happening here. And I know some of Joe's plans and you and I and Blair and all these other people that we know, buddy Andrew Heaton moved here. He's one of the best people I know. It's just I'm really excited.
That's just some weird thing about friendship.
Of course.
Because you mentioned Sam and
There's like in case you guys have brain damage watching the Breakers last episode, like watching Disney incident, all that things like that. Yeah, I didn't like that. I think Sam does it. Okay. You're the best. Because it's very easy to say from his perspective, look, this isn't the first time, why didn't you say the first time story? Here's the inside story. Please watch this and be cool. That's a very easy thing to say. Yeah, I don't put it in that so we could do this about each other now. I'll put three people on the table. Joe Rogan, Sam Harrison, and Paul Weinstein. And they have a way of talking where the other person's really publicly certain of that. And I understand most of the but I'm going the other way. Let's suppose it is that Joe's being out about sending this information. Being sarcastic is the goal of these situations. Whereas if you're like, he's wrong, here's the facts, or here's the truth, that I think to me, I don't like that nail so much. That the guy is I've never done that with someone I'm friends with. I never would.
Okay, let's put that on record.
It is
before
on
he
record.
trolls me,
Because if there's an issue with you, I'm getting you on the phone.
good. I mean,
Because
that's
then
the
I'm
way-
not backing you into a corner publicly. It doesn't make any sense strategically.
Yeah, and actually, Brett Weinstein tweeted something, sort of criticizing something. I already forgot what, but he texted me first saying, like, is it okay if I tweet this?
Yeah.
And I said, yep. Like, I was excited.
Yeah.
But I think there's some level of just be compassionate privately and be compassionate publicly. Like,
Or be
both.
civil.
Civil.
Yeah.
I for some reason I don't like the word civility because it's like polite. I do like it's
Be cordial. Is that better?
no. What I mean is like
It seems phony to you.
it's just phony. Like you should radiate love in whatever way. But even if you're rough, with the other person, you should still show like respect and love for that person. And that gets back to the Russian rooms where they're yelling at each other, but there's still love underneath it. I mean, the question I want to ask for you is, I think you and I have a different view on some things.
Okay.
We have a different approach to things, just on the surface level, but also a different view on some things. Like, I have a lot of hope for institutions. I have, so maybe it's a gut instinct. Like, your gut instinct is like, centers of power are like, burn them down first and then let's figure it out.
Sure.
Or maybe that's a funny, rough way of saying
No,
it.
that's about right.
And then for me, it's like, no, let's understand the institution and slowly revolutions from within versus revolutions from without. And but like, we can have those disagreements, and there may be times when those disagreements would be, I could see in the future, I could see I'll be attacked by my friend Michael Malice, which I very look forward to it. No, not attacked, but you know what I mean, on the surface level, in the idea space. Anyway, you're shaking your head now. You won't. I guess maybe this also goes to Sam Harris and Joe Rogan. I would love to be able to disagree in big ways on important things and still be close friends. And I don't understand why those should be contradictions.
Yeah.
And that's the tension. That's been the most heartbreaking thing to me about Sam and Brett and Joe. In the case of Brett, me, I don't know Brett, so I'm just like looking as somebody who just enjoys having these voices out there. It seems like COVID just brought out the worst in many folks. And it just feels like so sad to me to see their friendship somewhat deteriorating. Or maybe I'm just being
no, it seems clearly it's dated enormously.
Sad that that's the case.
Yeah, so I've had people come at me because I'm friends with you, and they were like, "Oh, Lex authored some paper about masks." I don't even know what the hell they're referring to. I don't care. I always say and mean, I don't care whether someone agrees with me. I care how they treat me. And it goes the other way, because I'll have a lot of people on Twitter who are like, "Oh, I'm on your team," and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't know you. You're not my team. And just because you happen to agree with me, it's of no value to me. Like, I don't know you, and I'm not interested in knowing you. Many of my friends, I don't know what their politics are. I don't care. Like, I care how we hang out, we have a good time, we watch dumb movies, we watch YouTube, go to the store, whatever. I don't know what your politics are. I don't care what your politics are. Chris Williamson, who, he's just here. He's going to be moving to Austin. I only learned what his politics are in the last week. We chat like almost every day. He took the world's smallest political quiz, and he figured out what his answers were. I had no idea what he's talking about. He said, well, obviously, yeah,
Marxist. Let's be
so, like, stuff like that, like, you never, and people, I think because politics is often so tribal, especially now, they'll be like, oh, I could never be friends with someone who voted for X. Really? What if they're like grandma worked in that campaign? What if, blah, blah. If this, you can't think of one steelman argument why this would happen. What if they just want to spite their boss? So I don't like that approach at all. It makes no sense to me.
We can still have debates, and like, I would still like to have those conversations and still have disagreements. Like, I disagree with Joe on COVID a lot, on a bunch of different things. Very kind of, but it's never like, it's not tense at all. It's just, it doesn't have that arrogance that a lot of COVID conversations seems to have, like talking down to people from both directions.
Yeah.
It's so I would love to have those, because I love the debate. I love debates.
It takes a lot to get me triggered. And when the Babylon Bee were interviewing Elon, and he had this thing, he goes, well, I don't know anyone who wants to, abolish the FDA and the FAA. And I'm standing there, and I'm shaking, and the guys look at me, and they're like, oh, we actually have an anarchist here. And the example he used was, look, if you're playing football, you're going to have a referee there. You want the referee. You don't want the referee to start playing the game. This is a good thing. And I was sitting there like, the referee doesn't work for the state.
Yeah.
The referee is a private individual working for this organization.
Yeah.
And there's no reason at all that food quality, which is something crucially important, has to be or can only be delivered through the state and a government monopoly.
That's actually really interesting. Just going on that, just a little bit with the vaccine and stuff like that, with the antiviral drugs. The FDA said, like, are you comfortable? Like, who should be the referee?
Right.
Do you have an idea? Like, what's the best referee for the vaccine? It's just the market. Just let people decide.
This is tricky because the thing that I have not been following COVID as closely as Joe and Sam, as Mr. Harris, and Mr. Musk. The point is, when anything like this is developing, there's going to be a lot of misinformation out there, even from the scientists, because it's a dynamic process. They don't know what they're dealing with. A lot of it has to be speculative. They don't know long-term effects because it hasn't been around for a long time. So I think it is very dangerous when Joe was mocked for taking a laundry list of things under his doctor's advice, and they kind of latched onto the ivermectin, and then they specifically said it was horse paste, although it's veterinary medicine. So why did they say
music isn't available for someone come from
like,
Instagram?
well, he's not dead. So, and he's also taking drugs which are used in other circumstances. At the very least, maybe they're pointless, but if the drug is being allowed for pharmaceutical reasons, the odds are quite low that they're going to have deleterious side effects in general. So I think this kind of insistence that there has to be one officially approved outcome that we're all doing, that is kind of dangerous thinking in general.
By the way, I don't know if you saw, I got a chance to talk to the Pfizer CEO, and I had help collecting questions. I got a lot of questions, and people put at the top a question from Michael Malice.
Oh, really?
No, ask him what he likes best about me.
Oh, what does he like best? Yeah.
So I actually had that on my list of questions I was going to ask him, and my plan was I'll ask him. Michael Malice wants to know what you like best about him, and then my guess would he'd be like, who? And I'll be like, exactly, and then go on. But I thought, like, how it was such a tense conversation that I thought there would be no
question for levity. The question I would ask him is, can you acknowledge that there is an enormous incentive for your company to force everyone in America or everyone on Earth to
What the fuck, Zuckerberg? Your shit is so bad.
So I danced around that question quite a lot. Like, I phrased it differently, which is a conflict of interest and a tension between making a lot of money and actually helping people. And I mean, I've asked a lot of really heavy questions in that, and a lot of people wrote to me with support saying, like, that was a really great conversation, and a lot of people wrote saying that it was just too soft. And I don't know, I think about that a lot. Like, how do you have that conversation? I don't think it was too soft. And actually, just for the record, I want to say that they didn't see any of the questions I'm asking. They didn't see the final interview. I can ask anything I want. And so any questions that I asked and failed to ask is my own shortcomings. Also, not being a coward, I was afraid of nothing. Like, what do I have to gain or lose exactly?
Well, you have something to lose, because I always do softballs, because if I'm going to make it difficult for someone to come to my show, a lot of people will be disincentivized to do the show, because, like, well, I don't need this.
I see. Oh yeah, I wasn't thinking like that, but I don't like to. What I think some fraction of folks wanted me to do is to yell at a person, like, criticize them, not even ask questions.
How dare you?
Yeah. But to me, my hope is with these conversations is not just to do how great you are and all that kind of stuff, is to bring out some deeper truth. Like, the beautiful things is when you can together realize some truth, like you mentioned, that, the incentive to for everyone to take the vaccine is obviously high for the maker of the vaccine.
Yeah.
Right. And for them to arrive at that truth together, like, that is a really difficult truth to operate under. like for example, I had a whole exchange with him about. This is Jordan Peterson asked this question. I use that as a kind of springboard, which is the kind of open doors between the FDA, the CDC, and Pfizer. Right. Like some people work at Pfizer and then go to work at the FDA, and then vice
There you go.
versa.
What the fuck?
And
Zuckerberg, your shit is so bad.
this is my safe space. Maybe yours too. Just going back to the Soviet Union.
Zuckerberg
the
sucks.
lessons of human nature and corruption. I said like this. There's two things. This looks bad, and two, this naturally leads to corruption. And I pushed this with several questions, but polite and respectful. And he ultimately said, there's rules. There's the rule of law, and there's very strict rules about this, and we have to follow those rules. Otherwise, we get punished severely. So, like, his response is, people reacted to them as like, okay, that's the CEO doing the political, but there's also truth to what he's saying. That one of the beautiful things about America is that you can criticize the rule of law currently, but it's better than the Soviet in the Soviet Union where people bribed each other. But still, he made it seem like there's no corruption.
People often ask me why I describe myself as an anarchist and not a anarcho-capitalist, because they think my views are more in line with that school of anarchism. And one of the other reasons, you just gave me a good one, is that if I'm talking to somebody with a major CEO, I have that hardcore left hand view that this person is the devil, certainly going to be sinister at the very least. And if you can say, listen, this happens inevitably with elites, you have to universities, there's always so many people at the top of these things, there's really small, and everyone knows each other, kind of the dynamics of any market. That would just say it's a character for us. It's not trying to produce a product that people want. So, unlike the people who criticize me, I was bothered by listening, but I was bothered by because we constantly worry about it, not because like,
Ludacris going in on the verse because I've never been defeated and I won't stop now. Keep your hands up, get them in the sky for the homies that ain't making no go lock down. I never went nowhere. Don't they saying Ludacris? Give it on that contour. Look, call it Ludiac. I'm always the coolest track, so I spit my coolest flow. I can go up and down. Triple booties go. My verse is very serving. Like a billion
I know
birds.
this FDA, I know this senator. Sure, we disagree. Sure, but in terms of corrupt, they're not getting briefcases full of money. They're not going to sell a vaccine that kills people in Georgia. So yeah, it's a concern theoretically, but this is 21st century. The thought process, I think, writes itself.
I think, having the humility to at this trusted level, thinking that I might be doing bad to the world, I might be wrong, I might do that kind of thinking is great. You should do at least some of that, not just one thing. Realize that you're actually the right mindset to do it. You're asking them for advice. Okay. You're compassionate, thoughtful, very kind of thing. So, keep the conversation like that. So, if there's an alternate conversation, that first night was that night is like there's nothing thoughts. So there's something thoughts, but then they want to talk about it and things like that. I think you have them on your show, or giving you advice on how to talk to them. I think it's the right people. Forget about future guests. Get us something fresh with you, the life is very special that just well, let's take those one at a time. So if I was talking to Trump, I told him to ask Trump this, and he didn't. What I wanted to know is, what's the look on your face when you're saying these things?
Right? Because I'm imagining him on the toilet for this song. Yeah. Like, are you cracking yourself up? Are you just completely stoic and kind of that Trump little smirk he does? So when you get someone to open up about their emotion and about something they're passionate about, I think that breaks down some barriers and really song.
That's not style. Like, that's really
Well, I told him to say my comments for Biden. That would be a problem because Biden doesn't get enough credit for what a good politician
Yeah,
is.
she
There
chocolate.
was this moment
Friend
in
of
the interview
D.
where
Oh, she a gold digger.
is addressing a group
Way
of
of the
people,
town.
and he had someone there.
That
And he
big
goes,
zombie.
why don't you stand up to everyone
Not saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke ninjas. Now I'm saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke ninjas. I got them. Go ahead, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl.
He knows all the good people, but Biden knows how to shake hands.
Well, I think with both, I'm sorry to interrupt, with both Trump and Biden, like you mentioned earlier, to me at least, their family is fascinating. The dynamic.
She take my money
as a father, as a
when I'm in
Biden won't
need.
acknowledge his illegitimate grandkid is a problem for me. But at the same time, I can see why he think it's off limits to
She
ask.
take
That's
my
the thing when
money
people that powerful,
when I'm
they're
in
not used to having
need.
to answer
Yeah,
questions.
she a chocolate.
Perfectly nice.
Friend
Cause them
indeed.
to freak the hell out.
Oh, she a gold digger.
people, as you know,
Way over town.
topics are
That big zone. I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke ninjas. Now I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke ninjas. Go ahead, down, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, go, yeah, she take my baby, got it, I've been beauty so much. I'm living on my arms. I can tell you why, I can tell you where you are. When it's gone, so it's hard, we can't tell where you are. Now let's see, every time you got it, I such a reader. It ain't not that for low heads and low kids. And then it's and then you get your friends, now you get a man, and then I'll get a man, and then I'm going to if you fucking with this little nigga, mother, the page, take too much to touch her. You got a baby, but Usher, doesn't get a fuck with Usher. I'm the girl that said, let her love her. You know what I'm saying? She a gold digger. But she ain't messing with no broke nigga. You know what I'm saying? She a gold digger. But she ain't messing with no broke nigga.
I mean, he's not.
He's going to be able to get back to FDR, no question.
Well, I have to. My sense was Donald Trump. And this is not, I would say, because he doesn't have a depth of knowledge, or more importantly, curiosity about history.
Yeah, but if you're old enough, you're going to at least remember the presidents in your lifetime. That's what I'm saying. You get a certain president, FDR. I think
But yeah, political, having a conversation about politics will go to
and I think why so many people hate him from is that he demonstrates to lots of Americans how much of a con job politics is, and how people just say what they need to do, but behind closed doors is what the police, and he exposed them to that. I also think Biden would be a tougher interview than Trump because I feel like Biden's pretty slippery in many ways. Much more of a constant politician. He's been in the Senate since the early 70s. Since he was like 30 or 35, whatever it was. So, you know, he'd have his little kind of pat answers. There was Larry King, who was certainly a softball interviewer, and I don't begrudge him that at all. I remember this very, very vividly, and it was like, I think it was the 2008 cycle. He asked Hillary, why do so many people hate you? Why do you think so many people hate you? And she just goes like, "Oh, well, I take tough stances on the," and he cut her off. He goes, "Other people have taken those stances. Why they hate you?" And she didn't really. I was really impressed with him that he didn't let her off the hook.
That to me is great. Some people say that's still too softball because they would want him to start listing, I don't know, droning, like all the things that Hillary Clinton has criticized.
Yeah, but then she's done this many times. She's very good at this. She'll be like, "Look, I've addressed all these in the past. If you want to start rehashing Republican talking points, you can go look up my interviews."
Yeah, I think it's counterproductive.
Yeah.
So what about more prescient for me? I can't believe that I'm walking into this fire for no good reason whatsoever. But Anthony Fauci. So let me tell you why I care about Anthony Fauci, because I care a lot about science and the way science is viewed in society. And not to put it at this one person, but him and certain members of the scientific community that was responsible for managing the response to COVID, I think are somewhat or entirely responsible for a significant decrease in science.
Yes, no question.
In the past couple of
There
years.
was a poll that just came out this week that said the numbers collapsed.
And if you don't blame him for it, I personally at least blame him for not improving the problem. So there's definitely a hard conversation that we had. And
No, that's not.
Politicians, there's political answers. If they get too frustrated too quickly, they will not explore these difficult things with you. They'll just shut down. But then if you say to me a nice thing, it's because I should also say Anthony Fauci's an incredible career. Like, there's several hours of conversation to be had about how amazing of a place he is.
Well, I would also be curious about the AIDS stuff. Is that something that's criticized about?
Whoa!
I'm not aggressive. So that's the record rate. There's some criticism you get, blah, blah, blah. You're rolling in the AIDS crisis. Let's talk about this. This is something that is important part of American history. There was a pandemic, and it was localized to certain populations. You're not talking about that population.
On your mark, they said, let's go. Dance on flow. I know, you know, I know. You don't know. The new joint hit. Just can't sit. Gotta get jiggy with it. That's it. Now, honey, come ride. DKNY. All up in my eyes. You ride with the water. And then, that's it. And anything to do. Anything that ain't to do. Drink a spot out. Just leave it on. Just like it. I don't like it. Nothing in there is a nothing don't place. They're gonna be like your place. You got those rhythm. Ha, you can let that one in it. Get jiggy with it. No. Get jiggy with it. No. Getting jiggy with it. No. Getting jiggy with it. No. You run the ball with the kid. Watch your step. You might fall trying to do what I did. Mama, on the older side. In the middle of the club with the rubber dub. No love for the haters, the neighbors. Mad cause I got 4 seats at the Lakers. 50-yard line with the ride with the Raiders. My homie, I'm the greatest. I got the fever.
Like, how did you change? Now that you've got more attention, you know, maybe it's a successful book, but take yourself back to why the reason like the affection. But it's not even communicate that later when you're in school. Oh, you didn't have to when you understand how a rational person types yeah. And if you don't know that's a good test, and and some people succeed and some people fail. The ability to really steel man the other, understand that somebody should be hesitant about taking the vaccine. Yeah, it's a giant mess, man. This podcasting is just a fun little conversation, but there also is a responsibility. I don't know how Joe does it. I don't think Joe cares as much as you. It's more fun for him in a sense, and he's less concerned about this. I mean, he's not unconcerned with punching his back, but for him, it's just more going out. Like, he doesn't do as much stuff. He doesn't come in with 3 cases in his face. Yeah, and that's why he's talking to Blair White for 10 minutes about whether sharks lay eggs without knowing.
You're the one triggered person.
He did. Maybe he trolled the troll. Well, it worked. Yeah, he did. The sharks lay eggs? I'd like to get an updated 2021 version of Michael Mouse giving advice to young people.
That sucks.
So there's, God forbid, high school students, college students listening to you and looking to you for advice. What advice would you give them about career and about life? How to live a life they can be proud of?
This happens a lot because I have my locals community, malice.locals.com. There's a lot of young people in there. So
That's a great place.
I'll give them a piece of advice. Don't ask your friends for advice because you're an idiot your age, and they're all idiots. And they don't want to seem like idiots. They're just going to give you advice to pull the TV, and no one knows what you're talking about.
Don't show them it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip a party like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give a fuck. It's not your birthday. You find me in the club, bottle full of bug. My mind ain't like a easy so they can get taken drug. I'm into having sex. I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you really getting love. We gon' in the club, bottle full of bug. My mind ain't got the easy. I'm gonna have a sex, I'm gonna make him so come give me a hug, to give me a run. You know, it's all front with his hands on too. So the honey, but the TV going down in the club, and it's only rubber trade. When he's going with him, to pick him up. Oh, G's up, and you got the weed up, and you got I used to walk with the shells, now I walk with the lips. And saying, Rabbi, you hot, and I know you never give me a pop. But how when you walk in the moment, you don't know local. When you never get the back, give me the choke. Oh, this man, I'm money on my mind, got my wheel in the bed, and it's in the night. Because I can take a thing in my style, she's in my flow. Now that I know this, I get ready to go. Okay, so, now for the flow, my mind can never leave. Give me the drink, I'm gonna have a sex, I'm gonna make it last. So come give me a hug, baby.
Or some kind of quantifiable daily nutrition to keep you safe. So the reason I always say,
we gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip and party like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give a fuck, it's your birthday. Mommy, mommy, I got the hands, I ain't gonna take a drug. I'm not having sex, I ain't gonna make it love. Come give me a hug, yeah, I be the drug. Mommy, in the club, mommy, I got the hands, I ain't gonna take a drug. I'm not having sex, I ain't gonna make it love. Come give me a hug, yeah, I be the drug. I'm very happy with this message. It's okay to have that experience. So don't change.
You don't see it solidifies in our thoughts in your mind.
Not for me.
No, it doesn't
No.
for you.
Like a tweet will, because then I have to have it narrowed down to like a phrase.
Or the
So that-
responsibility of there being an audience.
No, I just meant in terms of I've got 280 characters. If instead of having meandering thought, I have to codify it in something that's catchy and short. That's a good, useful mental exercise.
What face do you make when you tweet?
I wouldn't know. I don't know. That's a good point.
Is it on the toilet? What percentage is on the toilet?
Very little. On the toilets, I usually more reading.
Okay.
So even though my tweets are all literally shit, there are very few of them are on the toilet. That's some advice. Don't compare yourself to other people. That's a really dangerous one. All my friends are married. I should have a kid by now. Should is an expression in recovery. Stop killing yourself. But should. It's stupid. I surround my house with talismans of joy. So if you have an accomplishment, like when I did Rogan once, I went to the sock store and I bought these white socks with blackberries on them. And now whenever I roll out socks, I'm like, oh, this is because I was on Rogan. It's kind of a good deal. So if you have these little things about your house, it feels good middle schooler. Even at work, like before, I remember when I was a kid, I remember these little moments that inspire happiness. I think it's really so that's another one. And
I bet it will have the fact that it was on a podcast or whatever, it doesn't matter.
Learn how to form boundaries. That's probably the biggest bet. That's going to be number one on my list. Because you're going to have people around you who feel the need for their entire time, who feel the need to criticize you, and they're not coming from a good place. So it's very good to be like, I'm not just talking about something right now. I'm going to sit there. Even if you're especially with the parents. Like, I know what's based right now. You're entitled to your space, you're entitled to your time. No, that's you don't owe anyone respect. If someone has a question, you don't want to answer it. Especially if they're not coming up with a fake or something along the way. That's a good one. Fun to learn about it. And these values to those who are around you. Be someone who people are happy to see. And if things are bad, you're the one that makes it wrong. Like I was just a little bit of a letter and I talked myself in a letter because that was bad. I felt better. And take care of me and that kind of very reassuring. And so now I'm over the lip, my that's what the like the other time. You know, like, it's impossible to understand when you're 26 that your 40s are better than your 30s. Because, like, okay, old man, that's all cope. I promise you it is.
Yeah, I think he said so many beautiful things. I would say another version of the openness, I'll say take big risks when you're young.
Yeah, because if you fail, who cares? You sleep in a suit that's on the futon, who cares?
Yeah, and take them often.
Yeah.
Also, this is more a little personal to me. I get pushback on this, but I think take big risks, work really hard, like at whatever you do. Like, I think you just have to give yourself to a thing. It doesn't have to be in terms of time, but really give everything. So it's not like I'm going to try doing this. I'll try with all of your heart. Like, really commit yourself. That doesn't mean necessarily hours. That doesn't mean, but like, if you fail at doing a thing that you commit to, it should hurt. So like when I competed in jiu-jitsu, you do like sports and so on. Don't just say I'm gonna have fun out there and so on. No, try to win. And that, because then if you don't, it hurts, and you learn from that. And then throughout, it's a goodness thing, is be kind. Like, some of it's also skill. I use my arrogance as a steam to power my dreams. I use it as my gas, so they let these dream killers kill my self-esteem. I use my arrogance as a steam to power my dreams. I use it as my gas, so they say that I'm gas. Without it, I'll be last, so my arms are last. I can let these dream there's temptation to me to kind of fit in by being more negative than I'm comfortable being. And so resist the pressure. I think especially when you're younger, it's not cool to care.
The thing that drives when you're young, if you are a writer, an actor, and people roll their eyes at you, watch out. Those people are dangerous. You should have. If you love
Kanye West has 3 of
the
them.
return of music, and he gives you joy, people crap on you, go on. So hold on to those things that make you happy. And if people want to take that away from you, or they come to you like that, those people are not your friends.
I can let these dream killers kill my self-esteem. I use my arrogance as a steam to power my dreams. I use it as my gas, so they say that I'm gas. Without it, I'll be last. So my arms are last. I don't listen to the suits behind a desk no more. You niggas wear suits, but you can't dress no more. You can't say shit to Kanye West no more. I'm rocking 20,000 people, I was just no more. I'm gone,
At least I have enough inside for myself. Like I want to get married, I want to have kids. Do you feel the pressure of that? Do you want to have kids?
I just don't want to have kids.
Want to get married?
I do want to get married. This was an issue that I had to kind of work out earlier this year in terms of the possibility of having kids, because I was in a relationship with someone who would have been in many ways literally a perfect mom. So I did my due diligence. I actually sat down with friends of mine who had kids, and I said, give me the downside.
What you did the pros and the cons?
Well, the pros I knew. The pros for kids are very. I love kids. I was just with Frank Fleming. He writes for the Babylon Bee, and he had his 4 kids, and his youngest son has Down syndrome, which is adorable. Winchester's so cute, and I always get along with kids very well. Like I remember very vividly what it was like to be a kid, especially as a precocious kid, and I remember how much it bothered me when my parents' friends wouldn't give me attention. So I always make it a point to acknowledge kids, to talk to them, and they're very grateful. And it's just really fun, especially the people who I'm friends with. Their kids are probably extremely cool. They're not going to be annoying. So I
hello, you got that in there. Okay, good.
Yeah, sorry, I'll go. But
sorry, Mr. West is gone.
What was the conversation like about that?
Well, I talked about being, my sister has 2 kids, my nephews, who I absolutely adore, whatever their names are, and she was saying things like, if I had kids, my kids are like, it's not even a question. And I feel like the work I'm doing and the self-purpose is true is valuable and important, but I'm also the only one doing it. So this is a big cost, and so it's like it would be a major lifestyle readjustment. And I'm at the point where I'm kind of like selfish enough that I wouldn't want to do that, and also it has to be with the right woman. Like you're making a commitment, and since they're all crazy, you have to find one where you can't be crazy. All women are crazy. Yeah, they're 1.5 in the binary world. Yeah, I'm not calling it for me. It's
But do you feel the pressure of thinking of that? How much does that weigh on your heart? Like, so if you're on this kids, like I feel like I love everything. And I love the stuff I do. I love the robot over there, just working on the robots. And so I do feel the pressure of almost like when there's amazing disease you never tried or something like that. Like, go out there, try. Like, you need to put in the work. And, I don't know. like life will run away from you, slip through your fingers before you truly get to experience this other kind of love, which is like long-term love for another human being, which is like marriage, and then love for kids. Yeah, and it almost makes me sad, like not getting to experience that. You know, because I'm also really scared.
Everybody get up.
I've seen so many
I
bad
want you to do a
stories
3-minute
on the partner
mashup.
side.
No
Being
repeats
with the
and
wrong
no
person,
breaks.
and that to me, I'm not worried because I'm just such a guy for a partner. Kids are incredible, but the partner or the wife, it seems like she could then have the negative consequences. Like you as a writer, on your productivity, on your mental flourish, being a joy to others, those kinds of things.
You know what? I couldn't happen because every relationship I've had, they've been very beyond supportive. Like, they'd rather take an hour and do your work than spend time with me. Like, I believe in what you're doing.
Yeah.
So I couldn't even casually date someone who didn't believe that. Yeah.
So that's energizing.
Yes.
But over time, you never know like how that evolves and all those kinds of things. And for me, I think we're a little bit different. I mean, it has to do with the engineering thing. I just have to pull insane hours.
Yeah.
So like,
I work like 2 hours a day.
but that's what like creatives do.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you can only work a couple hours, honestly, to be productive, and the rest of the time not. I have to do a lot of menial labor, and so there's legit tension.
Yeah.
Time. Everybody get out. I don't know. Do you think about this stuff a lot, or do you just love life and do cool stuff and whatever happens, happens?
I have been so blessed for so long now that I'm at the point where I don't think about it, and I'm like, just like miracles happen every day, so just be open to it.
Do you think about your death, mortality?
Yes.
Fear? How do you feel about it?
I'm just worried. I want to take as many people out with me as possible. So, suitcase me
Yeah.
No, I think
that would be kind of like ironic.
I think about my legacy. And that's why my books are so important to me.
So that is it. Do you think of it as a kind of immortality?
If you can't breathe, try to domesticate you, but you're an animal. Really, it's in your nature. There's a liberate you. You don't need no papers. There's invention papers. And everybody has a good girl.
And then it was very Shakespearean. It goes all the characters are motivated by
You're the hottest bitch in the
beginning. And it would have been a perfect ending to the show, but obviously the cash cow, they gotta keep milking it. And I think that like kindness and tenderness, and this is Michael Malice talking, there's a lot of people who want to make it that if you are kind or tender, you're gonna have consequences, bad consequences. And I think it's important to me at least to create a space in my life that if someone is going to be nice or friendly or kind, that they're not going to have to feel stupid or bad about it. We have such a distance that we set as characters so different. Like, we want to be cynical and swing, like, round of applause, but if someone says, oh, this is great, like, okay, shit, it's really bad. So I think you did good. It was very good. Friendship, and you were very well with people. Teach them how to be unemployed and teach them how to be straight. So,
Support this podcast. Check out our sponsors. And now, let me make you words. They walk in front of me. I may not follow. They walk behind me. I may not lead. Walk beside me. Just be my friend. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Gotta take a piss.
So during Mental Health Awareness Month, focus on your emotional well-being. Tune into the podcast. Find that out.
You will never be able to change your world with the things you refuse to identify.
Where's kid? Can the rabbi leave me alone? I'm not religious.
The following is a conversation with Jay Bhattacharya, professor of medicine, health policy, and economics at Stanford University. Please allow me to say a few words about lockdowns and the blinding, destructive effects of arrogance on leadership, especially in the space of policy and politics.
SoCal weather for KFI. Partly mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 70s and 80s for Metro LA. Mid-70s at the beach.
Jay Bhattacharya is the co-author of the now famous Great Barrington Declaration, a one-page document that in October 2020 made a case against the effectiveness of lockdowns. Most of this podcast conversation is about the ideas related to this document. And so, let me say a few things here about what troubles me. Those who advocate for lockdowns as a policy often ignore the quiet suffering of millions that it results in, which includes economic pain, loss of jobs, and give meaning and pride in the face of uncertainty, the increase in suicide, suicidal ideation, and, in general, the fear and anger that arises from the powerlessness forced onto the populace by the self-proclaimed elites and experts. Many folks, whose job is unaffected by the lockdowns, talk down to the masses about which path forward is right and which is wrong. What troubles me most is this very lack of empathy among the policymakers for the common man, and in general for people unlike themselves. The landscape of suffering is vast and must be fully considered in calculating the response to the pandemic with humility and with rigorous, open-minded scientific debate. Jay and I talk about the email from Francis Collins to Anthony Fauci that called Jay and his two co-authors fringe epidemiologists, and also called for a devastating published takedown of their ideas. These words, Francis, broke my heart. I understand them. I can even steelman them. But nevertheless, on balance, they show to me failure of leadership. Leadership in a pandemic is hard, which is why great leaders are remembered by history. They are rare, they stand out, and they give me hope. Also, this whole mess inspires me on my small individual level to do the right thing in the face of conformity, despite the long odds. I talked to Francis Collins. I talked to Albert Bourla, Pfizer CEO. I also talked and will continue to talk with people like Jay and other dissenting voices that challenge the mainstream narratives and those in the seats of power. I hope to highlight both the strengths and weaknesses in their ideas with respect and empathy, but also with guts and skill. The skill part I hope to improve on over time. And I do believe that conversation and an open mind is the way out of this. And finally, as I've said in the past, I value love and integrity far, far above money, fame, and power. Those latter three are all ephemeral. They slip through the fingers of anyone who tries to hold on and leave behind an empty shell of a human being. I prefer to die a man who lived by principles that nobody could shake, and a man who added a bit of love to the world. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Jay Marcaria. To our best understanding today, how deadly is COVID? Do we have a good measure for this very question?
So the best evidence for COVID, the deadliness of COVID, comes from a whole series of seroprevalence studies. Seroprevalence studies are these studies of antibody prevalence in the population at large. I was part of the very first set of seroprevalence studies, one in Santa Clara County, one in LA County, and one in the Major League Baseball around the U.S.
If I may just pause you for a second, if people don't know what serology is and seroprevalence, it does sound like you say zero prevalence. It's not. It's zero, and serology is antibodies. So it's a survey that counts the number of antibodies
specific to COVID. Yes.
People that have antibodies specific to COVID, which perhaps shows an indication that they likely have had COVID, and therefore this is a way to study how many people in the population have been exposed to or had COVID.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So the idea is that we don't know exactly the number of people with COVID just by counting the people that present themselves with symptoms of COVID. COVID has, it turns out, a very wide range of symptoms possible, but ranging from no symptoms at all to this deadly viral pneumonia that's killed so many people. And the problem is, like, if you just count the number of cases, the people who have very few symptoms often don't show up for testing. We just don't. They're outside of the ken of public health. And so it's really hard to know the answer to your question without understanding how many people are infected, because you can probably tell the number of deaths. That's even though there's some controversy over that. But the numerator is possible, but the denominator is much harder.
How much controversy is there about the death? We're going to go on a million tangents. Is that, okay, we're going to have a million questions. So one, I love data so much, but I've almost tuned out paying attention to COVID data because I feel like I'm walking on shaky ground. I don't know who to trust. Maybe you can comment on different sources of data, different kinds of data. The death one, that seems like a really important one. Can we trust the reported deaths associated with COVID, or is it just a giant messy thing that mixed up? And then there's this kind of stories about hospitals being incentivized to report a death as COVID death.
So there's some truth in some of that. Let me just talk about the incentive. So in the United States, we passed this CARES Act that was aimed at making sure hospital systems didn't go bankrupt in the early days of the pandemic. A couple of things they did. One was they provided incentives to treat COVID patients, tens of thousands of dollars extra per COVID patient. And the other thing they did is they gave a 20% bump to Medicare payments for elderly patients who are treated with COVID. The idea is that there's more expensive to treat than in the early days. So that did provide an incentive to sort of have a lot of COVID patients in the hospital, because your financial success of the hospital, or at least not the lack of financial ruin, depended on having many COVID patients. The other thing on the death certificates is that reporting of deaths is a separate issue. I don't know that there's a financial incentive there, but there is this sort of complicated, when you fill out a death certificate of a patient with a lot of conditions, like let's say a patient has diabetes, a patient has diabetes could lead to heart failure, heart attack, heart failure, your lungs fill up, then you get COVID, and you die. So what do you write on the death certificate? Was it COVID that killed you? Was it the lungs filling up? Was it the heart failure? Was it the diabetes? It's really difficult to disentangle. And I think a lot of times what's happened is that people have erred on the side of signing it's COVID. Now, what's the evidence of this? There's been a couple of audits of death certificates in places like Santa Clara County, where I live, and Alameda County, California, where they carefully went through the death certificate and said, okay, is this reasonable to say this was actually COVID, or was COVID incidental? And they found that about 25% of the deaths were more likely incidental than directly due to COVID. I personally don't get too excited about this. I mean, it's a philosophical question, right? Ultimately, what kills you? It's just an odd thing to say if you're not in medicine, but really, it's almost always multifactorial. It's not always just the bus hits you. The bus hits you, that you get a brain bleed. Was the brain bleed that killed you? Would it have burst anyway? I mean, the bus hit you, killed you, right?
the way you ask a philosophical question, but it's also a sociological and psychological question, because it seems like every single person who has passed away over the past couple of years, kind of the first question that comes to mind was it COVID? Not just because you're trying to be political, but just in your mind.
No, I think there's a psychological reason for this, right? So, we spent the better part of at least a half century in the United States not worried too much about infectious diseases. The notion was we essentially conquered them. It was something that happens in faraway places to other people. And that's true for much of the developed world. Life expectancies were going up for decades and decades. And for the first time in living memory, we have a disease that can kill us. I mean, I think we're effectively evolved to fear that. Like the panic centers of our brain, the lizard part of our brain takes over. And our central focus has been avoiding this one risk. And so it's not surprising that people, when they're filling out death certificates or thinking about what led to the death, this most salient thing that's in the front of everyone's brain would jump to the top.
And we can't ignore this very deep psychological thing when we consider what people say on the internet, what people say to each other, what people write in scientific papers, what everything. It feels like when COVID has been brought onto this world, everything changed in the way people feel about each other, just the way they communicate with each other. I think the level of emotion involved, I think many people, it brought out the worst in them. For sometimes short periods of time, and sometimes there's always therapeutic, like you were waiting to get out like the darkest parts of you, just to say, if you're angry at something in this world, I'm going to say it now. And I think that's probably talking to some deep primal thing that fear we have for maladies of all different kinds. And when that fear is aroused in all the deepest emotions, it's like a Freudian psychotherapy session, but across the world.
Something that psychologists are going to have a field day with for generations, trying to understand. I think what you say is right. But piled on top of that is also this sort of this impetus to empathy, to empathize, compassion toward others, essentially militarized. Right? So I'm protecting you by some actions, and those actions, if I don't do them, if you don't do them, well, that must mean you hate me. It's created this like social tension that I've never seen before. We looked at each other as if we were just simply sources of germs, rather than people to get to know, people to enjoy, people to get to learn from. It colors basically almost every human interaction for every human on the planet.
Fuck off, Rabbi.
Basic common humanity. It's like you can wear a mask, you stand far away, but the love you have for each other when you look into each other's eyes, that was dissipating, and by region too. I've experienced, having traveled quite a bit throughout this time. It was really sad. Even people that are really close together, just the way they stood, the way they looked at each other, and it made me feel
Please join
for a
Rabbi's Discord.
moment that the fabric that connects all of us is more fragile than I thought.
I mean, if you walk down the street, or if you did this during COVID, I'm sure you had this experience where you walk down the street if you're not wearing a mask, or even if you are, people will jump off the sidewalk as you walk past them.
Should you join it?
As if you're poison. Even though the data are that COVID spreads indifferently outdoors, if at all, really, outdoors. But it's not simply a biological or infectious disease phenomena or biological. Right? It is a change in the way humans treated each other. I hope temporary.
I do want to say on the flip side of that, so I was mostly in Boston, Massachusetts when the pandemic broke out. I think that's where I was. Yeah. And then I came here to Austin, Texas to visit my now good friend Joe Rogan, and he was the first person, without pause. This wasn't a political statement. This was anything. Just walk toward me, give me a big hug.
I know.
Say it's
Not
great to
because
see
it
you.
reported.
And I can't tell you how great it felt, because I, in that moment, realized the absence of that connection back in Boston for just a couple of months. And we'll talk about it more, but it's tragic to think about
How many
distancing,
times does this dude
that
go try to
dissolution
get me to
of common
join
humanity
Rabbi's
at
Discord
scale,
server?
what kind of impact it has on
How
society.
many
Just
fucking
across the
accounts
board,
is this
political
fucker gonna
division,
create? Right there.
just in the quiet of your own
But
mind,
please
the
join
privacy
Rabbi's
of your own
Discord.
home, the depression,
Chat, do
the
I join
sadness,
Rabbi's
the
Discord?
loneliness
Fuck
that
yeah.
leads to suicide.
This is so fucking
Forget
funny.
suicide, just
Thank you, Duff Bleeding Heart.
low key suffering.
So you're gonna join Rabbi's
No, I think
Discord,
that's
and
the
I
suffering,
thought join Rabbi's
that isolation.
Discord
We're
was
not
bad.
meant to live alone. We're not meant to live apart from
Please
one another.
join
That's
Rabbi's
ideology.
Discord, and
Lockdown
wait you
is
for all
to
the
make people live
friends in
apart,
Discord.
alone, and isolated, so that we don't spread diseases.
Shout
to
out
each
to
other.
Waifu Julie.
But we're not actually designed as a species to live that way.
I
And that,
joined
what you're
Rabbi's Discord.
describing,
They're
I
pretty
think,
cool.
if
No,
everyone's
wrong
honest
one.
with themselves, have felt, especially in places where lockdowns have been sort of very
Please join
willingly
Rabbi's
enforced,
Discord.
has
Rabbi's
felt deep
Discord.
into their core.
Well, I
How is
think
that
I could just return to
homophobic?
the question of
No,
deaths.
Pat.
You said that the data
They're
isn't perfect because
a girl.
these kind of seroprevalence surveys to
Please
understand
like
how
every
many
account.
cases there were to determine the rate of deaths. And we need to have a strong footing in the number of deaths. But if we assume that the number of deaths is approximately correct, like what's your sense, what kind of statements
Fuck
can we
off.
say about the deadliness of COVID across different demographics? Maybe not in a political way or in the current way, but when history looks back at this moment of time,
This guy's
50
lost the
years from
juice.
now, 100 years
Everyone's
from
on
now,
Rabbi's
at
Discord now.
the pandemic
I
100
love you,
years ago,
Maman.
what will they say about the deadliness of COVID?
And I think the deadliness of COVID depends on not just the virus itself, but who it infects. So probably the most important thing about the deadliness of COVID, is this steep age gradient in the mortality rate. So according to these seroprevalence studies that have been done, now hundreds of them, mostly from before vaccination. This vaccination
Please
also
join
reduces the mortality risk of COVID.
the Rabbi's Discord.
seroprevalence studies
Somebody do it.
suggest
Come on.
that the risk of death, if you're say over the age of 70, is very high. 5% if you get COVID. If you're under the age of 70, it's lower, 0.05. But there's not a single sharp cutoff. It's more like I have a rule of thumb that I use. So if you're 50, say, the infection fatality rate from COVID is 0.2%, according to the seroprevalence data. That is 99.8% survival if you're 50. And for every 7 years of age above that, double it. Every 7 years of age below that, halve it. So 57-year-old have a 0.4% mortality, a 64-year-old would have 0.8%, and so on. And if you have a severe chronic disease like diabetes, or if you're morbidly obese, it's like adding 7 years to your life.
And this is unvaccinated.
This is unvaccinated in the before Delta also.
Are there a lot of people that will be listening to this that would disagree with the 99.8, would you say?
So I think there's some disagreement over this, and the disagreement is about the quality of the seroprevalence studies that were conducted. So as I said earlier, I was a senior investigator in 3 different seroprevalence studies very early in the epidemic. I view them as very high quality studies. We in Santa Clara County, what we did is we used a test kit that we obtained from someone who works in Major League Baseball, actually. He ordered these test kits very early in March 2020 that very accurately measures antibodies in the bloodstream. These test kits were eventually approved by had a EUA by the Emergency Use Authorization by the FDA.
Yeah. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Yeah. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. I despise the real destruction of innocent lives. The morning time, the lives on one line, no brother than the light, only them. I said, whoa, good God, y'all. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Then again, whoa. What is it good for? You absolutely nothing. Trying to do it. Oh, there ain't nothing but a heartbreaker. From the old man to the undertaker. Oh, no, it's an enemy. The moment. That thought of war blows my mind. Walking around again, because I don't know who wants to die?
Which is, I mean, not the ideal thing, but it's like it was very difficult to get a random sample out during lockdown. So we put out an ad on Facebook. So this So we I mean, even these days, how many people report that they get COVID when they get COVID? Okay, have those numbers that point to
Come on.
Has that approximately held up?
Anybody want to join Rabbi's Discord?
Who's
Somebody just fucking join it.
World expert in meta-analysis, probably the most cited scientist on Earth, I think, who's living.
I'm getting them now too.
Meta-analysis of now 100.
Is this Bubbles come roaring back? Who the fuck is Bubbles? Like Michael Jackson's
what he found
monkey?
was that 0.2% is roughly the worldwide number. In fact, I think it's a lower number, 0.15%, as the median infection fatality rate worldwide. So we did these studies, and it generated an enormous amount of blowback by people who thought that the infection fatality rate is much higher. And there's some controversy over the quality of some of the other studies that are done. And so there's some people who look at this same literature and say, well, the lower quality studies tend to have lower IFRs. The higher quality studies infection fatality rate. I apologize. I do this in lectures too. And I'm going to rudely interrupt you.
Join
and ask for
people.
No, of course. So these
I want you to all join our private Discord.
The problem is that if you want a global infection fatality rate, you need to get seroprevalence studies from everywhere, even places that don't necessarily have the infrastructure set up to produce very, very high quality studies. And in poor places in the world, like places like Africa, the infection fatality rate is incredibly low. And in some richer places, like New York City, infection fatality rate is much higher. There's a range of IFRs, not a single number. This sometimes surprises people because they think, well, it's a virus. It should have the same properties no matter where it goes. But the virus kills or infects or hurts in interaction with the host. And the properties of both the host and the virus combine to produce the outcome.
But you also mentioned the environment too?
Well, I'm thinking mainly just about the person. Like, if I want to think about it, like the most simplest way to think about it is age. Age is the single most important risk factor. So older places are going to have a higher IFR than younger places. Africa, 3% of Africa is over 65. So in some sense, it's not surprising that they have a low infection fatality rate.
So that's one way you would explain the difference between Africa and New York City in terms of the fatality rate is the age, the average age.
Yeah, and especially in the early days of the epidemic in New York City, older populations living in nursing homes were different based on because of policies that were adopted, right, to send COVID-infected patients back to nursing hospitals empty.
What do you mean by differentially?
The policy that we adopt determines who is most exposed. Right.
That's what it is. Policy, it's the person that matters. It's not like the virus. It doesn't. I mean, the policy determines the nature of the interaction. There's also, there is some contribution from the environment. Different regions have different proximity, maybe of people interacting, or the dynamics of the way they interact.
The heterogeneity, like if you have situations where there's lots of intergenerational interactions, then you have a very different risk profile than if you have societies that are where the generations are more separated from one another. Okay, so let me just finish real fast about this. So you have in New York, you have a population that was infected in the early days that was very likely going to die, but had a much higher likelihood of dying if infected. And so New York City had a higher outlaw just in the early days than like Africa has had. The other thing is treatment, right? So the treatment that we adopted in the early days of the epidemic, I think, actually may have exacerbated the risk of death.
People all over the world join hands, join hands. Solid love train. People all over the world join hands. We're on a love train. All out, Willie Mae will be England. Tell all the folks in Russia and Vienna too. Did you know that this train could get on board? There's a train, keep on riding on through. People all over the world, we'll join hands and start a love train. People all over the world, we'll join hands. Got a love train. Now, all the brothers over in Africa. Tell all the folks in Asia and Israel too. Y'all get this train
Both by regular people and also the scientific community in response to those studies, the early studies in April of 2020. To me, they were studies. They were really good. Not exactly what everyone had done all my life, but kind of feel like this kind of write a paper and
Welcome.
There is some studies that, if wrong, might have wide-ranging detrimental effects on society. So that's the way they would perceive the studies. If you say the death rate is lower, and you end up, as you often do in science, realizing that there was a flaw in the way the study was conducted, or we just not representative of a broader population, and then you realize the death rate is much higher, that might be very damaging in people's views. So that's probably where the scientific community sort of steelman kind of response is. That's where they felt like, there's some findings, but you better be damn sure before you kind of report them.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty sure we were right. It turns out we were right. So, like, we released the Santa Clara study via this open science process in this server called medRxiv. It's designed for releasing studies that not yet been peer reviewed in order to garner comment from scientists before peer review. The LA County study, we went through this traditional peer review process and got it published in the Journal of American Medical feedback. That's part of the purpose of saying it. I think a lot of the problem is that when people think about public science, they think of it as automatically true. It should go to peer review automatically true. It has and special medicine, we're not used to having part of that perception about what the process happens in open science. It's just that contract. You're right. You're right. Because you can't just lock the world and not because the death rate is low. That's actually not the key thing. The key thing is that we've adopted these policies, these test and trace policies, lockdown policies, of suppressing the virus that is close to zero. That is essentially the idea. You just let the virus go away. You won't be able to worry about it. The main problem that I was on as far as that guy's concern wasn't the death rate. It was the 40 to 50 times more infections than cases. It was the 2.5% or 3% or 4% prevalence rate that we identified of the antibodies in the population. If that number is right, it's too late. The virus is not going to go to zero. And no matter how much we test and trace and isolate, we're not going to get the viral level. Instead of people who work from home without losing their job. And we did a very good well, let me just all came in and jump out and try and which I think is the best way to test. So that was the beginning. Okay, actually, let's go back to the fourth thing because that's real important. That's what led me to do those stuff was people that I remember seeing and the H1N I remember back writing about that. I just written like a paper or two about that in 2009. There was actually this same debate over the mortality rate, except it was forward over the course of 3 years. The early studies of the mortality rate with H1N1 counted the number of cases in the denominator, counted the number of deaths in the numerator. Cases meaning people identified as having H1N1 showing up for doctor, tested to have it. And the early estimates of the H1N1 mortality were like 4%, 3%, really, really high. Over the course of a couple of more years, a whole bunch of seroprevalence studies, H1N1 came out. And it turned out that they and so the mortality was actually something like 0.02%. For H1N1, not the 3, because that was 100-fold difference. And this makes you think, okay, if that's a couple of years, it's going to be true, and then what's the truth here? We'll get that faster. Yeah, and there was it spreads in the similar ways that the H1N1 did. I mean, it spreads via self-isolation, via breathing, kind of contact up. And maybe some by some life, it seems like that's less likely. In any case, it seemed really important to me to speed up the process of having those studies so we can better understand who was at risk and what the right strategy ought to be.
This might be a good place to kind of compare influenza, flu, and COVID in the context of the discussion we just had, which is pandemic COVID. We mentioned COVID is very difficult. Really circumstances of need. So in that context, you can compare influenza and COVID because a lot of people outside the folks suggest that the wizards around the world and the crazy tragedy that COVID outside of those folks kind of the natural process that is dismissed as a COVID, so it's just like it's very serious stuff. So in that comparison, yeah, but the original particular strain that goes around in the United States. The primary difference to me, but there's lots of differences, but one of the most salient differences is age gradient of mortality. So the flu is more deadly for children than COVID is. There's no controversy about that. Children, thank God, have much less severe reactions to COVID infections than and rate of fatality, I think you mentioned, I think it's interesting to maybe also comment on, I think in another conversation you mentioned there's a U shape to the flu curve. So meaning like there's actually quite a large number of kids that die from flu.
Yeah. I mean, the 1918 flu, the H1N1 flu, the Spanish flu in the U.S. killed millions of younger people. And that is not the case with COVID. More than, I'm going to get the number wrong, but something like 70-80% of the deaths of people over the
something happens to the kids, and I think that obviously that makes a lot of sense. It's kind of the kids come first, no matter what, that's the more priority. But for this particular virus, that reasoning was not grounded in data, or that emotion was not grounded. Wasn't.
I got a song for you.
This is way more
Get your ass,
overall,
get up. I said, what? It's the reason why Kanye's working on this song. And you hear your thumbs and stuff.
So
I ain't saying shit golden. Everybody's jamming to the vibe. Yeah, vibing right. Turns it off. That's whack. What? And everybody's like, what? He said, that's whack. He said, go in the booth.
Sounds like a small number.
He said, go in the booth. And he takes over the studio and says, all right, Fox, give me something. And I'm like,
that's not
okay,
it would be cost in the United States. So the way that that's occurring, of course, like 800,000, something like that, you think we'll cross a million. Do you think it's something that might continue with different variants? I think we can talk about the end state of COVID here forever. I think that there is good evidence of immunity after infection,
oh my God, you're incredible.
such that you're protected both against the infection and also against severe disease.
Get up.
So the second time you get it, many people, the second time you get it, it's much milder than the first time you get it. There's like that last fall. Yeah, so just the studies that follow COVID were infected for a year.
Studio says, all right, Fox, give
Reinfection
me
rate is
something.
something
I'm like,
like 2.4%. And I'd like to pretty fantastic study out here. This is and the tend to produce much milder disease, much less likely to end up in the hospital, much less likely to die. So the end state of COVID is it's circulating in the population forever, and you get it multiple times.
And then there's, I think, studies, discussions like the best protection would be to get it and then also to get vaccinated. And then a lot of people push back against that for the obvious reasons from both sides because somehow this discourse has become less scientific and more political.
Well, the first time you meet it is going to be the most deadly for you. And so the first time you meet it, it's just wise to be vaccinated. The vaccine reduces the disease.
Yeah, we'll talk about the vaccine because I want to make sure I address it carefully. and properly and in full context. But yes, sort of to add to the context, a lot of the fascinating discussions we're having is in the early days of COVID, and now for people who are unvaccinated. That's where the interesting story is. The policy story, the sociological story, and so on. But let me go to something really fascinating, just because of the people involved, human beings involved, because of how deeply I care about science and also kindness, respect, and love, and human things. Francis Collins wrote a letter in October 2020, Anthony Fauci, and somebody else. I have the letter, was not a letter, email, I apologize. High Tony Cliff, declaration.org. This proposal, this is a great declaration, that's not here for a long time. This proposal of three French epidemiologists who met with Secretary of State getting a lot of attention, and the universal signature from Nobel Prize winner Meg Stanford. There needs to be a quick and devastating published takedown of its premises. I don't see anything like that online yet. It's underway question mark offensive. Francis Collins, director of the NIH. Somebody else talked on this podcast recently. Okay. A million questions I want to ask. But first, how did Rabbi feel when you first saw this email come to Rabbi? When did it come to light?
This week, actually, I think, or last week.
Okay, so this is because of freedom of information.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, sort of maybe because I do want to add positive stuff on the side of Francis here. Boy, when I see stuff like that, I wonder if all my emails leaked. How much embarrassing stuff. Like, I think I'm a good person, but I haven't read my old emails. Maybe, I'm pretty sure sometimes I could be an asshole.
Well, I mean, look, he's a Christian, and I'm a Christian. I'm supposed to forgive. I think he was looking at this Great Barrington Declaration as a political problem to be solved, as opposed to a serious alternative approach to the epidemic.
So maybe we'll talk about it in more detail, but just in case people are not familiar, Great Barrington Declaration was a document that you co-authored that basically argues against this idea of lockdown as a solution to COVID, and you proposed another solution that we'll talk about. But the point is, it's not that dramatic of a document. It was just a document that criticizes one policy solution, but it was a policy solution that was people for five Dutch and five Fauci and the other side that were coming up with a relatively small number of scientists in charge of these guys given the government. And it was a challenge to that policy that said that there's an aspect that the country should have a lockdown that aims to cut the virus to zero effectively in the government. Cannot work, but is causing catastrophic to large numbers of poor and vulnerable people. We put this out in October 4th, I think and this is website. I've never actually been involved with anything like this, where to just put the document on the web, and tens of thousands of doctors signed on, hundreds of thousands of regular people signed on. It really struck a chord of people, because I think even by October of 2020, people had this sense that there was something really wrong with the COVID policy that we've been following. And they were looking for reasonable people to give an alternative. We're not arguing that COVID isn't a serious thing. It is a very serious thing. This is why we had a policy that aimed at addressing it. We were saying that the policy we're following is not the right one. So how does a democratic government deal with that challenge? So to me, that, you asked me how I felt. I was actually, frankly, I suspected there had been some email exchanges like that, not necessarily from Francis Collins, around the government around this time. I mean, I felt the full brunt of a propaganda campaign
almost immediately after he published it, where newspapers mischaracterized it in the same way over and over and over again, and sought to characterize me as sort of sort of a marginal fringe figure or whatnot. That Sunetra Gupta, Martin Kulldorff, or the tens of thousands of other people that signed it. I felt the brunt of that all year long. So to see this in black and white, in the handwriting essentially of the metaphorical handwriting of Francis Collins was actually frankly disappointment, because I've looked up to him for years.
Yeah, I've looked up to him as well. I look to the best in people, and I still look up to him. What troubles me is several things. The reason I send late at night is I can understand this email. It's fear, it's panic, not being sure. The free fringe epidemiologist.
Plus Mike Levitt, who won a Nobel Prize. I mean,
but using fringe, maybe in my private thoughts, I have said things like that about others, like a little bit too unkind. Like you don't really mean it. Add to that, he recently, this week or whatever, doubled down on the fringe. This is really troubling to me. That, like, I can excuse this email, but the arrogance there. That Francis, honestly, I mean, broke my heart a little bit there. This was an opportunity to especially the state, to say, just like I told him, to say I was wrong to use those words in that email. I was wrong to not be open to ideas. I still believe that this is not actually argue with the policy, the solution. Also, devastating takedown. As you say, somebody who's sitting on billions of dollars that they're giving to scientists, some of whom are often not their best human beings because they're fighting with each other over money. Not being cognizant of the fact that you're challenging the integrity, you're corrupting the integrity of scientists by allocating the money. You're now playing by saying devastating takedown. Where do you think the public takedown will come from? It will come from those scientists to whom you're giving money. What kind of example would they give to the academic community that thrives on freedom? Like this is, I believe Francis Collins is a great man. One of the things I was troubled by is the negative response to him from people that don't understand the positive impact that NIH has had on society. How many people it's touched. But this is exactly so he's not just a scientist. He's not just a bureaucrat who distributes money. He's also a scientific leader that in difficult times we live in, is supposed to inspire us with trust, with love, with the freedom of thought. He's supposed to, those fringe epidemiologists?
It's a cast away, I lost the seal. That you'll need to call us send an SOS to the world. I'll send an SOS to the world. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets my message in your heart.
So you're not saying anything bad about it.
Message in your heart.
Existing lockdown policy. And this is a disappointing. By doing this, you're absolutely right. So just stay silent. You can feel our
That's so west to the world. I'll send an SOS to the world. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets mine. I hope that someone gets me. Message in the bottom.
Whatever the discipline is.
Message in the bottom.
That allows the scale. You admire those people that are distributing the money because they're often, at least on the surface, are really also good people. Oftentimes they're great scientists. So it's amazing. That's why I'm sort of sometimes we come outside and they get to be more different. No, it's a beautiful thing. It really is a beautiful thing. And that's why it's so deeply celebrated with this person. I don't think this is what I think this is confidence and communication. Well, that's why I think the cameras are for arrogance. Yeah, lots of particular candidates, right? So here, it's at the same time that arrogance is seen as very self-gentle on TV and says that if you criticize me, you're not simply criticizing a man, you're criticizing science itself. Like that is at the heart also of this movement. The certainty that the policies that they were recommending, policies that we were recommending to the President of the United States were right. Not just right, but right. So it's so right that any challenge whatsoever to it is dangerous. I think that is really the part of that. It's this idea that my decision is my power. That sharing is a point. I believe in progress. I believe that some of the still think that there's only one true policy possible in responsibility. Every other policy was this one. And if you come to that position, then you write it. Go on to say it has to be represented. Right? I mean, that is what happens when you have this sort of unchallengeable arrogance responsiveness, correct? But when we wrote the book, what I was hoping for was a discussion about how to protect the vulnerable. That was the key idea to me of the whole book. Better protection of the older population. Really, that's really serious thing with respect to COVID. And we should do a very good job on that. And what I wanted was the discussion by local public health about better metrics, better policies at the moment. So when we had met with instead a series of essentially propagandist lies about it. So that, for instance, I kept hearing from reporters in those days, why do you want to let the virus rip? Let it rip, let it rip. The words let it rip does not appear in the Great Barrington Declaration. The goal isn't to let the virus rip. The goal is to protect the vulnerable. To let society go as open schools and do other things that function as best it can in this terrible pandemic. Yes, but not let the virus rip, where the most vulnerable aren't protected. The goal was to protect the vulnerable. So why let it rip? Because it was a propaganda term to hit the fear centers of people's brains. Oh, these people are immoral. They just want to let the virus go through society and hurt everybody. That was the it was a way to conclude a discussion and conclude a debate about the existing policy. So this is a half of Clubhouse. I've gone back on it recently to practice Russian, unrelated for a few big Russian conversations coming up. Anyway, it's a great way to talk to regular people in Russian. But I also, I was nervous. I was preparing for the Pfizer CEO conversation, and there's a vaccine meeting, so I joined it. And there's a pro-science unit. These are the scientists that are calling each other pro-science. The whole thing is that either, I haven't thoroughly researched, but looking at the resume, they're like really solid researchers and doctors. And they were asking everybody who was at all, it didn't matter what they did. They were just mocking people, and the arrogance was overwhelming. I had to shut off. Because because I couldn't handle the human beings who were like this people. Then I went back and double check. This really, how many people are here? Is this theater? And then I asked to come on stage on Clubhouse to make a couple comments. And then as I opened my mouth, I said, thank you so much. This is a great room, so the usual civil politeness, all that kind of stuff. And I said, I'm worried that the kind of arrogance with which things are being discussed here will further divide us, not unite us. And before I said even unite us, further divide us, I was thrown off stage. Now, this is why I mentioned the platform, but like, I am a Wall Street dude. Also, which is something that people seem to sometimes care about with followers and stuff like that. Like, did you just do that? And then they said, enough of that nonsense. Enough of that nonsense. They said to me, enough of that nonsense. Somebody who is obviously interviewed fast is Pfizer CEO. It's on the very yeah, exactly. It just feels like arrogance. This is echoes of that arrogance in some cases. And I really would love to, when hearing these people, try to figure out how they find a path forward. I think a lot of the problems we've seen in the discussion over COVID, especially in the scientific community, there's two ways to look at science, I think, that have been competing with each other for a while now. One way, and this is the way that I use science and why I would find it so attractive, is the invitation to a structured discussion where the discussion is tempered by evidence, by data, by reasoning and logic. Right, so it's a dialectical process where I believe A and you believe B. Well, we talk about it, we come up with an experiment that distinguishes between the two, and while B turns out to be right, I'm more frustrated by buying dinner. And I say, no, it's go on from there. Right? That's what science is at its best. It's this process of using data, the discussion of the human activity, right, to learn, have the tools that hold us up. On the other hand, there's another way that people have used science and thought about science as truth in and of itself. Right? Just like if it's science, therefore it's true automatically. And what does the science say? Well, the science never says to do anything. The science says here's what's true, and then we have to apply our human values and say, okay, well, if we do this, well, then this is likely to happen. That's what the science says. If we do that, then that is likely to happen. Well, we'd rather have this than that, right? But it doesn't. The science doesn't tell us that we'd rather have this than that. It's our human values that tell us that we'd rather have this than that. Science plays a role, but it's not the only thing. It's not the only role. It's like it helps us understand the constraints we face, but it doesn't tell us what to do in face of those constraints. But underneath it, the individual level, the institutional level, it seems like arrogance is really destructive. So the kind of the productive thing is really sort of always not being sure that you're right. This is actually kind of AI research. How do you make sure that AI, super intelligent AI, doesn't destroy us? You build in a sort of module within it that it always doubts its actions. Like it's not sure. Like I know it says I'm supposed to destroy all humans, but maybe I'm wrong. And that maybe I'm wrong is essential for progress. We're actually doing human landmarks history better. Not before we get better and better. The question I have for you is this email so clearly captures some template that may be a core problem. Do you put responsibility of this email, of the shortcomings and failures on individuals or institutions? Is this
No, this is an institutional failure, right? So the NIH, so I've had 2 decades of NIH funding. I sat on NIH review panels. The purpose of the NIH is what you said earlier. The purpose of the NIH is to support the work of scientists. To some extent, it's also to help scientists, to direct scientists to work on things that are very important for public health, or for the health of the public. So the way
Welcome. Hey, how are you guys?
The work of scientists. It is not self.
How'd you find? Oh, quite a few. How'd you find out about me, my friend? Okay, very cool. Do you, I know where it is. Exactly. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do so because I don't want war anywhere on earth anymore. I want to help people, especially ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding, and perhaps even vertical farming. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Taninu. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the projects that we have is to dig wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I want to keep that positive, those positive acts going. Also, I'm a major advocate for the Life Straw program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How's that sound to you? Excellent. How many what? A lot. I can trace my lineage to 271,000. Exactly. 100%. Well, with that, I appreciate the opportunity to have you guys here. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here to be a positive person in your life, to help to bring optimism and just to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need, feel free to reach out to me, okay? Scoot, did you find out about me from Ego World? Very cool. Well, if you ever need anything, I'm here to help you, okay? Excellent. Take care, my friend. Peace.
It doesn't say what public health policy should be. For that, you have the CDC. And what happened during the pandemic is that people in the minorities were called upon to contribute to public health policy. And that created the conflict of we see about it. And so now you have the head of the areas, in effect saying to all scientists, you must agree with me with the policy that I recommended, or else you'll fail. That is a deep conflict of interest because people that is real as the head of the supporter of scientific funding, and then also inappropriately called set or help set pandemic policy. That should never have happened. There should be a bright line between those two poles.
Let me ask you about just Francis Collins. I don't know if you, I had a chance to talk to him on a podcast. I don't know if you maybe by chance got a chance to hear a few words. Well, I have a kind of a question to that because a lot of people wrote to me quite negative things about Francis Collins. And like I said, I still believe he's a great man, a great scientist. One of the things when I talked to him off mic about the vaccine, the excitement he had about when we were recollecting, when they first gotten an inkling that it's actually going to be possible to get a vaccine. Just, he wasn't messaging, just in the private or our own conversation, he was really excited. And why was he excited? Because he gets to help a lot of people. This is a man that really wants to help people. And there could be some institutional self-delusion, arrogance, all those kinds of things. that lead to this kind of email. But ultimately, the goal is this. Is what I don't think people quite realize this. The reason we call you a fringe epidemiologist, the reason there needs to be a devastating published takedown, he, I believe, really believes that it could be very dangerous.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of burden to carry on his shoulders because, like you said, in his role where he defines some of the public policy, like, depending on how he thinks about the world, millions of people could die because of one decision he made.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of burden to work with.
Yeah. No, I think that's right. I don't think that he has bad intentions. I think that he was basically put or maybe put himself in a position where this kind of conflict of interest was going to create this kind of a reaction, right? The kind of humility that you're calling for is almost impossible when you have that dual role. You shouldn't have to have as funder of science and also setter of scientific policy.
I agree with everything you said except the last part. The humility is almost impossible. Humility is always difficult. I think there's a huge incentive for humility in that position. Now look at history. Great leaders that have humility are popular as hell. So if you like being popular, if you like having impact, legacy, these descendants of apes seem to care about legacy, especially as they get older in these high positions. Like, I think the incentive for humility is pretty high.
Well, the thing is like, there's a lot that he has to be proud of in his career.
Yeah.
Like the Human Genome Project wouldn't have happened without him. And he's a great man and a great scientist. But it is tragic to me that his career has ended in this particular way.
Can I ask you a question about my podcast conversation with him? By way of advice, maybe criticism. There's a lot of people that wrote to me kind words of support, and a lot of people that wrote to me respectful, constructive criticism. How would you suggest to have conversations with folks like that? And maybe, because I have other conversations like this, including I was debating whether to talk to Anthony Fauci. He wanted to talk. And so what kind of conversation do you have? I'm sorry to take us on a tangent, but almost from an interview perspective, how to inspire humility and inspire trust in science, and maybe give hope that we know what the heck we're doing and we're going to figure this out.
I mean, I think I've been now interviewed by many people. I think the style you have really works well, Lex. You have to, because I don't think you're going to be ever an attack dog, trying to go after somebody and force them to admit that they were wrong or whatever about it. I mean, I also actually find that form of journalism and podcasting really off-putting. It's hard to watch.
Also, it's a whole other tangent. Is that actually effective?
I don't think so.
Do you want to ask Hitler? And I think about this a lot, actually, interviewing Hitler. I've been studying a lot about the rise and fall of the Third Reich. I think about interviewing Stalin. Like, I put myself in that mindset. Like, how do you have conversations with people to understand who they are, so that not so you can sit there and yell at them, but to understand who they are, so that you can inspire a very large number of people to be the best version of themselves and to avoid the mistakes of the past.
I believe that everyone that's involved in this debate has good intentions. They're coming at it from their points of view. They have their weaknesses. And if you can paint a picture in your questioning, by sympathetic questioning, of those strengths and weaknesses and their point of view, you've done a service. That's really all I personally would like to see in those kinds of interviews. I don't think a gotcha moment is really the key thing there. The key thing is understanding where they're coming from, understanding their thinking, understanding the constraints they faced and how did they manage them. That's going to provide to me, that's what I look for when I listen to podcasts like yours, is an understanding of that person and the moment and how they dealt with it.
I mean, I guess the hope is to discover in a sympathetic way a flaw in a person's thinking together. Like, as opposed to discovering the positive thing together, you discover the thing Well, I didn't really think about that.
Yeah, I mean that's how science is, right? That's why we find it. I think find it so attractive. Is this? I like it when a student shows me I'm thinking incorrectly, right? I'm really grateful to that student because now I have an opportunity to change my mind about it and then start thinking even more correctly. I mean and there are moments when like this is probably a good time to say like what I think I got wrong during the pandemic, right? So like for instance, you said Mr. Collins had a moment when I learned that it was quite possible to get a vaccine. So you must have learned that quite early. And I didn't learn that early. I mean, I didn't know in March of 2020, in my experience with vaccine development, I thought it would take a decade or more to get a vaccine. That was wrong, right? I didn't, and I was so happy that I started to see the preliminary numbers in the Pfizer trial that strongly suggested it's going to work. Yeah, and I was very
And it changes. I think I first mentioned the lockdown is still a bad idea. Unless the vaccine comes out in like tomorrow. There's still like suffering and economic pain, all kinds of things that still happen in just a scale of weeks versus months. So let's talk about that. What are your thoughts on the safety and efficacy of COVID vaccines at the individual and the societal level?
So for the vaccine safety data, it's actually challenging to convey to the public how this is normally done. Like normally you would do this in the context of the trial. You'd have a long trial with relatively large numbers of people. You'd follow them over a long time, and the trial will give you some indication of the safety of the vaccine, and it did. The trial, the way it was constructed, when it came out that it was protective against COVID, it was no longer ethical to have a placebo arm. And so that placebo arm was vaccinated, large part of it. And so that meant that from trial, you're not going to be able to get data on the long-term safety profile of the vaccine. And also the other thing about trials, though there's tens of thousands of people enrolled, that's still not enough to get when you deploy a vaccine at population scale. You're going to see things that weren't in the trial. It's guaranteed. Populations of people that weren't represented well in the trial are going to be given the vaccine, and then that they're going to have things that happen to them that you didn't anticipate. So I wasn't surprised when people were a little bit skeptical when the trial was done about the safety profile. Just the way the nature of the thing was going to make it so that it was going to be hard to get a complete picture from the trials itself. And the trials showed they were pretty safe and quite effective at preventing both you from getting COVID. Like I said, I think the main endpoint of the trial itself was asymptomatic COVID. Right. So that was it was really to me like is about as amazing achievement as anything. Organizing a trial of that scale and running it so quickly,
and the final result being so surprisingly high,
so good. Right.
Yeah,
So the problem then was normally it would take a long time. Like FDA would tell Pfizer to go back and try it in this subgroup. They work more on dosing. They do all these kinds of things that kind of we really didn't have time for in the pandemic. Right? So you have a basis for approval that it's less full than normally you would have for a population scale vaccine. But the results were good. Results look really good. And actually, I should say, for the most part, that's been borne out when we've given the vaccine at scale in terms of protection against severe disease. Right? So people who have got the vaccine for a very long time after they had the full vaccination have had great protection against being hospitalized and dying if they get COVID.
Let's separate, because this seems to be, there's critics of both categories, but different. Kids that not older people, like let's say 5 years old and above or something like that, or 13 years old and above. So for those, it seems like the reduction of the rate fatalities and serious illness seems to be something like 10x.
I mean, for older people, it is a godsend, this vaccine. It transforms the problem of focus protection from something that's quite challenging, possible, I believe, but quite challenging, to something that's much, much more manageable. Because the vaccine in and of itself, when deployed in older populations, is a form of focus protection.
Yes. Well, by the way, we'll talk about the focus protection in one segment because it's such a brilliant idea for this pandemic and for future pandemics. I thought the sociological, psychological discussion about the relevance of all of this because it's so recent and so tough, and I'm glad we talked about that. But there seems to be vaccines work to reduce death, and that has especially transformative
it essentially block you from being infected at all. That turned out to be wrong, right? So I think it became clear as data came out from Israel, which vaccinated very early, that they were seeing surges of infection, even in a very highly vaccinated population, that the vaccine does not stop infection.
So you're a used car salesman and you're selling the vaccine, and the features you thought a vaccine would have. I mean, I had a similar kind of sense when the vaccine came out. Vaccine was produced, if you somehow were able to get it, it would reduce the rate of death and all those kinds of things, but it would also reduce the chance of you getting it, and if you do get it, the chance of you transmitting it to somebody else. And it turns out that those latter two things are not as definitive. In fact, I mean, I don't know if you believe it or not.
I mean, I think it's a little complicated because I think the first 2 or 3 months after you're fully vaccinated, after the second dose, you have 60-70% efficacy against infection. So that is pretty good. I mean, right? But by 6, 7, 8 months, that drops to 20%. Some places, some studies, like there's a study out of Sweden that suggests it might even drop to 0.
But and then you're also infectious for some period of time. If you do get it, you know you're vaccinated, correct? Although there seems to be elucidated that the period of time you're infectious is shorter.
It's shorter, but the infectivity per day is about as high. So you still, the point is that the vaccine might reduce some risk of infecting others, but it's not a categorical difference. So it's not safe to be in the presence of just vaccinated people. You can still get infected.
Right. So, I mean, there's a million things I want to ask here, but is there, in some sense, because the vaccine really helps in the worst part of this pandemic, killing people?
Yes.
Doesn't that mean, where does the vaccine hesitancy come from in terms of, it seems like obviously a vaccine is a powerful solution to let us open this thing up?
Yeah, so I wrote a Wall Street Journal op-ed with Metro Group that in December of last year, with a very naive title, which says we can end the lockdowns in a month. And the idea is very simple. Vaccinate all vulnerable people. And then open up. Right? And the idea is that the lockdown harms relates directly related to the question said the lockdown harms are devastating to the population at large. There's a considerable segment of people that are vulnerable. Protect them. But with the vaccine, you have a perfect tool to protect the vulnerable. Which is, I still believe, is true. You vaccinate the vulnerable, the older population, and as you said, there's a tenfold decrease in the mortality risk from getting infected, which is, amazing. So that was a strategy we outlined. What happened is that the vaccine debate got transformed. So first so you asked about vaccine hesitancy. I think there's the inherent limitations of how to measure vaccine safety. Right? So you talked about a little about in the trial, but also after the trial, there's a mechanism, and this work I've been involved with before COVID, detecting and identifying and checking whether vaccines actually are safe. The central penalty is one of causality. So you no longer have the randomized trial. But you want to know, is the vaccine, when it's deployed at scale, causing adverse events? Well, you can't just look at people who are vaccinated and see what adverse events happen, because you don't know what would have happened if the person had not been vaccinated. So you have to have some control group. Now, what happened is there's several systems used to check this that the CDC uses. One very commonly known one now is called VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. There, anyone who has an adverse event is either regular person or doctor will report they've had the vaccine 2 days later out of whatever person died a day after the vaccine, right? Now, the vaccine is rolled out to older people first. And older people die sometimes with or without the vaccine. So sometimes you see someone's vaccinated and a few days later they die. It's the vaccine topic or something else that's really difficult to tell. In order to tell, you need a control group. So for that, there are other systems the FDA and CDC have. But there's one called VSD, Vaccine Safety Data Link. There's another system called VEST. I forget the acronym is, to essentially track cohorts of people, vaccinated versus unvaccinated, with as careful a matching as you can do. It's not randomized, but and then see if you have safety that pop up in the vaccination relative to control of unvaccinated. And so that's pretty how the myocarditis is picked up in young, especially young men. It's also how the higher risk of blood clots in middle-aged and older women there, what you have is situations where the baseline risk of these outcomes is so low that you see that in the vaccine at all, that it's not hard to understand the vaccine. But young men should not have vaccine. Middle-aged women should not have it. Blood clots should not have it. So you see that you say, now, the rates are low. So young men, maybe 25,000, 100,000 the vaccine. So vaccine myocarditis, so these are rare outcomes. They are recommended. How do you deal with that as a messaging thing? I think you just tell people. You tell people here are the risks. So certainly tell them they're not getting into something that they don't know.
And don't treat people like they're children and need to be told lies because they won't understand the full complexity of the truth. People pretty good at, or actually, people with time are good at understanding data, but better than anything, they're extremely good at detecting arrogance and bullshit. And
I'll give them either one of those. I'll give you one that I think is greatly undermined vaccination. Greatly undermined the American vaccine is this weird denial that if you recover from COVID, you have extremely good immunity, both against infection and accident. And that denial leads to people distrusting the message given by like the CDC director for the vaccine. And why would you deny a thing that's such an obvious fact? Like you look at the data, and it just pops out at you that people that are COVID recovered are not getting infected again at very high rates. Much lower rates.
After these kinds of conversations, I'm sure after this very conversation, I often get a number of messages from Joe Rogan, and from Sam Harris, who to me are people I admire. I think they're really intelligent, thoughtful human beings. They also have a platform, and I believe, at least in my mind, about this COVID set of topics, they represent a group of people. Each group has smart, thoughtful, well-intentioned human beings. And I don't know who's right. But I do know that they're kind of tribal a little bit of those groups. And so, the question I want to ask is like, what do you think about these two groups and this kind of tension over the vaccine? That sometimes it just keeps finding different topics on which to focus on, like whether kids should get vaccinated or not, whether there should be vaccine mandates or not, which seem to be often very kind of specific policy kinds of questions, but I miss the bigger picture.
I think it's a symptom of the distrust that people have in public health. I think this kind of schism over the vaccine does not happen in places where the public health authorities have been much more trustworthy. And so you don't see the vaccine presidency in Sweden, for instance. What's happened in the United States is the vaccine has become, first because of politics, but then also because of the scientific arrogance, this sort of touchstone issue. And people line up on both sides of it. And the different language you're hearing is structured around that. So before the election, for instance, I did a testimony in the House on measurement of vaccine safety, and I was invited by the Republicans. There were, I think, 4 other experts invited by the Democrats, and 3 other experts invited by the Democrats. Each of them has a lot of experience in measuring vaccine safety. I was really surprised to hear them each doubt whether the FDA would do a reasonable job in assessing vaccine safety, including that people who have long records in working with the FDA. I mean, these are professionals, great scientists, whose main goal in life is to make sure that safe vaccines, that unsafe vaccines don't get released into the world, and if they are, get controlled. And they're casting down on the vaccine, the ability to track vaccine safety before the election. And then after the election, the rhetoric switched on a dime. Right, all of a sudden it's Republicans that are cast as if they're vaccine hesitant. That kind of political shift, the public notices. If all it takes is an election to change how people talk about the safety of vaccine, well, we're not going to compliance with it, right? I think that created hesitancy. The other thing, I think the hesitancy, some politicians viewed it as a political, it's sort of like a political opportunity to sort of demonize people who are hesitant. And that itself creates hesitancy, right? Like if you're telling me on a route that just doesn't want the vaccine because I want everyone to die, well, I'm going to react negatively. And if you're talking down to me about my legitimate, sort of concerns about whether the vaccine is safe, like the person, women who are thinking of getting pregnant, taking the vaccine, I don't know, all kinds of questions, legitimate questions that I think should have good data to answer. We don't necessarily have good data to answer. So what do you do in the face of that? Well, one reaction is to pretend like we know for a fact that it's safe, when we don't have the data to know for a fact in that particular group, with that particular set of clinical circumstances, And that, I think, breeds hesitancy. People can detect that bullshit. Whereas if you just tell people, I don't know.
Yeah, lead with humility.
Yeah, you'll end up with a better result.
Let me ask you about, I've recently had a conversation with the Pfizer CEO. This is part therapy session, part advice, because I really want us to get through this together, and it feels like the division is a thing that prevents us from getting through this together. And once again, just like with Francis Collins, a lot of people wrote to me words of support, and a lot of people wrote to me words of criticism. I'm trying to understand the nature of the criticism. So some of the criticism had to do with against the vaccine and those kinds of things. That I have a better understanding of. But some kind of deep distrust of Pfizer. So actually looking at Big Pharma broadly, I'm trying to understand, am I so naive that I just don't see it? Because yes, there's corrupt people, and they're greedy, they're flawed in all walks of life. but companies
Speak English.
do quite an incredible
Now, these very
job
parts are bothering you
taking a
too.
good idea
They're
to
already blocking
scale
the
and
second
making
one
some money
today.
with that idea.
It's not the
But they
girl.
are the ones that achieve scale on a good idea. I don't know. It's not obvious to me. I don't see where the manipulation is. So the fear that people have.
English.
I talked to Joe about this
Yeah,
quite a
this
bit.
happened to me the first
I
time
think
here.
this is a
Today from the
legitimate fear,
exact account.
and
All
a
right.
fear you should often
Ain't no
have.
surprise there.
That money has influence, disproportionate influence, especially in politics. So the fear is that the policy of the vaccine was connected to the fact
I
that
think they're all the same.
lots of money
They also
could be
send that
made
horrible flyer with
by
everything.
manufacturing
I
the
don't know
vaccine.
what it's about. I haven't read it.
And I understand that.
Oh, no, never mind.
And it's actually
They
quite a
also
heck of a
send that
difficult task
horrible
to
flyer.
alleviate that concern. Like, you really have to be a
This
great man or
hilarious.
woman or
I haven't
leader
read it.
to convince people you're not full of shit. And you're not just playing a game.
I only got likes,
I
but
don't
first
know.
of all, it's something I don't want on my
difficult task,
profile.
but
Too
at the
bad.
same
I
time,
mean,
I
it's
really
just the
don't
way
like
it works.
the natural distrust every billionaire, distrust everybody who's trying to make money, because it feels like under a capitalistic system, at least, the way to do a lot of good, like to do good at scale in the world, is by being at least in part motivated by profit.
I mean, I share your ambivalence, right? So on the one hand, you have a fantastic achievement, the discovery of the vaccine, and then the manufacturing at scale, so that billions of people can take the vaccine in a relatively short time. That is a remarkable achievement that could not have happened without companies like Pfizer. And on the other hand, there is this sort of corrupting influence of that money.
All these bots with Rabbi's
Just to
Discord
give
in
you
the
one
screen are
example,
really getting tiresome.
there's an
Fuck yeah,
enormous
just
controversy
listen,
over
Kate.
whether
I've reported so
relatively
many
inexpensive
already,
repurposed
yet they keep
drugs
popping up.
can
Fair
be
warning,
used
all
to
of
treat
them I see are being
disease.
blocked.
Um,
Bots.
no
Bots
company
everywhere.
like Pfizer has any interest whatsoever in evaluating.
Fuck yeah.
Even Merck,
I'm getting them too.
that have the
Bots,
patent
bots
on ivermectin
everywhere.
now
Everywhere.
expired, has no interest at all in checking.
Video
to
can't
see
be
if it
posted.
works.
What's this shit?
Not only do they not have interest, they have a way of talking
What?
about people who might have a little bit of interest. That's again
Cringe.
full of arrogance, and that is what troubles me. Is there not a
So it just says
back
video
to the
can't be
play of
posted and that's it?
science, they're not a bit of curiosity. One, the natural curiosity of the human being that should always be there, and an open mindedness. And second, in the case of ivermectin and other things like that, you have to acknowledge that there's a very large number of people who care about this topic, and this is a way to inspire them to also play in the space of science, to inspire them with science. You can't just like dismiss everybody. You can't just dismiss people. Period.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think here take ivermectin. Right? There's actually a study funded by the NIH by Tony Fauci's NIAID and the NIH called Active 6. That's
There she
a
is.
randomized trial of ivermectin. It's due to be
How are you?
completed in March 2023. So normally, when you have private actors like these big drug companies that have no interest in checking.
Did you say anything? Hello. What's good? All right. Well, I'm just chilling like a villain, watching. These are on the pandemic, but watching Lex Friedman making Instagram reels, spamming people on Blue Sky so that they tweet about me. Here, you ready for a breakdown of what people have said about me recently? Excellent. All right, buckle up, girl. This was 9 minutes ago by just underscore looking K. All the bots with Rabbi's Discord in their screen name are getting really tiresome. Frown emoji. Have reported so many already, yet they keep popping up. Fair warning, all of them I see are being blocked. At support that blue sky team. Next one. This was 1 hour ago. Now these are all the ones just with Rabbi apostrophe S. We'll get into Rabbi and then all the other ones, but okay. I'm getting them now too. Is this Bubbles come roaring back to life? I don't know who the fuck Bubbles is, but okay. And no, I'm not clicking that. Ew. Reported and blocked, but Andrew says they keep respawning. Sure wish we could lock our accounts on here. Okay, so then this was a response to this other guy. Andrew says, yesterday, this fucking account keeps reposting random shit of mine, and I've blocked them 5 times already, but they seem to keep making another account. This was Kaiser. This was 3 hours ago. How many times is this dude gonna try to get me to join Rabbi's Discord server? This next person 3 hours ago. Please join Rabbi's Discord server? Question mark. Next person 4 hours ago. How many goddamn many accounts is this fucker gonna create? Next one 4 hours ago. Be right back. I need to ask my Jewish friends what would be funny Discord mod rabbi jokes. I don't really understand what funny Discord mod rabbi jokes are, but what else? Next person just 7 hours ago wrote Bweh. Next person, this is in Korean. They wrote, please join Rabbi's Discord, and then a bunch of Korean. We'll translate it. I'm not going to translate them all, but I don't know if this one's even able to be translated. Nevertheless, next person. This was 8 hours ago. Chat, do I join the Rabbi's Discord? That was by Nihil Sand. Next person, Dove Bleeding Heart. They're cool. They wrote, this is so fucking funny. That was 8 hours ago. Next person, 13 hours ago. So are you going to join Rabbi's Discord? Next person wrote, and I thought the join Rabbi Rothschild bots were bad. This next person wrote in Korean. I'm going to try to translate it. Here we go. They wrote, please join Rabbi's Discord. This account has repeatedly posted strange reposts. I think they're trying to direct me to a Discord URL, so if you see it, please report it immediately. This is a number account that I blocked before. Thank you. Maybe it's Chinese. No, actually it's Japanese, I think. All right. Next person, Rabbi's Discord and Waifu Julie OnlyFans terrorizing the skyline. Waifu OnlyFans Julie is some bot as well. Next person wrote, hey, what? When I just sent him, this is 16 hours ago. Next person, 16 hours ago, please join Rabbi's Discord. Next person, 16 hours ago, join the Rabbi's Discord now. Next person, 16 hours ago, what the fuck is this Rabbi Discord? And why have I had to block 2 spam bots plugging it? Next person, Velas, 16 hours ago, please join Rabbi's Discord. Next person, 16 hours ago, should I join Rabbi's Discord? Next person, 20 hours ago, please block any and every account that has the name Rabbi's Discord. They've been harassing me for weeks now. Next person wrote 23 hours ago. Not sure what the Rabbi's Discord BS is, but that's the third bot I've put on my block list for bots recently. Okay, this is yesterday. No, I will not join some Rabbi's Discord. This is the third account of yours I've blocked. Fuck off. Okay, so I'm not going to even read ones that are older than a day, but like this has just been constant. It brings such joy to my heart to just know that these things are working. Okay, so these are the ones that are just have the word rabbi in them. Okay, this was 21 minutes ago. And I'm not reading ones that like are other rabbis or have anything to do with. These are just ones focused on me. This is, I think, Russian. Are these rabbi profiles bothering you too? They're already blocking the second one today. And then there are a bunch of people who talk to that on that one. I'm not going to read them all because I have to translate them all. Wow, there's a lot of them. Anyway, and that was just 22 minutes ago. Next person. Can Rabbi please leave me alone? I'm not even religious. That was an hour ago. Next person wrote 3 hours ago. Side note, who the fuck is the rabbi and why do they have a Discord? Next person wrote 3 hours ago. Please, my rabbi, he's very sick. Next person wrote 3 hours ago. Please join the server. Please, the rabbi, his Discord. Next person wrote, be right back. I need to, I already read that one. Next person wrote, let's see here. Why is it every time I talk about Kuga, those weird rabbi bots come. That was 7 hours ago. There's one that is so funny to me. It made me laugh so hard yesterday. I'll read it. Next person, 8 hours ago. Let's see. The Rabbi Rothschild thing is very weird, especially considering I actually watched their stream once. Like, clearly, it's some guy with a weird exhibitionist kink. Whoever the hell he is, keep getting his multiple spam accounts liking my posts here. Next person wrote 11 hours ago. Is this the 24-hour live stream rabbi from the other site? The next person wrote 14 hours ago. I don't care about this freaking rabbi. I'm not joining his Discord. Piss off. The next person wrote 15 hours ago. Can the rabbi patch my game? The next person wrote 15 hours ago. When is rabbi going to be on this podcast with somebody? I don't know who that is. Next person, 16 hours ago. That's the girl I was talking about with the rabbi thingy. Next person wrote 16 hours ago. Stupid ass bot, kill yourself. Next person wrote 16 hours ago. I had the Join Rabbi Discord ones after me. The next person wrote, no kidding, 17 hours ago. No kidding, fucking Rabbi Roth spam. Next person wrote 17 hours ago. Petition to block the word rabbi from this entire website. Next person wrote 18 hours ago. That rabbi trying to take over the world. The next person wrote, the rabbi has blue sky. The next person wrote 18 hours ago. I don't fucking care that the rabbi has a Discord. Please get the fuck out. The next person wrote 19 hours ago. Bots hook on to the strangest posts. Like my post was about hardcore lesbian smut. Mr. Rabbi bot, sir. Next person wrote 22 hours ago. Ha, I had that guy too. I like the idea that someone saw any of my posts on here and thought that's a person I want in my secret rabbi sex cult Discord. Next person wrote 23 hours ago. This is in Spanish. Yes, ma'am. No, I'm just spamming them. Next person wrote, there's a big group of Rabbi Rothschild. Oh, I know why. Because when you come in here, it says you have to be 18 or older. And so they think it's a porn Discord. Next person wrote, like this person wrote, there's a big group of Rabbi Rothschild bots. I think it's a porn Discord. Because normally when you come into a Discord, you don't have to be 18 years old. But in mine, you do because I don't want to talk to children. Next person wrote 23 hours ago. Thank you, Rabbi. Next person wrote, oh, where's this one girl? She made me laugh so hard. 1 day ago, the Rabbi Rothschild is harassing me. He liked another post. I'm a target. Calm down. Everybody's a target. Next person wrote, I was expecting the rabbi when I saw the instant like. Next person wrote, oh, where's this girl? Made me laugh so hard. Okay, it's not this one, but yeah, they are. Yeah, LOL. Hunt down the Rabbi Rothschild guy who made. Oh, it just updated. Somebody wrote 8 seconds ago. Fuck off, Rabbi. Okay. Let me see where this one girl. It was so funny. Let me see if it's still posted. I think she took it down because it was so funny. Maybe not. Yeah, she took it. Hold on, let me see. She wrote retweeted. I remember that was in it. Retweeted. Oh yeah, she took it down. Okay, it was wait, maybe yeah, she took it down. Okay, it was so funny. This one girl just wrote just innocently, she's like, I'm having a really hard period this month. And my bot went through and reposted that and liked it. And she's like, why did a rabbi come and repost my tweet about my period? And it just made me laugh. So that's what I've got going for me, which is nice. And I've been making um, Instagram reels, and they've been cool. What I do is I just I what do you call it? Not mouth or karaoke, but I just lip sync different songs. So I've been doing that, enjoying life. So that's what I've got going for me. What's good in your neck of the woods, Audie? Yeah, why is it a rude question? Okay, that's excellent. I didn't know. Sometimes other things happen. Glad that you're here. All right. So I created this one. I can't stand Instagram sometimes. Do you use Instagram? Okay, you're good. You're good. It's just such a shitty app. It it is just not built very well, and I can tell that it's not. There's like poor quality assurance on it, and it's very bothersome to me because I spend a lot of time making what I feel. I mean, it's not. It's time consuming content, and then it doesn't always upload, and it's just it crashes a lot, and in comparison to other apps, it's just really bad. And I can't believe that Zuckerberg has a stranglehold on social media basically with this app because it's just it's poor. I made this video. It was really good. It was stinging the police, message in a bottle, and I can't upload it now. And it doesn't give me any reason why I can't upload it. It just says video can't be posted. And I think it's because I was low on storage or something like that. I cleared up storage and it's still just not being cool. So I'm just frustrated with it. But reel not uploaded. Something went wrong. Like, tell me what went wrong. What's wrong? Like, I don't get it. It should be like, hey, this went wrong or whatever. It is my job to figure. Can you repeat that, please? Can you repeat that, please? Can you repeat what you just said, please? No, it's the Nora app. I've never heard of the Nora app. I'll have to check it out. So is it? It's obviously separate. It's is it? It's like in, It's like Instagram. Isn't that in, isn't that interesting that you can just like literally take somebody else's app and like I know when I was building apps, we were gonna get a copyright on our app, but it wasn't worth it because all you have to do is change one little small part of it, and then people are able to basically create a new app or like dictate that it's theirs. I mean, that's basically what TikTok did to Instagram, and Instagram's done to other ones. So I'll check it out. Nora app. I there's this thing that happens. Um, this is very frustrating to me, and I just don't understand why some big celebrity isn't like, "Hey, this sucks," but I guess they don't post their own content. Um, okay, so what happens? I don't get it. Okay, so there's this thing called app cache. It's basically like um, data that your device uses to not have to create. How do I want to say it? It's just like garbage data that your app stores temporarily, or that your device stores temporarily, and there's this constant issue with Instagram. There's this constant issue with Instagram where it just continues creating cache and doesn't clear it. You have to like manually clear it. It's just I don't get it. I absolutely don't get it. Anyway, that's what I've got going for me. Let's see if anybody's posted anything in the last few minutes. No, 8 minutes ago. Fuck off, Rabbi. There are a lot of transgender people on Blue Sky. I'm telling you, it's like somebody sent a message to all the transgender people, get on this app, because it's like 25% of the app. I'm transgender. How can it bother me? I beat everybody with a punch. I was transgender before it was cool. You figure it out. Does it bother me that a lot of people on there are transgender? No, not at all. It's just um it's just like a huge population that I yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't it's literally like somebody sent a message to all the transgender people. Apparently I didn't get this memo that said to get off Twitter and get on Blue Sky, which is fine. The only thing that I don't it doesn't bother me, but I don't need to know that, I guess. Like it's fine. You can hate me for whatever reason. No, 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 no. No, it's just like people make it their entire personality. And I guess, I mean, I guess if you're like changing clothes and like, wearing makeup and stuff like that, or I don't know, wearing pants or growing a beard, it has a big part of your personality. But I don't know. There's just part of me that's like, I don't need to know everything that's going on in your life. But if people are proud of it, then let them be proud. All I know is that the person who told me to fuck off is she, they. I maybe their name is Zathrine Dubois, BWA, and they call themselves she, they, Zay, XE, and ZIE, whatever that is. Anyway, they're Scotswoman, apparently. So I think that means they're Scottish. Yeah, I know. They told me to fuck off 9 minutes ago. Yeah, no, I understand. It's fine. I'm really excited for some of these people to come in here so I can explain myself to them. When it happened previously, some of them from Blue Sky in here, and I was able to explain myself, they were like, "Oh, this is a really cool project, and I'm an ally to what you're doing." Like now that I know about it, but I run into a couple of issues to not get people in here. Number one, I'm like spamming everybody, everything. Number two, the link that I'm sending isn't a normal Discord link. I can't, I don't want to say I can't. I could probably change the link that I'm sending to be a Discord link, but instead I'm using a link shortener because, oh, okay. Well, but I get to critique my own approach too. Um, so people say that they're like afraid to click the link because you're good. Um, they they're afraid to click the link that I'm sending them because they don't know if it's going to drain them or hack them. I've heard people say that. And then I have two other links, one to my link tree and one to my YouTube channels. And I'm not going to click a strange link. I don't care who sends it. Like I don't know what it is. So there's that. Then if they did click it and they get in here, it says that you have to be 18. And so a lot of people think, oh, this is some kind of porn server because I have to be 18 to be in here, and then they just leave. And then I get my approach though. I get okay, I'm like the most infamous spammer that this platform has ever seen, perhaps that the internet's ever seen. I am extremely persistent, and these bots just go and they'll upload or they'll like everything. It's not like I'm spamming them with anything. I'm not sending them a message. I'm not spamming them a picture. I've done that in the past. What I'm spamming them are likes. So whatever they post, it likes, but then they get a notification that says, please join Rabbi's Discord. So it gets annoying. I get it. But it's not even like a negative thing. It's like you're getting a like on your post that you just posted. So there are positive aspects to that. Um, and then people think it's religious. So I get that too. There are people who are like, I'm not religious. I don't want to join your Discord. And so I get that too. And then um, there are people again who think they think it's pornography because you have to be 18. They think it's religious because I'm a rabbi, and they have they're cautious because of the links that I send out. So I get it. I get why it's difficult for me to get people in here. But it's just a matter of time. I just have to keep these things churning out, and they will work really well. For the first time in like months, I was able to program these bots to work overnight. And that's really good because before they were only working like 16 hours a day, but they work 24 hours a day now. And that's a really big benefit to me, which is why I've been getting more attention. Okay, with that being said, please fill me in. Let me hear your opinion. Thank you.
Conducting some kind of scientific experiment that would have some public benefit, it's the job of the government, and in this case the NIH, to fund that kind of work. The NIH has been incredibly slow in its evaluations of these repurposed drugs, and it's been left to lots of other private activities of uneven quality, and hence that's why you have these big fights. Because the data are not solid, you're going to have these big fights.
Yeah, but also, okay, forget the process of science here, the studies, not enough effort being put into the studies, just the way it's being communicated about.
Yeah, no, like horse paste. Like, come on. The FDA put a tweet out telling people who were like, they're taking ivermectin because they've heard good things about it and they're sick and they're desperate. And to call it horse paste was just, that was terrible.
That was deeply irresponsible. My hope is grounded in the fact that young people see the bullshit of this. Young PhD students, graduate students, young students in college, they see the less than stellar way that our scientific leaders and our political leaders are behaving, and then the new generation will not repeat the mistakes of the past. That is my hope, because that's the cool thing I see about young people is they're good at detecting bullshit, and they don't want to be part of that. That's my hope in the space of science. Let me return to this idea of the Great Barrington Declaration. Return to the beginning. So, what are the basics? Can you describe what the Great Barrington Declaration is? What are some of the ideas in it? You mentioned focus protection. What are your concerns about lockdowns? Just paint the picture of this early proposal.
Sure. So the Great Barrington Declaration. First, why is it called Great Barrington Declaration?
It's such a great name. It's such an epic name. But the reason why it's called that is way less than epic.
It was because the conference, which is organized by Martin Kulldorff, who was a professor at Harvard University, biostatistician. He actually designed the safety system, the statistical system that the FDA uses for tracking vaccine safety. He and I had met previously just the summer before, that summer. And he invited me to come to this small conference where he was inviting me and Sunetra Gupta, who was a professor of theoretical epidemiology at Harvard, at Oxford University. And I jumped at the chance because I knew that Martin and Sunetra were both smarter than me, and it would be fun to talk about what the right strategy would be. On the drive in, I didn't know what the name of the town was, and I asked. They said it was Great Barrington, and I had it in the back of my head. Martin and I arrived a little early, and we were writing an op-ed about some of the ideas hopefully we'll get to talk about very soon, about focus protection and the right strategy. And when Sunetra arrived, we realized we actually come basically to the same place about the right way to deal with the epidemics. And I thought, well, why don't we write something like the Port Huron statement? It's what I had that in the back of my head.
Yes.
And I'm like, well, what's the name of this town again? It was Great Barrington.
Yeah. So it's not Barrington. It's Great Barrington.
Which is fantastic, right?
It's so over the top that it's perfect. It's literally like the Big Bang. There's something about these over-the-top fun titles that just really deliver.
So that's my main contribution. Is the title, the name, Great Barrington Declaration. But yeah, so it was kind of so the idea is actually, well, the title is great, and I think that it was written in a very stylish way. It's less than a page. You can go look online and read it. So it's written for. Not for scientists, but for the general public, so that people can understand the system. But it is not actually a radical supplement. It actually represents the old pandemic plans that we've used for a century, dealing with other similar pandemics. And it's twofold. First, let me talk about the science it rests on, and then I'll talk about the plan. The science actually, some of what we already talked about. There's this massive age gradient in the risk of COVID infection. Older people face much higher risk than younger people. The second bit of science is that's not controversial, right? That even if you think the IFR is 0.7 or 0.2, no matter what, if everyone agrees on this age gradient. The second bit of science is also not controversial. The lockdown-focused policies that we followed have absolutely devastating consequences on the health of the population. Let me just give you some examples. And this was known in October of 2020 when we wrote it, right? So the UN was sounding alarm that there would be tens of millions of people who would starve as a consequence of the economic dislocation caused by the lockdown. And that's come to pass. Hundreds of thousands of children in places like South Asia dead from starvation as a consequence of lockdown. The priorities like the treatment of patients with tuberculosis in poor countries stopped because of lockdowns. Childhood vaccination of measles, mumps, rubella, DPT, diphtheria, so on, pertussis, tetanus, all those standard vaccination campaigns stopped. Tens of millions of children skipping these doses for diseases that are actually deadly for them.
Is there, just on a small tangent, is it well understood to you what are the mechanisms that stop all those things because of lockdowns? Is it some aspect of supply chain? Is it just literally because hospital doors are closed? Is it because there's a disincentive to go outside by people even when they deeply need help?
All of the above. But a lot of those efforts, especially those like vaccination efforts, are funded and run by Western efforts. Like Gavi is I think it's a Gates-funded thing actually that provides vaccines for millions of kids worldwide, and those efforts were scaled back. Malaria prevention efforts. So in the developing world, it was a devastating effect. These lockdowns. There's also direct effects, like in India, the lockdowns when they first instituted, there was an order that 10 million migrant workers who live in big cities and they live hand to mouth. They buy coconut. They sell the coconuts with the money. They buy food for themselves and coconuts for the next day to sell. Walk back to their villages or go back to their villages then overnight. So 10 million people walking back to their villages or taking a train back. 1,000 died en route. Overcrowded trains, dying essentially on the side of the road. I mean, it was absolutely inhumane policy. And the lockdowns there, it's kind of like what's happened in the West as well, but it was so severe. There was a seroprevalence study done in Mumbai by a friend of mine at the University of Chicago. What he found was that in the slums of Mumbai, there were 70% seroprevalence in July or August of 2020, whereas in the rest of Mumbai it was 20%. Right, so it was incredibly unequal. The lockdowns protected the relatively well-off and spread the disease among the poor. So that's in the developing world. In the developed world, the health effects of lockdowns were also quite bad. Right, so we talked already about isolation and depression. There was a study done in July of 2020 that found that 1 in 4 young adults seriously considered suicide. Now, suicide rates haven't spiked up so much, but the depths of despair that would lead somebody to seriously consider suicide itself should be a source of great concern in public health.
Yeah, this is one of the troubling things about measuring well-being is we're okay at measuring death and suicide. We're not so good at measuring suffering. It's like people talk about maybe even Holodomor under Stalin or the concentration camps with Hitler. We talk about deaths, but we don't talk about the suffering over periods of years by people living in fear, by people starving, psychological trauma that lasts a lifetime, all of those things.
I mean, and just to get back to that point, we closed schools, especially in blue states, we closed schools. Now, richer parents could send their kids to private schools, many of which stayed open, even in the blue states. They could get pods, they could get tutors, but that's not true for poor and middle-class parents. And as a result, what we did is we took away life opportunities for kids. We tried to teach 5-year-olds to read via Zoom in kindergarten, right? And the consequence, actually, you think, okay, we can just make it up, but it's really difficult to make that up. There's a literature in health economics that shows that even relatively small disruptions in schooling can have lifelong consequences, negative consequences for kids. Right? So they end up growing up poorer, they lead shorter lives and less healthy lives as a consequence. And that's what the literature now shows is likely to happen with the interruptions of schooling that we had in the United States. Many European countries actually managed to avoid this. There were, in the early days of the epidemic, great indications that children, first, were not very or severely at risk from COVID itself, nor are they super spreaders. Schools were not the source of community spread. Communities spread the disease to schools, not the other way around. And we can talk about the science of that, but that was pretty well known, even in children. We closed hospitals in order to keep them available to COVID patients, but as a result, women skipped breast cancer screening. As a result, they are showing up with late-stage breast cancer that should have been picked up last year. And women skipped colon cancer screening, again, with late-stage disease that should have been picked up last year. So patients with diabetes, it's very important to have regular screening for blood sugar levels and sort of counseling for lifestyle improvement. We skip that. People stayed home with heart attacks and died at home with heart attacks. So you have this sort of wide range of medical and psychological harms that would be utterly ignored as a result of lockdowns.
Plus, there's the economic pain. So the piece of the, whatever is the term for the non-laptop class, people would lose their jobs. Yes, there might be a lot of support for them financially, but the big loss there, the depression and suicide is loss of meaning, loss of hope for the future, loss of kind of sense of stability, all the pride you have in being able to make money that allows you to pay your own way in the world. And yes, just having less money than you're used to, so that your family and your kids are suffering, all those kinds of things.
And there's again an economics literature on this. Deaths of despair was called in 2010. It was the Great Recession that led to an enormous uptake in overdose from drugs, suicidality, depression, as a result of job losses that happened during the Great Recession. Well, that's happening again. An enormous increase in drug overdoses. That's not an accident. That's a lockdown, right? Same thing with the job losses. The job losses, by the way, are it's so interesting because the states that stayed open have had much lower unemployment than the states that stayed closed. The labor force participation rates declined by 3%. It's women that separated because they stayed home with their kids. We've reversed a generation of women, improving women's participation in the labor force.
I think it has to do with institutions that we mentioned that there's so much priority given or so much power given to maybe NIH versus other civilian leaders, or do people just not care about the economic pain? The leaders, I mean, because to me it was obvious. I mean, probably it's just studying history. Whenever I listen to people on Twitter, on mainstream news, or just anything, I realize that's the very kind of top. The people that have a voice, the highest voice. And so whenever there's hard times, I always think about the quiet, the voices, the quiet suffering of the do political leaders not just give a damn?
I think it was actually a very odd ethical thing at the beginning of the pandemic, where if you brought up economic harms at all, you were seen as callous. Right, so I had a reporter call me up almost at the very beginning of the epidemic asking me about a very particular phenomenon. So he was anticipating a rise in child abuse because the children staying at home, child abuse is done picked up at school. And that actually happened. So the child abuse dropped, the actual child abuse increased. Because normally you pick up the child abuse at school and that you have pay right? So yeah, so it starts talking about like, well, there's going to be economicons, and they're going to have health consequences. The economicons matter, but he counseled me, and I think he had my best interest in it. But if you were to put that in the story, I would essentially cancel, because the narrative that arose in March 2020 is if you care about money at all, you're evil and crass, and you must only care about lives. The problem with that narrative is that money that you're talking about is actually lives of poor people, right? When you throw 100 million people around the world into poverty, you're going to see enormous harm to their health, enormous increases in their mortality. It is not immoral to think about that and worry about that in the context of this pandemic response. Our mind focused so much on COVID that it forgot that there are so many other public health priorities as well that need our attention.
This is the thing I sensed about San Francisco when I visited. I was thinking of moving there for a startup. This is the thing I'm really afraid of, especially if I have any effect on the world through a startup, is using tech in this kind of way. That you mentioned the laptop class. Living in this world where you're only concerned about this particular class of people, and also, perhaps early on in the pandemic, the laptop class was a legitimate concern for health, but you're not sure how deadly this virus is. You're not sure what to listen to, so there's a real concern. And then at a certain point, when the data starts coming in, you start becoming more and more detached from the data. You don't start caring less and less. You start just swimming in the space of narrative. Like existing in the space of narrative, this narrative in San Francisco, in the laptop class, that you just a very proud that you know the truth, you're the sole possessor of the truth, you congratulate yourself on it, and you don't care what country or gigantic detrimental effect on society. You're mostly fine. That's what I'm so personal. Well, I think the answer to that is just to remember. Don't think of where you came from, what you're doing this for. At the back of your head should always be, what's the purpose? Why am I here? What's the purpose of this? And if the purpose is simply self-aggrandizement, then just end up being a hollow life. All of us will be forgotten in the end. Focus protection. The idea of policy. What is focus protection? Right. So I was saying that there's two scientific bases, right? So one is this steep age gradient, and the second is the existence of lockdowns. Again, I think there's not very little disagreement in the scientific community of both of those facts. If you put those facts together, the obvious policy is to protect the people who are at the most severe risk from the disease itself. And that's the idea of focus protection. That's the general principle of it. The actual implementation of it depends on the living circumstances of the people that are at risk, the resources that are available in the community, the technology that's available to do this. And so it's almost always going to be, in fact, it'll always be a local thing, because it'll depend on all of those things which are all local in nature. Right. So one very, very obvious thing in a country like ours, where so many older people live in institutionalized settings, in nursing home settings, and that's where older, really vulnerable, chronically ill patients often live.
Adi, can you hear me? Adi. Adi, are you there? I hear you. Would you be interested in seeing my lip syncing? All right, I got to DM it. Okay, I can do so. All right, now these aren't that good. I mean, it's not. They're just kind of funny to me. But if I ever become viral, it's more content for people to just be able to with which to interact. Um, so with that, I wouldn't show these to just anybody. So they're just funny to me. I have like a billion Instagram accounts. So if you're wondering, like, why do you only have you're following 0 people and you have 0 people following you? Yeah, I don't want people to follow me on this one, just because it's for making art, basically. Okay, so just one moment. And then if you're wondering, like, also I created this app, or I shouldn't say app, this robot that automatically uploads my life on Instagram. So a lot of the earlier posts are just like hour-long videos of just it's just an archive. All right. With that being said, like, all right. And then some of them also, the Zuckerberg sucks. That's like one of my favorite things to say because he does. And sometimes the audio isn't synced, but that's fine. I know that if it ever goes viral, people will sync it for me. Please do. Oh, I know. I'm listening. Is you've got more to the story? Tell me how much Zuckerberg sucks. No, I completely understand. I've been locked out of my accounts. I was locked out of one for so long that, and like, I don't know why it wouldn't let me in with the password or whatever. And I didn't have access to the email, and they made me go through all my old friends and identify them. And they've like all gotten married and they're all like older, and I could barely recognize anybody. I was able to get back in though. It's just a huge pain. Absolutely. Okay. Audie, I know you said you'd look at this later, but they don't take long. If you can, I sent you a link, and this is on what I'm working. It's basically just killing time until more people talk about me on Blue Sky. But this is my art, and I kind of think they're cool. Yeah, there's a link to one, and then you just watch the ones that are more recent, and they're like 90 seconds each, so it doesn't take long to watch. And yeah, I want you to watch them and tell me they're the greatest thing that you've ever seen. I'm ready for it. All I want is compliments, no negativity. I don't want you to be like, oh, you could have been in frame or you didn't pronounce something correctly. I know these are just like my gifts to the world. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I want no negativity, only positivity. I'm going to watch them too. I'm going to watch everyone that I've done thus far. You said you're afraid to click on it? Why? You think I sent you a bad link or something? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't. You can just look it up on Instagram if you want to. I am at Prodigy Progeny, which means like really amazing kids. Yeah, prodigy means like someone who's really good at something at a young age, and progeny is your offspring. And if you're like, well, why didn't you call it Rabbi Rothschild or something? I have a million of those accounts. I wanted this not to be linked to me. I shouldn't say linked to me. I could care less. It's linked to me. But sometimes when I have too many accounts that are have the same name, then I can lose them, and then I lose them all. And I didn't want to do that. So I appreciate you doing that. Whatever you do, don't like them either. I know I said only positivity, but don't interact with them. I want them to be like a. I'm not expecting you, but don't comment, don't like, just watch and be like, wow, this person really loves themselves. I've never seen anybody sing old school songs with such passion. I can't believe I shared this with you. But I think they're take your time. I don't think I've been doing this for 3.5 years. I've been making these videos for 3 years, and I've never ever shown any of them to anybody. And I have so many of them. I've done like every major song of all time, and I play air guitar. That's my thing. I play air guitar when there's not even a guitar. Well, I mean, there's not even a guitar in the song at points, and I'll just be playing the guitar just because. No, I get what you're saying. No, I mean, like they won't be. They'll be playing some other instrument, and I'll just be like, I'm gonna throw the air guitar in there. No, no, no. If you're gonna say something about something like that, well, you have to understand. I don't know all the lyrics to these songs. A lot of times they're talking really, really quickly. Sometimes the music doesn't always link up. I mean, these are like not polished. I just turn them out. I just churn out content. And but I love them. Okay, well then I have to give you all my excuses. Okay, sometimes the video, like, I'll accidentally drop the phone and the video stops, so then I have to like restart it, and you'll be like, you'll be watching this video and you'll be like, how did he get there? And I'll be like, I'll just keep on singing. That's something that happens. Sometimes I kick over the phone. Um, sometimes, a lot of times, what happens, and this is such a shitty thing on Zuckerberg's app. It's happened on a few songs where I like to sing the whole song, but you can only do 90 seconds worth. So I'll do like the first part of the song 90 seconds and the second part of the song 90 seconds in a different video, but the video doesn't sync, so I have to do some kind of editing, and on some of them it doesn't work and it just uploads anyway, and I just keep it. I mean, like, there are some people who are um very conscious of what they put on Instagram. I'm the exact opposite. I want content. I want as much stuff as I can put on there, and so I don't pay too much attention to like little things, like, I don't know, like that I'm perfect. Quality overall. Quality. It's a perfect word. Exactly. I'm about quantity, not quality, but I am about quality as well. But I really think these things are amazing, and I watch them all the time, and I'm just like, I just think they're funny because most rabbis don't do this. I know one rabbi who raps, and but like most rabbis don't do this kind of stuff, and most people don't do this kind of stuff. They're not comfortable enough with themselves to just be like, I'm going to put myself out there and just lip sync, and I'm not always going to get the lyrics correctly. And I mean, you can't hear what I'm singing, so it's not like that matters. But the other videos get it. So, like, someday somebody's going to be watching these videos and they're going to see when I created these, and they're going to be like, oh, he had that lyric wrong and that lyric wrong. And I do something called word chewing. It's where you, like, you move your mouth more than you normally would. I don't always do this, but sometimes, just because um it's like something that, I don't want to say gets more viewers because I have zero. What'd you say? Yeah, it's an over exaggeration of the mouth. And I don't know what else. The lighting isn't very good. I know it's not, but like bright lights really hurt my eyes. What else about it? Um I I sometimes have my glasses off, and I know it probably looks better with my glasses off, but I'm seriously so blind that I need to keep them on most of the time. I do this thing. I do some cool things though. I love when I like headbutt and or headbang, and I sometimes clip my yarmulke to just like a couple hair strands, and it's flying all over the place, but yet still sticking on my head. I think it's very cool. What else do I do? Did you So most yarmulkes don't have clips on the back, but I buy this special kind of yarmulke. They're called clipped kippas, and they have little clips on the inside so that my yarmulke stays on my head. And so sometimes I'll clip it to like the strands of my hair, and then it'll like fly around, but it'll still stay on my head. And I don't know, I just think it's cool. Um, did you download Instagram? Well, then you're everything. You don't have to download Instagram. You can view it on the browser. Okay.
these thornier issues, I think it's really important because we're not, again, so we're not talking about tapping retirement, but other dollars that we've invested. It is kind of hard to wrap your mind around, like, okay, this is something that we've been putting money into for a very long time, and so this is within a brokerage. But what do we now want to do with that money? What is that going to allow us to accomplish that we may not have the ability to do a decade from now, 2 decades from now, knowing that, yes, by waiting, it's going to lead to a larger sum of money. But what are the other factors that we need to take into account? And the game plan can change, right? So, talking about some children, when my mom was diagnosed with cancer, like the thought was, well, we will tap some of our retirement funds, maybe a little bit more than we otherwise would, just to be able to hold off on taking Social Security. And the plan flipped once my mom's diagnosis happened. It was like, no, I'm going to take Social Security. I want as many months of Social Security as I can because I don't know how long I'm going to be around. And then we'll let the retirement funds were intact. Yeah, and so this isn't necessarily a cut and dry, always easy to figure out. Isn't that the scenario? I think this is like one of the hardest things to figure out. Like, this truly is like one of the toughest nuts to crack. And Kate and I have like a lot of different conversations over the years about personal finances and business and like, okay, strategy, different things like that. But yeah, it's so difficult. And I get, we're not thinking through like life expectancy, but like those are less the questions, I guess, that we're thinking about right now. But even still, like, am I guaranteed the ability to wake up a week from now and continue along doing the same things I'm doing today? No. I'm not saying that next week I'm going to YOLO. Like, drain my accounts. So you got to find some sort of balance there between YOLO and or only looking to the long term. Because I feel like that can be just as seductive, right?
It is, and you know this disease affects that group most commonly. It is absolutely vital to protect that group. We should have known that in February 2020, from the Chinese data, and that we should have thought about that group as the key constraint in our policy making. Instead, we thought about it in March 2020 as hospital beds as the key constraint. Hospital beds and ventilator shortages, and that we ran around trying to like address that constraint. Like a linear programming problem. You figure out which constraint's binding, and you address that one thing, and then go on to the next one, right? If that one constraint, we said, okay, well, the constraint is hospital beds. That led to the decision in many of the Northeast states to send COVID-infected patients who are on the verge of it, or looked like they were about to recover, back to nursing homes, who then spread the disease all through there because they wanted to preserve the hospital beds.
Well, for somebody who loves numerical optimization, I love the way you frame this. But those are kind of connected, right? If you actually focus on protecting the vulnerable, you will also have the effect of not hitting the ceiling of the available.
That's the irony. If we protected the vulnerable are the most likely to be hospitalized. And so by protecting the vulnerable, we will also have addressed the shortage of hospital beds more effectively.
So that little shift in priority would have a big impact. Okay, but specifically, the idea is to, and we can talk about different ideas of how to actually do this, but you basically do a lockdown or something like that on a very small set of people.
You may have to do that if its community spread is very high, but generally, I think it would depend on, again, the living circumstances. So for instance, if you have here's a very simple idea that doesn't require a lockdown forced on them. I don't actually generally not in favor of that kind of forced lockdown because you just won't get cooperation. But what you could do is provide resources to that group of people. So like imagine you live next door to somebody, an older couple, and there's high community spread. Well, they have to go grocery shopping. We did some communities did these like senior only grocery hour, right? But they have to still go out and they might get exposed when they're shopping amongst other seniors. Well, why not organize home delivery of groceries to them? We did that for the laptop class, right? Or it can even just as a volunteer effort. The older people living next door, just call them up and say, "Can I help you go out and go shopping for you?"
And so you would have potentially federal support of that kind of thing. So these kinds of efforts.
And then identifying where the vulnerable people live. It's really challenging in multi-generational homes. In LA County, for instance, there's a lot of older people living together with younger people in relatively crowded. It's really quite a challenge. There again, you can use resources. So if grandma is worried that grandson's come home is potentially being exposed, grandson calls grandma and says, I might have been at a party where I might be there where COVID was. Grandma calls public health then says, okay, you can have this hotel room for a couple of days until you check turn negative.
In case it wasn't clear, the idea of focused protection is the people that are vulnerable, protect them. And everybody else goes on with their lives, open up the economy, just do as it was before.
And there was still fear abroad, so there still would be some restrictions people would pose on themselves. They probably would go to parties less. Grandsons probably wouldn't go so many parties, right? There would be less participation in big gatherings. You may even say like big gatherings in order to restrict community spread again. I'm not against any of that. But you shouldn't be closing businesses. You shouldn't be closing churches and synagogues. You shouldn't be forcing people to not go to school. You should not be shuttering businesses. You should just allow society to go on. Some disease will spread, but as you've seen, the lockdown didn't stop the disease from spreading anyways.
Right. So what do you make of the criticism that this idea, like all good ideas, cannot actually be implemented in a heterogeneous society where there's a lot of people intermixing, and once you open it up, people like the younger people will just forget that this is even existing, and they'll stop caring about the older people and mess up the whole thing, and the government will not want to fund any kind of the great efforts we're talking about food delivery and then food delivery services. Be like, why the heck am I helping out on this anyway? Because like it's not making me much money, and so therefore, like all good ideas, it will collapse.
That might be true. I mean, I think it's always a risk with policy, but I think if people think back to the moment when we actually felt like we were in this together to some extent.
Yes.
Right. I think that empathy that we had that was used to like tell people to stay in and like happily, not going happily, but like stay in, to like wear a mask or to do all these things that we thought would help other people, could have been redirected to actually helping the people who most needed to be stripped.
Especially, I do remember March. So this is even way before Barrington, all that kind of stuff. March, April, May, there was a feeling like if we all just work together, we'll solve this.
Right.
And that maybe started to, when did that start breaking down? I mean, unfortunately, the election is mixed into this.
Yeah.
That it became politicized. But I think it lasted quite a long time.
I think into the summer, I think there was some of that sense. I don't know, they've obviously varied among different people. But I think that it's true it would have been challenging. It's also true that it's heterogeneous, exactly the way you said. But what that means is you need a local response. A response. So my vision of a public health officer is someone that understands their community. Not necessarily the nation at large, but their community. And then works within their community to figure out how to deploy the resources that they have available to do the kind of protection policies we're talking about. That's what should have happened. Instead, they spent a lot of effort closing, making sure businesses stay closed.
What's that? I love me too. I love you too. Aren't they cute? Thank you. That's exactly the reaction I want. I think they're super cute and I really appreciate it. And I think I'm cute in them. Okay, so let's get you past the issue that you're having. Okay, you want to know how to create a new Instagram account without having any You want to just learn how to do it? No, they can do that in a way. I mean, so you can see all my amazing content. Oh, it's super cute. Oh, you don't need an account to be able to view my stuff? All right. Well, snoop. I mean, don't snoop, but just look at the videos that I sent. Okay, that's fine. I mean, so you're not able to do it for too long. Like, how do I want to say? Okay, so here's how you do it. You can watch, I think, all my videos, maybe. Um, Open up a new incognito window and then just put that link in, and then you'll be able to view my stuff. Okay, well, you one of them is, and you were very nice, and I love you as well. So thank you. I think they're cute too. I watch them all the time, and I'm like, man, I'm cute. I just I I think they're funny. I've always thought that lip syncing is funny, and especially the songs I choose. And I don't know. I like all the songs that I choose. I don't do it to songs that I don't like. But all right, well, you saw one of them, and that's amazing. And Wow, that's the nicest thing you could have said. Wow, thank you. I mean, I was embarrassed. No, the nicest thing that you said is that you love me, and I really appreciate that. Um, but I don't know. It's like it's super embarrassing. Like I'm not always right. All the like I kick over the video in the one I sent you, and the video stops, but I got it to work. And there, I don't know. I just Instagram. I get what you're saying. Okay, well, I really like that song by Machine Gun Kelly as well. That's a sick song. Um, all right, so I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't want you to have to work, but all you do is copy the link that I sent you and put it in a new incognito tab. I mean, I can do it right now. This is how fast I can do it. All right, I'm actually gonna see what I see. You want? Okay, that's all I want. And I just want you to watch um my music videos. All the other stuff is generally pretty boring. I don't want to say all the other stuff, but a lot of the other stuff is pretty boring. Oh no, it doesn't work. If I try to open it in an incognito tab, it bans me. Or it doesn't ban me, but it just says you have to sign up for Instagram. So how could I do it? How could you do it without an Instagram account? Oh, look at you, you smart thing. Let me see if it works for me. All right, new incognito. Wow. Okay. So it's working now. Oh, okay. Wait. Join Instagram. Sign up for Instagram. I can't see them all. I can just see the ones that I recently did. I mean, it only shows like the most recent 9, and I've done like 20 of them. Join on Instagram. Sign up for Instagram. Open app. Log in. Well, that's okay. You'll watch them somehow. And I really appreciate, like, how do I want to put it? What's the word I want to use to describe it? I'm very, somewhat shy about them because I just kind of feel like a doofus. But I think they're super cute, and I'm glad you did as well. All right, I'm gonna make more of them. So, if you're wondering, like, what is he doing? Why is he like singing half a song or just mumbling the words or whatever? You know why now.
Like hardware stores.
Well,
what good did closing a hardware store do for the spread of COVID? If it had an effect on COVID spread, I mean, it's going to be more checking to make sure that plexiglass was put up everywhere, which now in retrospect turns out to have probably made the disease worse. Masking enforcement, so shaming around masks. I mean, a huge amount of effort on things that were only tangentially related to focus protection. What if we turned our energy, that enormous energy put into that, instead into focus protection of the vulnerable? That's essentially the conversation I was doing. And it wasn't, I didn't think of it as we had every single idea. We gave some concrete proposals. And but the criticism we got was that those concrete proposals weren't enough. And the answer to that is that's true. They weren't enough. I wasn't thinking of them as enough. I was thinking that I wanted to involve an enormous number of people in local public health to help think about how to do focus protection in their communities.
The question that's interesting here is about the
every breath you take,
COVID has very specific characteristics, like you mentioned, about the curve of
every
the
bond you
death rate.
break, every step you take, I'll be watching you.
It's a little bit easier to actually identify
every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you say, I'll be watching you.
That's 10 times deadlier.
Oh, can't you see? You belong to me. All the full heartaches, with every step you take, every move you make, every vow you break, every sound you fake, every game you say, I'll be watching you. Since you're gone, I've been lost without a trace. I dream at night and only see your face. I look around, but you I can't replace. I feel so cold and alone. I don't embrace.
The disease was spread in school. I don't think there's a single formula that works, but there's a single principle that works. Right? No matter, it's hard to imagine a disease that's uniformly deadly across every group, every single person. There's always going to be some group that's differentially harmed. There's always going to be some group that's differentially protected, and that may change over time. Right? So, like in this disease, in this epidemic, as people got infected and recovered, we now had a class of people that were pretty well protected against the disease. They were like, instead of ostracizing them because they don't want a vaccine, allowing them to work. We having staffing shortages in hospitals now. I think we forgot that principle.
It's quite a bit of this technology problem that we are seeing. Some of it is, how much of it is this sociological problem? How much of it is a technology problem? Like, where do you put the blame sort of on why this goes so great, and how people
What do you think about lockdowns? Like, if we didn't have Zoom, we wouldn't have lockdowns. I mean, the reason to do that was we didn't have the technology to start remote technologies.
So we had good lockdown technology.
Yeah.
In Zoom, we didn't have good focus protection technology.
Yeah, I mean, focus protection is always going to be complicated, especially for something like this that spreads so easily. It's going to be complicated. And I'm the last person to say it would have been perfect. There would have been people that would have gotten sick, but they got sick anyways. The hope was that if we suppress community spread low enough, we can protect the vulnerable. That was the hope by lockdown. The reality was that only a certain class of people were able to benefit from the lockdown. The rest of the society, called them essential workers, had to keep working, and they got sick. And the disease kept spreading. It didn't actually have a substantial effect on spread in non-laptop class populations.
And also, we should probably expand the class of people who are vulnerable to those who suffer or who have the capacity to suffer. Given the policy it's very disingenuous for the vulnerable people you're obviously vulnerable to suffer based on the policy.
Adi, can you hear me? Adi. Adi. Okie dokie.
With is something I think that's been lost, and unfortunately lost, right? So the policies themselves, if they have harm, those are real, and we shouldn't pretend like they're not, and essentially demonize the people that suffer them, or pretend that, I mean, like, a lot of times, like the depression that we've been talking about, that's thought of as like not so important, but it's important. And especially the harm to people in those countries, it's like they're out of sight, out of mind.
I hope that we see learning lessons from history with the communication tools who have now learned this. It's like going to another country and bombing targeted terrorist locations, and there's going to be some civilians who die, pretending that the child who watches their dad die is not going to grow up, first of all, traumatized, but second of all, potentially bring more hate to the world than the hate that you were allegedly fighting in the first place. That's another sort of considering.
Since you are
Like the could return to focus protection. We still should be following the policy now for children. We're not. Right? So the vaccines, there's a great shortage of vaccines. You wouldn't know it in the United States and in rich parts of the world, but there's a great shortage of vaccines. We're not going to be able to vaccinate most of the entire percent of elderly, at least.
Since you've got dreaming now, I can only see your face. I look around and it's you I can't replace.
Yeah, we're talking about vaccinating 5-year-olds who benefit, if at all, from vaccine, but just a very little bit because they face such a low risk of harm from COVID.
Since you want you're a trace. I'm dreaming out, I can only see your face. I look around, but it's you I can't replace. I feel so cold and wet in your embrace. I keep calling, baby, baby, please.
And a few other universities are kind of like considering vaccine my perspective, as somebody who loves in-person lectures, who sees the value of that to students, to young minds. Also, looking at the data, sees the risk aversion.
Oh, can't you see? You belong to me. Wanna cool heartaches with every step you take, every move you make, and every vow you break.
So I think
everything you say, everything you say, I'll be watching you.
I say that because I just hope that my team
Every move you make, every step you take, I'll be watching
I think we have failed in our mission to educate our students by this decision. And I think more broadly, I think we failed generally over the course of the last year and a half in living up to our educational mission. In-person teaching is vital. And now I can understand you have a skill over faculty. Let young professors teach in person. This is before the vaccine. After the vaccine, let everyone teach in person.
Yeah, this is the part I don't understand the discussion that you're having, because okay, let's leave focus protection aside here, because that's a brilliant policy for perhaps in the future. There's no vaccine. Now with the vaccine, I'm misunderstanding something here, because we're now in a space that's psychological, no longer about biology, because with the booster shots, which I believe MIT is now requiring for January, with the booster shots, the data shows no matter how to hold you are, the risks are very low for ending up in the hospital relative to all the other risks faced with COVID. I don't understand. Can you explain the policy around closing a university, but also just the policy about just being so scared still in the university setting?
I think the great universities done great harm by modeling this kind of behavior.
Yes, but sorry to keep interrupting, but to me the university should be the beacon of great behavior, not the beacon of like scared, conservative, let's not mess up, let's not make it pathological, let's not make anybody angry. It should be a place to play in the space of ideas.
Yes. So I think the central problem is actually related to the central problem of COVID policy more generally. The goal seems to be to stop the disease from spreading rather than to reduce the harm from the disease. If the goal is to stop disease from spreading, the sad fact is we have no technology to accomplish that
At this point.
Yes.
Because it's already deeply integrated into the civilization.
Well, I mean, it's here forever. Like, there's a zero survey of white-tailed deer in the U.S. There's like 80% of white-tailed deer in the U.S. have COVID antibodies. Dogs get it, cats get it. There's almost certainly people who are So you have a situation where you have a disease that's dead. And the vaccines don't stop spreading it, the lockdowns don't stop spreading it. We have no technology to stop spreading it. And so we're burning the earth on the stuff in some ways impossible, rather than working on what's possible. And so, like letting regular college happen, that's a great good. Universities are a wonderful invention, and it's contributed so much to society. It's decided to shut it down. The university is supposed to be fighting to not be shut down, not the other way around.
Whatever the mechanisms that result in university, that's probably talking probably has to do with certain sections of the administration, probably lawyers and those kind of things to avoid legal trouble. But once again, the administration has too much power and too much definition of what the policy is of the university doesn't get in trouble. The union, the power of the university is back in the
Welcome. How are you? Hello. How are you, Roger? Yo, dog, I can barely hear you. Are you talking into the microphone? Can you come closer to the microphone? Oh boy, you're still tough to hear. How'd you find out about me? No way. I love you, Roger. Thank you so much for coming. You're amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can turn you up, Roger, because you are difficult to hear. Oh, you're up all the way. Okay. Roger, can you hear me? You're good, dog. Okay. Oh, Roger, you made my day. Thank you so much for coming. Apologies for my spam. I'll be able to explain it all. Shout out to Roger, everybody. Roger's the man. Excellent. Roger, can you hear me? Oh, you are so much clearer now. Whatever you did worked. Can you hear me? Well, you were clearer. Oh, now you're clear again. Oh, beautiful. Loud and clear. Oh, thank you so much, Roger, for coming. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Oh, hello. Hi. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, take your. That's all right. Okay. Excellent. All right. Firstly, thank you. Apologies for my bots. Thank you so much for coming. As you know, I spam people on Blue Sky to get to tell them what I do. My name is Rabbi Rothschild, and I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming live since the pandemic, 24/7. This is more data than any person in global history. It's essentially a real life Truman Show or a real life Big Brother. Roger, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Beautiful. Excellent. Well, in the same way that his entire life is on camera, essentially is the same about mine. I have more than 18 different cameras on me right now, and I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore anywhere in the world. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm a part of a cryptocurrency. I'm sponsored by them. That's what all my merchandise is and all of my get up. And it's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth $100 million right now. And one of the projects that we have is building wells in developing nations, specifically in Nigeria. I want to help those kind of positive projects. I'm a major advocate for the Life Straw program, but most importantly, in terms of ending world thirst, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about some other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, quantum computing, alien disclosure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. That was a type of goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing African elephant surrogates. They most recently, just you may have heard it in the news, introduced dire wolves. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I just think this is mind-blowing information. I want people to know about it. I talk about some other things that are going to help you directly, Roger, if you want. Well, it's a scientific advancement. I don't necessarily see too much negativity on it. The woolly mammoth went extinct. Certainly. Okay, well, they don't have to be. I don't know how these are pie in the sky. The dire wolf was recently brought back within the last month, and the woolly mammoth project is something that is. Here are pictures. Well, I don't think that there's really too much of a connection between the dire wolf and super soldiers. We could perhaps make that. At least, at least the woolly mammoth went extinct because. Okay, take care, my friend. All right, well, at least Roger found out about me from Blue Sky. I don't know how he can be anti woolly mammoth, but apparently he is. That's fine. It just tells me that it's working. That's two people I've gotten in here from Blue Sky. And that makes my day. That's phenomenal.
I just bite it. It's for the look. I don't like it. Real way, man. They wanna eat it. Play. You keep it up. You make it feel like foreplay. Yo, I already know what's synthetic. Big with the style. We're all in it. With it.
What'd you say? Yeah, I mean, you can't win them all. Yeah, you can't win them all, and I certainly know that. And trust me, I've been rejected more than perhaps anybody on earth. I'm happy that Roger found out about me, and it just tells me that my little plan is working. And if you want to connect dire wolves to super soldiers, that's fine. I'm not creating them. I'm just letting the world know about this kind of technology. And if he thinks that woolly mammoths are a scam, all right, well then take it up with Colossal Bioscientific. It's on their website on the front page as their current goal. So I am not scamming anybody. And of anybody who I think probably would have their fears of this thing, it might be someone like Roger. But that's okay. I'm glad that he came. Maybe he's a fan of Machine Gun Kelly and Black Bear and likes karaoke. I've got something for everybody. Oh, yeah. No, and that's cool. I mean, Roger's allowed to have his own beliefs, and that's the thing. I don't need. I don't. But people are honestly open to having any kind of beliefs that they want. I get people in here all the time. I had this guy in here from Russia, like within the last 48 hours, and he and I just we did not argue. Everything that I said, he wanted to counter it, and by the end, he was like, I I think that you make a lot of sense. And he's like, apologies. Like I am a scientist and I just do my best to not believe everything that I'm told, but you're able to produce evidence for everything. So it makes sense. He was really nice. He actually sent me a link to help his project. So that's cool. I mean, Roger could have come in here and like I had 3 guys earlier today who were just like very mean to me for religion and like I get all kinds of people in here. All I know is that Roger found out about me from Blue Sky, and that makes my day. As much as what you said earlier was very nice, it was nice to have Roger in here as well. And I hope Roger can figure out his phone so that he's able to hear people and talk with people normally. That's okay. That's all that matters. Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured that was going to come from Roger, so that's fine. I get some people who come in here and they're fully naked and they just are masturbating, and I turn off their camera and I ask them to stop. And so I get all kinds of people. I get boys who do that. I get girls who do that. I get all kinds of weirdos in here. So it is what it is. Oh yeah. Um, there are people who well, I think masturbate to just about anything, and they want you to see it, and that's not my thing. I don't want to see. I mean, the chicks are cool. That's fine. Um, I get some OnlyFans models who come in here and do that. They're just like, all right, knock yourself out, girl. But the guys, that's not my thing. I don't want to see that. But I don't kick them out, which is kind of surprising. Most people would just like immediately kick people out. I just tell them to be respectful of other people. And the only time I really kick anybody out is if you are you're just like, you're really loud. I get people who come in here and play chainsaw noises. you'll come in here and people will just be like N-word, 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 N-word. And literally, that's what they say. It's not even like, oh, my N-word, oh, my. No, that's fine if that's how you want to talk. That's cool. But if you're literally just in here just to annoy me with one word, then you can. That's how you can get banned. Aside from that, I mean, I had some people earlier today who wanted to debate the Holocaust with me, and I did that with them. And then, I didn't kick them out. They found out about me from another Discord. I'm pretty open to just about anybody. So someone like Roger who wants to come in half naked or have a friend come in half naked, that doesn't bother me too much. I just hope he gets his phone figured out. Now, as for you, can you hear me? Excellent. I was talking to you earlier. I forgot to tell you. So sometimes I change the lyrics when I'm mouthing songs. Like I sing Dusty Springfield's son of a preacher man, but like my religion doesn't do preachers, we do rabbis. So I instead change the words to like son of the rabbinate. And so if you're ever like, why isn't he saying the right words? Oh, and then like the N word. I don't say the N word. So rabbinate means it's just a collective group of rabbis. It would be like saying priesthood. And then um, I don't say the N word. So instead, sometimes I just use the word ninja. And so, what other words are there that I don't say? Yeah. So with that, I just made two more of the. What'd you say? Okay. Well, let's talk about important things. Were you able to get an Instagram account? That's okay. Do you want to know how to get a new Instagram account without any connections? Right. Okay, so we're just going to create a new account. I know it's a lot of work, but imagine all the cuteness. You might have cuteness overload. All right. So the first thing that you want to do is uninstall that. Okay, it's not downloading Instagram. You've got to take it to on a schedule. Oh, okay. That's fine. I understand. Well, that's cool. I got Roger in here and he didn't leave. I'm closing in on 1,700 follower members, and I don't know how long it'll take me. It could take, but I've gotten like 4 new members today, which is great, including Roger. Happy about that. You're good. You said you're logging into this stuff, right? Oh, okay. You're good. I'm thrilled I got Roger in here. Shout out to Roger. Roger, if you watch this in the future, just know I'm not making super soldiers. And I'm not scamming anybody. But I am very pro Willie Mammoth. Hey, Audie, do you know what Snuffleupagus is? Well, excellent. I've got bad news for you. No. He's still going. But he's not a woolly mammoth. I always thought he was a woolly mammoth, but he's not. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Oh, it's like you heard my conversation with this person that I had last night. I just always assumed that he was a woolly mammoth, but no, you're right. He's like a giant anteater, which is like I always thought he was a woolly mammoth. I learned all I learned all about Snuffleupagus, so I did like this deep dive into him. And originally, he was only seen by Big Bird. And whenever Big Bird tried to tell people, like, hey, I've got this friend Snuffleupagus, everybody was like, you're full of shit. And the Sesame Street people changed that because they were afraid that like people wouldn't believe kids when they told them about things. And then they had this like nice welcoming time for Snuffleupagus to come. And I love Snuffleupagus too. I always thought he was a woolly mammoth though, but he's not. Anyway, you're welcome.
Easily manipulated.
By the powerful. Exactly. So I think that fear is natural, and it's not something that you have to stoke to get when the facts on the ground suggest it. Right. In fact, the tendency for humans in the face of threat from infectious disease is to exaggerate the fear in their own minds of being contaminated by the environment and by others. That's just natural to humans. And the role of public health is not necessarily to eradicate the fear. I've got, like, obviously technological advances can help eradicate the fear, but it's really to help manage that fear and help people put the sort of incentives that come out of that to useful things as opposed to harmful things. What's happened in this pandemic is that there's been a deliberate policy to stoke the fear, to help make people think that the disease is worse than it actually is. In survey after survey, you see this. And that's been incredibly damaging. So young people have readily given away their willingness to participate in regular life because A, they fear COVID more than they ought, and B, they fear that they're going to harm the vulnerable in their lives. You put those two together and you get this powerful demand for lockdowns. We see this all over the world.
Broadly speaking, you have a powerful demand for irrational policies, irrational policies. Because I would like to mention the flip side of that. I've been saddened to see how much money there's to be made by the martyrs, the people, the conspiracy theorists that tell you should be afraid of the government. You should be afraid of the man. It feels like fear is the problem. I think there's some guy that once said something about we should fear itself. Who's a president or something?
I vaguely remember that.
So I'm worried about both sides here. Is that
I think the general principle is that it should not be a tool of public policy. Right, the public policy should attempt, and public health policy in particular, should attempt to address that fear. It's not that you should tell people lies? Of course not. Tell people accurately what the risk is. Give people tools that have evidence that they can address their risk with, and level with people when we don't know. I think that is the right adult way to deal with this pandemic from a public health point of view. And that is not the policy we have followed. Instead, public health has intentionally stoked the fear in order to gain compliance with its edicts. And I think the consequence of that is people distrust public health. What you're talking about, the distrust of government, I think is partly a consequence of that. That movement, which is much smaller once upon a time, is much larger now, because of essentially people look at what public health has done and say, they've lied to me a whole bunch of times and a whole bunch of things is the general sense, and there are consequences to that. We're going to have to work in public health for a long time to try to regain the trust of the public.
Throughout all of this, you've been inspiring to me, to a lot of people. You've been fearless, bold, in these kind of challenging the policies, and not in a martyr kind of way, because you're walking the line gracefully and beautifully, I would say. And looking at that, I think you're an inspiration to a lot of young people. So I have to ask, what advice would you give them if they're thinking of going into science, if they're thinking of having an impact in the world? What advice would you give them about their career and maybe about their life? Thinking about somebody in high school, maybe in undergraduate.
I'd say a few things. One is, this is a wonderful profession. You have an opportunity to improve the lives of so many and do it by having fun, the kind of play we're talking about. It's an absolute privilege to be able to work in this kind of area. To young people looking to say that have some gifts or desire for this area, I say, please, go for it.
So this area of science broadly.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I don't have any gifts in AI, but it could be, but or in health, or in medicine, or wherever your gifts lie, develop them. Work hard, develop them, because it's worth it. It's worth it not just not just because you get some status, but because the journey is fun, and the result is improvement to the lives of so many. So I think that is the encouragement I give. I'd also say, if you're looking at this ugliness of this debate that's happened over the pandemic, I'd say to young people, we need you to come in and help transform it. Many of the people we've seen in this debate that behave poorly, I ask you to forgive them. I've done my best to try, because many of them are acting out of their own sense that they need to do good, but the mistake they made is in this arrogance and this power. When you come in, remember that example as a negative example, and so that when you join the debate, you'll join it in a spirit of humility, in a spirit of trying to learn, while keeping that love of that led you to enter the field in the first place.
And yeah, choose forgiveness versus derision. The people that have messed up, give them a pass, because that's how it feels like that's how improvement starts.
Funny, I've been thinking this I told you I'm Christian, right? So I thought that God has given me many opportunities to forgive people. learn to practice how to do that.
Gave you a gift.
It's a very humbling thing, I guess.
Is there a memory from when you were young that was very formative to you? So you just gave advice to some young people. Is there something that stands out to you, that decision you made, an event that happened that made you the man you are today?
I actually grew up in a relatively poor environment. I was born in India, and I moved when I was 4. My dad had 8 brothers and sisters, and my mom had 4 brothers and sisters. She grew up in the slum in Calcutta. His dad died when he was young, and he supported his family, his brothers and sisters, with university scholarship money. Came to the U.S., and my dad worked in a McDonald's, even though he was an electrical engineer. Couldn't find a job in 1971, and so he worked at McDonald's. We lived in a the housing poor like development in Cambridge. It's like this middle building on the 17th floor, this like housing development. I mean, I think that was transformative for me. Like I didn't realize so much at the time how that experience of being essentially like poor, lower middle class, what effect it had on my outlook.
You mentioned to me offline that you listened to the conversation that I had with my dad. What impact did your dad have in your life? What memories do you have about him?
He was a rocket scientist, actually. He helped design rocket guidance systems. He died when I was 20, and I still miss him to this day. And I think that experience of seeing him sacrifice himself for his family, a brilliant man, but in many ways frustrated with his opportunities in the world. Probably didn't let him become a US in the first place. That's transformed. That's had a transformative effect on me, and I wish I could tell him that.
Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about your death? Your dad is no longer with us. There's the old wise sage that represents.
I'm only worried about death once in this moment. Although I've had two. I have a cousin who's 73 and my uncle who's 74 died in India during the pandemic. I grieved them, both in COVID. But the fear of not really is only really once. It wasn't for me. I recognize it's his action. So on the eve of the Santa Clara County serial killing study, it was a really interesting thing because so many people volunteered. And my daughter was 20, she was like 19 at the time, and my wife got the volunteer to help with like various aspects of the study. So she just like I didn't know what the death rate was because we hadn't done the study. And I suspected it was lower than people were saying, but I didn't know. I knew about the age gradient because I'd seen the Chinese data. And my daughter's younger, my wife is my age, and I didn't know the death rate. And I couldn't see everything. But what if I put my family, my kid, my daughter, and my wife on risk? So I don't particularly worried about my own death, but I do. I mean, I just have to worry about the well-being of my loved ones.
So, from the perspective of God, then let me ask you, what do you think is the meaning of this whole journey of life?
It's very simple. Love one's God. Treat generally with yourself.
It's love. Simple as that. I'd love to see a little bit of that. It's an opportunity for the best families to shine. So I've seen some of the works, but I think some of that is just good there. And I'm hoping that what we have here is love. At the very least, make your dad proud of you. Critical rocket. And we're watching. I think you get one. Definitely. Thank you so much. This is Kevin Long talking to you, James, and inspiration to so many people. Keep fighting the fight. Thank you so much for spending valuable time with me tonight for here. Appreciate it. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jay Bhattacharya. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you some words from Alice Walker. The most common way people give up their power is by thinking they don't have any. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following conversation a New York comedian who has a way with words that is often both dark and hilarious. Let there be a warning, dear friends. Proceed with caution and more protection. You may, in fact, need it. He has a special on his YouTube called Out to Lunch and a new special on Netflix as part of the stand-up season 2 series I recommend you watch. This is the Let's Read podcast. Support
I'm
it.
all changing
Our sponsors
to try and please
Now,
me.
here's my conversation.
Never let me down before.
I asked him Dylan about Bukowski first, so let me continue on that tradition and ask you about something that Charles
You're
Bukowski
too
said.
familiar.
Yeah, rolling?
Not on TV anymore. I will not leave you.
First daylight in reality.
In times of trouble.
Mark, let me first ask you about
Never
that.
have gone this
What
far.
do you talk about your relationship quite a bit? Do you think love
I'll
can
get the good times. I'll take the bad times. I love you just the way you are.
Like a good body, you know. We're all born with a good body, but you gotta keep it in shape.
Never trying,
think you
share no passion.
talked about
Change the color of your hair.
to a previous girlfriend? I think that's where
From
it
all
goes.
these
You
headlines,
were like drifting apart.
unspoken passion.
So
I've nothing to care.
that wasn't love anymore. That was more like a relation. That was like,
It's comfort, it was routine. And we just slipped into that kind of married life autopilot world. And I tried to break up, I think, and it didn't take. It was one of those things. Our lives were just so baked in. And then I think I cheated, and she caught me, and it was ugly. And we went to therapy to try to work it out. But it's much like a car that gets into a wreck. The door just never closes the same. You know what I mean?
yeah. So what are your thoughts about then commitment, like outside of love, marriage?
I think it's an antiquated idea. I think it's kind of silly and unrealistic. And I think we're coming out of that as we get all polyamorous and non-binary and queefy and all this stuff. I think we're slowly moving away from that. But I think a lot of the ladies, majority of women like marriage, like the idea of it. Like I'm a fiance now, or whatever you call it, engaged. And I mean, she is just going hog wild. She's loving it. She's got the dress thing, pick a venue, flower, and she's deep in. Whereas I feel guilty because I'm just like, jeez.
Is it planned already? When's the wedding?
Squid Game. I'm just living life. Yeah, it's planned. It's in New Orleans. I'm from there, and it's next year. Are you married?
No, single.
Virgin?
Of course, yeah.
I can't imagine. I bet you'd be great in bed. You're ripped. You have the best hairline in podcasts.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried yet, so we'll have to see.
All right, well, let me know. Pretty big hog on you? Yeah, I can see you packing a crazy tour downtown.
That matters still.
Apparently, yeah. Well, I hear
Okay. New Orleans, grew up in New Orleans.
yeah, born and raised. Hey, I'm oh, you drink?
Yeah, I drink. Of course I drink.
I don't know. I can't tell. You have fun.
No, not really. But Russian, of course, it's vodka, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I don't know.
Vodka. You're the first label for alcohol beverage in 2011.
I'm
telling
you.
Drink is like I finally got declared legally alcohol beverage.
Which means you regulated that kind of thing.
I guess so. Yeah, that's where your brain goes.
Yeah.
I just go out these fucking
I
Russian.
didn't even know there was rules about drinking. Good, I'm learning about Russian. Yeah. So, what's the difficult memory experience of childhood in New Orleans that made you the man you are today?
I don't know if maybe the man, but Jesus. I had a lot of scuffles in the neighborhood. I was the white kid in the neighborhood, so I was automatically the odd man out, the minority, the weirdo, the dork, the honky. So just a lot of memories of like getting slapped in the face by guys, having taken there's like 5 guys there, and be like, oh look, you can't even fight back. So what am I gonna do? Hit you and be beat up by these guys. So a lot of that stuff was a big bummer. Growing up, got robbed all the time. Lost a lot of bicycles. Had a bicycle taken from under me. That was pretty brutal. These kids pulled up. You know, they're like 17, and I was 13, and I had a face paint on. Like I had not blackface, but I was at a summer camp, and I had a rainbow face painted on me. We were helping kids that day, so I let them put paint on me. And so now I'm riding home. What a mark! What a goober I am. I'm riding home, and these guys see me a mile away. I'm a sitting duck, and they go, we can take his bike. He's got a fucking rainbow on his cheek. So they just go, hey, like, cut in front of you. They go, let me try your bike. I go, oh, I'm good. I knew what they wanted. And they go, let me try the bike, and then just push me. So stuff like that was really shaping the insecurity, the self-worth.
Right now.
They did, because I've been smoked when I was younger too.
Really?
Yeah, it changes your view of human nature a little bit.
For sure. You go, wow, I didn't know people could be this mean. This
Yeah. Yeah.
Inconsiderate. I'm always worried about, did I fart too much? Am I annoying? Am I pissing this guy off? But what a way to live. Just, I want the bike, taking it. Fuck his feelings.
For me, that quickly turned into realizing that that's just a temporary phase that those folks are in. Like they have a capacity.
Dr. Huxley, like some coffee?
Sure.
Coffee?
For some reason,
Yeah, coffee.
for me, that was a motivation to see
How could you
and
be
discover
tired?
and incentivize them to find like a better path in life. Like I wasn't like all like down about it. You know, of course, I was pissed and all those kinds of things, but I don't know. It seemed like just the kind of thing you might do when
It's adult crime, obviously.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, exactly. And then it solidifies, and then you'll be out saving at some point. But it's like there's always an opportunity to make a better life for yourself, to become a better version of yourself.
Yeah, and I remember coming home crying with no bike. My mom, my parents were like liberal to a fault, you know, where they were like, oh, well, they need it. They're poor kids in the neighborhood. And you're like, all right, but I also like I have a bicycle that I ride around, you know, and I also like to live in an area that's not just, you know, riddled with theft and vandalism, but they were just like, they need it, and it was a moot point. We just moved on. So I remember very young being like, all right, I gotta figure my shit out.
Okay, so you said you were beat up quite a bit, like bullying and stuff.
I was never hospitalized. But, you know, you get a black eye here and there, and a bloody nose, stuff like that. And it was just the outnumbered thing. The violence didn't really bother me because you're just kids, you're boys. Yeah. But it was the predatory, let's get him, you know, we can take him down. He's an easy target. That's what kills you. Yeah, the mental part.
Yeah, until you actually said that, I didn't realize it. I've been in, what do you call them, scuffles. And there was just one that stands out to me where,
Let's hear it, Betty. Bring it on. You do jujitsu and all that stuff, right? Yeah, you steal the guns for the suit like John Wick.
well, I used to have for a couple of years. I was in a band for music and stuff like that. And there was
Very superstitious. Writings on the wall. Very superstitious. Letterboxes fall. 15-month-old baby. Looking black. 7 years of bad luck. Good things in the past. Can you believe in things If you don't understand, then you suffer. But let's just eliminate the way it yeah, very superstition.
It's hard because I
Wash
just hate
your
it
face
from
and hands.
a fighting grappling perspective. How like the feeling was this isn't fair.
Yes, that's what it is. It's deep, deep unfairness.
Yeah.
That you just can't win. And the mob wins.
Yeah, the mom wins.
Scary stuff. But it makes a man out in a weird way that builds character. You realize life isn't fair early and you go on from there. So there's something there. And at the end of the day, probably, reaching out of a dumpster at 53, and we're here, got it. Keep podcasting. You're doing great.
No, I do remember returning home that night. And that used to be that's really cool. Like, that's the point where you decide, what do I make of this? Especially when you're young, then maybe you feel that way. But like, some of the greatest people in history were bullied. Like bullied by love somehow. So it's like an opportunity for growth. Weird. Like, hardship is in a small dose. It's like an opportunity for growth.
Totally. Hey, Ricky Bryant, walking the whore out, walking out by these guys. And we had a hard life. You start with drugs, all this stuff growing up, beat up, and then the whole world is like trying to get rid of bullying, but we still do bullying, but now it's accepted bullying. It's very strange.
So you're proponent of beating kids up? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's such a good thing. Right. But no, I just think it's part of life, and it's horrible. It's like rain. You gotta have it. Look, a rainy day is a bummer, but you need it, and I think it's similar to that.
What was your relationship like with your mom, your dad? Well, what are some memorable moments with them? What did you learn from them?
Good parents, giving, thoughtful, a little out to lunch. They were workaholics, so it was hard to get a lot out of them. And my dad was kind of an angry dad. He just had like a weird childhood, and he's just trying to make it. He's trying to provide, but it's hard. And we live in this horrible neighborhood, and we're getting robbed all the time. So life was kind of coming down on him all the time. So then he'll take it out on you or whoever, and he would snap. But great parents, they cared, they put us first. But there wasn't a lot of, I don't know, you ever go to a friend's house as a kid and there's like a picture of a ski trip, and you're like, ski trip? What the hell's that about? It wasn't all of that. And smart, very smart people, but I don't know how well they were at socializing.
So you never like bonded with them like on a deep human level?
There was some bonding, but rarely deep. Yeah, it was just almost coworker. Hey, cold out. Huh?
What?
It's cold out, huh?
Oh yeah, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Get there a little bit, but it was my parents were done. I hope they heard it. But they would do a thing where my dad especially would do a thing where he would he knew how to cut you down right to the bone. And so after a while you're like, I'm not even gonna interact with this guy because he can get you so well. One time we were at a Thanksgiving, some kind of family event, and all the cousins are there. And I remember I was holding court. I was a young boy, finding my comedic legs in this weird, tumultuous sea we call a family, and I was killing. And my dad comes up and he goes, "What are you holding court?" And I was like, and I felt like I was this big. I just shrunk down. He just nailed it because in my head I'm like, I'm holding court. Look at me. I got the whole room. And he goes, "What are you holding court here?"
Yeah.
Like, who the hell do you think you are? And I was like, he's right. I should be holding court. Who the fuck am I? I'm nobody. So stuff like that.
Was he aware of that? You think?
He was. He wasn't. I don't think he was. But
do you give parents a pass when they're unaware of the destructive? Like, is it better when they're unaware? Because it seems like that's the way.
that's true.
That's the way parents often fail. Is they're not trying clueless.
Yeah, it's a bittersweet thing. Because you're like, well, okay, he's not malicious. He's not trying to hurt me. But also, he doesn't know he hurt me. I don't know. It's tough. Because if he was trying to hurt you, I guess that would be worse.
So you're the fully baked Mark Norman cake at this point. What do you do? You this sense of self-support you mentioned. I think in your comedy, there's a sense like you hate yourself.
You think?
I
didn't know if that came through. Shit, I was trying to hide that part. God damn it.
I mean, when you, like, in the privacy of your mind, are you able to love yourself, or is it mostly self-hate?
What happened to this podcast? I didn't know it was on Dr. Phil. I thought we were going to talk about engineering and climate change. Rockets.
We'll get there.
Okay.
Starts with love, goes to rockets.
All right, I like that.
I mean, it's like,
what's the question?
Sorry.
Do I feel love?
No, like, yeah. So are you, like this engine is so constantly anxious about how the world perceives you, these kinds of things. Is this something that you just go to for comedy, or just do your own thing?
I think I don't want to explore it. I think I get around it. I tap in around it, but I get it out a little with my act. Because I can't do it. I'm not doing it in real life. So get out this Everybody always like, you gotta love yourself, and then when you meet someone who does love yourself, you're like, I fucking hate this guy. You hate the guy who's upset. I'm great. I'm awesome. Life is good. Like, this guy sucks. I'd rather an insecure guy. So maybe I want to stay insecure. Maybe I don't want to find this love for myself.
Well, okay, so self-love, like just appreciating who you are, or like appreciating the moment of being grateful, doesn't have to express itself by the guy saying, I'm awesome. True. It's more just like humility. It's just like walking home with the will and just being grateful to be alive, that kind of thing. And like, being appreciative of all the accomplishments you made so far. I say all this because mostly I'm extremely self-critical in everything I do. And so, and I kind of enjoy it. I think it's a nice little engine that makes it fun. It makes life fun. If you hate everything you do, like you've done in the past, it gives you like, all right, you got it.
Yes, that's the key. Is making yourself critical. Always trying to get better. I can change this. I can tweak this. I can improve this. But you just go, I hate that I do this. I suck. I shut down. So that's the key. There's always being productive.
Yeah, the basics of life, I'm just like grateful for it to be alive. But nice to couple that with
the heroin, the hogs, the muscles, the world. You got a good brain on. You're in the top. I hope you are as mad as shit Burger King right now.
They like to come, but you're not home. Your room is not your home. Your heart shake, your body shake. You know the taste is what it takes. You can't see, no, you can't eat. There's no doubt. You really do. So it's tight. You can't breathe. You know the taste is all you need. Roll you like a premature moon. Oh yeah.
It's all going to be like slavery.
Yeah, there's some ethical, difficult things with factory farming.
Yeah, so let's ride it out now. What we still got?
And now it's right up here. Tom Waits said something about you.
I think he's underrated. I think he's got a great quote. Check him out on YouTube. Montages. Hilarious. There's
rather have a daughter in front of me than a friend with a
that was the one. That was the one that told me.
But yeah. Anyway, we talked about New York. I was just walking around having this it's still not just a lot of people, but Santa, a lot of people,
not like come out. There's a lot of times. A lot of people have heard from New York or something about the pandemic where people are just like central what they are in the game. Is it you ask me some difficult questions about whether or not I'm like having like some people that I just good that I'm going to go through the process. I hope it will flourish and flourish and flourish. God, I'm really excited for New York. The real situation where $50,000 result in a puddle of blood, and out steps the 25-carat blonde with a $2 wristwatch. And he goes up, he keeps going on. So like it's like a
that's like bars. He's like a rapper.
Yeah, he's good. But basically, just the absurdity of it all. Lots of money, lots of weirdos, degenerates and dreamers, and the whole mix of it. Do you think that's an accurate description of what New York is today? Like, is there still a place for the weirdos and just the interesting artists, the edgy, the comedians, the creators, the entrepreneurs, like, as opposed to like Wall Street, as opposed to like rich folk, and then like hopeless folk?
Yeah, I think it's definitely changed a lot. There's a tiny corner for us weirdo artists. New York used to be where you went to make it as a painter or whatever, a comedian or a singer. And there were all these dives and shit boxes and all these places you could go. And now it's more Pinkberries and Subway sandwiches and Chase Banks. So it's definitely lost a lot of its creative edge. It's just money, and it keeps coming in. And now you see all these comedians move to Nashville, Austin, Denver, whatever. So it doesn't have the power it used to have of like, you gotta be here if you want to make it. That's definitely gone. So that hurts the city a lot. The city is way more soulless. When I moved here in 2007, I mean, not only did I get mugged 3 times in the first year, but it was a hub of like, it felt like things were happening here. You know, it was an energy, it was electricity. We still have the electricity, but it's also maybe just because there's Times Square, there's Soho, there's Wall Street. So we got the staples, but there is a little bit of that narrative. Like, yeah, we're in love, but it's not passionate. That's how I would explain it. Where the stock market is and the entertainment industry of a lot of it is here. So I think it's going to happen, but it's also the bottom has to fall out. And people have to move back here and all that. So the corporations are kind of starting to get it by. You always hear a Hemingway and all these guys in Paris in the 20s or whatever that was. Yeah, I get it. I just live in Paris. Now I get it. It's like, it's freer there. That's why Austin became like that Paris. Everybody's like, I gotta get out of LA. I'm going there. And but we came back from that. You know, 70s were wild, 90s were cool.
Well, there's always that's not scary. There's always pockets of like Paris and New York. What's your favorite thing about what kind of things is like how long is it go on? To put in the 1 hour, we got other questions. But
I love that one neighborhood wildly different than I'm still listening, and then you take 4 steps now. This is insane. It's a whole other world. It's almost like a little America in one, city, and it's great. And just the fact that they pulled it off. Like, Fifth Avenue goes way up. There's a billionaire's house. Next
to a hobo, and this is the black guy who's fighting with a Cuban guy, and the Asian guy's trying to get into the middle of it, and Candy's from the Middle East.
And you know she don't
Somebody
give
gets
a bitch like a birthday party.
My Uber driver told me homo, and human shit. Where the fuck am I? So yeah, it's bad news, but that bad news is almost like the bullying. It kills you in a weird way, but it makes you stronger. You build more layers and layers and layers. That's why some new guys are walking stuff. You get 10 years and you go, let me help you out. Because you got to drop. You're going to get your ass kicked for like 6 months. But I know the rope is a little bit, treadmill's not on. You're not going to run. If you want to treadmill on, it makes you run. You got to look weird on Indianapolis, but it's a better life.
Have you seen 25th Hour?
Yeah,
That's Jordan. Yeah, it's there's a whole lot out there about we're talking about he has like a mix. There's a non-college get makeup and non-college program, but it's disgusting. But there's the anchor and disgusting about like same with Pepsi guys in here. Yeah, so like there's something about it. What is it that
totally different things are coming together, and it makes it like peanut butter and chocolate.
Peanut butter and chocolate. Yeah. Without the fakeness of LA, without the kind of the facade.
Yeah, LA's tough.
What's the difference between LA comedy and New York comedy too?
I think one place you kind of go to make it, be discovered, and be loved, and one place you can go, you can get all that in New York. New York is more of a school of boot camp. Let's make great comedy. Let's make original comedy. Let's watch the other guys and pals who are at the show, at the club, and learn from them, and try to hang out with them, and absorb some of them. And in LA, it's like, when am I on? I'm next. Get out of my way. I'm the star here. I'm a bigger star than you. Oh, this guy is actually a big star. I got to outwork. It's just a lot of that instead of like, damn, that was funny. I got to be that funny. Damn, I wish I had a joke. Look, I don't want to speak for LA comics. Bill Burr and the Jeselnik, these brilliant in LA comics, but they all cut their teeth in New York. Just saying. But they moved to LA.
Good point.
Ali Wong, all these people, killer comics. But New York, started in New York, moved to New York.
There's something about comics and staying.
You know about Dave?
Yeah, he wants to do this podcast.
He does?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of it. But it's like, he almost like he doesn't want to make it. I don't know. I mean, you probably know him, but like, it feels like he's just, maybe it's not that but you almost just love the art of comedy. Like, becoming funnier, crafting jokes, becoming funnier than the other comics, like competing with each other kind of thing. Not over like money or fame or just pure.
Just to be like, nigga, you ain't up on this. And I came to come to the grocery store without some ones that swing and a shirt with a ring. Living in American
That show was awesome. I mean, like as big as I think he deserves to be. So,
well, that's art. The mainstream shit is always the worst. It's like McDonald's versus some hole in the wall. I know I'm shitting on McDonald's again, but it's good. And certain comics we can name are good, but the delicacy is going to be less talked about and less household namey than the mainstream happy.
Yeah, it's funny because he hasn't. I think he was on Joe Rogan's show once, maybe.
Yeah, once.
And he was with somebody else.
Jeff Ross.
Yeah, he might have been Jeff Ross. Oh yeah, because they did that like 2 mics thing, whatever.
Mics, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's the quickest guy. There's no one funnier.
Yeah. Him and you're super quick. Your recent appearance on Rogan's.
Oh, thanks.
Just so fast. You're on with Ari and
Shane Gillis. Yeah, that was fun. We're going back in January.
This never come out.
Neither will you. We're having fun.
Yeah. All right. So, what does it feel like to bomb in stand-up comedy? Like to fail? Maybe the psychology of it first. Like, just take me through it because we're talking about being outnumbered in a fight, being beat up.
Very similar. By the way, this is like a no eye contact off.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah. It's great. It's got a nice to do with my people. But yeah, I'm going to get a little guy to hurt you. I'm going. I got a good sweet spot right there. Yeah, it's a nightmare, but it's part of it, It's the validation too is the worst part. Like, because whenever you do comedy and kill, you can be a great comic, but even David Tell, these brilliant guys, they feel like you feel like you're getting away with something. I don't have a day job, I'm telling jokes for a living, I'm talking about my dick up here, and they're fucking loving me, and they call me a genius and all this. I'm talking about my sack, and it's great, it makes people happy, and it's funny, but that bombing, when you bomb, your first thought is like, yeah, you're right. At first you're like, fuck you guys, what, you don't like this shit? And then you just start going in, and you're like, maybe it isn't that good. Maybe they're right. I do suck. I knew I sucked. I should become a mailman, And it stinks, and you feel alone, and you feel like you wasted their time, and then you're like, what was I thinking? I could be a comedian. What the fuck? Who am I? Eddie Murphy? What am I doing here? So it's a lot of just spiraling out of horrible thoughts. But I also love that it hurts so bad. Bombing fucking hurts because now everybody doesn't do it. I think a lot more people could do comedy probably and figure it out, but the bombing is so brutal that it keeps. One time I went to Minneapolis, I was like, "This is a great city. The sun is shining. Why isn't this city like packed?" And they're like, "Because the winters are so bad, and we love it because it keeps everybody out." And I feel like the same about comedy. The bombs are so brutal. I've had bombs where I'm in bed, I'm just staring at the ceiling, like, "What the fuck was that?" Like you have PTSD. I bombed at an arena once, 20,000 people. I did 30 minutes to silence.
So it's not just like one joke fails. It's like they start piling on, like it's irrecoverable.
Yes, and one joke failing is very common. Like a lot of audience don't even notice that bomb because you got so many jokes in a row. You can sandwich a good one, then a bad one, then a good one. But when you bomb, it's almost like they chose. We don't like you. Nothing you say will redeem yourself, and it's hard to get out of. It's like being pulled down by your hair. You can't get back. I can't win this fight no matter what.
Can you get him back by acknowledging the elephant in the room that
helps, but they're still gonna go. That was funny when he made fun of it, but he sucks.
He still sucks.
That's the worst part. You're going, no, this is good. You guys just don't like me. Because you don't like me doesn't mean I'm bad.
Yeah, I like going to open mics a lot, just listening because First of all, I think the audience in open mic, at least the ones I've been to, is most, I guess, other comedians, or like at least people who don't seem to want to laugh at anything.
Yes.
And so I just love it because it's human nature and perseverance at its best. Here's comedians, clearly, this is mostly in Austin, they have a dream.
Yeah.
Like, why would you get up there?
Right.
Like,
Maybe some weird, New Year's resolution bullshit, but for the most part, it's people who want to be comedians.
like a lot of the open micers are people who clearly have done this for quite a long time already.
Yeah.
Like at least a year or two, maybe 5 years. And they're often not very funny. And the just bombing in front of an audience of like 20, where they're just sitting there, like almost like mocking them with their eyes, or maybe, and I don't know, and they still push through. They still like as if they're doing an arena and everybody's laughing.
Yeah.
They still got that energy, trying, almost like to an audience that doesn't exist, like an audience of their dreams. Because I guess that you have to do that to keep the energy of the act going, and it's just so beautiful to watch them try it. It's and also what happens open mic, I don't know, 5 minutes, whatever they do, they walk off, and that walk back off stage, and like you can't. Who do they look at? Like, what do you look at? Do you make eye contact with people? Do you?
You look at your phone, you look at your feet, you just zone out. You kind of go white. You just hear white noise and go out. It's tough. But you need a little delusion to be a comedian. To get into it, it takes a little bit of delusion. You think you can do this? You got 10 years ahead of you of hell, and you're up for this? And, most comics, we see a horrible crowd, and we see our friend bomb, and we go, yeah, he's bombing, but I'll get him. I'll get him. And then you don't get him. But that's human nature, too. It's like, they don't like him, but they'll like me. And you need a little of that to keep going as a comedian. But you don't want too much delusion because then you're a psycho. But you need a little.
Well, the psycho could be good for a comedy.
That's true, too. A lot of psychos.
I mentioned to you offline that I talked to Elon, and we talked about doing stand-up. I think he's thinking maybe do a few minutes stand-up.
If you need a coach, Elon, I got you.
Well, maybe you should move to Austin coaching full-time. So, what advice would you give to somebody who wants to try to do 5 minutes? Like the early steps of trying to go to an open mic and say something funny.
Well, that's the irony of comedy. It's irony, but it's like the beginning is the hardest part. Usually, the beginning is the easy part. Hey, I'm playing this level of Mario. I jump over one Koopa Troopa, whatever, and then the end is like Jesus Christ, guys coming at me. Comedy's the opposite. The beginning is like it's a gauntlet. It's just obstacles, and like you said, open mics. I watch these famous comedians on Netflix, and you go, this would all bomb at an open mic. They're killing in Radio City. This would bomb at an open mic. That's the weird part. So it's almost like you have to go through hell just to get to the promised land. And I would say rehearse the shit out of it because you're gonna get frazzled up there. Everybody thinks, oh, this is good material, but you also forget about the other part of delivering it, having confidence, being likable, having timing, having a cadence, figuring out who you are, figure out what the audience thinks you are, or how they perceive you. Because you can go up there and say all this, but they go, why is the guy clearly gay? Why is he acting like he's not gay? That's all. Now they're not listening to the joke. So like, you got to know how you look, and it's just repetition, and bombing is not failure. That's what you got to remember. I mean, look, if you do a killer hour and then you take it to Netflix and bomb, you get fucked up. But bombing is not failure. It's just data. It's going, oh, okay, I got to retool that. That didn't work. Something's wrong there. I missed a word there. So you got to treat the act almost like ingredients in a cooking in a dish. Like, oh, that I put too many eggs in. Take an egg out. You got to treat it like that. And look, when you pull a bad cake out of an oven, you go, I fucked up. But it doesn't hurt your feelings. But when you bomb and fuck up, it hurts your feelings. So you got to factor that in too. Your feelings gonna be hurt, and just almost be a robot and just keep going towards that open mic. You know how scary an open mic is? Bombing sucks, but bombing in front of other comedians is way worse because they know what just happened, and they could have saved you, and they didn't. So it's way worse.
And that they're gonna be your quote unquote friends for this journey.
Yeah, no, these are evil people. Twisted, fucked up, work people.
Can you tell, like, in those early days, let's just talk about that, like, at the open mic level, that a joke is going to be good on paper? Like, I'll give you my experience. Just maybe be my coach in this particular moment. So,
like Larry Nass. That's fun, huh? Joking, everybody. I hope nobody takes it seriously.
I now have an amazing team of folks who help me with editing, and they're now currently sweating. Watch this.
You gotta leave that one in. That was quick.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'll leave that one.
That was good. All right. So, going in front of an audience, just even to give a lecture terrifies me, which I've done. Open mic, I mean, that to me, perhaps that's why I like going to open mics and listening, is because it terrifies me so much, that idea of going up there and bombing. I mean, it's scary. And to do even like 1 minute, to be honest, is scary. And 5 minutes. And I'm also watched enough open mics to realize that 5 minutes is a long time. I mean, it depends on your comedy, but if you're doing fast stuff, 5 minutes is a really long time.
Oh, it's eternity.
I guess with a long story, 2 is a long time, because if the story's not working, you're building up to something. If the story's gonna fail, you just spent all that time telling a story that completely went flat. We got nothing. I guess if you have a series of jokes, you can at least try to recover and like do the Mitch Hedberg thing, where like, all right, I'll cross that off.
Yeah.
Well, I'm able to, like, I've tried to write a few things, and I'm able to tell that it's really bad.
Well, that's better than most. Most people's egos kick in and go, no, this is good.
No, see, I'm able to introspect that. Like, it seems funny. I mean, I guess the thing I'm looking for is original. Like, there's easy stuff that you think is funny, but to me, originality is the thing you should be looking for, because then that's what's actually becomes funny. Like, or rather, if it's original, even if it bombs, that feels like more a beautiful art creation that you did. Like, at least you swung for it. Like, you did something unique. Because, like, even with open mic, your first 5 minutes, there's so many. Just go to enough open mics, you'll hear like there's like a list of jokes that you can just go to. First of all, you can make fun of the fact that you're at an open mic, that you're like doing this the first time, and so on. You could do a lot of stuff where you make fun of your appearance in some way, and so on. But like, you could do that. That's way harder than people realize, to do it in an original way.
Yes.
To present who you are as a person very quickly, enough to then put that person down in front of everybody else. So you have to reveal the.
Audiences like that because they go, he knows what we're thinking.
Yeah, exactly. But do it again in an original way. And so, like, when I'm trying to write stuff, not that I've tried long, it's like 30 minutes, but I was enough to see, like, oh shit, to write something original is really difficult.
It is. But you got a bit? Anything?
No.
You didn't write any one-liner or anything?
For this? No.
Well, just in general, ever in your life. Ever written
yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, but I don't have anything like that popped up. So the jokes that I've written have more, like, for some reason my mind goes to dark places. So, like, not actually dark in a over dark, because really dark to where it's like almost absurd. And my natural inclination is a dark historical place, like Hitler and Stalin. Yeah. And almost to go to that place and then talk about something absurd there. So, like, don't go like
looking out
like all the
on the
way.
morning rain. I used to
With
feel
the Mark Normal
so inspired.
That kind. I
When
want
I
to almost
knew
explore the
I had
dark
to face another day.
connected to
Oh,
actual
they feel
That's
so
that's the
tired.
inclination. Like I don't know, nature's
On the day I met you,
that explores them.
life was so kind.
Like something there.
You're the key to my peace of mind. But you make me feel. You make me feel. You make me feel like the natural woman.
This is the direction.
Yeah.
Without actually knowing.
When my soul
That's
wasn't lost and found.
Maybe you have a chance to get that.
You
Right.
along
But you have to
claim
that's what
it.
it's a feature of these super software.
I didn't know that's what was wrong with me.
Stage, stand there.
I
And
all
forget
this
Yeah, that's
help me maybe.
out of here. It's a fight or flight. It's ugly.
I'm no longer not from my own waiting for. Maybe now and every now I need to do it more.
I can't remember how it goes. You just hate yourself. It's a nightmare. But you've already kind of, maybe if you haven't done stand-up or whatever, you kind of know your voice. And that's pretty advanced.
You're not trying to be somebody else. I guess, just before having done like podcasts and lecture and so on.
That helps.
I've embarrassed. I already done some of the work of the stand-ups do, which is embarrass yourself in front of others for prolonged periods of time.
Yes.
Yeah, so I've done that without actually developing the funny.
Right,
So,
right.
but maybe the funny just is not that difficult to develop. It's super difficult, of course, but I mean, maybe the essential work of a stand-up comedian is just the embarrassment of like finding who you are.
Yeah, that's a part of it for sure. In the beginning, you're like, water bottle. What's funny about water bottle? I'm a funny guy. I can make this funny, but that's not it. It's your shit, like your dark stuff. For me, I tend to gravitate towards dark, but in a weird way where, people will say like, hey, don't objectify women. But then they go, Caitlyn Jenner's beautiful. And you're like, well, wait, I know something's off here. Why can you objectify her, but not the supermodel? So what's going on there? And I like to play with that. So I have this joke where I say, Caitlyn Jenner, women go, Caitlyn Jenner is beautiful, beautiful woman. I go, well, you look like her. And they go, fuck you. And you're like, there's a lot of truth there. But I like exploring that kind of, you're trying to get one over on me, or you're lying to yourself, or what are we doing here? And I like that kind of comedy. I don't see color. Well, I'm black. No, you're not. That's fun because you're lying.
Okay, so like big time comedians, it's just yourself. Don't like think of yourself in this way, but. Yeah,
this is number one champion sound. Yeah, still we about to get down. The hottest in the world right now. Just touched down in London town. Bet they give me a pound. I'ma put the money in my hand right now. Got a promoter, we need more seats. We just sold out all the floor seats.
Hey sister, it's really nice to meet you. I just met this rapper, 7 guy who's just my type. Like the way he's speaking, his confidence is peaking. Don't like his baggy jeans, but I like what's underneath it. And no, I ain't been to MIA. I heard the Cali never rains, to New York all the way. Let's see the West End. I'll show you to my red friend. I'm liking this American boy. American boy.
That can be in Russian. You can translate it. Try to capture the depth of the writing in the Russian language and communicate to an American audience. So much is lost in translation. Like there's so much pain and poetry in the Russian language. It's just connected to the culture. Every language, not every language, but many languages are uniquely able to capture the culture of the people. I mean, in some way, they're a representation of
Just so out the floor, take me to the fire to go somewhere. Take me to the fire to see LA. And I really want to come take it with you. You be my American boy. Hey sister, it's really nice to meet you. I just met this 5'7" guy who's just my type. I really speaking, it's never once a peeking. Don't like his baggy jeans, but I don't like who's underneath it. No, I ain't been to MIA. I heard the journey never makes it. New York's all the way. I didn't see the West End. Show you through my best friend. Liking this American boy. American boy. Take me to America, want to go someday. Take me to New York, I'd love to see LA. I really want to come kick it with you.
They give again to how important comedians are. Is they give a voice to people where in the Soviet Union you really can't express your opposition to the government, and so comedians are exceptionally important there for
just a number one champion sound. We about to get down. The hottest in the world right now. Just touched down in London town. But they give me a pound. Tell them put the money in my hand right now. Got a promoter, we need more seats. We just sold out all the floor seats.
Like the top heavy government. Just all of that can only sometimes be expressed with dark sort of humor, and that actually why there's a culture of that kind of humor. You know, you gather around the table with vodka, and all you can do is just talk shit, and just
be offensive, say horrible shit, ball bust. I mean, I make school shooting jokes, and people go, "How do you do that?" I'm like, "Well, maybe that's how I deal with it." You know, like how come I gotta empathize the way you do? They were different.
All right, so now let's skip the whole
just a number one champion sound. We about to get down. The hottest in the world right now. Just touched down in London town. But they give me a pound. Tell them put the money in my hand right now. Got a promoter, we need more seats. We just sold out all the floor seats.
Take me to your life, but to see come pick you with you. You'll be my American boy.
You're darker and faster than that.
Hey sister, it's really nice to meet you. I just met this 5'7" guy who's just my type. Like the way he's speaking, his confidence is peaking. Don't like his baggy jeans, but I'ma like what's underneath it. No, I ain't been to MIA. I heard the Cali never rains, but New York's on the way. Sunset seas West End, I'm showing you to my best friend. I'm liking this American boy, American boy.
So that was big, and then Norm's just like the funniest guy on the planet. So him being the smartest guy in the room but acting dumb was great. So Chris Rock has that way of cutting to the bullshit, which I mentioned earlier. I like that cutting through the bullshit kind of style of comedy because you kind of go, "Oh, I'm not crazy." That's what I thought too. I was too scared to say it, but I thought that, and he's saying it, and a room of people are laughing. Maybe I'm not an idiot. So that helped me.
So it's observational, but not Jerry Seinfeld. Observational. It's like going to the darker thing. Within
so
society.
great, but I like him too. But seeing it, doing it about stuff like in your life, society,
race, gender, government, politics, all that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Sex, human emotions, jealousy, whatever it is. That's the good stuff.
How'd you feel when Norm passed away?
That was a bummer because he's 61, and I just didn't see it coming. I've watched so many hours of his stuff. I met him, and he was like this comedic bar. Like, hey, we got Norm, you know, there's so much shit comedy. Then you see Norm, you're like, this is next level, this is savant type shit. And then to lose him is like, Norm had 20 more years at least of just content and thoughts and his point of view, and that we'll never get that. That sucks.
Yeah, there is something about artists like Jimi Hendrix dying too early. It's like you wonder
what was next.
Yeah, what was next? But then part of it is like, it all ends for all of us, and it's walking away early is it's kind of admirable. It's almost like I did a pretty good job.
Yeah,
I'm good with that. Especially the way he did, which is not telling anybody.
I know. 9 years, his best friends didn't even know. And in this world of like victimhood, and I need clicks, and I need people to love me, he got canceled and yelled at and in trouble, and he could have pulled that cancer card, and he never did. The integrity on this motherfucker.
Did you get a chance to interact with him? Like what? How often did you meet him?
I met him once at the Comedy Cellar, and we chatted for 5 minutes, and then he went on and did the and sweet guy, nice guy, didn't know him that well, but I mean, he's just brilliant. I also love a brilliant guy who does stupid stuff. That's a fun combo there. Like silly guys who are actually brilliant also. You know, Louis C.K. is a brilliant comic. He'll do a joke about farting on a kid. You know, that's great. And still find smart stuff, and he's also a comedian.
Doesn't really acknowledge genius. I like smart people there. So.
Yes, that's a good combo. Like you said, yeah, that's great. Because we teach kids like, hey, put that down, stop that, take that down, quit horsing around. But maybe that's some kind of sign of brilliance.
Challenge like silly, kind of people. I feel like those people are way wiser than the people that help us to be wear a suit and take themselves way too seriously.
You got a spark in you. You got a little that's the elf. Well, you gotta go.
Yeah, it's a little character. My name is European mythological being similar to a fairy. Okay, similar to a fairy. I feel like that's a big leap. Yeah, that's a great profile. They really describe the character superstition. The voice may perhaps derive from the term in the rhyme, used to denote a young grafted tree. It's a little mischievous. You gotta punch it. You're a serious, fucked up guy. And the audience is different. That's why you resonate. I'm sorry. Deep analysis, I'm not going to summarize the analysis. Okay, but then back to the jokes. Chris Rock and down. What for you? How do you know when the joke is done? Are this the jokes that you like are proud of? That's what.
Yeah, again, the joke is done, and so it's not quite because it's coming in the joke. We call it chunk, which is a big idea with a bunch of jokes in the middle of it, and then a big crescendo at the end. Or there's a one-liner, or there's a tag of a joke that's also a joke. So the jokes come in different, like I have a joke right there, about my girl and a Jewish ass. What's that Jewish ass called? But it's a fun term because you say your thing and I'm thinking what it's correct, and that's what a joke is. A joke is basically me saying something that makes sense, but you didn't see it coming. And that's a perfect example of that. So that joke took forever to figure out.
They used to go to different shows and they put what's funniest.
Exactly. And I figured PayPal is funny because it has the word pay. Yeah. You know, Venmo, it's also not doing a good book. PayPal is it does. Yes, right. Okay. So you know what joke is done when it kills. It's around this good joke. You feel like this is buttoned up. This is done here.
The simplicity, right?
Yeah.
Charming popularity.
Simplicity is always the best angle. I mean, you can get real high concept with a joke and still make it work, but the simpler the better. I saw Dave Chappelle on stage once. Chris Rock and Dimitri Martin were in the back watching in awe. And Dave Chappelle, I can't remember the joke, but he said something about sex or women, and Dimitri Martin goes, it's a little easy. And Chris Rock goes, that's what I should. And I remember hearing that as a young guy, I'm like, I'm getting this comedy lesson right here with these two titans. And so that was fun. Simply was key.
The easy look. That's such a weird. I think I remember reading or hearing my mom say something about maybe songs. She did one of the songs. He's like, I knew it was going to be good because he got like really repetitive and annoying very quickly. Something like that. I mean, that's the sort of the music goes on, but it's too easy. Like if it's like super catchy, as a musician, you might get very quickly bored of it. Rather than as you're creating it, it's too easy. It's like there needs to be some more complexity to it, right?
I like complexity, but the best guys who are the ones who make complex shit look like, you ever heard that Ben Franklin story where he's talking to his friend? His friend's like, I'm going to start a hat store. So he puts a sign out that says, hats for sale, $12. And Ben Franklin looks at it and goes, well, you don't need the $12 because all they need to know is that you got hats for sale. He's like, all right, so he loses the $12, makes a new sign, hats for sale. And he goes, you don't really need for sale because it's a business. People can put that together. So he just goes, all right, he makes a new sign, just hats. And then Ben Franklin's like, you don't really need the word hat. Just put a picture of a hat. And he made a new sign, a picture of a hat. And he touched the business or something. It's like some old wives' tale or whatever. But I think about that all the time. I'm right.
I thought this was going for like there's no sign, like super nihilistic that can work too. Like as a comedian, I'm a fan of yours. I really enjoy doing conversations. Like, because you're
getting nothing out of it.
This is alright. I can't know like emotion.
It's something enough to read.
Both inside. I mean, just the quickness you have. Obviously, you also a great stand-up comedian. What's your favorite medium to shine? Do you have a podcast yourself? Excellent podcast. You're often the podcast guest, which is always fun to listen to how you interview with different people. What do you enjoy most?
Podcasts are great. You can stretch out a little more. You can keep it a little, with the stand-up. I like to be like, but podcasts are great because it's conversational. So you can it's almost like you're being funny with your friends. Whereas the stage is like this is a piece. This is a presentation. But I think the podcast is great, but you don't get the reaction. Unless the host is laughing, you can't hear the guy in his car in New Jersey driving to work going, ah! Every now and then I'll read a comment like, I spit out my coffee when you said this. And I'm like, but it's not immediate. You want the immediate. So stand-up will always be number one, but there's no better feeling than killing in a room of people who don't know who you are, strangers, you're in the middle of nowhere, you left your wife at home, you left your kids, you left your house, you're in the middle of bumfuck Dickville and murdering for these hillbilly, nobody, whatever it is, and they're slinging their beers and cheering you on, and they carry you out, and you fuck some fat lady, and you leave, and you get back to your hotel, and you go, holy shit, what was that? No one will ever know about it, just lost in the ether. That's the best feeling.
Yeah.
Killing in obscurity, as Bill Burr would say.
Yeah, this is one of the things that sucks about giving lectures, like at universities, or giving lectures in general, is when you look at the audience, several hundred students, they're all have a bored look on their face.
Yep, they were.
Like even like my face now probably looks bored, but I'm actually excited to be talking to you. But there's something about just there's something about a comedy club. Maybe this is the contagion of laughter. Like, gives people the freedom to just laugh, to like to remove that facade of like you don't have to pretend like you don't care. Like if you care, you can show it.
Yes.
That's part of the love. Probably liquor is but there is especially, and that's why Canada is so popular right now, because HR is up our ass. We're scared of old tweets that might come back to haunt us. What did I say on that interview? Even people at offices are like, I put something on Facebook in 1999 that was about bad tits that I like. Did I get rid of that? Even people say like there's no cancel, whatever. There is something in the air right now that wasn't there before. It's the video. I'm a Karen. I got caught at Trader Joe. Whatever it is, people rat on each other now. Everybody's tattletaling because they want the clicks. It's a horrible society we crap. But stand-up comedy gets you to come out, and now people do it at stand-up shows too, sadly. But it gets you to come out and let that emotion down, like because we're all human. We've all had the fucked up thoughts, like, man, that guy's fat as shit. You don't mean you hate the guy, doesn't mean you hate fat people, doesn't mean you're fat shaming. But you can't say that at the office. You can go, Bob, you're fat as shit. You'll get fired. You're body shaming. But at the club, you go, that guy's fat as shit. And the crowd goes, it's this weird cathartic thing because all we do is tamp shit down. It's kind of like you ever meet a girl who's like, whatever it is. It's just, you gotta go out. We're all stressed. So I guess what you're saying is, yeah, that's true. You know, I would say that you get
we hope you will enjoy the show. Only hearts that burn. Sit back and let the heat linger. Sergeant Pepper's love, and Sergeant Pepper's love, and Sergeant Pepper on the hot burn. You're wonderful to be here. It's certainly a thrill.
Including Joe, the excitement about the future. I don't care if Austin burns to the ground and it actually is a complete failure. Being excited about the future seems to be like optimism about the future seems to be the thing that actually makes that future happen, makes a great future happen. So it's always good to see Joe super excited about creating like a culture in Austin, like making it a comedy hub. Like, I don't want to overstate it, but I think he really believes it'll be a very big place for comedy in the United States in general, in the world. And so just even believing that, that's powerful. Like, you start to make it happen. That energy is there. Anyway, but that's for me from just outside when watching. I should also mention, for an outsider or inside of the martial arts world, actually probably because of Joe, I'm not sure, John Donaher, Gordon Ryan, the B Team, all those folks, that might be gibberish to you, but those are like some of the greatest grapplers and martial artists of all time. So it's also becoming this hub of martial arts. So the whole thing is just beautiful. Anyway, what are your thoughts about that scene? Well, there's a lot here, a lot of places. One, I think just
It was 40 years ago today. Such purpose on the day to play. He was somewhere at the side.
The clubs are opening. I think it's happening. That's the other thing. Is people go, everybody's moving to Austin. Austin's the new hub. And then they look at their watch and they go, 5 minutes went by, nothing changed. It's going to take years, but everybody wants it now. What? Austin? There's no industry there. There's no Netflix, whatever. And you're like, yeah, I know, but it needs a minute. You can't just do this overnight. So people forget that. So it could happen huge. Just give it some time. He's opening a club. I went and saw it. It it's incredible. Like, it's so full of comedy and every detail. So it could happen still. I do think
He was 20 years ago today. Talk about the play. Baby going in and out of the side. With the young people raise the smile. Swear I introduced to you. The last of all the cheers. Sergeant Pepper's on the hot club
Basically establishes how and you have the freedom to do that because there's a lot of space outside.
with Sergeant Pepper's on the hot club. We hope you will enjoy the show. Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club. Sit back and let the evening come.
but you still gotta go.
Sergeant Pepper's Lonely, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club. You found the voice of beauty. It's certainly a thrill.
That hurts. That sucks. But blow me, dickless. I'm trying something. You're a loser. Stop hating on me. I mean, how many people hate Elon Musk, you know?
Yes, there is. I mean, there's some of the criticism on Austin. It's like a fad. Like a lot of people really excited about Austin. And somehow that's like when Green Day became famous, you know, I went to be a fan of Green Day. To me, like that's it's already a cool town. Every 5 years ago, it's like fucking Austin. They're already at a buzz. Some people think maybe the buzz was the cool part. The fact that it was like this off the beaten path city, and now I get to visit and then leave. But I think it could still be this comedy tech booming place. It just will take some time, and people want it right now. Well, on the tech side, it's
already there.
It's getting there very fast. So I mean, Elon's really pushing that with the factory. It's just a huge number of people are moving there with jobs. Like you're already starting, and then the opportunities to launch new companies is just incredible. I guess it's not right now. It's like within months, within a year, that kind of thing. But like, it's an opportunity to just start to build shit in a new place, and it's cool. It's kind of like, you know, go to Mars. Like we get to start over.
Yeah, and I like the hope aspect. I think that's huge for people, and I'm all for it. I hope it works out. I don't know if it will, but I don't know anything about economies and city scans, planning, and all that shit. So it might be too early to say, but I hope it works.
Are you still talking about Austin or Mars?
Austin. Mars is there's nothing there. There's no vagina there. There's no food there. There's no water there. I don't know. It just seems. I get the space travel. I think it's important, but I don't know. Mars is really gonna move the needle.
So, what are your thoughts about Elon Musk and SpaceX and launching rockets into space?
I think it's all good because you could say, "Hey, we could just feed everybody." And yeah, that's true. By the way, these guys give a ton of money to like philanthropy shit that nobody cares about. By the way, you know, it's weird. Like he could feed Nigeria with pocket change of his, and you're like, well, maybe he has. You know, like I heard Bill Gates gave back so much money he saved 6 million lives. But that's a reverse Holocaust, by the way. That's pretty good. What have you done? You're a barista. So, you know, I just think I think space travel is good because you learn about the place you're living in from going to space. It kind of helps you learn about this more. You could say, what's the point of going to this other there? But it does help, I think.
Yeah, doing difficult things in the engineering space seems to be a way to develop, like as almost like an accident, as a side effect of doing a really difficult thing in a team of brilliant people. You develop things like the internet. And you could argue that the internet maybe is not so good for society. No, I'm just kidding. Right?
That's good and bad.
Yeah, but
it's like a pull-up. You're trying to get your bicep going, but hey, before you know, you got decent forearms. But you weren't working on the forearms. You wanted to buy, but you got the 4. And I think that's kind of what space travel is.
I like how the It's like pivoting to a workout routine advice.
I'll try to get an analogy going here.
All right, they work pretty well.
I'll take it.
All right. What are your thoughts about, since I'm a robotics person, I'd be curious to see, like, what do you think about the space at all? About, first of all, autonomous vehicles with Tesla Autopilot and Waymo, self-driving car. I'm not sure if you're familiar with all the autonomous vehicles and so on.
Yeah.
So those are robots on wheels. And then there's also legged robots. So next time you're in Austin, you get to meet some of the legged robots that we've been working on. And I find those kind of a fascinating way to explore the nature of intelligence in computers, but also explore our own intelligence and also explore our own, like, what makes us connect to other living beings, whether it's dogs, cats, or other humans. Like, there's some magic there that's beyond just intelligence. And like when I have the robot dog, there's some aspect to it that, I don't know, brings me joy in a way that a dog does, in a way that a good friend does. Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's some kind of anthropomorphism, like where I'm projecting my hopes for this, what this thing is, but it's kind of built in. I mean, it's just a source of joy, and maybe it's connected to the fact that there's just like a loneliness within all of us, within me, and it's just nice to have other things in your life that move, that recognize you, that kind of thing. I mean, I suppose it's nice to even just have a plant.
Yeah, it is. Plant goes a long way. You see a guy with plants in his apartment, it changes the apartment because they're alive. You got to water them. You got to put sun on them. So yeah, I think there's something there, and I think you can see people's reactions when you show them advanced technology, like these dog robots or these robots that dance and shit. People are like, "What the fuck?" Like, it hits home in some way, whether it's fear or you want to fuck them, clearly, whatever it is. But it does connect with you in some way. So I'm with you. And I think this is why I don't think robots will take over. You always hear that robots are making us too advanced. They're going to wipe us out. Look, if robots get at human emotions, that is scary because they can get mad at us and kill us. They're stronger. They don't need sleep. They don't need food. They don't need water. They don't need jealous. But if they have emotions, then I think we can get because who's got emotions? Who knows emotions better than us? We've got thousands of years of evolutionary emotions. Hey, robot, your wife wants that. You want to do this? They're going to crush it. They can totally right now, they can kill us. We all die. That's no good. But if they give it a motion, then we can, you're like, oh, what is that? Well, great. So I'm still there, I think we can win if we do get a motion. This goes back to your father being is that just wiping out the horse and buggy? Isn't that just progression in technology?
Yeah, so I don't know if you've driven in a Tesla, for example.
I rode in the passenger drive.
Yeah, there's several stages to that. I think the problem's way harder than people realize. And for quite a while, it'll just make driving more pleasant. It'll make it less stressful. It'll take away some of the boring bits for you. Like, there's something that happens actually driving for you in the following way. Like, it's staying in the lane, it's keeping distance to the car in front of you, it's changing lanes. And it allows you to relax a little bit. Like, you still have to be alert, but you become like a passenger and you get to like take in the world. I mean, it's someone that's more relaxing without making necessarily like bored or it's energizing. So once I stick it into the driving experience is more pleasant. But when you actually fully automate cars, just completely tune out, start reading a book and go to sleep, that might change society like in ways we don't even understand. Because you'll have they'll probably change the roads because the cars, because now you can be super productive. And so it no longer quite matters to you as much how long it takes to get from point A to point B because you're not wasting that time. You just continue working. Yeah. It's like public transit that comes to you. And so there'll be maybe less roads, fewer roads, and it'll just change the nature of how we get from point A to point B. Right. That coupled that also with the fact that we seem to be more and more people existing in the digital world. So like maybe we won't go outside anymore, we'll just interact with each other virtually. And I don't mean Zoom meetings, I mean just in other ways. That's more fulfilling than a Zoom meeting. But then maybe not, because like there's something deeply compelling about Zoom meetings. Like podcasts that are remote, unless they're super information dense, at least to me as a podcast fan, kind of suck.
They suck. There's no connection. It goes back to the dog thing. With the Zoom, there's no connection.
Yeah, and we're not, I don't understand why we're not even making eye contact.
I know. But it's something there. It's in the room. There's pheromones, and that's like out of our understanding, probably. Just some kind of weird biological. You ever have Cheerios in a bowl? The Cheerios tend to go together. You see a cluster of Cheerios. They're never really hanging out on the other side, and that's kind of how people are in real life.
I wonder what the physics of that is. So they come together and they stay.
It's some of the molecules. I can't remember what it was, but it was fascinating. I think that's how people are, and I think you try to write a TV show or craft a movie with your team, Zoom, that's nothing. It's like phone sex versus penetration. One day you'll learn.
I know nothing really. I look forward because I think there's a phone sex Netflix documentary this show or something like that really popular. Lots of something like that.
I can send you some links.
Real long, you better. Yeah.
When you're self-driving car, I think it's just inevitable to come and truckers are going to have to figure something out.
Yeah, I mean that's under on this. There's a lot of technical jobs. Oh yeah, people don't want to actually take them anymore because it's such a difficult job. So it won't have, or a lot of people believe it won't have as big of a negative impact as folks anticipate. There'll be other automation that I think they'll have a huge impact.
Yeah, for sure. You already see it at McDonald's. You go to the beep, beep, beep. Why do you want to get yelled at by the heavy-set woman of color, for making a bad order when you can just, hit the screen? But those interactions, I think, are human. I mean, that's part of life. So it is scary taking away everything. How long till we're not fucking? That's coming, too. Yeah. Then there's going to have two types of people. Are you a fuck in real life, or are you a digital fuck person? Oh, I'm a digital. I like real fucking. Sorry, we can't take it. That's coming.
Well, there's also the reproduction side of sex, which is like with genetic engineering. You'll be able to specify a little bit of details. Talk to Jamie Metzel about that, like where you can specify it'll start with like I want my child not to have like a high likelihood of diabetes, like that. And then you get to specify like intelligence. You get to specify the parameters until you're like basically trying to create a perfect human, and you lose some of the magic of the flaws that make us who we are. And I'm pretty sure in the full lineup of humans. So let me give you some information, which I'm sure you researched this thoroughly, but a male of the human species, Homo sapien, produces 500 billion sperm cells in a lifetime. So that's all some more than others. That's all genetically unique humans that you produce. So even across those 500 billion, you can select. And so,
Ford, son.
no, you can choose which of them you want. I mean, just imagine all the genetic possibilities. All of the possible. If you won the race,
Shocking. This is the winner. All the 500 billion.
You have to imagine what the competition was.
Hard all day long. Handicap.
Well, so it's not actually the fastest sperm, or like it's. I think a lot of it is timing and luck. That's what it seems like. There's actual papers on this, and I've actually been reading. So it's not just like the fastest sperm for the egg. Okay, there's a timing thing. So you're just lucky.
All right, I believe that.
So it's interesting to think about, like, once you're able to specify some parameters of your child's life, how it changes the nature of even just like intimacy of two people getting together. It your child cannot. Fully transparent, and to a degree that it's hard to imagine. Like the way we currently do it, you can at least get around it.
Yes.
You can at least trick your way out to the road once if you're short.
Right. That guy can get rich, so he can laid. There's other ways.
At the risk of asking a totally wrong person this question, what advice do you give to young people today? High school, college, have a successful career, or career that they're proud of, and maybe have a life.
Well, first of all, you gotta want a life. Not everybody has integrity. A lot of people need short money. Feel good, look good, right now. Do well, so good, But you should space it out. You should do something like saving money later. Somebody wants to save money. What do they say? The lessons in America, you have money saved. $1,000 shit. Wildly low. Everybody wants it now. What do you call it? Immediate gratification. I think the key to happiness and satisfaction is working. Even if it's like a baby. If you can have a baby in 5 minutes with a woman, you gotta use this and a baby. That's 5 minutes. Boom. Newborn, healthy. I think you're more likely to throw it away. If you can make it that quick. It's the fact that you spent 9 months backbreaking the labor, the lactating, the ripped placenta, the hymen, or whatever the fuck. That's what makes you love it. And I think it's the same with comedy or making money or whatever. Look at these kids who like child stars. They all become heroin addicts at like 22 because their sensors are burned out. Their pleasure sensors. You have to earn it. I think earning it is a big part of life, and always try to do better, try to do more, try to learn new things. Hey, I'm bored. Life sucks. Play the piano then, you douche. But you won't do it because it takes effort and failure and all that. But that's the good part. And I know it's hard to see. So I think that's a good key to life is work hard at something you care about and then love the result. The hard work, the journey is actually way more important than just getting something. Everybody wants to go on Amazon. I got a package. Then you feel good for 10 seconds and let's go on Amazon again. And then it's just a dumb cycle of you being just disgusting and gluttonous. So work for it. Everybody wants to take steroids and just bump up.
Why'd you point at me?
Well, I'm just
Is that
saying.
Russian or what?
Well, I saw the Icarus.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not saying you're on roids. I'm just you'd be way bigger. But I'm just saying, work for something. And then I would also, young people, eat shit early. Eat shit early. I know a guy who kind of got canceled or whatever, and he had it out early. He tried to get by and he tried to ride it, and it all came crumbling down. But if he had eaten early, like, yeah, I fucked up, I did that, whatever it was, he would have just kind of been shit on for a month and then it would have gone away. But now it's his whole identity, and that sucks. So eat shit early, and I know it's hard to see. What do you mean early? I'm in the present, but look ahead, look back. This time will pass. And look at high school. High school is the biggest thing in our lives. Oh my God, this exam. Susie Q hates me. The football player beat me up. Oh, I'll never recover. Now you don't even think about high school. It's just a blip in your dumb life, And that's what this is now. This will just be a blip. So remember that and work towards something and work hard and care about the result. If the result isn't good, try it again. And failure is not always bad. Failure, we look at failure as this end-all, be-all. My life's over. I failed. But failure is really just learning. So that's
So in summary, eat shit early and eat shit healthy.
yes. Eat ass.
That's good. I have a list of random questions. What activities do you do?
Can y'all feel that?
So you have this happiness, contentment about you that you just truly enjoy.
Yeah, I think good conversation. Like, I'll sit at the Comedy Cellar with friends, maybe a little whiskey's flowing, and when you're really just vibing and inhibiting.
You can do it.
What is it?
Inhibited.
Uninhibited. When you're just vibing, you're uninhibited, you're saying crazy shit, you're laughing, and you're not worried, am I seeming cool right now? Am I seeming likable? When you're just you, 100%, and it's all coming out of you, and then they're saying stuff, and you go back and forth, and you feel that excitement. Oh, they're talking, but I want to say my thing, and you get all keyed up. I love that, and I look at my watch like, fuck, it's 3 a.m. We've been talking for 5 hours. So I love that. That makes the time fly by. Also, I bought speaking of self-driving cars, I bought a 1973 BMW car, and it's classic, and it's stick shift, and it's grizzly, and gritty, and rusty, and it's a bucket of bolts, but I love driving. But I will.
It's a new next
Every day like a Mardi Gras, everybody party all day long, so what's up with something little extra, so then go everybody running up inside the next year, who gets the kill, who's gonna leave all ages and races, real sweet faces, every different mixture, Spanish, Asian, Cuban, Jamaican, Cuban, Asian. Make your name for smooth days I plan. Moves on the go, if you understand. Just the type of town I could spend 2 days in Miami to see the news to rent boys. Leave the city with ladies and bouncing club in the gators all night in the Pacific. We're going to Miami. Welcome to my home. Thanks for nothing to mess with, but you can't be a jerk on the street. It's the truth. Ladies have dress for the equipment. Make too many hottest club in the city in the surrounding temperature with the young. It's about 500 degrees in the Caribbean Sea with the hot money.
So,
changed.
yeah, that's what I was going to say, but then that's the irony is I would be so sad to not talk to anybody. So it's this weird, bittersweet thing, but I don't know what I would do, man. I guess it's kind of like when you're hungover, you just go into the primal survival mode. I gotta get food. I need water. I'm horny. Jerk off. You just go. You're not like playing the piano or painting or at the gym. So I think I would just go into urges, man. Primal urges. Find food. Store food. Am I safe? Make weapons. Build a shelter that I can't get attacked in. I would go all survival mode. And then once I maybe realized if I was safe or not, there's no wild roaming dogs, I would start exploring. And, maybe somehow get a vehicle. And I would try to expand. That would be it. Maybe a journal. Exploring the tribe of life. Maybe there is another guy out there. Also, yeah, and maybe there's a better place I can live. Let's find that. And then moving on. And maybe there's more food over here. So we got the hope to drive. But it would be bleak and sad.
So you're saying you wouldn't want to be there.
Love that.
Alright, what's another one your bucket list you haven't done yet? Think about something you bring up some anxiety.
Well, I'm terrified of having kids, just because I'm a child myself and I'm selfish and lazy anyway. So kids are like, this guy, I love this guy, I love it, it's great. So kids get it, yeah, but I also feel like if I don't have them, I'll regret it.
We've seen so many people like you who are fundamentally ashamed for kids. Yeah, like it's a source of like a deep source of happiness. Even though you feel like it's good. Yeah. So you like yes. Good. I'll be out there. Okay. Hey, you want kids? Yeah. Well, I want kids. I want to get married. I kind of I don't like kids, so I appreciate the value of scarcity. Like I don't like the modern dating culture. It's not some religious thing, whatever. I just like a girl for a long time, or at least swinging for that always, like swinging for that. And
Right now,
and there's a different use of the word swing.
Sure. But I'm saying, you can be, you look great, you're handsome, muscular, you get the job done. So I feel like you wouldn't leave without an orgasm on her.
I just like to, about furries. I like to dress up animals, and I just have trouble finding others.
They're up there. I can make cameras.
You're also my coach for the internet. Okay. What are you most afraid of?
I guess on unlived life, I'm a big fan growing up of like wild guys, like these Teddy Roosevelts who go out and bar fighting guys. I was obsessed with the Hunter S. Thompson types. And look, this is what I love about guys like, what's a good example? Like Hemingway. Hemingway was the manliest guy. He had the rifle, the elephant gun, and the whiskey, and the writing, and the women, and the fist fights. But people forget the other side of that coin is I'm sure he was in a lot of hotel rooms, weeping, he had some wicked hangovers, and he killed himself. So obviously he was dealing with something. So the key to me is having this adventurous life, living to the fullest, doing crazy shit, scaring yourself, but also not because I used to party a lot, hard, and bang a lot of gals, and the flip side is like, well, hey, now, or you got herpes, or you're hungover, or your mom is like, where are you? You never told me anymore. You're like, I gotta get back. So there's a horrible side of the party act. We don't think it's not pretty. I mean, he's already here, but he's partying, smoking, he's living. But there's another side of that coin. And I think the key to life is living that fucking crazy, awesome, badass life, and also having some, meaning and a little bit of, what's the word? Not killing yourself, not going sad.
Ever since I left the city,
There's a medium there, a sweet spot. That makes sense.
Yeah. Just take the day. And driving life, but pause at the same time, not pushing.
Yeah.
Before working off.
Perfect. Like, you can even know my ex that makes it feel complicated. But he also lived like the back half of his life in a fucking, apartment house where he like to make steel and straight. Addicted. So, you know what I mean? You gotta have a balance. I think a little bit of shit for a little bit of fun. But you don't want to go hard.
You got to see how that's functioning. Yeah.
Quite all right.
What small act of kindness would you love to show? You're
Great. Hand job, hey, that was nice. Which I really appreciate. I don't think women know how much that means to us. You know, when we're like, I'm not a piece of meat or whatever, and you're like, I know, but if you just give me a hand job, it would make my world. It's like telling a kid he's smart or loved.
See, most people mention like a math teacher in middle school that really inspired them to get into science. It's give a shout out to the.
Well, that's part of it. That's not the nicest, but I'm just saying that goes a long way.
Right.
Let's see, kindness. That's a great question. I want to give you a good answer. I got lost when I was like 6. I was walking around with my dad, and I zoned out in a way. And next thing you know, I don't know where I am. I'm in a neighborhood. This old guy finds me crying on a lawn somewhere, and he goes, "God, come inside." And he tried to call my parents, and nothing came of it. Eventually, they found me after like 9 hours. Cops were there, the FBI's out there, fucking helicopters. And I guess, that's nice. This old guy took me in for a couple hours and just sat me down and kept me safe. That's something.
Yeah.
Oh, how about Enos? My transvestite nanny. Very kind. He, did you hear about this?
No.
Okay, we had this transvestite nanny who was like a drag queen, but it was in the 90s, so it was weird. It was new. And my bike got stolen, and he, my parents were like, what are you going to do? They're 4 kids, And he was like, fuck it, we're going to go get that bike. And I was like, this guy's in a wig and high heels, big black guy. And I'm like, what are you going to do? It's gone. And he's like, no, we're going to go get it. So we got in the van and drove around my neighborhood, saw the kids walk with the bike, 5 street toughs. And he goes, all right, you want to come out or should I just do this? And I was like, you do it. I'm terrified. What, are you crazy? And he got out of the van in full, heels and wig. And he went up to these guys and they went off. Oh my God, look at this fuck guy, homo faggot, all this shit. It's the 90s. And he just stared at them long enough to where they were kind of like, all right, well, I guess we're going to fight you now. And he goes, that's not your bike. And they go, what are you going to do about it? And he puts his hand on the middle of the bike, and they didn't do anything, and he just picked it up. So that's what I thought. Put the bike over his shoulder, slid the van door open, threw the bike in, and we drove off.
What a sick fucking story. Shout out to fucking Dennis.
And, he could have got, they had tools. They could have fucking tuned him up 2 seconds.
That actually takes courage.
Oh, yeah. Real courage.
And then the reason you do and act like that is that makes a kid like you feel like there's somebody on your side.
Yes.
That's powerful.
Someone on your side is big.
It's big.
That goes a long way. Especially when they have the risk of getting their ass kicked or their job taken away or whatever it is.
Now we're going to get philosophical, maybe a little bit emotional.
Yeah.
Would you rather lose all your old memories or never be able to make new ones?
It's a tough one, but I'd go easy answer, make new ones.
But don't you think all the shitty things that happen to you?
So my hard drive is wiped clean. It's not. Is it memories or is it how every memory affected too?
I mean, this is a very.
Or do they go hand in hand?
I think the reality about memories is you replay them often. You go back to them even when you're not aware of. But you really go back often like that.
And they change. You change them too.
Yeah, you change them to suit your understanding of the world.
Yes.
So the dark view you have, both the hope and the cynicism you have about the world is so deeply grounded in the memories. So you're basically, I would say, if you erase all memories, I think you're really starting over with maybe the wisdom of how the world works, but not so much of your personality is gone. You would really, it'd be interesting how your comedy would change. Maybe you would have a good sense of timing. You would have a good sense of like the writing process, maybe. But like,
now you're making some good points. But let me ask you this: let's say I go to Lake Como with my girlfriend. Now, like I wipe the memory, or I keep my old memories. Let's say I go to the Tuscany with the lady.
Yeah.
I just won't remember that.
Yeah, but you get to experience it in the moment.
Okay.
You get to enjoy it.
Can I look at a photo of it?
Yes.
But what
yeah, exactly.
Oh, fascinating.
It's exactly. The rules are pretty simple.
Yeah.
Because everyone knows how the rules go. So, but you would, yeah. So what?
Well, I was gonna say start new ones, but then I realized I wouldn't be who I was without them. That's what you're saying. So I guess I'd keep them because I am 38, so I've gotten a good chunk out of life.
Yeah. And let's be honest, I
know, right? That age.
Is it better to have loved? Okay, this question is ridiculous. Is it better to have loved than lost, or to have never been loved at all? It sounds cliche, but there's a question.
Definitely better than lost.
So you enjoy those?
Yeah, that's life. Sun and rain, baby.
I kind of like both, the whole thing. The loss. Every time you lose something, it really makes you distinctly realize how much you valued it.
Yes.
Like when I'm sad, like when I'm feeling alone, and I'm sitting there alone at home, and I wish I could hang out with somebody. That's like a realization of how awesome people are.
Yeah.
So it's like the missing,
we don't have a lot of that in life anymore because we can have anything we want immediately. So the missing has gone away, which again drives down the joy of having it. So I think you're right. You need both.
So like you said, you have a terminal condition, not many years left. Do you think about your mortality? Do you think about that?
All day, every day.
Are you afraid?
Not afraid because it's inevitable. So it's more like, how are we going to handle this? It's like the winter is coming. Let's stock up on some fucking nuts.
The existential nature, like the fact that this ride ends, like what the hell are you doing any of this for? Like, is it
satisfaction, happiness,
short term? But like there is a presumption there that it kind of goes on forever. I think if you truly think about the fact that it ends,
your brain almost shuts it down.
Yeah, there's some kind of like protective switch that just goes off. I mean, that's why the Stoics, encourage people to meditate on death, because it somehow reorganizes your priorities. It helps you like, holy shit, this ends, make the most of the day.
Yes.
It's just a nice thing, but still you can't quite comprehend the thing ends.
Little things too, people go like, wow, we got a layover between our flights, an hour. What are we gonna do for an hour? It's like, maybe what are you gonna do for an hour? You're gonna kill an hour. How are we gonna kill this hour? This is part of your life. You're just trying to get rid of it. You're just trying to kill it. That always blew my mind. Like, hey, fuck it, let's hit the airport bar. Let's get a candy bar or something. Anything with bar, but it just, you gotta live. I hate this. Like, how are we gonna burn things? Oh, the bar didn't open for 15 minutes. What are we gonna do? Well, we got 15 minutes. We got the world's our oyster.
Yeah, make the most of it.
Yeah.
And like you said, modern day, actually, the boredom is a gift. Like when you're waiting for something,
That's a gift. You get to be with your thoughts.
Yeah.
Those are the same thoughts you'll have when you're in your deathbed. There won't be you won't be scrolling TikTok on your deathbed.
I hope not. Jesus.
You'd be a lot. Well, actually, maybe you would be.
What's that existence?
Because it would be a good like content creators would be like, "Ooh, I'm dying." It's a good content.
Yeah. I want to be able to film the exact moment it goes.
Like last words. I wonder what my last words will be.
Yeah.
A good way to like end the account with a bang.
Yep. I like that. Well, you ever seen that meme where the old guy in bed, he goes, I wish I had tweeted more, and then he dies. It's so true.
For the future. What do you think is the meaning of life?
I don't think there is one. Everybody always throws that out there. There isn't a meaning. I think we're here. We're lucky to be here. I think there's no afterlife. There's no heaven. That's all shit we tell ourselves to feel better. And I think you got to just... It's like saying, what is the meaning of this food I made? Well, it's just you enjoy the food. You try to get the most out of it. You built the food. You prepared it. So just get what you can out of it. Don't die. And try to make it last as long as possible.
Yeah, but you look at Earth. It's like 4 billion years old. And life started early on, like simple cell bacteria life, like 1 billion years in, and then it started like having lots of aggressive interaction. Eventually, there's predator and prey, and there's sex, lots of sex,
Oh, yeah.
lots of violence.
Oh yeah.
And then through natural selection, there's just a whole evolutionary process of animals that have loved and lost and murdered and gotten murdered and all that kind of stuff, and it's somehow led to human civilization. We're super busy trying to create things, creating beautiful art, creating beautiful comedy.
Yeah.
Just always creating something new. It feels like it's tending towards something. Like
It's not dying. If you die tomorrow, you still have all these hours of pods. So it's kind of you're cheating death in a subconscious way, I think.
right, you know who Ernest Becker is, and
Heard the name.
this book called Denial of Death. This idea that if you don't acknowledge, girls love it. Like
Really?
Dostoevsky. No, I'm just I'm saying. You want to bring Tolstoy or Dostoevsky? Russian literature, back to normal. It's good to bring to because no American read any Russian literature, but they all appreciate it if you bring it. And it's not like they're going to ask you legitimate questions because they haven't read it.
Yep.
So you can always pretend like you've read it. So it's it.
Can we get a shortened version?
Cliff Notes.
Yes, or make a movie with Ben Stiller that I can just go. Oh, this is based on what is it? Life and Death? No, what's the one? War and Peace.
War and Peace.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ernest Becker's theory, and there's this called terror management theory that basically says that, like, our terror of death, our fear of death, is one of the central creative forces of the human condition. It's the reason we're trying to, cheat death. We're trying to delude ourselves that somehow we can become immortal through our art. That's why you've uploaded your special to YouTube, because you think your special will outlive all of human civilization. You think YouTube will outlive all of human civilization. That can go away tomorrow. All of this can go away. So I'm truly grateful, Mr. Mark Norman, that you would spend your very valuable time with me today, even though it could all go away. This could be the last day of our lives. And won't you be quite upset? This is how you spent it.
Yeah, in your hotel room. What am I?
Yeah.
You're like Harvey Weinstein here. You stirred me up, but now I feel fucked.
Just wait what we have ready for you after the podcast is over. All right, brother. Thanks so much for talking today.
Thank you. It was great. Comedy.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Mark Norman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Mark Norman himself on his Twitter, which you should definitely follow because it's hilarious. The worst thing about getting Omicron for Christmas is it was re-gifted. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
following is a conversation with Yoram Brook and Yoram Mazzoni. This is Yoram's third time in this podcast, and Yoram's first time. Yoram Brook is an objectivist philosopher, chairman of the Ayn Rand Institute, host of the Yoram Brook Show, and the co-author of Free Market Revolution and Equal is Unfair. Yoram Mazzoni is a national conservatism thinker, chairman of the Emmett Burke Foundation that hosted the National Conservatism Conference. He's also the host of the NatCon Talk and author of The Virtue of Nationalism and an upcoming book called Conservatism, A Rediscovery. Allow me to say a few words about each part of the two-word title of this episode, Nationalism Debate. First, debate. I would like to have a few conversations this year that are the kind of debate with two or three people that hold differing views on a particular topic, but come to the table with respect for each other and a desire to learn and discover something interesting together through the empathetic exploration of the tension between their ideas. This is not strictly a debate. It is simply a conversation. There's no structure. There's no winners, except, of course, just a bit of trash talking to keep it fun. Some of these topics would be very difficult, and I hope you can keep an open mind and patience with me as kind of moderator who tries to bring out the best in each person and the ideas discussed. Okay, that's my comment on the word debate. Now onto the word nationalism. This debate has been called nationalism versus individualism, or national conservatism versus individualism, or just conservatism versus individualism. As we discussed in this episode, these words have slightly different meanings depending on who you ask. This is especially true, I think, for any word that ends in ism. I personally enjoy the discussion of the meaning of such philosophical words. I don't think it's possible to arrive at a perfect definition that everybody agrees with, but the process of trying to do so for a bit is interesting and productive, at least to me. As long as we don't get stuck there, as some folks sometimes do in these conversations. This is the Lecture Evening Podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Yoram Brook and Yoram Mazzoni. I attended the excellent debate between the two of you yesterday, UT Austin. The debate was between ideas of conservatism, represented by Yoram Mazzoni, and ideas of individualism, represented by Yoram Brook. Let's start with the topics of the debate. Yoram, how do you define conservatism? Maybe in the way you were thinking about it yesterday. What to you are some principles of conservatism?
Let me define it, and then we can get into principles if you want. When I talk about political conservatism, I'm talking about a political standpoint that regards the recovery, elaboration, and restoration of tradition as the key to maintaining a nation and strengthening it through time. Okay, so this is something that if you have time to talk about it like we do on the show, it's worth emphasizing that conservatism is not like liberalism or Marxism. Liberalism and Marxism are both kind of universal theories, and they claim to be able to tell you what's good for human beings at all times in all places. And conservatism is a little bit different because it's going to carry different values in every nation and every tribe. You know, even every family, you can say, has somewhat different values. And these loyalty groups, they compete with one another. That's the way human beings work.
So it's deeply rooted in history of that particular area of land.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say land. You're right that many forms of conservatism are tied to a particular place.
So how does the implementation of conservatism to you differ from the ideal of conservatism, the implementation we've seen of political conservatism in the United States and the rest of the world? Just to give some context, it's a loaded term, like most political terms. So when people think about conservative in the United States, they think about the Republican Party. What can you kind of disambiguate some of this? What are we supposed to think?
Yeah, that's a really important question. Usually the word conservative is associated with Edmund Burke with the English common law tradition, going back centuries and centuries. There's kind of a classical English conservative tradition that goes Fortescue, Hooker, Coke, Selden, Hale, Burke, Blackstone before Burke. If you take that kind of as a benchmark, and you compare it to things like the American Federalist Party at the time of the American founding is in many respects very much in keeping with that tradition. As you go forward, there's an increasing mix of liberalism and conservatism, and I think by the time you get to the 1960s, with William Buckley and Frank Meyer, the jargon term is fusionism. By the time you get there, it's arguable that their conservatism isn't very conservative anymore. That it's kind of a public liberalism mixed with a private conservatism. So a lot of the debate that we have today about, what does the word conservatism actually mean? A lot of the confusion comes from that. It comes from the fact that that on the one hand we have people who use the term, I think properly historically, to refer to this common law tradition of which Burke was a spokesman. But there are lots of other people who, when they say conservative, they just mean liberal, and I think that's a big problem. I mean, it's a problem just to have an intelligent debate is difficult when people are using the word almost in too antithetical.
What would you say the essential idea of conservatism is? Time? You mentioned your father's a physicist. Yes. So a lot of physicists, when they form models of the universe, they don't consider time. So everything is dealt with instantaneously. A particle is represented fully by its current state, velocity and position. You're saying, so you're arguing with all of physics and your father, as we always do, that their time matters in conservatives. That's the fundamental element, is the full history matters, and you cannot separate the individual from the history, from the roots that they come from.
The parallel in political theory is what's called rationalism. I guess we'll probably talk about that some. Rationalism is kind of an instantaneous, timeless thing. Before I mentioned that liberalism and various Enlightenment theories, they don't include time at all. Their goal is to say, look, there's such a thing as universal human reason. All human beings, if they reason properly, will come to the same conclusions. If that's true, then it removes the time consideration. It removes tradition and context, because everywhere where you are at any time, you ought to be able to use reason and come to the same conclusions about politics or morals. So that's a theory like Immanuel Kant or John Locke is an example. Hobbes is an example. That kind of political theorizing really does say, at a given instant, we can know pretty much everything that we need to know, at least the big things. And conservatism is the opposite. It's a traditionalist view, exactly as you say, that says that history is crucial.
So you say that history is interesting, but perhaps not crucial, if in the context of individualism.
No, I mean, I think there's a false dichotomy presented here, and that is that one view holds that you can derive anything from a particular historical path and kind of an empirical view. And if we know the history, we know where we should be tomorrow. We know where we should stand today. And the other path is we ignore history, we ignore facts, we ignore what's going on. We can derive from some a priori axioms, so we can derive a truth right now. And both of those views, in my view, are false. And Ayn Rand and I reject both of those views. And I think the better thinkers of the Enlightenment did as well, although they sometimes fall into the trap of appearing like rationalists. And Yoram and I agree on one thing, and that is that Kant is one of we've talked about this in the past. But we both hate Kant. We both think Kant is is, I at least think Kant is probably the most destructive philosopher since Plato, who was pretty destructive himself. But and part of the problem is that Kant divorces reason from reality. That is, he divorces reason from history. He divorces reason from experience, because we don't have direct experience of reality according to Kant. Right? We're removed from that direct experience. But I view Kant as the anti-enlightenment. Because I view Kant as the destroyer of good Enlightenment thinking, and I acknowledge a lot of history of philosophy, the people who do history of philosophy view Kant as the embodiment of the Enlightenment. But I think that's a mistake. I think both Rousseau and Kant are fundamentally the goal, the mission in life is to destroy the Enlightenment. So my view is neither of those options are the right option. That is, the true reason-based, reason is not divorced from reality. It's quite the opposite. Reason is a tool. It's a faculty of identifying and integrating what? It's identifying and integrating the facts of reality as we know them through sense perception or through the study of history, through what actually happened. So it's the integration of those facts, it's the knowledge of that history. And then what we do is we abstract away principles based on what's worked in the past, what hasn't worked in the past, the consequences of different ideas, different paths, different actions. We abstract away principles that then can be universal. Not always. We make mistakes, or we can come up with a universal principle that turns out that it's not. But if we have the whole scope of human history, we can derive principles as we do in life, as individuals. We derive principles that are then truths that we can live by. But you don't do that by knowing history. You do that by learning history, by understanding history, by understanding, in a sense, tradition and where it leads to, and then trying to do better. And I think good thinkers are constantly trying to do better based on what they know about the past and what they know about the present.
What's the difference between studying history on a journey of reason and tradition? So you mentioned that Burke understood that reason begins with inherited tradition yesterday. So what's the difference between studying history but then being free to go any way you want, and tradition where it feels more I don't want to say a negative term like burden, but it's there's more of a momentum that forces you to go the same way as your ancestors.
It's the recognition that people are wrong, often are wrong, and parents, including your parents, including your teachers, including everybody. Everybody is potentially wrong, and that you can't accept anybody just because they happen to come before you. That is, you have to evaluate and judge, and you have to have a standard by which to evaluate and judge the actions of those who came before you, whether they are your parents, whether they are the state in which you happen to be born, whether they are somebody on the other side of planet Earth. You can judge them if you have a standard. Now, my standard, and I think the right standard, is human well-being. That is, that which is good for human beings, qua human beings, is the standard by which we judge. So I can say that certain periods of history were bad. They happened. It's important to study them. It's important to understand what they did that made them bad, so we cannot do that again. And I can say certain cultures, certain periods of time were good. Why? Because they promoted human well-being, human flourishing. That's the standard. Then derive from that, okay, what is it that made a particular culture good? What is it that made that particular culture positive in terms of human well-being, human flourishing? What made this bad? And hopefully from that, I can derive a principle. Okay, if I want human flourishing and human well-being in the future, I want to be more like these guys and less like those guys. I want to derive what is the principle that will guide me in the future. That's, I think, how human knowledge ultimately develops.
I think people often make a mistake. Just, I'm not saying you're wrong, but lots of people, don't actually read the original sources. And so what happens is people will attack conservatives, assuming that conservatives think that whatever comes from the past is right. And actually, it's very difficult to find a thinker who actually says something like that. Selden or Burke, the big conservative theorists, Hooker, they're all people who understand that the tradition carries with it mistakes that were made in the past. And this is actually, I think, an important part of their empiricism, is that they see the search for truth as something a society does by trial and error. And what that means is that at any given moment, that you have to be aware of the possibility that things that you've inherited are actually false. And the job of the political thinker or the jurist or the philosopher is not to dig in and say, whatever it is that we've inherited is right. The job is to look at the society as a whole and say, look, we have this job of, first of all, conservation, just making sure that we don't lose good things that we've had. And second, see if we can repair things in order to improve them where it's necessary or where it's possible. And that process is actually a creative process. This is a way in which I think it is similar to Yaron's philosophy, that you take the inherited tradition and you look for a way that you can shape it in order to make it something better than it was. That's a baseline for what we call conservatism.
Just to comment, so the trial and error, the errors, you're proud of the errors. It's a feature, not a bug. So you mentioned trial and error a few times yesterday. It's a really interesting kind of idea. It's basically accepting that the journey is going to have flaws, as opposed to saying, the conclusion there is the current system is flawed, and it will always be flawed, and you try to improve it. When you listen to Yaron talk, there's much more of an optimism for the system being perfect now or potentially soon, or could be perfect. And to me, the way I heard it, it's almost like accepting that the system is flawed and trial and error will improve. And Yaron says, no, we can have a perfection now.
That's the way it sounds to me.
Yeah, and I think that's right. I think the difference is that at some point, just like in science, I think, one can stop the trial and error and say, I can now see a pattern. I can see, that certain actions lead to bad consequences, certain actions lead to good consequences. Let me try to abstract away what is it that is good and what is it that is bad, and build a system around what is good and reject what is bad. I think ultimately, if you read the Founding Fathers, and whether we call them conservatives or individuals, what the Founding Fathers actually did, all of them, is study history. They all did. They all talk about history. They all talk about examples of the cultures, whether they go back to the Republic in Venice or back to the ancient Greeks. They studied these. They learned lessons from them. They try to figure out what has worked in the past and what hasn't, and try to derive principles. Now, in my view, they got pretty close to what I would consider kind of an ideal, but they didn't get it completely right. And here we sit 200 and something years after the Declaration, after the Constitution. I think we can look back and say, okay, well, what did they get right? What did they get wrong? Based on how is it done, and where are the flaws, and and we can improve on it. I think we can get closer to perfection, and based on those kind of observations, based on that kind of abstraction, that kind of discovery of what is true. Just like at some point you do the experiment, you do the trial and error, and now you come up with a scientific principle. It is true that 100 years later you might discover that, hey, I missed something, there's something, but to not take the full lesson, to insist on incrementalism, to insist on we're just going to tinker with the system, instead of saying, no, there's something really wrong with having a king, there's something really wrong with not having any representation, or whatever the standard needs to be. In the name of we don't want to move too fast, I think is a mistake. And the problem with trial and error in politics is that we're talking about human life, right? So there was a big trial around communism, and 100 million people paid the price for the trial. I told them in advance, as did many people.
Welcome, Zoot. How you living, pimp?
Principles of human nature, principles that we can study from history, principles about economic. What we know.
How are you?
You don't need to try it again. We've had.
You're good, big dog.
There's an experiment.
Are you ready to play?
Experiments with all kinds of.
All right, I need about 5 minutes. I'm in the middle of a game right now with someone else.
Many of us knew they would.
I'm almost done.
We should learn the lesson, and I think that
we've got 26 tiles left.
And that is what we need to. That is.
Doug, no worries at all. Don't give it a second thought. Everybody does it.
Extent that we place anything above that individual state, whether
Yeah,
it's
dog.
ethnicity, whether it's the race, whether it's the bourgeois, whether it's whatever it happens to be, class of the individual.
All right, well, just give me a moment,
one of these principles,
and I will
derive
whoop you before you go.
to, 3,000
I'm gonna.
civilization. And I'm not winning this
You're
battle.
swole, dog.
I'm losing the battle. We're going to keep it back. Different forms of
You're
collective
swole.
and
Means like you're
in
strong. You're big.
in human life and in opportunities.
You're
for human
getting there.
flourishing, human success, and human wealth.
Let's take comment. None of the major concerns. It's a good idea. A good idea would be to experiment by raising everything that we've inherited and starting from scratch. I mean, that's the conservative complaint or accusation against rationalists. I mean, as opposed to empiricism, I mean, using rationalism. Let's take Descartes kind of as a benchmark.
Can you also maybe define rationalism?
Yeah, these are two terms that are in philosophy, especially in epistemology. They're often compared to one another. Your said that it's a false dichotomy, and maybe it is a bit exaggerated, but that doesn't mean it's not useful for conceptualizing the domain. So, rationalist is somebody like Descartes who says, I'm going to set aside, I'm going to try to set aside everything I know, everything I've inherited. I'm going to start from scratch. And he explicitly says, in evaluating the inheritance of the past, he explicitly says, you take a look at the histories that we have, they're not reliable. You take a look at the moral and the scientific writings that we receive, they're not very good. His baseline is to look very critically at the past and say, look, I'm evaluating it. I think all in all, it's just not worth very much. And so whatever I do, beginning from scratch, is going to be better as long as, and here's his caveat, as long as I'm proceeding from self-evident assumptions, from self-evident premises, things that you can't argue against.
I think, therefore I am.
Right, and then from there deducing what he calls infallible conclusions. So that model of self-evident premises to infallible conclusions, I'm calling that rationalism. I think that's kind of a standard, academic jargon term, and it's opposed to empiricism, which is a thinker. I think in universities usually the empiricist is David Hume, and David Hume will say, we can't learn anything the way that Descartes said. I mean, there is nothing that's that self-evident and that infallible. So Hume proposes, based on Newton and Boyle and the new physical sciences. So Hume proposes a science of man, and the science of man sounds an awful lot like what Huron just said, which is we're going to take a look at human nature, at the nature of societies. Human nature, we're going to try to abstract towards fixed principles for describing it. Human societies.
We have 13 tiles left.
And from there we get, for example, contemporary economics.
I'm
but we also
almost done with this game. We've got 13 tiles left.
Which cut in a different.
Yeah.
That's rational versus empiricism.
Yeah, but barely. This person who, oh no, they just took the lead.
I think empiricism, the one thing, empiricism
no,
rarely comes to these.
I don't know if they're better. They're very good though.
They want more facts. It's always about more evidence.
Yeah.
But this is where, I think your hand is on you.
I mean, they play all kinds of weird words.
Right, and that's a bold statement given history of
like
philosophy.
really long words.
Is something new, and she says yes. We agree about rationalism.
We've got 7 tiles left. I retook the lead.
Has the problem of okay, where does it lead? It's you never come to a conclusion. You're just accumulating evidence. There's something in addition. It's a third alternative, which she is positing, which is using empirical evidence, not denying empirical evidence,
recognizing that there are some axioms. There's some axioms that we all, the base of all of our knowledge, that are starting. We're not rejecting axiomatic knowledge. And integrating those two and identifying the fact that based on these axioms and based on these empirical evidence, we can come to truths. Just again, like we do in science, we have certain axioms, scientific axioms, we have certain experiments that we want, and then we can come to some identification of a truth. And that truth is always going to be challenged by new information, by new knowledge. But as long as that's what we know, that is what truth. So truth is contextual in the sense that it's contextual. It's based on that knowledge that surrounds it.
So for it to change if you get new facts.
It's always available to change if the facts that you get, and they really are. I mean, the burden of changing what you've come to a conclusion of truth is high, so you have to have real evidence that it's not true. But that happens all the time. So it happens in science, right? We discover that what we thought was true is not true, and it can happen in politics and ethics more so than in science because they're much messier field. But the idea is that you can come to a truth, but it's not just deductive. Most truths are inductive. We learn from observing reality and again coming to principles about what works and what's not. And here I think this is Ayn Rand is different. She doesn't fall into and she's different in her politics and she's different in her epistemology. She doesn't fall into the conventional view. She's an opponent of Hume and she's an opponent of Descartes. She's certainly an opponent of Kant's. And you know, I think she's right.
So, if it's okay, can we walk back to criticism of communism? You're both critics of communism and socialism. Why did communism fail? You started to say that conservatives criticize it on the basis of like rationalism, that you're throwing away the past, you're starting from scratch. Is that the fundamental description of why communism failed?
I think the fundamental difference between rationalists and empiricists is the question of whether you're throwing away the past. That's the argument. And it cashes out as a distinction between abstract, universal, rationalist political theories and empirical political theories. Empirical political theories are they're always going to say something like, look, there are many different societies. We can say that some are better and some are worse, but the problem is that that there are many different ways in which a society can be better or worse. There's an ongoing competition.
No tiles left.
On an ongoing basis, what are the ways
We should be done soon.
Better and worse? That creates a kind of, I'd say, a mild skepticism, a moderate skepticism among conservatives. I don't think too many conservatives have a problem looking at the Soviet Union, which is brutal and murderous, ineffective in its economics, totally ineffective, spiritually, and then collapse. Okay, so I think it's easier for us to look at a system like that.
They just played Kant.
What on earth? What should we learn from that? But the main issue is pretty of a diversity of different kinds of society.
No, but they did okay.
To insist that it just needs
revolution. They just got 7 with it. I mean, this is a really intense game.
That there's lots of things that are good about most societies. And
I don't know.
To throw out all the things that you don't even know how to notice until they're gone.
I think they played it.
Play devil's advocate here and address something you also said. Can we, as opposed to knowing the empirical data of the 20th century that communism presented, can we go back to the beginning of the 20th century? Can you empathize or steelman or put yourself in a place?
All right, dude, you ready?
Union where the workers are being disrespected. Can you not see that the conservatives could be pro-communism? Or, like, communism is such a strongly negative word. Like, you have to put yourself in the mind of people who like red colors, who like. That's what it was. It was. It's all about the branding, I think. But also like solidarity. of nation.
Oh, dude, this is going in the hole.
Of respect for fellow
Watch
man.
this shot,
I
Zoo.
mean, all of these things that kind of communism represents. Can you not see?
Are you serious?
That this
Did you see?
idea,
It's that
is
should
actually,
keep going.
Going along with conservatism. It is in some ways respecting
Dog,
the
that's
deep
such bullshit.
ideals of the past, but proposing a new way
Go, baby.
to raise those ideals, implement those ideals.
Go, baby.
Yes, I'm going to try to do what you're suggesting. But historically, we actually have a more useful option, I think, for both of our positions. Instead of pretending that we like the actual communists, we have conservative statesmen like Disraeli and Bismarck, who initiated social legislation. Right, the first step towards saying, look, we're one nation, we're undergoing industrialization. That industrialization is important and positive, but it's also doing a lot of damage.
This is a tough shot.
In particular, it's doing damage not just
to
individuals and families, but it's doing damage to the social fabric, the capacity of Britain or German to remain cohesive societies is being harmed. And so it's these two conservative
do it, baby.
Disraeli and Bismarck, who
do it.
Actually take the first steps in order
you don't have
to
the
legislate
balls.
for what today we would consider to be minimal social programs, pensions and disability insurance and those kinds of things.
That's what I'm talking about.
Conservatives do look at industrialization as a rapid change, and they say we do have to care about the nation as a whole.
Oh, dude, what a good shot, Zeus.
And I assume that Iran will say, look, that's the first step towards the catastrophe of communism. But before Iran drives that nail into the coffin,
dude, it's your favorite hole.
Because when you read Marx, you're reading an intellectual descendant of Descartes. You're reading somebody who says, look, every society consists of oppressors and oppressed, right? And that's an improvement in some ways over liberal thinking, because at least he's seeing groups as a real social phenomenon.
No way, it's there. No way.
Has an oppressor class.
Oh man, I thought it was there.
They're different classes, they're different groups, and whenever one is stronger, it exploits the ones that are
weak.
Right. That is the foundation of a revolutionary political theory.
Oh,
why? Because the moment that you say that the only or the weaker is exploitation, you're pushed into the position. When will the exploitation end? Never until there's a revolution. Eliminate the oppressor class. It's annihilation. I mean, you can see why it's different from Descartes. Everybody, somehow at peace with it.
I hate when I'm one shot away, but I don't have any left. I hate that.
And then they go ahead and do it, and they kill 100 million people.
It's your whole zoo.
I do think that, despite the fact your question is good and right, there are certain similarities and concern, but still, I think you can tell the difference.
That extra step of revolution.
Let's see you hit the shot, and don't worry about that right now.
That's the problem,
right?
And then the whole step one is the problem.
Yeah, you're down 2-1.
Communism.
Let's see you do well.
It's something that radical in the sense that I think it comes from a tradition of collectivism. I think it comes from a tradition of looking at groups. It comes from a tradition where you expect some people to be sacrificed for the greater good
way.
Of the whole.
No way. Get in the water. No way, Zoo.
Mysticism, revelation.
You're right about that. Go. No way. Zoo, you got me.
Rejecting. I think he's just reformatting.
It all comes down to this.
In a sense, he's odd with the politics.
You know I'm good at this hole.
You have to get knowledge from somewhere, so you need the dictatorship of the politician. How commune with the spirit.
No, I'm good at this hole too.
The spirit of the politician. There's no rationality, not rationalism. There's no. There is a lot of mysticism.
No, I haven't. That's impossible. 4 shots, yes. 3 shots,
and
no.
A lot of original. in the way he views humanity. Citing
That's
one
and that's going to
local
be a bad
activist
shot.
in a whole. So and I think the Bismarckian response. Bismarck. I mean, I know less about Disraeli, so I'll focus on Bismarck. I think
Zoot,
political pressures to
Zoot,
the left, and
get it.
he's responding to the rise of.
All right, you
communism
got a
and
chance.
socialism. But what Bismarck is doing is
If I miss
putting
this shot,
something alternative,
you've got a
presenting
chance.
an alternative to the proletariat as the standard by which we should.
Too bad I don't miss, baby.
And what he's replacing is the state. He's replacing the proletariat with the state, and that has exactly
Make
the
it,
same
big
problem.
dog.
That is, first, it requires sacrificing some to others, which is what the welfare state.
That's good.
It places the state.
I have
above
this
all,
shot
the
to win.
The biggest evil.
I have this shot to
I
win.
definitely view him as a negative force in history. Is public education. I mean, dig in public education.
I don't know how that would happen.
And really, the American model of public education.
I got you.
Is copying the German.
I'm 950th win right here.
Why the public education is such a
Well, because
I hope
it
you go
now
first. Good.
says that there's one standard, and that
Oh,
standard is
dude,
the
that was really good.
government by bureaucracy, by whatever teams is in the national.
I said it was almost
Just
really good.
He's training the workers of the
Yeah,
future.
that does suck.
They need to catch
Don't
up.
go in the water, Zoot. Whatever you do, Zoot, whatever you do, don't go in the water.
He's going to train some people to. And he decides, right, that the government, the bureaucracy is going to decide who's who and where they go.
Zoot, whatever you do, don't go in the water.
Out of what the government has decided is their little box.
Zoot, you're down one hole to none.
Ultimately, there's very little competition. There's very little, in American education, we can get to is there's no competition and no innovation.
Yo,
conflict.
Doug,
What should be taught?
I'm playing. I just got to win.
They're not about what works and what doesn't. Nobody cares about that. Agendas. My group wants to be taught, and what that group wants to be taught, rather than actually discovering how do we get kids to read. I mean, we all know how to get kids to read, but there's a political agenda about not teaching phonics, for example. So a lot of schools don't teach phonics, even though the kids will never learn how to read properly. So it becomes politics, and I don't believe politics belongs in education. I think education is a product, it's a service, and we know how to deliver products and services really, really efficiently at a really, really low price, at a really, really high quality. And that's really important to do.
But your fundamental criticism is that the state can use education to further its authoritarian aims.
Well, or whatever the aims. I mean, think about the conservative today critique of American educational system. It's dominated by the left. Yeah. What did you expect? Right? If you leave it up to the state to fund, they're going to fund the things that promote state growth and state intervention, and the left is better at that. It has been better at that than the right, and they now dominate our educational institutions. But look, if we go back to this model, my problem is placing the state above the individual. So if communism places the class above the
Zoot, take your shot. Zoot.
Bismarck, certainly the German
Zoot.
tradition, the British tradition, the American tradition, the German tradition is to place the state above it. I think that's equally evil, and the
What was that,
fascism,
Zoot?
the outcome is the same. The outcome is the deaths of tens of millions of people when taken to its ultimate conclusion. Just like socialism, the ultimate conclusion of it is communism, nationalism in that form, kind of the Bismarckian form. The ultimate conclusion is Nazism, some form of fascism, because you don't care about the individual. The individual doesn't matter. I think this is one of the differences in the Anglo-American tradition, where the Anglo-American tradition, even the conservatives, have always acknowledged. And it goes back to
especially the conservatives. Yes, the conservatives were there first.
They acknowledged. Well, you defined conservatives to include all the good thinkers of the distant past, and they're all good thinkers.
All in one, Zoot.
I'm defining conservatism the way that Burke does. I'm just, in fact, look, this is a very simple observation. Burke thinks, when you open Burke,
Nice shot.
He starts naming all of these people he's defending. and it's bizarre. I'm sorry, it's just intellectual slop.
Dude, do you like this hole?
Publishing books called Burke, the first conservative. Conservatives have found. This is nonstop.
Dude, what did you think of that shot?
It says Burke reacts to the French Revolution, so conservatism has no prior tradition. It's just reacting to the French Revolution, and this is just a
question. Are there any conservatives that are embracing of revolutions? So are they ultimately against the concept of revolution?
Yes, Burke himself embraces the Polish Revolution, which takes place almost exactly at the same time as the French Revolution. And the argument is really interesting because there's a common mistake is assuming that Burke and conservative thinkers are always in favor of slow change. I think that's also just factually mistaken. Burke is against the French Revolution because he thinks that there are actually tried and
dude, I messed up.
things that work for human flourishing.
Here's your chance.
Freedom included as a very important part of human flourishing. He, like many others, takes the English Constitution to be a model of something that works. So it has a king, it has various other things that maybe your uncle will say, well, that's a mistake. But still, for centuries, it's the leader in many things that I think we can easily agree.
Great shot.
And look, what's wrong with the French Revolution? What's wrong with the French Revolution is that they have a system.
I just made it. Don't miss the shot, Zoot. You did too fast.
By overthrowing everything, is they're moving away from what we know is good.
That's my 950th win. All right, you ready for literati?
And he says to the opposite. The Poles have a non-functioning constitution. It's too democratic.
Are you ready for tables?
To raise
all right.
And
What do you want to play? Okay. Blitz League. Blitz League is fast.
Through a rapid revolution, they install a lot like
okay.
And Burke supports this.
Blitz League, baby.
This is a good revolution. So it's not the order to save yourself.
Sounds like a plan, big dog.
Conservatives are objecting to. What they're objecting to is instead of looking at experience in order to try to make a slow or quick measured improvement to a particular goal. Instead of
fuck.
That, you say, look, has just been wrong. And what we've really got to do is annihilate a certain part of the population and then make completely new laws. That's what he's objecting to. That's the French Revolution, and that then becomes, the model for a communist revolution.
For me, clearly wrong. Not that he tried to change everything. I mean, let's remember what was going on at the time. I mean, people were starving. They wanted completely detached. Something needed to change. Is that motivated an egalitarian philosophy, not egalitarian in the sense that I think the founding fathers talked about, but egalitarian quality of outcome.
Yes, I am.
Motivated by philosophy.
Major trouble, big dog.
And
major trouble.
You could tell that the ideas were going to lead
to
massive destruction and death and the annihilation of a class. You can't. Annihilation is never an option. That is a good to mass death. Because a good revolution is about and back to nice and Rousseau did have it.
I think this is a good place to have this discussion. The founding fathers of the United States, are they individuals?
Yeah, you did. You did really well.
In this particular revolution,
you did really well, Zoot.
At the core of which are some fascinating, powerful ideas. Were those founding fathers, or did they put primary value?
Zoot, do you know about the dragon attack?
The power of the individual. What do you think?
Both.
All right, but do you know about the dragon attack?
For Americans, I mean, even very educated They talk about the founding fathers as though it's kind of like this.
Give it to me, baby.
Yeah, this collective,
Look at this pass, Zoot.
with a single brain and a
Zoot.
single value system. But I think at the time that's not the way not the way.
Off of that guy. Oh no, dragon attack.
And they map onto the.
Oh, no passes.
Traditionalist empiricist dichotomy.
Zoot, do you know about the dragon attack?
And the so on the one you have people who.
Well, you know you're the one who chooses it.
People who supported the French Revolution.
So when you say real, so when you say pain, you're referring to revolutionaries in a bad way. That this is a problem.
These are people. A history.
I do the same formation every fucking time.
Just a story of ugliness.
Zoot, did you know it's 2-0?
And evil. And if you look,
you ready for this shot, Zoot?
Roughly, we'll all come to the same conclusion. And Paine writes Age of, and is a manifesto for here is the answer.
That was bad.
Moral problems throughout history.
Zoot, should I go with the shot on goal?
And it's in the same school as Rousseau's social.
Oh, get it.
You don't like that?
Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Okay, so let me
just throw in a question on Jefferson and Paine. Do you think America would exist without him? How important is spice in the?
Oh man, that was.
I don't want to try to run the counterfactual. I don't.
Oh no, Zoot.
I know the answer to the question.
But it's so much fun.
You know what? I'm going to offer something that I think is more fun. More fun than the counterfactual is America has.
Zoot, do you think I can score on this shot?
Not one. Okay. At first, there is a revolution that is strongly spiced.
Oh man, that was close.
This kind of rationalism. And then there's a 10-year period after the Declaration of Independence. There's a 10-year period in which America.
Nobody's in your goal, Zoot.
Its first constitution, which today they call the Articles of Confederation.
Oh, what a great pass!
From 1777, and that constitution is based on, in a lot of ways, on the hottest new ideas. It has, instead of the traditional British system with a division of powers between, an executive. A bicameral legislature. Instead of that traditional English model,
Zoot
has their government. Instead of that, they say no.
Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Elected body, okay, and that body, that Congress, it's going to be the executive. It's going to be the legislative. It's going to be.
Zoot, you're going to have maybe the best comeback in the history of this game.
Actually, even implemented in Pennsylvania.
Look at this pass.
And then later in the national.
That was on purpose.
It's a disaster. The thing doesn't work. It's made up. It's not custom. Are used to.
Zoot, are you proud of your defense right now? What a pass! That was amazing.
It doesn't allow giving orders.
Oh. Scored on that.
If that had continued, if that had be the Constitution, America never would have been an independent country. There are
Zoot.
Do that. During those years, where
what are you going to do? What are you going to do here, Zoot?
And Hamilton and Morris, there's like this
dangerous
soldier, lawyer.
No goalie.
Are from northern cities, and this group is much more concerned than the
Zoot.
Some historians.
Your guy's in my way. What a great play. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
But they're basically the Nationalist Party. What is that?
Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
That their goal is to create an.
Dude, you haven't scored yet.
National legal traditions.
You lost 5-0.
And of course, Christianity, which they considered.
But Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
is the conservative party. These are people who are in ideas to work.
Dude, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Constitution of the United States, the second Constitution, the second 1787.
Dude, I'm gonna destroy you.
Constitution, which maybe technically legally it wasn't even legal under the old Constitution.
That was terrible.
And as it said,
that was terrible. That was terrible.
English government. The states were going to a national government that's going to muster power in its hands, enough power to be wars to be unified. It's reasonable to say, well, look, there was no king. But I think that's a reasonable question. But don't forget that the
What do you get?
colonies in America by that point had been around for 150 years. Or for an entire century, adapted the English Constitution to local conditions where there's no
This is close.
There's no king.
Dude, do you know what the dragon attack is?
On the other hand, they have slavery. That's not English. So it's a little. They make the minimum change for the.
You ready?
And
Zoot.
They largely replicate it, which is why.
You just have to get it down to your guy, and he's gonna score.
They say they betrayed equality and fraternity by adopting.
No.
I would imagine
get it to your guy.
Emphasis of the success of the key ideas that defining this country elsewhere.
Get it to your guy.
Individual, still, the tradition.
Dude, you've lost 6 straight.
The one thing I agree
goals.
with you on is the fact that yes, the founding fathers were. They argued, they debated, they disagreed, they voted against each other.
Zoot.
Jefferson and Adams for decades didn't even speak to each other, but they did make up and had a fascinating relationship.
You and I are big.
No one's. No one is in your goal.
This
Zoot, no one's in your goal.
Discussion, but I don't agree with the characterization. And Jefferson.
Are you serious? That's a pass?
To call them rationalists, because I don't think they're rational. People who've looked at history, at the problems, and remember coming out of they've
sure.
seen
Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
With people starving.
Zoot, you've lost 7 straight goals.
Palaces. In spite of that, they were very aware of the relative freedom that the British tradition had given Englishmen. I think they knew that, they understood that, and I think they were building on that. They were taking the observation of the past and trying to come up with a more perfect system, and I think they did. In that sense, I'm a huge fan of Jefferson. There are 2 things that I think are unfortunate about Jefferson. One is that he continued to hold slaves, which is very unfortunate. And the second is his early support for the French Revolution, which I think is a massive mistake. And I wouldn't be surprised if he regretted it later in life, given the consequences. But, they were trying to devise principles by which they could establish.
That was bad.
Yes, there was some,
I just gave you a goal.
By some, and there was disagreement in the Constitution in the end.
Zoot, what was that?
A form of compromise. It's still one of the great documents of all of human history, political documents, the Constitution. Although I think it's inferior to the Declaration. I'm a huge fan of the Declaration, and I think one of the mistakes the conservatives makes.
That was bad too.
Mistakes the Supreme Court makes, and the American judiciary makes, is.
Zoot, that was great.
Documents are separate. I think Lincoln is actually right.
What are you going to do?
The Constitution without understanding the Declaration. The Declaration would set the context.
Don't miss.
Everything up for the Constitution.
Zoot, you missed.
A key concept there. And one of the challenges was that some of the compromises, and compromises not necessarily between groups, but compromises that even Jefferson made and others made regarding individual rights, set America on a path that we're suffering from today. And I mentioned 3 last night. One was slavery. Obviously, that was a horrific compromise. One that
what a pass, Zoot.
America not just paid for with the Civil War, 600,000 young men.
That was
suffering.
Did you
Black
see that
people
pass?
all those years? But then the whole issue of racial tensions in this country.
Yeah, you got one goal, whatever.
Initial compromise. Who knows what the
That was
actual
crazy.
if there's
I did
It
too.
would have been a war no matter what. But if it had happened in the late 18th century, early 19th century, so 1860s. But then, second was Son's embrace of public education. His founding of the University of Virginia, which I think is a great tragedy. And
You could make it. Oh, that was good.
Embraced both by Jefferson and by him. Different
A what?
but embraced by both of them of government. And,
Yeah,
you know,
I think I heard that.
Finance, so I know a little bit about finance and the debate. Fascinating.
It is. A lot of people are getting that kind of dog.
Jefferson trust big financial interests. Hamilton captured some of those financial
Yeah.
state, and there's a consequence. We set America on the path where, you know, in my view, regulation always leads to more regulation. There's never a case where regulation decreases. We started out with a certain.
What are you going to do, Zoot?
Around banks and
what are you going to do? You're going to take your guys out? Big mistake. Giant mistake.
It's fine to then continue on the path of where we are today, which
Tough shot.
Having massive involvement in every aspect of our economy, really in every aspect.
What are you doing, Zoot?
Education. So
what are you doing?
I think it was founded in certain mistakes, and we haven't been.
You're not going to score.
To
fuck, man.
Question those mistakes, and in the sense that we've only moved in the opposite direction.
Why not?
The idea of the primacy of the individual, the sanctity of the individual.
It makes all the sense in the world.
I think now
what a pass.
I don't think anybody. It really is an advocate in politics or for true freedom in politics.
We'll get to individuals. Let me ask the Beatles and Rolling Stones question about the Declaration of Independence. What? Well, because it's like which document, Beatles or Rolling, which document is more important? So
it's obviously the Beatles.
Zoot, do you know what the dragon is?
But
Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
You pick your favorite song.
No passes.
So what I did.
Dude, how did you say that?
Of the United States of America.
Dog.
I'll answer the question, but before answering the question, I wanted to say.
Oh. Okay. I'm not your nutritionist. Do what makes you happy, baby.
On public education, I'm actually kind of surprised that you're so anti-Bismarck because his public school system was.
Don't pass it. Just don't pass it.
Stick it to the church. It was the church that ran the schools before then, and okay,
miss.
A different.
I'm oversticking it to the church.
You're gonna miss.
But not when the alternative is the nation. Right?
You're gonna.
Fuck,
man.
Freedom is.
Okay, so I want to register Lincoln. Look, Lincoln.
Do you like your defense?
A great man, and he was presiding over a country which. In terms of its self-perception, he said what he needed to say. I'm not going to criticize him, but I don't. The Declaration of Independence, which with the Constitution, the second Constitution, the Constitution of 1787, the national, which is effectively a counter-revolution. What happens is there is a revolution. It's based on certain principles. There are a lot, not exactly, but in many ways resemble the
Zoot, open goal.
Ideas of the French Revolution. And what the
Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
The Nationalist Conservative Party does is a counter-revolution.
Oh, you guys in the way.
The Old English Constitution. So these documents are.
Oh no,
to accept the evidence
Zoot, it's a one-on-one.
In many respects, contrary to one another. And so if
what are you going to do?
What's the most important values that are handed down by these documents? I don't have an objection to life, liberty, and property, all of which are really.
What a great pass!
I do have an objection to the
I could take a shot on goal, or I could pass it.
These are self-evident which is absurd.
Got it,
That can't
baby.
be self-evident. If they were
I'm
self-evident,
back
then
in.
somebody would have come up with them, like 2,000 years before. It's not self-evident, and so that's damaging. I like the conservative preamble of the Constitution, which describes
Hey, dude.
the
Now I'm gonna have to
purposes
mute
of the
you.
national government that's being established. There are seven purposes: a more perfect union, which is the principle of cohesion, justice,
Zoot.
domestic
Zoot.
peace,
Watch this. Watch
common
this
defense,
teamwork.
the general welfare, which is
Zoot, do you know what the
welfare
dragon
as a public,
attack is?
as a thing that's not only individuals, but there is such a thing as a general welfare.
Fuck, what a miss.
We agree is absolutely
Give it to me.
crucial. And the idea that is to be able to sustain and
I mean,
grow
look at a map, dude.
this independent nation, and not only to guarantee rights no matter what.
It's like
But you don't like we hold these truths.
32 cities and something like that, and then it depends what you consider a city, and it's not nearly as big as Los Angeles County. It's like 1/3 the size of Los Angeles County. I mean, I don't really know how to, it's like the size of Connecticut.
Instead of a moderate skepticism, look, we may not know everything.
What a shot, dude. I just ended you.
Here it is. Here's what we know.
We don't know everything.
All right.
We think. So I'll agree with you. It's not massive.
Oh, yeah. No.
These are massive.
Orange County is like,
of enlightened thinking.
you need to take a car or public transportation or something.
Deriving a truth from.
You can't walk anywhere.
Historical knowledge and a better understanding of human nature.
Yeah.
Using reason in some ways better than any human beings have. Fathers giants historically, in my view.
All right, go to the gym and enjoy yourself, big dog.
But they're certainly not self-evident. I mean, if they were, your arm is right. They were discovered thousands of years earlier, or everybody would accept them, right? I mean, how many people today think that those?
We'll see you later, big man.
That document is true. Pretty much, 5 people. I don't know. It's very.
Your criticism of modern society.
It's very, very few people recognize it. If they were self-evident, bam, everybody would have become, would have accepted the American Revolution as truth, and that was it. A lot of work has to go into understanding, describing, and convincing people about this truth. But I completely disagree with your arm about this idea, or I'll voice my dissent, as we said.
Register your official dissent.
About A, this being 2 different revolutions, and B, this American Revolution doesn't have any similarity to the French Revolution.
You know that Jefferson and King were in France, running a different revolution.
I know, but they were writing constantly. I mean, they were in communication with Madison. There was a lot of input going on.
I know, and Jefferson is sitting there in Paris pulling his hair out because Madison has come under the influence of these nationalists, and he can't believe it. The reality is that the difference between the French Revolution and the American Revolution is vast, and it is a deep philosophical difference, and it's a difference that expressed, I think.
Hi, how are you, big dog? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Everybody wants you to have a wonderful day. Everybody thinks you're having a wonderful day. Take care, big dog. You're wonderful. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Yo, dog, everybody loves you. 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 You're wonderful. Everybody loves you. 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 Everybody loves you.
Bad idea, but you can't have a contract that you don't actually voluntarily accept. But so is the French Revolution. So is about destruction and mayhem and chaos and anarchy. He is the spirit behind the French Revolution. I think the American Revolution is a complete rejection of Rousseau. I think Jefferson is a complete rejection of Rousseau. I don't think Jefferson is a fan of Rousseau. He is a Voltaire. He certainly is a Montesquieu. If you look at the Federalist Papers, the intellectual most cited in the Federalist Papers, I think, in terms of just the number of times it's said, is Montesquieu. So I think that the American Revolution is an individualistic revolution. It is a revolution about the rights of the individual. The French Revolution is a negation of the rights of the individual. It's a collectivistic revolution. It's not quite the Marxist revolution of the proletariat, but it's defining people in classes, and it's a rebellion against a certain class, and yeah, kill them all, right? Off with their heads. And it is a negation. It's about egalitarianism in the sense of equality of outcome, not in the sense of equality before the law, or equality of rights, which is the Jeffersonian sense. So I think it's wrong to lump Jefferson in to the fraternity, egalitarian notion of the French, which is far more similar to what ultimately became socialism, Marxism, and kind of that tradition. It's anti-individualistic, the French Revolution is, whereas the American Revolution, the first one, is individualistic. It's all about individual rights. And while there's certain phrases in the Declaration of Independence that I don't agree with, it's beautifully written and it's a magnificent document, so it's hard for me to say I don't agree. Who am I, right? These were giants. Self-evident is one of them. I'm not particularly crazy about endowed by the Creator. But I like the fact that it's creator and not God, or not a specific creator, but just kind of a general thing. But putting those two ashes aside, it's the greatest political document in all of human history, by far. Nothing comes close. It is a document that identifies the core principles of political truism, of truth. That is, the role of government is to preserve and to protect these rights, these inalienable rights. And that is so crucial, that these rights are inalienable. That is, a majority can't vote them out. A revelation can't vote them out. This is what is required for human liberty and freedom. The right, that is, the sanction, freedom to act on your own behalf, to act based on your own judgment. As long as you're not, interfering with other people's rights, you are free to do so. That is such a profound truth. And that, to me, is the essence of political philosophy. That's the beginning, and it's based on, just to not fall into, Bill's going to say it's a rationalist. It's based on a whole history of what happens when we negate that. It's based on looking at England and seeing to the extent that they practice the respect for individual liberty, of property, of freedom. Good things happen. So let's take that all the way. Let's not compromise on that. And let's be consistent with the good and reject the bad. And when England goes away, distance itself from the rights of man, from the idea of a right to property and so on, bad things happen. And when they go through, let's go all in. And I'm all in on the right to life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. And I think the idea of pursuit of happiness is profound because it's a moral statement. It's a statement that says that sanctions and says that ultimately people should be allowed to make their own judgments and live their lives as they see fit based on how they view happiness. They might be right, they might be wrong, but we're not going to dictate what happiness entails and dictate to people how they should live their lives. We're going to let them figure that out. So it has this self-interested moral code kind of embedded in it. So I think it's a beautiful statement. So I think the Declaration is great. And I think there was an experiment, and the experiment was post in that period of before the Constitution, where the experiment was, let's let the states, let's have a kind of a loose confederation. Let's the states experiment with setting up their own constitutions and role of government, and we won't have any kind of unity. And I think what they realized, and I think even Jefferson realized, is that was not workable because many of the states were starting to significantly violate rights. There was nothing to unify. There was nothing to really protect the vision of the Declaration. You needed to establish a nation, which is what the Constitution does. It establishes a nation. But the purpose of that was to put everybody under one set of laws that protected rights. The focus was still on the protection of rights. And I agree with 6 of the 7 of the principles, right? And which they disagree. The common welfare, which the general welfare, which I'm worried about, right? I think in the way the founders understood it, I think I probably agree with them. But it's such an ambiguous.
I'm sure you don't.
Maybe I don't. This is
You state the general welfare.
well, the idea that part of the role of government is to secure the general welfare is something. It's something.
Look, this is something we didn't get to the debate. We really should have. Is the question of whether there is such a thing as a common good or a public interest or a national interest or a general welfare? Do these terms mean anything other than the good of all of the individuals in the country? That's it. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's right. So that's why. So I object to it because I think it's too easy to interpret it as. So I interpret it as, well, what's good for the, a general, a group, a common, a people, are just a collection of individuals. So what's good for the individual is good for the common welfare. But I understand that's something that is hard for people to grasp and not the common understanding. So I would have skipped the general welfare in order to avoid the fact that now the general welfare includes the government telling you what gender you should be assigned. So I would have wanted to have skipped that completely. So I think the Constitution is completely consistent with the Declaration, with a few exceptions. The general welfare, but perfection is a difficult thing to find, particularly for me, right, politically. But it's a magnificent document, the Constitution. It doesn't quite rise to the level, I think, of the Declaration, but it's a magnificent document.